I'm sorry, the hidden dangers of the early update have come out together. Kalvinka is very powerful. The plot needs to be sorted out in the past 2 days, please don't worry. All debts will be paid, please rest assured. What? Actually, it's him again? Qin Jiangui and the 8 blood barons fluttered the huge black wings, and quickly flew over the Qin family mansion. They did not dive down directly, but flapped their wings and stopped high in the air. In the black night sky, under the bright moonlight, 9 huge human bats gathered in the air, and Ling Yan's eyesight seemed to cover the sky. Of course, at such a high altitude and in the middle of the night, if ordinary people looked up with the naked eye, they would definitely see nothing. Even if they did, they would only think it was a small dark cloud. The special smell of Qianli chasing Soul San was faintly projected from the sky, and Ling Yan could feel it clearly. There was a mysterious smile on the corner of Ling Yan's mouth, and he looked up at the sky unabashedly, but there was a hint of surprise in his heart, and Qin Jiangui's recovery was too fast. Qin Jiangui's pair of wings regained a 4-meter wingspan. It was as dark as black metal, and it looked very textured. It kept flapping in the air, and his hands grew again, but his face became even paler. There was even a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked down at Ling Yan, who was holding the demon sword of underworld blood in the courtyard below. In his dark red eyes, there was an unconcealed fear. Yes, fear. He fought against Ling Yan last night. Ling Yan left an indelible impression on him for life. In his eyes, Ling Yan represented invincibility and represented the word nemesis. It wasn't that Ling Yan slashed his wings and hands with the blood demon knife that really seriously injured Qin Jiangui. But when his blood exploded incarnate as a bat and escaped, Ling Yan jumped into the air, and the terrifying pure yang infuriating energy emitted from his hand, which caused Qin Jiangui to suffer serious internal injuries and needed time to recover. Mr. Chen, could it be this little ant below that hurt you? God, how dare he kill so many people? Pierce flapped his wings. Staying not far from Qin Jiangui's side, he looked down at Ling Yan below. In a pair of dark red eyes, there is both contempt and shock. Baron Pierce. You must be careful of him, he is not an ant, he has powerful means of restraining our blood family, very terrifying. Qin Jiangui stared at the bottom in fear. Ling Yan, who was standing proudly, said with a trembling voice. At this time, he could see Ling Yan laying beside him was his uncle Chen Haiken, but Chen Haiken didn't move at all. At such a high altitude, Qin Jiangui couldn't tell whether his uncle was alive or dead. Mr. Chen, do we want to go down now? On the other side of Qin Jiangui, Joyce also flapped his black wings and asked. Qin Jiangui's dark red eyes narrowed. With a gloomy face, he said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Akamatsu Sukchunin will be here soon. After he arrives, we will go down again. This time we must find a way. Kill this person in one fell swoop, he is ours. The great enemy of the Qin family." Ling Yu listened to these words without any leakage, and he couldn't help thinking of those senior ninjas who couldn't see through the cultivation base in the backyard of the villa in the southwestern suburbs of the Qin family. Chunin? Is it awesome? Ling Yun muttered secretly, and then turned the yin-yang divine eye to the extreme, and aimed his gaze at Qin Jiangui in the air. Yes, the wings and 2 claws have grown out so quickly. This grandson's recovery ability is really strong. I wonder if your eyes were shot blind, can you recover so quickly? Ling Yun sneered inwardly. It's better to strike first, and don't care about anything else, let's reward this grandson with an arrow first. Thinking of this, Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter the secret, and suddenly displayed the dragon's howl, and shouted at Qin Jiangui in the air, "The big bat will die for me." At the same time, a 1.5 meter long golden bow appeared in Ling Yun's hand like lightning. With a move of his mind, a sharp arrow appeared on his left hand, and the pure yang qi in his left hand surged into the sharp arrow, bending the bow to hold the arrow, aimed at Chen Jiangui in the air. The golden bow was instantly drawn full. Ling Yun let go abruptly, the bowstring pierced the air, and made a humming sound. Whoosh! The sharp arrow, which was wrapped in Ling Yun Chunyang's true energy, disappeared from the bowstring in an instant. The speed of all this was too fast to allow the 9 big bats in the air to react. Violently plunged into Chen Jiangui's left eye. Ow! With a shrill cry, the sharp arrow was already firmly fixed on Chen Jiangui's eyes, almost piercing its head. Shichichi! The pure young infuriating energy carried by the arrow immediately came into play. The burning left eye of Chen Jiangui was smoking, and soon the blind eyeball of Chen Jiangui was burned away, leaving only a black hole that was terrifying and smoking. Ow! Another scream like a wolf howl. Chen Jiangui suddenly stretched out his hands and pulled out the sharp arrow in his eyes, but the scorching temperature on the arrow shaft still made the flesh of his hands blurred. Under the severe pain, Chen Jiangui even forgot to flap his wings, his body tilted, and his head fell from the sky. Hey, it really worked! Ling Yan was so excited, he raised his head and screamed. 2 more sharp arrows appeared in his left hand, he bent the bow again, and pulled the bowstring. Swoosh! 2 sounds, 2 sharp arrows disappeared one after another, and shot away at Chen Jiangui, who fell in the air. Lianzhu arrows. The golden bow with a pulling force of more than 2,000 kilograms is really not covered. If the bow is full, the speed of the sharp arrow itself is almost as fast as the bullet. Ling Yun carved a few small spaces in the middle of the bow body. Formation: sharp arrows are shot, within 1,000 meters, they arrive in an instant, which is better than teleportation. Ling Yun knew that Chen Jiangui was the leader of these big blood bats, so he didn't shoot others, but only shot Chen Jiangui. Both arrows hit. Nailed fiercely on Chen Jiangui's body. For the blood race, being shot by a sharp arrow is nothing, it's just a pain, but what is scary is not the sharp arrow, but the pure yang energy carried by the sharp arrow, which does too much harm to their bodies. Ah! There was another miserable howl. Chen Jiangui was startled and angry, and finally knew that Ling Yun had a way to deal with his flying. He had no time to draw the arrow, and suddenly opened his only remaining eye. Flapping his wings desperately, he circled straight up in the air, and soon rose to a height of several hundred meters. Hey! This feeling is really cool to him. Ling Yun shot Chen Jiangui away, then took out 3 sharp arrows at once, pinched them between the 4 fingers of his left hand, and aimed at the other 8 arrows that were flying in all directions. A big bat. Escape? Did you escape? Ling Yun sneered and let go. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 arrows leave the string at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Pierce was instantly submerged. The bodies of Joyce and other 3 blood barons. They don't know ancient Chinese martial arts, and Ling Yun's pure yang qi caused even more damage to their bodies. The place where they were shot was full of smoke, and an astonishingly large hole was quickly damaged, and it could not be recovered in a short time. They flapped their wings in the air and flew around in pain, desperately hiding, screaming and screaming. Oh! Shit! Damn Satan, what the hell is this? Oh, it hurts me to death. Run away. The 3 of them were terrified, desperately circling and flying in the air. Their eyes became extremely terrified, but although flying freely in the air is a good thing, there is also a very tragic point, that is, there is no bunker. Ha 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 ha, is it amazing to be able to fly? Ling Yun shot without fail, hitting repeatedly. He was completely refreshed, excited to kill, and his figure suddenly jumped, flying 40 meters in the air. His figure was like walking on the ground, and he bent his bow and set his arrow again. Whoosh whoosh. Another 3 arrows. The 3 sharp arrows sank into the bodies of the 3 blood barons again. They screamed in pain, and thick smoke rose from their bodies. It was more terrifying than being shot by a bullet. These descendants of the Blood clan were completely terrified. They didn't expect that Ling Yan's sharp arrow could completely destroy their bodies. This is just one of them. What made them even more desperate was that Ling Yan's arrow shot too fast. He didn't need to knock the arrow at all, he was just pulling the bowstring continuously. As soon as the bowstring is fully drawn, 3 sharp arrows are shot out immediately, which completely saves the steps of taking the arrow from the quiver, knocking the arrow, aiming, and so on. With such a terrifying speed of shooting arrows, they have no sense at all. Reaction time. Ling Yan fell to the ground, and shot 2 more arrows, injuring the last 2 blood descendants who were not injured, and then put away his golden bow. At this time, the 9 blood barons had all flown nearly 1,000 meters higher, 1,500 meters in the air. Although Ling Yan's golden bow could still shoot up, but the speed at that time was too high for these descendants of the blood race. Very slowly, they can both catch and escape. Within 10 seconds, Ling Yan shot a total of 11 arrows, and the arrows hit. Among them, Chen Jiangue was the worst. He was hit by Ling Yan's shocking 3 arrows, one after another, and his left eye was shot blind by Ling Yan. What, it's amazing to be able to fly. The 9 barons are amazing, just stay in the sky obediently, and I will shoot whoever comes down. Ling Yan laughed straight away, the feeling of shooting birds is really cool. Idiot. A shout suddenly resounded over the Chen family compound, a thin figure, with a swipe, drew a black trajectory in the air, and fell into the courtyard in an instant. At the same time, the man kept his figure, raised his knife with both hands, and slashed fiercely at Ling Yunquang. The sword is extremely domineering, and the light of the sword forms countless afterimages. These afterimages are connected in one place, forming a knife screen. Toyochunen, Akamatsusuk. The ferocious sword is on the body, even if Ling Yan is wearing the black gold demon silkworm night clothes, he will be hurt by the domineering and sharp sword. I'm stupid. Ling Yan was terrified in his heart, and he secretly yelled that it was not good, but he didn't dare to take this domineering knife, and suddenly used the phantom fish dragon step, dodging to avoid it. Woo! The straight slash turned into a sweep, and the nearly 2-meter-long bright sword in Akasong-suk's hand did not give Ling Yan any chance to breathe, and it was another bright knife scene, with thousands of shadows, and slashed towards Ling Yan. So fast. Ling Yan's figure flashed just now, and he was close to teleporting, but Akasong-suk followed him like a shadow. The knife in his hand was faster than his movement. Before Ling Yan's feet landed, Akasong-suk's long knife arrived again. What realm is this him? Ling Yan was shocked. He never imagined that among the 120 Oriental ninjas, there would be such a master. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Ling Yan knew that he couldn't dodge anymore. He suddenly had a thought, and the dark blood demon knife appeared in his left hand, raised the knife with one hand, and smashed desperately at the Xueliang long knife that was sweeping towards him. When Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife and Akasong-suk's Xueliang long knife hit one place heavily, and in the Chen family's courtyard, a dozen corpses around the two were blown apart by the impact of the 2 knives. Rolling on the ground. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The adjustment is almost done. Tomorrow, 2 updates will be resumed, starting on the 7th, and all load updates will be made up. The 2 figures separated as soon as they joined together. Ling Yan and Akasong-suk each took 7 steps back. Kindness? At the moment when the 2 knives collided, Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. He could see very clearly that the black blade of his dark blood demon knife did not hit Akasong-suk's blade at all. When the blades of the dark blood demon knife and the Xueliang long knife collided fiercely, the shortest distance between the collision points was at least half a centimeter. The distance of half a centimeter is undoubtedly Akasong-suk's innate Zhenqi, poured into his bright long knife. The Zhenqi overflowed and flowed outside the blade, forming a protective shield for the knife. Although the dark blood demon knife cuts iron like mud and blows hairs and hairs, but facing the qi wall formed by innate qi, if you can't break through the qi wall, you can't really hit the opponent's blade. Akasong-suk's long sword is it's hard to break. If Ling Yun wants to break through this protective shield of stellar qi, it's okay. The premise is that the real qi in his body must be stronger than Akasong-suk's real qi. Meet your opponent. This was Ling Yun's first thought after standing still. He squinted his handsome eyes and circulated the yin-yang art all over his body. He locked on Akasong-suk with his powerful consciousness to prevent him from making another surprise attack. Idiot! Akamatsu-suk took 7 steps back and finally managed to stand still. He was holding a knife with both hands, taking the initiative and attacking fiercely, but he didn't expect that he was knocked back by Ling Yun's one-handed knife in a hurry, which also shocked him very much. Unexpectedly, because Ling Yun's strength was too great, until he stood still, Akasong-suk still felt numb in his hands. It can be said that in the domineering blow just now, the two fought evenly. Akamatsu-suk won in terms of true energy, Ling Yun won in terms of strength, but Ling Yun fought hastily. Passive defense, and one-handed defense, Ling Yun is still slightly better. Akamatsu-suk is thin and tall, nearly 1.8 meters tall. His arms are thin but long, and he is dressed in black night clothes. Wearing a ninja mask, leaving only 2 slender eyes. His gaze was like that of a cruel hungry wolf. He didn't even look at the hundreds of corpses on the ground. He locked his eyes on Ling Yun in front of him, and also narrowed his eyes. China's ancient martial arts expert, what kind of cultivation are you? Akamatsu-suk's voice is a little old. Staring at the dark blood demon saber in Ling Yun's hand, he asked sinisterly. He spoke Chinese fluently, and Ling Yun understood it right away. He didn't answer and asked instead, isn't it a ninja in the East? What kind of cultivation are you? His voice was also old and hoarse. Akasong-suk held the knife in both hands, and held it obliquely on the left side in front of him. Maintaining a posture that can be both offensive and defensive, the light of the knife is dazzling under the moonlight, and the corner of his mouth smiled proudly. Oriental ninja, Chunin Akasong-suk, the initial stage of the 7th innate level. What? Ling Yun was shocked in his heart, the early stage of the 7th level of innate? Among the 6 ancient Chinese martial arts masters he beheaded just now, at least one was at the peak of the 6th innate level. That is, the innate mid-stage Dzogchen. However, under the persecution of Ling Yun's life and death, the innate 6th level peak powerhouse showed all his strength at the critical moment, and he was completely vulnerable in front of Ling Yun, and Ling Yun gave him a second within 3 moves. And Akasong-suk is only at the early stage of the 7th level of the Xiantian, and there is only a small difference from the peak of the 6th level of the Xiantian. But the strength gap is so big? Could it be that this is the true strength of the innate late stage? China's ancient martial arts experts, although I can't see your realm, but according to the true energy you showed just now, you definitely haven't reached the 3rd level of innate, don't you? Haven't you heard of your Huaxia ancient martial arts? Is it a saying in the world? Chi Song-suk was blocked by Ling Yun, but he was not in a hurry to launch a second attack. He was proud and asked Ling Yun coldly. I would like to hear more about it. Ling Yun replied indifferently, and at the same time slightly raised his eyes to look at the 9 blood barons gathered together again in the sky. The 9 blood barons had already pulled out all their arrows at this time. They knew that at an altitude of 1,500 meters, Ling Yun's longbow could not harm them, so they gathered together again, nervously looking down at the battle between the 2 below. Ling Yun and Akasong-suk are both masked in black. Although they are blood races, at such a height, they can only tell who is who through the weapons they hold. However, through his innate cultivation, Qin Jiangui's ear power is very strong. He could hear the conversation between the 2 below him clearly, and couldn't help but snorted coldly in the air. Humph, first of all, everyone under 7, the ants, don't even know this sentence. Ling Yun's ear power was naturally stronger, and he couldn't help, but his face changed slightly. First of all, are they all ants? Ling Yan suddenly remembered Xikong, too, who hunted down the blue bird 18 years ago. At the beginning, Master Xian Ming already possessed the strength of the innate 5th level peak, but he was no match for Jade Bird, and Jade Bird was no match for Xikong Tuesday. In front of Xikong, too, Master Xian Ming didn't even have a chance to make a move. Ling Yan had already fought against the peak masters of the 6th level Xiantian just now. Based on the strengths displayed by the masters of the 5th level Xiantian, such as Lu Suifeng, Chen Gongxiong, etc., he compared it with the masters of the 6th level Xiantian. He knew that the 6th level Xiantian it is impossible for a master to instantly kill a 5th tier innate master, and even a 4th tier innate master cannot be killed in a flash. Because the 4th level innate, the 5th level innate, and even the 6th level innate, all belong to the middle level innate. Because of the huge difference in aptitude and combat skills, everyone's skills are different, so in the same situation of the middle level innate, it is difficult to do a spike. From this, Ling Yun had already judged that Ant Blue Bird and Sakongta must have already been masters of the late Xiantian stage. At that time, he was secretly shocked by the unfathomable strength of the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect. Just imagine, even his mother's side, one of the maidservants of her, is a late congenital cultivation realm, so what kind of realm does her biological mother have? If it wasn't for her being 9 months pregnant at the time, how could those powerful enemies who were chasing down their parents be so fearless? Moreover, Ling Yan already knew that the saintess of the demon sect who had made their debut in this generation and had 2 confrontations with Ling Yun were at least already in the late stage of Xiantian cultivation. Ling Yun of course knew that although his qi training period and his body training period were only 1 step away, there was a huge difference between this step, but he never imagined the difference in strength between the late innate and the middle innate. It's so big. The first 7 are all ants. In this way, the night of returning to Qingshui from Wenzhou, the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect did not exert her full strength at all. Ling Yan's heart was awe-inspiring, thinking of the beautiful eyes of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, her graceful dancing in the air, and her powerful strength in attack and defense, and found that he not only lost to the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect at that time in terms of skill, and in terms of power, it doesn't actually make much money. But at that time, Ling Yan had just broken through the late stage of body training. It is only the early stage of the 7th level of body training. It is already very proud to be able to fight against the unfathomable demon sect saintess to such an extent without suffering losses. Now Ling Yan has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body training. The first 7 are all ants. Yes, I haven't reached the 4th level of the innate, and I don't even have the 1st level of the innate, but it is more than enough to kill you, an oriental devil. Ling Yan's eyes were locked tightly on Qi Songsuk, and his tone was indifferent. At the same time, the Wan Qi Yinyang art and the Dian Gathering Star Treasure art have all been upgraded to the extreme. Ha ha ha, is that so? Young man, you think of our Toyo ninjas too simply. Akamatsusuk grinned strangely, and suddenly his laughter subsided, and his figure disappeared suddenly. The escape jutsu of Oriental ninjutsu. Ling Yan's eyes showed a hint of shock that could not be concealed, and suddenly shouted in horror, not good. Right now. Akamatsusuk, who used the escape technique to hide his figure, has come to Ling Yan's back. Instead of using a long knife, he pulled out the jet black short knife that was inserted into his waist, and sneered at Ling Yan's back, pierced the past fiercely. The dagger was only 2 feet long. The speed is extremely fast, like a poisonous snake spitting a letter, under the delicate control of Akamatsusuk. There is not even a trace of wind. Laugh. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through his clothes was followed by a shrill scream. Ling Yan suddenly had a soft dragon-marked sword in his left hand. He used the sword as a whip. The blade of the sword spared his right rib under his armpit, and the tip of the sword penetrated into Akamatsusuk's chest in an instant. Ling Yan quickly twisted his body, dodging the short knife that Akamatsusuk stabbed at him like lightning, and at the same time frantically stirred with his left hand, using the soft dragon-marked sword as much as possible to destroy the meridians and organs in Akamatsusuk's body. Akamatsusuk's chest is full of flesh and blood. By sneak attack on sneak attack. Ling Yun is the ancestor of sneak attack. The panicked cry he made just now, of course, was deliberately pretending to be used to paralyze Akamatsusuk. Akamatsusuk failed to make a sneak attack using ninjutsu, but was seriously injured by Ling Yun. Ling Yun succeeded in one move, and the blood demon sword in his right hand slashed back at will. He wanted to take the opportunity to cut off Matsusuk's head. When Akamatsusuk saw a sharp soft sword slammed into his chest, he only felt a chill, and immediately knew that it was not good. He made a decisive decision and immediately stopped attacking Ling Yun, taking advantage of the ninja's excellent light skills. Fly away. But he is fast, and Ling Yun's speed is not slow. He retreats, and Ling Yun is like a maggot on his tarsus. Baga. Chi Song-suk turned into a red blood man in the blink of an eye. He didn't scream, but cursed. Ninjas, who have experienced all kinds of hellish trials, have a strong tolerance for any pain, otherwise they can't be called ninjas. Chi Matsusuk scolded, because Ling Yun was too ruthless. Ling Yun's eyes flashed a savage and smug smile, thinking that it is true that you have escape skills, but I have yin and yang eyes and condensed consciousness, any of them is enough to see your figure. Clearly, play hide and seek with me? That is simply courting death. Chi Song-suk couldn't get rid of Ling Yun. Seeing Ling Yun's ghost blood sword slashing at his head like lightning, he didn't dare to neglect. He flew and moved sideways, letting Ling Yun's dragon pattern sword cut half of his chest, only to avoid Ling Yun's slaying blow. Are all ants under the first 7? Ling Yun sneered, because he knew that Chi Song-suk's meridians had been destroyed by him several times, and his body protection was finally broken. Mr. Chunin, pick me up and try again. Ling Yun looked at Chi Song-suk, who had a bloody chest in front of him. He laughed loudly and his momentum skyrocketed. He also raised his sword with both hands, and his body shot high into the sky. Rage the world! In the courtyard of the Qin family mansion, it suddenly became dark, and wherever the magic knife passed, it seemed like a black wall appeared. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. There is still a chapter guaranteed tonight, starting to make up tomorrow, make up as much as you owe. The pitch-black knife curtain is like a wall. The demon saber Daogang was fierce and domineering. Facing Akasong-suk, who was already seriously injured below, he slammed over with speed. An attack like Ling Yun's can no longer be described as chopping, it's smashing. Akasong-suk was terrified, but he was a chunin, a strong man at the early stage of the 7th level of innateness. He could bear the severe pain of half of his chest being cut by Ling Yun, and he could naturally face the fear of death calmly. The reason why Akasong-suk was terrified was not because Ling Yun's aura and attack had locked him firmly, and he was unable to escape, but because Ling Yun was able to see through his evasion just now and accurately grasped his position. Akasong-suk, as a powerful middle ninja from the east, uses escapism in ninjutsu. As long as he is not an opponent of the same level, he can't be seen at all. How did Ling Yun see through it? But at this moment, at the critical moment of life and death, Akasong-suk had no time to think about it. He had to use all his strength to catch Ling Yun's slash. Chi Song-suk knew that facing Ling Yun's knife, he couldn't escape, because Ling Yun's knife had already locked him completely. No matter which direction Chi Song-suk fled, Ling Yun only needed to turn his wrist a little, and the dark blood demon knife would instantly kill him. Hit his body, he will only die faster. Can only choose heart connection. Zheng. Akasong-suk retracted the short knife that attacked Ling Yun into its sheath, and once again held the hilt of the Shuiliang long knife with both hands, ignoring the sword wound on the right chest, using all the strength and true energy of his body to move the knife from bottom to top, facing Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife, he ruthlessly swept it up. Brush. The two knives collided in the air instantly, forming a huge cross, and then followed closely. The bright long knife in Akasongsek's hand snapped off at the sound. The half of the long knife that was cut off by Ling Yan still flew towards the air with a strong inertia, but Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife continued to cut down without hindrance, and the black knife curtain fell like a black waterfall. In an instant, it came to Akasongsek's head. What? This time? Akasongsek couldn't bear it even with his iron-strapped nerves. There was a desperate determination in his eyes turned hard, and his figure suddenly moved sideways, to the left. Brush. Pooh. In his busy schedule, Akasongsek only had time to avoid his own head, and the dark blood demon knife in Ling Yan's hand was almost clinging to Akasongsek's right side of the neck, and fell off. With a puff, Akasongsek's right shoulder and the entire right arm were cut off by Ling Yan with a knife, and his right arm flew horizontally. Blood spurts. At this time, Ling Yan's figure had also landed on the ground. He succeeded in one move, and he was so powerful that he held the handle of the dark blood demon knife with both hands, and swung it wildly to the right again. At the same time, Ling Yan was also secretly trembling. Akasongsek's entire right arm was cut off by his shoulder, and Akasongsek didn't let out a scream as he imagined. With such endurance, even Ling Yan nodded in approval. It can be said that if Akasongsek hadn't just played a trick just now, he would have chosen to confront Ling Yan head-on. Even Ling Yan couldn't do anything to him for a while, because his innate 7-level protective energy was too domineering and tyrannical, and even the blade of the dark blood demon saber couldn't break it. There is only one person on Ling Yan's side, and Akasongsek is the pioneer on the Chen family's side, and there will definitely be others coming later. If there is a protracted battle, Ling Yan will suffer a lot. If there is another master, like Akasongsek, it will be difficult for him to escape even if he wants to. In a word, Ling Yan underestimated the strength of the innate 7th-level master. But Akasongsek was too proud to let Ling Yan see Dongyang's ninjutsu. It would be a bit too funny for him to use escapism to attack Ling Yan. Within the range, covered by Ling Yan's divine sense, he could detect even the slightest movement of air, let alone Ling Yan's yin and yang divine eyes. Therefore, Ling Yan watched Akasongsek come behind him helplessly, and at the same time pretended to be terrified, which completely paralyzed Akasongsek, making him think that he could succeed with one blow, completely relaxed his vigilance, and did not put his body protection Jinchi has been raised to the peak. Akasongsek's sneak attack was unsuccessful, but Ling Yan was always cautious. He fought steadily and destroyed several meridians of Akasongsek first, so that he could no longer mobilize the protective chi of his whole body. In Ling Yan's eyes, Akasongsek, who lost the protection of his body and chi, immediately became a soft persimmon that could be squeezed casually, and he could kill as he wanted. Now that Akasongsek's long sword was broken and his entire right arm was lost, Ling Yan's dark blood demon saber slashed fiercely at his injured right rib again. Idiot! Akasongsek's face became pale due to excessive blood loss, and because of the severe pain, beads of sweat the size of beans fell like rain on his forehead, flying across the sky following his crazily flashing figure. Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife struck Akasongsek's right rib again with the blow, creating another wound more than an inch deep. Should die. You can't escape. Ling Yan said indifferently, and changed to holding the knife with one hand. The dragon-patterned soft sword appeared on the left hand again, and the sword and sword came out together. Exhibited his method of chopping melons and cutting kitchen knives. Ling Yan didn't give Akasongsek any chance to tap acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. No matter how powerful you are, once the blood in your body flows into it, you will surely die. This is true for blood races, let alone human beings. Brush brush. Chi chi chi. Soon, there were several stab wounds and holes on Akasong-suk's back, bleeding profusely. Because all the injuries were on the right side, Akasong-suk's right chest was cut open, and his right shoulder was cut off. He has long been unable to move, and he can't get rid of Ling Yun at all. The only thing left is the injury and beating, and he will die at any time. Baga. Akasong-chu endured the injury. Rescue Chunin-sama quickly. After several shouts and shouts, 6 more ninjas flew into the Chen family's house in an instant. Ling Yun's spiritual sense swept over them and found that they were all ninjas below the 7th floor. He ignored them and continued to focus on killing Akasong-suk. For a ninja master like Akasong-suk, it is better to kill one more. In this way, when he goes to Dongyang to retrieve the lid of Shenangbing in the future, he will be less stressed. Baga. Kill. Kill. As soon as the 6 ninjas entered the yard, they immediately rushed towards Ling Yun without hesitation, and some of the higher-level ninjas even directly used escape techniques. Ling Yun's eyes turned hard, and he used the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure to the extreme, and at the same time violently used the Phantom Fish Dragon step. Once again, he performed shape-changing, turning into 5 in one body, to confuse the 6 ninjas, but he himself had already arrived in front of the crumbling Akamatsu-suk. Send you on your way. Ling Yun's voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice and snow. Without the slightest emotion, he raised his hand and waved his knife. Akasong-suk's head flew up into the sky, followed by hot blood spurting out from his neck. Straight into the sky. Baga. He actually killed Mr. Chunin. Mr. Chunin must be avenged. Kill him. Seeing Akasong-suk's headless body fall to the ground with a bang, the eyes of the 6 new ninjas turned blood red. All of them, like crazy tigers, rushed towards Ling Yun ferociously. At the same time, the 9 blood barons in the sky had already spread their wings and swooped down, and they arrived hundreds of meters above the Chen family mansion in an instant. Seeing that Akasong-suk was seriously injured in the second round, Qin Jiangui knew that something was wrong. Of course he understood Akasong-suk's position among these ninjas better than anyone else, so he decisively ordered rescue. However, they flew too high just now, and everything happened too fast. There was no time for rescue. Qin Jiangui saw Akasong-suk's head flying high, and he gritted his teeth with hatred, wishing to peel off 2 layers of Ling Yun's skin. Humph. You are just a few scraps, and you still want to take revenge? Let's go after your Chunin-sama together. Ling Yun snorted coldly, swung his knife across, and the icy knife instantly chopped off 4 low-level ninjas. At the same time, Ling Yun used the Phantom Fish Dragon step, once again turning into 2. Swords come out. The 9-kill sword technique with the left hand and the Tian sword technique with the right hand, one by one, instantly ended the lives of the other 2 ninjas. Fluff. At this time, 6 completely transformed barons had already flown over Ling Yun's head. All of them opened their teeth and claws, flapped their wings, and rushed towards Ling Yun. At this time, it was too late to draw the golden bow again. Ling Yun smiled coldly, and put away the dragon sword abruptly. With a flash of thought, the huge sword Dark Storm had already appeared on his left hand. Go to hell! Ling Yun yelled violently. Pointing to the ground, his body turned vertically, and flew directly into the bats of the 6 blood barons. Shichichi! The dark blood demon knife and the dark storm swung at the same time. Ling Yun didn't need any saber or sword skills anymore. Anyway, he knew that with the defensive power of these barons, the weapon in his hand could easily kill them instantly. The fact is indeed the case. Ling Yun is not afraid of them coming down, he is afraid that they will not come down. Away into the body of 4 of the 6 blood barons, and they were chopped up in pieces by Ling Yun. Oh shit, what kind of weapon is that? No, let's go. The two descendants of the Blood clan flapped their wings violently and flew towards the sky. Unfortunately, because of their panic, they collided with the two Blood clan barons, Pierce and Joyce, who were swooping down. At this moment, Ling Yun tapped the limbs of a Blood baron killed by him with his toes in midair, borrowed his strength to fly up again, and instantly caught up with the two Blood races who were frantically fleeing for their lives. The Blood clan is cut in two. The Darkstorm sword is really easy to use. The sword is 1.5 meters long, and it is simply made for beheading the transformed bodies of these Blood races. God, what's going on? How do I feel surrender? Pierce and Joyce were stunned. They stared at the Darkstorm in Ling Yun's hands in horror. They were so frightened that they even forgot to flap their wings. Ling Yun let out a clear cry, the Darkstorm swung swiftly, and made two hisses, cutting two wounds on the bodies of the two Blood barons. At the same time, he pierced his right index finger with his nails, squeezed out 2 drops of blood, and flicked his fingers. 2 drops of blood penetrated into the wounds of Pierce and Joyce like lightning. First hug. Huh. Ling Yun fell to the ground. He didn't care about the 2 newly embraced Blood clans. He put away his sword and took out his golden bow again. Bow and take arrows. Whoosh. 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 3 sharp arrows rushed towards Chen Jiangui, who was 100 meters high like lightning. Chi chi chi. Without any suspense, all 3 sharp arrows sank into Chen Jiangui's wound, and pure yang qi invaded his body, destroying his flesh and meridians frantically. With a voice of awe, Chen Jiangui did not dare to pull out the arrow. He flapped his wings and flew across the sky, and quickly escaped from the sky above the Chen family's mansion. Ling Yun won the first battle. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Thank you, Honorable Master. Viscount Pierce, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. Thank you, Honorable Master. Viscount Joyce, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. The process of the first embrace was over, and the oath of blood was completed. After the intense fear, shock, excitement, Pierce and Joyce, 2 members of the Blood race, flapped their wings and landed gently on the ground, and at the same time gave Ling Yun a Western, very a gentleman's servant etiquette. They didn't accept Ling Yun's first embrace after being with Ling Yun for a few days like Paul and Jester, but they accepted Ling Yun's first embrace from a state of hostility, the kind of fear to shock, and then from the wonderful enjoyment to the complete surrender to Ling Yun. It was completed in just a dozen seconds. This whole process was unforgettable for them forever. Why are you just viscounts? You have only been promoted to 1 level? You shouldn't be. Feeling the complete submission of these 2 servants, Ling Yun couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Pierce and Joyce already had wings before their first embrace. According to Paul and Jester, the vampire with wings is at least a baron, but after his first embrace, they only reached the level of a viscount. Level, which made Ling Yun think that something went wrong somewhere. You know, Paul and Jester, after accepting Ling Yun's first embrace, were directly promoted from the descendants of the trash blood without wings to become viscounts, at least 2 levels in a row. Pierce and Joyce, with elegant and gentle expressions on their faces, and unconcealable pride in their eyes, smiled and bowed and said, Honorable Master, in fact, we already have the power and ability of the Earl, but as bloodlines, Earls are not self-proclaimed, at least we need a Grand Duke to confer on us. Ling Yun was stunned, and thought that this was the case. He smiled lightly, nodded and said, well, we'll talk about these things when we go back. The masters of the Chen family will definitely come in a steady stream. Ling Yun's true energy is almost exhausted now, he must leave here as soon as possible. Ling Yun raised his hand and fell to the ground with 1 finger. Chen Haiken, who couldn't move at all, asked the 2 of them, according to your current abilities, if you carry him on your back, can you still fly as high as you just did? Pierce and Joyce nodded with a smile, it's easy, Honorable Master. Joyce finished. The two huge wings flapped back suddenly, and the tall figure shot towards Zheng on the ground like lightning. With one hand stretched out, he grabbed Zheng's belt and lifted him up. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Be careful, it's best to hold him with both hands, this man is still useful to me, don't let him fall in midair and die." Joyce smiled gracefully, "Honorable Master, please rest assured, even if his belt suddenly breaks and he falls from the sky, I will fall faster than him. It is impossible for him to fall to the ground." Joyce had two wings. If he dives from a high altitude to the ground, the speed will definitely be much faster than the speed of free fall, so he is full of confidence. Ling Yan couldn't help but scratched his head, he hadn't tried flying in the sky for a long time, and he forgot about it. The fourth level of Qi training, the middle stage of Qi training. Ling Yan suddenly looked forward to the fourth level of Qi training in his heart. Because he reached the fourth level of Qi training, he can fly in the air. "Honorable Master, what should I do?" "Your loyal servant, Pierce is willing to dedicate everything to you." Pierce was preempted by Joyce and lost his first chance to serve Ling Yan, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Ling Yan laughed happily, "You fly up. Keep your body parallel to the ground." The next moment, Ling Yan flew onto Pierce's back. He couldn't help but feel high-spirited, and said to the two blood races via voice transmission, "Fly to the sky and get out of here." Following Ling Yan's order, two huge humanoid bats soared into the air, flapping their wings rapidly. Flying higher and higher, looking from the ground, it soon turned into two inconspicuous dots in the night sky. The higher the altitude, the lower the temperature, and the greater the wind speed and force. However, these factors did not affect Ling Yan at all. He has now reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training. Why do practitioners have to do body training before the Qi training period? Of course, it's not as simple as fighting fiercely. Take the simplest example, such as flying in the sky. When Ling Yan reaches the middle stage of Qi training, he can fly in the air. If he has the physique of an ordinary person, then he doesn't even have to think about it. Because the flying speed of Yukong is very fast. If the speed reaches the extreme, it is definitely faster than performing any light work. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary flying to exceed the speed of sound, but even so, it is already faster than the best sports car at full speed. Much faster. Let me ask, if it is an ordinary person's body, how can it breathe at such a fast speed? Don't talk about breathing, I can't even catch my breath. Also, even if the weather is fine and there is no wind in the air, the speed of your flight is the speed of the air flow, and the flow of the air is naturally the wind, which is relative. Under such a strong wind, your eyes can't be opened at all, your eyes are crying, and your ears are filled with the whistling wind, you can't hear anything, and you can't breathe, so why are you still flying? What? Even if you can fly, you can't fly, because that's not flying, that's torture, just looking for abuse for yourself. Cultivation is to obtain powerful and miraculous abilities, but if you want to use the abilities you have acquired through cultivation, you must strengthen your physique step by step. Able to go to the sky and enter the earth, omnipotent, and become a truly peerless powerhouse. Therefore, practitioners must start with physical training. Ling Yan practiced the Great Evolution gathering stars treasure Ju and reached the peak of the 9th level of body training. It can be said that now, in the face of hurricanes in the ordinary sense of the world, he can breathe easily without closing his eyes. Ascension, even if his ears are filled with gusts of wind, he can still hear clearly as long as he can hear the sound that should be heard. Thousands of meters above the sea, hundreds of feet under the sea, without the use of any scientific instruments and equipment, they can walk on the ground as calmly as ordinary people standing on the ground. Freedom, this is cultivation. The same is true for the strong bodies of the blood race, otherwise, even if they can transform into two huge wings, they still dare not fly in the sky. The night view of the capital is really good, it is indeed one of the international metropolises. It is really too big. Now, Ling Yun has his hands behind his back. Standing relaxed and leisurely on Pierce's back, at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, overlooking the entire capital city with bright lights and rolling traffic, I feel extremely comfortable. Pierce was very nervous, because standing on his back was his master. He was careful and flew very smoothly, for fear that Ling Yun would accidentally fall off his back. Then his crime would be great. But Ling Yun knew it well, even though he was at an altitude of 1,000 meters, even if he fell from here, on a hard road, he would only be slightly injured at most, but he would definitely not die from the fall. The peak of the 14th small realm of the Dianjushing treasure Ju is not practiced for nothing. Ling Yun's body had long been bullied by Jin Saitai, and it was incomparably strong. Joyce, adjust Xuanhuan's body. Don't let him face the wind. He will be out of breath. He's suffocating. Xuanhuan, Chen Sen's father, was caught by Joyce and faced the night wind high in the sky. Although he was a strong man at the peak of the 5th level, he was already so scared that he didn't dare to open his eyes. Not to mention that he has been seriously injured, even if he is at his peak. He definitely couldn't bear it now. Instead of taking a plane, just flying in the sky like this, for him, it was really the first day of the Lunar New Year, the first time. Ling Yun couldn't die if he fell, but if it was Xuanhuan who fell, or even a late-stage congenital expert who fell, he would definitely be smashed into a pulp by the huge impact force, and he couldn't escape. The tyrannical body and strong defensive power trained by Dianjushing Baojue are Ling Yun's absolute advantage, even an eternal advantage. Looking down from an altitude of 1,000 meters, although the capital city has shrunk a lot, it is still very big. With Ling Yun's eyesight, under the illumination of the car lights, he can clearly see even the make of the cars on the road. Chu. It's only a kilometer away. Looking down from a high place, there is no essential difference between looking down from a high place and looking far away from a nearby place. They are both a distance of 1 kilometer. Master, where are we going? Pierce flapped his wings and asked respectfully as he stood still in the air. Ling Yun took a sweeping view of the entire capital. He saw the Forbidden City, the Badaling Great Wall, the Summer Palace, and many places of interest in the capital. After he had appreciated it, he smiled lightly. Fly to the northwest. Standing tall means seeing far away. Ling Yun just looked for it with a little effort, and saw the courtyard house where he lived. Looking at it from such a height, the courtyard house is of course small, but it also appears to be very close. After the battle, Ling Yun has been recovering the Zhenqi consumed by his fierce battle, and has reached the peak of the 9th level of body training. His dantian has already grown to an unimaginable size. I don't know how many times faster. In just a few minutes, Ling Yun has recovered to 40% of his peak state. Now, Ling Yun wants to go back to the courtyard where he lives first. If there is nothing unusual about the Chao family, he will go to see his grandfather. Second uncle Ling Yu has been rescued. He must have a lot of news about the Chen family. Ling Yun must get these news as soon as possible. Kindness? Just when Ling Yun came to the sky above the courtyard and was about to order Pierce to land, he suddenly heard the faint sound of fighting and shouting from the north of the capital. Ling Yun immediately used the yin-yang art of qi, using his eyesight to look in the direction where the voice came from. Then, Ling Yun saw in a huge courtyard in the north direction, a group of masked men in black, under the command of one person, each holding a sharp long knife, fighting frantically with everyone in the courtyard. Of course Ling Yun knew those masked men in black. They were all Dongyang ninjas. There was a tall old man with white beard and hair, shouting furiously, under the siege of those oriental ninjas, rushing from left to right. Grandfather? That's Elder Cui? Jester? Ling Yun first saw Ling Lai, and soon he saw Elder Cui who was silent and killing the enemy with a knife, and then saw Jest who had completely transformed. His figure was as erratic as lightning, and he was protecting everyone in the Ling family. Not good. The Ling family is in trouble. Ling Yun's complexion changed drastically, and a fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and after a loud shout, he immediately ordered Pierce and Joyce, "Quick, use your fastest speed, fly to that courtyard in the north for me." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the Ling family's ancestral house, the enemy and us are engaged in a life and death fight, with swords coming and going, shouts, and the sound of killing is loud. Although the current Ling family has completely declined, 18 years ago, the Ling family was able to keep pace with the Long family and the Qin family, one of the three major families in China. The countless properties of the Ling family were divided up and annexed by the other 6 major families in the capital, but the Ling family's ancestral house is still there. The Ling family's ancestral house is intact, just as it was 18 years ago. The Ling family's ancestral house is located in the north of the capital, outside of the 5th Ring Road, facing south. It has a terrifyingly large area and a total of 9 courtyards. The courtyard is deep, orderly, and very majestic. There are 36 Oriental ninjas sent by the Qin family. They didn't come to sneak attack, but to encircle and hunt them blatantly. Of the 7 major families that also belong to the capital, the Qin family has a clear understanding of the underlying strength of the Ling family. The Ling family is much weaker than the Chao family. In the eyes of the Qin family, they are like ants, and they are totally vulnerable. There are only 3 innate powerhouses in the Ling family: Ling Lai at the first level of innateness, Ling Zhen at the second level of innateness, and Ling Yu at the first level of innateness, and these 3 people all have old wounds and hidden diseases. As for the descendants of the Ling family, Ling Zhen's 2 sons, Ling Hao and Ling Yong, Ling Yu's eldest daughter, Ling Xiao, 2 sons, Ling Feng and Ling Li, and Ling Zhao's daughter, Ling Shui, none of them have reached the innate realm. To the masters sent by the Qin family, it is basically meat on the chopping board, you can chop whatever you want. In addition, the Ling family also has a half-step innate master, that is, Cui Lao, who has been guarding Ling Lai. Of course, the Qin family still doesn't know that with Ling Yun's help, Elder Cui has already healed his old wounds, and has easily broken through the innate realm, reaching the peak of the second layer of innate in one fell swoop. Apart from these forces, the Ling family still had 9 dead soldiers left in the tragic battle that year. Although these dead soldiers could all save their lives for Ling Lai. However, after the first battle that year, the 9 dead soldiers were all disabled, blind, broken arms, and lame. They were all disabled, and there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, the Qin family chose to attack the Ling family this time. Really confident, planned in an instant. The Ling family was destroyed. The cause of the matter is actually very simple. When Qin Jiangui came to the high altitude of the Qin family's mansion, he knew that Ling Yu had been rescued. It's no longer possible to go under the water's surface. Everything was about to surface. After Qin Jiangui escaped, he immediately reported to the patriarch of the Qin family, that is, his father Chen Haiping. When Chen Haiping heard that all the ancient Chinese martial arts masters in the Qin family compound had been wiped out by one person, and that Ling Yu had been rescued, he gritted his teeth with hatred, was startled and angry, furious, and directly ordered that the troops be divided into 2 groups. All the way to kill Ling Yun, all the way to destroy the Ling family. So what if you rescued your son Ling Yu? My Qin family directly wiped out your entire Ling family. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiangui's speed was very fast, but Jester's speed was not slow, because he was before Qin Jiangui arrived at the Qin family compound. He left with Ling Yu, and because Qin Jiangui struggled with Ling Yun, he finally escaped and wasted some time. Ling Yu is a person with unparalleled wisdom and calculations. He saw Ling Yun beheading hundreds of ancient martial arts masters of the Qin family in one effort in order to save him, so he had already figured it out. The Qin family absolutely cannot accept such a disastrous defeat, and will definitely tear their faces with the Ling family and attack the Ling family. Therefore, after Ling Yu escaped from the Qin family's mansion, he kept urging Jester to return to the Ling family as quickly as possible. He wanted to report all this to Ling Lai as soon as possible so that the Ling family could take precautions. Therefore, although Jester was farther away from Ling's house, when he escorted Ling Yu to Ling's house, the Oriental ninja sent by Qin Haiping was still on the way. When Ling Yu arrived at the Ling family's ancestral house, Ling Lai was excitedly chatting with Cui Lao. Ling Lai was excited, nervous, and apprehensive. He didn't know what face and attitude he should use to face this life that he had never experienced before. The precious grandson who has been wandering outside for 18 years and has not met since I came down. The situation was urgent, so Ling Yu couldn't care less about it. He didn't let anyone inform him, and broke into Ling Lai's small courtyard directly, and explained everything to Ling Lai in a concise manner. How old-fashioned Ling Lai is. As soon as he heard it, he knew that the Ling family was in trouble, so he called Ling Zhen directly and asked him to make arrangements as soon as possible and make all preparations to prevent accidents from happening. At the same time, Ling Lai looked at Elder Cui with a questioning look, and Elder Cui nodded at him without hesitation, and said to Ling Lai via voice transmission, "Patriarch, I can be sure that I picked the Qin family's southern suburban courtyard to save the second master. Yes, it must be our young master Ling Yun. Others don't know Jester, of course Elder Cui does, and there is no need for Ling Yu to report it." He immediately understood when he saw that Jester brought Ling Yu back. When Ling Lai heard this, he was shocked. There were hundreds of ancient martial arts masters in the courtyard in the southern suburbs of the Qin family, but dozens of them were innately strong, and they were wiped out by his own grandson alone? Ling Lai sounded like a dream, only to hear Elder Cui calmly say, "Patriarch, please don't worry, I will contact the young master and ask him to come back quickly to rescue. As long as the young master can come back in time, the Qin family will never ask for it." Good to go. However, when Ling Yun was fighting, why would he carry his mobile phone with him? He had already put the mobile phone in his space ring. Mr. Cui called Ling Yun twice in succession, but they were not in the service area. Mr. Cui turned pale with fright, knowing that Ling Yun must have put his phone away. At this moment, 36 Oriental ninjas had already sneaked into the Ling family's ancestral house, confronting the Ling family's defense force. Although the other party was a ninja, they bullied the weak and didn't bother to hide their whereabouts at all. After they rushed into the Ling's house, they killed everyone they saw, leaving no one alive. Ling Lai, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, Jester, and Ling Zhen, who had just finished setting up, all rushed to the front yard. At this time, those Oriental ninjas had already killed the fifth courtyard of the Ling family. Children of the Ling family, you would rather die standing up than live on your knees. Kill me. Seeing that the enemy really came to the door, Ling Lai was furious. With a loud shout, he drew out his long sword and charged into the enemy's formation. The members of the Ling family are all hot-blooded men. Seeing these Oriental ninjas slaughtering so recklessly in their own home, they are all tearing up, their blood surges up, and they desperately resist. In this fifth courtyard, they fight against those ninjas. Get up. I also ask Mr. Cui to protect my father, the dead man of the Ling family, and kill the enemy with me. Ling Zhen also yelled, holding a black iron long sword, and rushed into the enemy's formation in a flash, faster than Ling Lai. Ling Yu, who had just returned home, also did not say a word, followed Ling Zhen and rushed towards those ninjas. All moves were desperately fighting, not seeking to protect himself, but to kill the enemy. Over the past 18 years, the hundreds of dead soldiers secretly cultivated by the Ling family have come in handy again at this moment. They are all dressed in khaki warrior outfits, closely following the two heads of the Ling family. Enemies so numerous that they never left an inch. The younger generations of the Ling family, Ling Yong, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng and Ling Li, naturally huddled into a group, each holding a long sword, with hatred and anger on their faces, fearless of death. In the past 18 years, they have suffered a lot of humiliation, they are used to seeing others' disdain and contempt, and they have heard enough ridicule from other families' children, they are overwhelmed. Even if your strength is weak, you must fight to the death. However, Ling Hao, the eldest son and grandson of the Ling family, was not there, and Ling Shui, the youngest of the Ling family, was also absent because he was performing tasks in the Shenying group. Cui Lao rushed into the battlefield silently, guarding the old patriarch Ling Lai's side closely. He looked at the lights and swords in the courtyard, heard the sound of swords clashing, shouting and killing, muffled groans of injuries, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground. Sighing secretly in my heart, I suddenly felt that the scene 18 years ago was being reenacted. This scene was exactly what Ling Yun saw from 1,000 meters above the sky. Bloody battle. Fight to the death. Elder Cui has guarded the Ling family for more than 30 years. He understands better than anyone else that the people of the Ling family have unyielding blood flowing in their veins. Qi. Qi. Twice. Immediately after were two muffled groans. Ling Lai glanced up and saw that Ling Yong and Ling Feng were injured. He was immediately very anxious. Old Cui, what are you always doing around me, an old man? To protect my grandson. Ling Lai swung his sword to force back the two ninjas in front of him, and transmitted voice to Cui Lao. Old man, you. When Mr. Cui saw that the disciples of the Ling family were injured, his eyes turned hard, and he slammed the Skymia Tian Dao technique, slashing the universe, cutting off a ninja's shoulder, and then flew back to Ling Lai's side, with a rather hesitant expression. Don't worry, I won't die until I see my precious grandson. Ling Lai roared, his body burst into a shocking momentum, and his figure flew up, facing the death of a Ling family who had just beheaded. A warrior ninja cut off his head with one sword strike. Don't forget, I once reached the 4th level of innate. Ling Lai said to Cui Lao once again with a sword. Seeing this, Elder Cui gritted his teeth suddenly, swung his knife and slashed away the two ninjas who bullied him, then got close to Ling Lai again, raised his hand and struck out two talismans at Ling Lai. Diamond Talisman and Defensive Talisman. These are the 5-level talismans made by Ling Yun before he left Qingshui. He gave several bundles of each talisman to Mr. Cui for him to save for critical times. After Elder Cui played out the talisman, he shouted twice, and then said to Ling Lai, Patriarch, don't forget to use the 3 talismans I gave you. The 3 kinds of talismans are naturally the Vajra talisman, the Defense talisman, and the Fire Spirit talisman. After finishing speaking, Cui Laofei came to Ling Yong, Ling Feng and the others, took out 2 healing talismans, hit them on the injured two, and healed them personally. Elder Cui desperately protected these 4 Ling family descendants, and his eyes showed relief, because in the future, they will all become Ling Yun's arms. During the battle, he did not forget to take out a bundle of healing talismans from his bosom, and said to the 4 of them, you guys divide these things up, and if anyone is injured, stick one on his injured part. Then shout Lin. Do you understand? Ling Yong and Ling Feng were a little silly, thinking that it was not a dream just now, right? You can see the bones from the knife wound, and it will be healed in the blink of an eye? With such a good baby, what are you afraid of? Kill. The eyes of the 4 young men, who were desperately protected by the Ling family's mortals, became excited at the same time. With a loud shout, they killed the 2 ninjas who rushed forward. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Although Ling Yong and Ling Hao are blood brothers of the first milk compatriots, his personalities are completely opposite to Ling Hao's. This kid has a cultivation base of the middle stage of the acquired 9th level, and he is unparalleled in fights. He had never set his sights on the position of the patriarch of the Ling family. According to him, the family has not been completed like this, and being the patriarch of the Ling family is not enough trouble, and he can't bear that uselessness. Ling Xiao, Ling Yu's daughter, was the eldest among Ling Yu's 3 children. She was 23 years old. She actually has the cultivation base of the early stage of the acquired 9th level, a pair of beautiful red phoenix eyes, her black eyebrows are furrowed, her eyes are sharp and decisive, the corners of her lips are tightly pursed, and the sharp sword in her hand is flying up and down, vowing to defend the Ling family to the death. Ling Yu's 2 sons, Ling Feng and Ling Li. Ling Feng is 20 years old, Ling Li is less than 18 years old, Ling Feng is also at the early stage of the acquired 9th level, Ling Li is the peak of the acquired 8th level, the two are fighting to the death, no one is given for free. These 4 young men quickly divided up the bundle of healing talismans that Elder Chui gave them. Each of them took more than 20 pieces in their hands, and rushed towards the ninja closest to them. Hit the enemy hard. Seeing this style of play, Elder Chui was terrified, thinking that these children are really newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. If they had known earlier, it would be better not to give them healing talismans. It is true that the healing talismans in the hands of these 4 children are powerful, but what if they are killed by these elusive ninjas in a single blow? Or, in case someone chops off any part of the body, according to what Chui Lao knows, the healing talisman is absolutely incurable. Elder Chui has already noticed that among the 36 ninjas who came, only 10 were above the innate realm, and the remaining 26 were all below the innate realm. Moreover, among the 10 ninjas in the innate realm, there are at least 5 of them. Elder Chui can't see through their cultivation at all. Don't think about it, the realm of these 5 ninjas is at least above the 3rd level of innate. Among the 5 strongest ninjas, there are 2 who have been standing leisurely behind, never making a move. Elder Chui could tell, just by looking at them, that they didn't even bother to make a move. I feel that with the remaining 34 ninjas, it is more than enough to clean up the Ling family. The other 3 ninja masters were fighting against Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu respectively. Ling Lai and Ling Zhen were better, and Ling Yu was exhausted due to lack of skill and physical strength. There is danger, and you may be injured at any time. The enemy is too powerful, there is no need for those 26 innate ninjas to attack. As long as those 10 ninjas in the innate realm act together, it will be enough to easily destroy the Ling family. Because the Ling family is full of tricks and calculations, and there are only 4 innate masters. Moreover, Elder Chui, who has the highest realm, is only at the peak of the 2nd level of innate cultivation, 10 against 4, easily crushed. At this time 100 dead men from the Ling family, as well as the replacement of Chui Lao. The 6 crippled dead soldiers who had been closely guarding Ling Lai's side highlighted their role. Although most of these dead men are not at the 8th level of Ho Tian, they are dead men who can stand up for the Ling family. Everyone is not afraid of death, and concentrates on blocking the knife. In the tragic battle 18 years ago, more than 200 soldiers of the Ling family died. That's the sacrifice. In the battlefield, there are 7 members of the Ling family. It can be said that every member of the Ling family is surrounded by more than a dozen dead soldiers of the Ling family. As long as the members of the Ling family are in danger, they will stand up and look decisively. Silently block the knife, die generously. It took a long time to say it, but in fact it only took less than a few minutes. The 5th courtyard of the Ling family was already covered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. There were more than 50 corpses on the ground, splattered everywhere. Among the more than 50 corpses, there were only 6 corpses of the opponent's ninja. This is definitely a bloody battle. It is not worse than what happened in Lingyun's southern suburban courtyard. The Ling family turned into Sunluo hell in an instant. The members of the Ling family were all red-eyed at this time. They looked at the brothers and comrades beside them, one by one died tragically in battle, fell down tragically, their teeth clucked, their eyes were about to split, but they couldn't take half a step. Don't back down. The sword chi is vertical and horizontal, the sword chi pierces through the air, and the murderous intent is overwhelming. The wind of fists, the wind of palms, the clanging of swords and swords, the slashing of the blades on the human body, the rattling sounds of the broken bones can be heard endlessly, but the shrill screams are seldom heard. Dongyang ninjas are like cats playing with mice, all of them are killing silently. They are ninjas, even if their bodies are injured, they don't feel pain at all. His eyes were still indifferent, reaping the lives of the dead of the Ling family. People from the Ling family, after seeing this, no matter if they were injured again or seriously injured, they stopped screaming, because they understood that screaming is useless, it will only increase the enemy's murderous intent and destroy their own ambition. Dongyang's ninjas are known to be tolerant, but Ling family's dead warriors are known to be stubborn and not afraid of death. I am not afraid of death, and naturally, I don't care about pain. Old Chui's heart was bleeding, he didn't dare to make a casual move, because he knew very well that the opponent's two strongest ninjas hadn't made a move so far, and he was currently the most powerful person in the Ling family, so he had to protect Ling for the safety of the 7 people in the family. They fought desperately until the moment Ling Yan arrived. Among all the members of the Ling family, the only one who is qualified to fight the strongest ninja of the opponent is Chui Lao, because he is the only one who has learned Ling Yan's dragon elephant power. Elder Chui once tried it. If he exerted the dragon elephant divine strength to the limit, he could burst out with 6 times the combat power, and he could fight across 2 levels in a short period of time, which is equivalent to a master of the peak of the 5th level. Elder Chui performed lightness kung fu, wandering around the battlefield like a butterfly wearing a flower, trying his best to protect the members of the Ling family, saving one death. As long as he can be saved, immediately heal him with the healing talisman. Because the strength gap between the 2 sides in the battle was too large, the people on the Ling family suffered heavy losses. Soon, there were no more than 50 dead soldiers on the Ling family's side. Ling Lai saw that the fight could not continue, so he ordered to shrink the battle. The regiment led the Ling family to fight and retreated towards the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house. Mr. Ling, you take your family members to retreat, and I, Jester, will defend you here. Of course, Jester has already made a move. He lived nearly 80 years old, and it was not in vain. Although Ling Yan never told him about his family background, but Ling Yan's surname is Ling, this is the Ling family, and he just let him he rescued his second uncle Ling Yu. If Jester didn't know that this was Ling Yan's family, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill him. Now, Ling Yan's family is in trouble, how could Jester just watch? He had seen these ninjas in the Chen family, and he had heard about the power of the Oriental ninjas when he was in the United States. Don't be afraid of these Oriental ninjas. Jester loves to fight the most, and his recovery ability is extremely strong, so when he came to the 5th courtyard, he almost attacked at the same time as Ling Lai. It can be said that among the 6 ninjas killed by the other party, 4 of them were killed by Jester himself, but ninjas are ninjas after all. Made a lot of trouble, and Jester couldn't hit them at all, which made him more and more angry. But Ling Yan said that he was not allowed to transform. Jester has always kept Ling Yan's words in mind, and did not dare to disobey in the slightest. The Ling family generally retreated to the 6th courtyard at the back, but the Dongyang ninjas did not immediately chase after them. They stood in 3 rows in unison, waiting for the orders of the 2 leaders. Jester was standing in front of the door, between the 5th and 6th courtyards, secretly depressed. Shit. I sent Paul a message just now, why hasn't he come yet? It's too slow, damn it. Jester was secretly depressed. In fact, it's not that Paul came slowly, but because the battle here was too fierce and too fast. From the beginning of the battle to the present, it has not been a few minutes. Paul doesn't know the exact location of the Ling family. Find it for a while. In the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, the remaining 50 dead soldiers also stood silently in 5 rows, blocking Ling Lai and the others. Their eyes were blood red, radiating deep-seated hatred. Those 30 Oriental ninjas staring at the front yard wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Dead soldiers are also human beings, more than 100 brothers who trained together and got along day and night. Half of them died in the blink of an eye, and all of them turned into ghosts under the knife. This kind of hatred has long been engraved in their bones and flowing in their blood. Patriarch, are you injured? Elder Chui silently came in front of Ling Lai and the others. Seeing Ling Lai's shoulder hanging, a half-foot-long gash was cut by the ninja's long knife. It was deep enough to reach the bone, and the blood stained half of his body. He couldn't help asking in pain. Road. It's okay. Ling Lai waved his big hand, and the fierce hatred and anger shot out from the tiger's eyes, and he roared, "Okay, Chen Jing Tian, old man, you actually did this to my Ling family. As long as if you can survive tonight, I will take your dog's life with my own hands." Chui Lao didn't answer. He silently used a healing talisman on Ling Lai to heal Ling Lai's wound, and then looked at Ling Zhen and Ling Yu. Ling Zhen was also wounded in 2 places, his chest and thigh were stabbed, his flesh turned out, and his wounds were horrifyingly shocking. Ling Yu's skills were the lowest, and he suffered the most serious injuries, with 3 stab wounds. Ling Xiao, Ling Feng and Ling Li flew over, and before Elder Chui could speak, they used the healing talisman in their hands to heal the wounds on Ling Zhen and Ling Yu. In the 5th courtyard, the 2 ninja leaders looked at each other, sneered coldly, and communicated through voice transmission. Yamada-kun, the healing thing used by the other party is the most mysterious talisman in China. Since this is the case, it seems that we are going to take action. It is time to kill they do. The other leader also smiled indifferently, and said in a cold tone, "Mitsui-kun, kill the Ling family or kill the blood, please choose one." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The ninja leader named Mitsui has a pair of broom eyebrows and a pair of triangular eyes radiating a cruel light. He stared at the members of the Ling family in the 6th courtyard and said with a sneer, "Yamada-kun, I will be responsible for slaughtering the 4 innate masters of the Ling family. As for the Blood clan, I will leave it to you." Yamada knew that during the anti-Japanese war, the Mitsui family sent a total of 500 ninja masters to travel across the ocean with the Eastern Army and invade China, but they were all killed by the Chinese patriots, and none of them escaped back to Japan. Therefore, the members of the Mitsui family have a deep-rooted hatred for China's ancient martial arts masters. Yamada didn't intend to fight with Mitsui at first, anyway. As long as the 2 of them make a move, the Ling family will be destroyed in an instant, so he didn't say anything, but waved his hand lightly, facing the remaining 28 Oriental ninjas. Indifferently ordered, "Kill." Not one left. When Yamada gave an order, those Oriental ninjas immediately raised their knives with both hands, silently, and rushed towards the 6th courtyard of the Ling family like a tide. At the same time, the figures of Yamada and Mitsui disappeared without a sound. Ninja escape. When Chui Lao saw it, his bronze-colored face suddenly changed, and he shouted violently, "Patriarch, be careful, all dead soldiers, protect everyone in the Ling family." Chui Lao knew that the 2 major ninja leaders of the other side had made a move, and the most critical and dangerous moment had come. After he shouted loudly, he immediately cast the Dragon Elephant magical power secret method, pushing his skill to the limit, and his combat power instantly increased by more than 6 times. Strength, speed, skill, body protection, innate chi, 5 senses, and 6 senses, etc., are all 6 times that of the peak of the 2nd level innate. There were only less than 50 dead soldiers left in the Ling family, and they were divided into groups of 10 with a tacit understanding. Each of them held a sword and faced outwards, forming 4 airtight circles. The human wall is airtight, and everyone's eyes are firm and decisive. Seeing the other party's 30 ninjas rushing towards the 6th courtyard, none of them were timid, not one flinched, and none of them ran away. The man of the Ling family would rather die standing up than live on his knees. Snapped. A bang. Jester took advantage of those ninjas passing over the wall. He was the first to move, and his figure was as fast as lightning. All of a sudden, he grabbed two Oriental ninjas with a lower level, twisted their necks, and hit them in the air. How strong Jester is! Just at this moment, the heads of the two Oriental ninjas were smashed like two watermelons, and their brains burst. Idiot! Before Jester's figure landed on the ground, he heard an angry shout from behind, and a bright and dazzling knife light appeared out of thin air, covering Jester. With the shot attack, Yamada could no longer maintain his stealth state, his slender figure was exposed, and he flew up, only 2 meters away from Jester in the air. Shit! I hate ninjutsu. As the sword approached his body, Jester felt chills all over his body. He knew that he couldn't avoid Yamada's terrifying knife. Unable to bear a roar, he stomped his feet against the high wall, and his tall figure shot forward fiercely. Boom! Boom! The thick high wall was stepped on by Jester to create a big hole more than 2 meters wide, and it collapsed immediately, filled with smoke and dust. Although Jester rushed fast enough, Yamada was sneak attacking. He is at the early stage of the 7th level of innate cultivation. How could Jester dodge so easily when he unleashed a knife in anger? Swish! The cold blade slashed across Jester's waist, almost cutting Jester in half. Warm blood rushed out, instantly dyeing Jester's whole body red. Ow! Pain! Cruel pain! Ever since he was embraced by Ling Yun, Jester has the body temperature of a human being. The blood in his body began to become warm, and his face became rosy at the same time, all of which showed that he possessed human signs. However, since he has the physical signs of a person, his feeling of pain is naturally many times stronger than before. How can he bear such a serious injury? Jester roared to the sky because of the severe pain. In his open mouth, 2 fangs elongated instantly, and a pair of eyes suddenly turned purple. At the same time, his body swelled rapidly. It has turned into 2 huge sharp claws. Flappy! Before his body fell to the ground, Jester flapped his wings suddenly, and his figure immediately soared into the sky, just avoiding the second knife that Yamada was chasing after him. Dear boss, Jest is willing to bear all your punishments, but now, Jest has to transform. Jester's figure rose again, reaching a height that Yamada couldn't reach in an instant. A pair of purple eyes radiated fierce and cruel eyes, quickly recovering his injured body. The knife just now caused Jester to be seriously injured. A foot-long blade cut into his left waist and protruded from the back of his body. If the person who suffered this knife was an ordinary person, he would have died tragically on the spot. Up. However, although the injury was serious, after accepting Ling Yun's first embrace, Jester's recovery and self-healing ability is also terrifying. After all, he has purple eyes, and he already has the qualification to become the lord of a generation of blood clan. Well, if you really want to compare your identity and bloodline, Jester has already defeated the Blood Lord. The bright long knife in Yamada's hand was extremely sharp, but it was not the dark blood demon knife, let alone the dark storm. Such an injury, apart from causing Jester to bleed, could not bring him a fatal injury. Oriental bastard, I, the demon Jester, to Satan, oh no, I swear to my respected boss, I will tear you apart with my own hands. At this time, the remaining 27 ninjas had already entered the 6th courtyard, and started a bloody battle with the Ling family again. Jester didn't dare to neglect, and he spread his wings, before he recovered from his injuries. Flew down, stretched out 2 sharp claws, and rushed towards the mountain field below. Yamada was not afraid at all, he held the knife in both hands, and once again swiped it in the air. The sharp and cold knife slashed at Jester again. Humph! Jester dodged the knife with great agility as soon as his wings fluttered, and at the same time he flew forward fiercely. Just when Yamada's moves were exhausted and the knife's power was exhausted, his sharp claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing Yamada's long knife violently, his thick arms squeezed hard. Click! Yamada's long knife broke in two. Woo! Holding Yamada's half-cut knife, Jester rushed to the sky again, his two purple eyes swept across, and aimed at a ninja who was attacking four young men. Throwing half of the broken knife, suddenly, the bright broken knife quickly shot into the back of the patient. The ninja was pierced through a piercing cold, and before he could feel the pain, he was chopped into a meat paste by the four young men swarming up with chaotic swords. Jester laughed strangely, and then flew down again. He firmly blocked Yamada from taking half a step into the backyard. Ninjas have martial arts and escape skills. The vampires have great wings and are not afraid of being injured. These two people fought together, and the fight was inseparable for a while. In the sixth courtyard. The 26 ninjas, as soon as they entered the sixth courtyard of the Ling family, they were immediately divided into 4 groups, with 6 or 7 people in each group, and they attacked the 4 human walls formed by the dead soldiers of the Ling family. Patriarch's order. Ling family dead men, you don't have to protect me, Ling Lai. Hurry up and protect Ling Yong, Ling Xiu, and the others. Kill. When Ling Lai saw the enemy rushing in, he roared angrily, and directly issued the Patriarch's order. At the same time, he jumped out of the protective circle formed by the dead soldiers of the Ling family, and took the lead. The Toyo ninja cut it over. The order of the Patriarch cannot be violated. The dead of the Ling family saw that Ling Lai took the lead. With tears in their eyes, they rushed towards the 4 young men desperately. Together with the original 10 dead soldiers, they desperately blocked the first wave of attacks from the 7 ninjas. There was a fierce clash of gold and iron, and the 7 dead soldiers of the Ling family fell to the ground with serious injuries. The price paid by those 7 ninjas was 3 minor injuries. 2 broken arms, 2 broken legs. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. This is the moment when the bayonet sees red. Everyone understands that the Patriarch risked his life to do this, because he wanted them to protect the future hope of the Ling family. Why didn't they try their best? So to speak, as long as you can still move. Even if the dead soldiers of the Ling family were seriously injured and fell to the ground, even if they bit them, they would bite off a piece of the ninja's body. I don't need your protection either. Kill me. The old man jumped out. Ling Zhen and Ling Yu were naturally not to be outdone. They flew at the same time, one left and one right landed beside Ling Lai, swiping their long swords sharply, each desperately stabbing one person, and at the same time and hang the lottery again. 2 patriarchs, second master, be careful. Seeing this, Elder Chui was in a hurry and shouted loudly, but at the same time, he pushed his perception to the limit, paying close attention to the slightest fluctuation in the air, searching for the hiding place of the sneaking ninja leader. However, the sound of heavy breathing in the courtyard, the sound of swords clashing, sword air, palm wind, fist wind, and other sounds are too complicated and chaotic. Less than Mitsui's hideout. Hey, this is the best, it will save me trouble. Mitsui used his escape technique and hid in a dark place. The place where he was standing was actually no more than 10 meters away from the Ling family father and son. Taking advantage of the chaos in the courtyard, he was quietly moving towards Ling Lai. In fact, for Mitsui at the early stage of the 7th floor, the distance of 10 meters is no longer considered a distance. It is enough for him to achieve an instant kill, but he is not satisfied. Also beheaded together. The 3 of Ling Lai and his son certainly knew that Mitsui used escapism to hide, but just a moment ago, more than a dozen dead soldiers of the Ling family fell to the ground. Except for the few people present, the Ling family almost existed in name only. Now, they no longer care about their own lives, they just want to kill one without paying, and kill 2 to earn 1. The 3 of them were arranged in an upside-down shape. Ling Zhen was on the left, Ling Yu was on the right, and they stood in front of Ling Lai, fighting against many innate ninjas of the opponent again. However, Without the slain warriors of the Ling family blocking the knife for them, all the deficiencies in the realm of these three people were revealed. Soon everyone was injured, and they switched from offense to defense, and were killed by 5 or 6 innate ninjas of the opponent. Back off. Chi. Soon, the father and son of the Ling family were all stabbed, their bodies shook one after another, and a fatal loophole appeared in the defense. Kill. Mitsui finally caught the chance to kill with one blow. He smiled sinisterly, shouted violently, and the long knife in his hand was like a silver ponytail, piercing the night sky, covering the Ling family, father and son, and leaving. Killing blow. The Ling family has truly fallen into the most critical moment. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Before Mitsui made his move, the sudden surge of murderous intent pervaded the entire courtyard in an instant. It was so cold and icy that one couldn't help shivering. Elder Chui also finally grasped Mitsui's position. His expression changed drastically in horror. He suddenly used his lightness kung fu to the limit, and shot towards the ball of saber light like lightning. With a sharp swing of the long knife in his hand, the knife cuts through the universe. Elder Chui can only attack but not defend. Even if he is forced to retreat Mitsui, he will block the knife for the Ling family father and son, otherwise, he will be sorry to Ling Lai, to the Ling family, and to the young master Ling Yun. At the same time, a huge, black figure with flapping wings also landed rapidly from tens of meters above the Ling family's ancestral house, rushing into the dazzling knife light without thinking about his own body. This is Mitsui's sure kill blow, engulfed in his life skill. The sword is like the substance, the light of the sword is like a horse, fierce and fierce. Dang, 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 dang. 4 sounds of gold and iron clashing. Elder Chui also exhausted his whole life skill. With 6 times the strength of the dragon elephant, he made the most violent move to slash the world. He was the first to block Mitsui's sharp long sword. Chui Lao rushed forward recklessly, and when he felt the sword approaching his body, he realized how extraordinary this sword was, and instantly knew that the Ling family was about to end. 18 years ago, Mr. Chui had felt such a knife and personally experienced such a knife. If it hadn't been for Ling Yun's biological mother, the saint girl of the demon sect who was pregnant for 9 months, who personally resisted, no one in the Ling family could stop it. With a clang, the long knife in Chui Lao's hand was cut off directly, and half of the blade shot straight into the sky. Chui Lao's body was shaken violently, his hands cracked, and blood gushed out. He could no longer hold the remaining handle of the knife and let go. Puff. Chui Lao's throat was sweet, and a big mouthful of blood spurted out. He was directly chopped off by Mitsui's sword and flew into the sky. On his arms and chest, there was a straight thin line incision, which was then enlarged rapidly. The skin and flesh were all turned out, and the blood gushed out, and the blood was sprinkled in the sky. Then Elder Chui's body fell heavily into the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. He couldn't even lift his hands up, and he couldn't heal himself with the healing talisman at all. The external injury is serious, and the internal injury is even more serious. Chui Lao's arms were broken. Can't move at all. His eyes were bloodshot. Desperately kicking the ground with both feet, trying to stand up, but unfortunately all efforts were in vain, and finally called the patriarch, tilted his head and fell limp. Life and death are unknown. Chui Lao was seriously injured with one move, but he was born with the peak strength of the 5th floor. Mitsui easily slashed Chui Lao. The saber had to slow down for a while, and the other 3 sounds of gold and iron clashed. Naturally, it was Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, father and son, the sound of the long sword in their hands being broken and flying. If it was only Mr. Chui, the father and son of the Ling family would still be unavoidable, and the knife alone would be enough to cut off the necks of the 3 of them. And 2 hard wings constitute the 2nd line of defense. Paul has finally arrived. When Ling Yun was about to arrive at the courtyard in the northwest of the capital, Paul had already received a message from Jester and set off in a hurry, but he knew that there were many mysterious and powerful beings in the capital, so he didn't dare to transform into a flight. I can only run along the 5th Ring Road, slowly looking for the past. However, the Ling family's mansion is not close to the 5th Ring Road, and there are many high-rise buildings on the 5th Ring Road, which are blocked by buildings, so it is so easy to find, so Paul delays time. But just when he couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked. But he received a call from Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked him to transform completely, fly high into the sky, and rush to the Ling family mansion at the fastest speed, and did not let him hang up the phone, and pointed him in the direction along the way. Ling Yun was in the air, and as he got closer and closer to the Ling family, he saw more and more clearly. Knowing that the Ling family was in danger, he was so anxious. Why did he care so much? As the saying goes, I can't wait to have 2 wings, but Ling Yun is standing on the Blood Earl Pierce with 2 wings, the distance of more than 30 kilometers, no matter how fast it is, it will take a while, won't it? Ling Yun personally ordered Paul on the phone to rush to Ling's house as soon as possible, and not to be too busy fighting. Paul will protect whoever Mr. Chui protects, no matter what the cost. Naturally, Paul didn't dare to be negligent. After he transformed into the sky, he found that he was only 1 kilometer away from the Ling's house, so he immediately spread his wings and flew towards the Ling's house. He kept accelerating, flying lower and lower, and dived at full speed. The moment Mitsui appeared to attack, Paul happened to be about 60 to 70 meters above Ling's house, so he fell in a dive. Paul will protect whoever Elder Chui protects. What Elder Chui protects are the father and son of the Ling family, so Paul naturally stands in front of the father and son of the Ling family. Mr. Chui blocked Mitsui's first strike with a long knife and flesh and blood, while Paul blocked Mitsui's second strike with his transformed body and 2 wings. As soon as Paul arrived, he was seriously injured. 2 huge wings were separated by the blade and turned into 4 wings. The entire front chest was sliced open by the blade, bleeding profusely. However, even so, Paul did not completely block Mitsui's knife. Although Mitsui was from the east, the knife he must kill was indeed too domineering and terrifying. Behind Paul, Ling Lai and Ling Yu, the long swords in the hands of the 3 were broken, and the mouths of the 3 of them burst at the same time. At the same time, their bodies were shaken violently, and they were ruthlessly blown away by the knife gang. The innate protective Zhenqi around the 3 of them was completely vulnerable in the face of such a terrifying knife gang. A deep gash was cut on the chest of each of them, running across the entire chest. Dong dong dong. The father and son collided into the wall behind them at the same time, and then Biaofei's figure stopped. Ling Zhen's state was the highest. He didn't care about his injuries at all, and immediately flew towards Ling Lai. Father! Ling Zhen fell on his knees in front of Ling Lai, with blood and tears streaming from his eyes. He exclaimed in pain, "My child is incompetent, ashamed to be the head of the Ling family, and cannot protect the Ling family." Ling Lai smiled miserably, "I can't die as a father, don't worry about me, hurry up, go see Mr. Chui." Mr. Chui exchanged 1 life for the 3 lives of our father and son of the Ling family. He must not be allowed to die. After Ling Lai finished speaking, he raised his hand and took out a healing talisman, and handed it to Ling Zhen, asking him to treat Elder Chui first. Then Ling Lai's right arm fell limply on the ground. His new injury caused an old injury, and he couldn't move anymore. Ling Zhen already knew how to use the healing talisman. Although he was seriously injured, he didn't know where the strength came from. He shot like lightning, and quickly healed Ling Lai and Ling Yu's injuries with 7 or 8 healing talismans. "You said, second brother, you will save father's life even if you die." After finishing speaking, he rushed towards the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. At this moment, Paul was already mad with pain. He was similar to Jester. He broke the long knife in Mitsui's hand in a domineering way, and then fought with him to the death. Mitsui severely wounded 4 innate experts of the Ling family, and a viscount of the Blood family. He couldn't help laughing smugly, his figure was erratic, and he started to fight with Paul. On the other side of the battlefield, 6 innate ninjas and 15 acquired ninjas had already surrounded the 4 younger generations of the Ling family. It only took a minute at most to separate the remaining dead soldiers of the Ling family from these kill all 4 Ling family disciples. Grandpa. Father. Second uncle. Old Shui. Ling Yong, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng and Ling Li, they were protected by the dead of the Ling family in the very center, watching helplessly. All 4 of them were seriously injured, their eyes were tearing apart, they cried out in grief and anger, but they couldn't do anything, the realm is too low. Keep that girl for me, I want to enjoy it, this flower girl is much more beautiful than our Dongyang women and you. While fighting the crazy Paul, Mitsui still had time to think about this kind of thing. He was afraid that his subordinates would hurt Ling Xiu, so he hurriedly gave orders. Dog day Dongyang dog, I will grass 18 generations of your ancestors. Hearing Mitsui's words, Ling Yong and Ling Feng immediately started yelling. Everyone in front of them is the mortal enemy of the Ling family. If they have the strength, they will rush up to kill Mitsui. Unload 8 pieces. Swish. A dead soldier standing in front of Ling Yong was hacked away by an innate ninja, boom. The innate ninja immediately kicked Ling Yong away. Puff. Ling Yong spat out a big mouthful of blood in midair, and his body fell towards the 7th courtyard like a kite with a broken string. Son. Ling Zhen, who had just treated Mr. Chui's trauma, saw that his heart ached like twists and turns. He shot desperately and caught Ling Yong, who fell down. Ling Yong's body surged to protect his heart. Father, our Ling family is going to finish. Ling Yong said to Ling Zhen with a face like gold paper, coughing blood in his mouth, and his eyes were distracted. Don't talk nonsense. Ling Zhen yelled at Ling Yong, who was in his arms, with tears streaming down his face. In the front yard, a dead soldier of the Ling family was broken through a line of defense. Another innate ninja laughed strangely. Ignoring the stabbing long sword, he raised his hand and grabbed Ling Xiu's chest. Flower girl, don't work, you have to sleep with our Oriental ninja. Fierce hatred shot out from Ling Xiumei's eyes, and she slashed at the ninja's dog's paw, but was blown away by the long knife in his hand. Ha 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 ha. The ninja laughed wildly, and stretched out his arm again. Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, and Ling Li roared, but unfortunately they couldn't stop this from happening. Ling Yu, who was in the distance, saw all this, his eyes were tearing apart, he stood up desperately, and flew towards the battle group here. Right now. Whoosh. There was only a whoosh sound, and a bone-chilling sharp arrow shot down from the sky with terrifying chill and blazing murderous intent, and instantly sank into the top of that innate ninja's head, piercing directly through his body, bringing the bloody arrow tip drilled out of his crotch, and instantly penetrated into the hard ground, nailing him there firmly. In this scene, it was as if the innate ninja had a third leg between his legs. He died instantly, and his body swayed back and forth, but he couldn't tilt at all. Everyone looked up in shock. Ling Yan is here. To be continued. P.S. Tonight will make everyone feel refreshed. If this climax is not finished, Labu will not rest. Continue to write. If you want to read it, please continue to wait. Ben from Reading Net. The ancestral residence of the Ling family, 40 meters above the 6th courtyard. Standing on the back of Earl Pierce, a big humanoid bird, Ling Yan is tall and handsome, dressed in black night clothes, with a black scarf covering his head and face, only 2 beautiful eyes are exposed, and there is an eternal cold murderous intent in his eyes, looking at the 22 Oriental ninjas who are still alive below, as if looking at the 22 cold corpses. Holding a pure golden longbow in his right hand, he stood there awe-inspiringly. Everyone looked at him from below, only thinking that he was like a god, or like a life-killing god from hell. One arrow, at a distance of 40 meters, shot and killed an innate ninja with only one arrow, and firmly nailed him to the hard ground. At this moment, everyone on both sides was stunned. Stop. The power of an arrow shocked everyone in Toyo Ninja. Even Yamada and Mitsui stopped fighting. Each jumped out of the battle group, looked up one after another. The expressions in their eyes were extremely shocking. It's only 40 meters away, but they can't see through Ling Yun's cultivation at all. This person is flying here riding a blood clan. Who is it? Ling Yun opened his mouth slowly, and told them in a slightly hoarse voice, your Dongyang Chunin, Chi Song-suk, who was born at the 7th level, was slaughtered by me just now. 8GA 8GA. More than a dozen roars sounded out one after another. Toyo Ninja instantly knew that the person who had come was the one who killed Akasong-suk. Everyone's eyes showed expressions of horror and anger. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the 6 Japanese ninja dogs brought by Akasong-suk, I also sent them on the road together, so that they can be good companions on the road to hell. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Ling Yun's eyes, and he said indifferently with infinite murderous intent. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness has been able to cover a radius of 80 meters. At a height of 40 meters, it can cover most of the 6th and 7th courtyards of the Ling family. He has already seen that. Although Mr. Cui was seriously injured, all the injuries on his body have been healed, and his life is not in danger. As for Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, Ling Yong and the others, their injuries were not as serious as Cui Lao, so Ling Yin felt a little relieved. Idiot. Mitsui was instantly furious. With a flash of his figure, he snatched the long knife from the hand of an innate ninja beside him. Then he stomped his feet on the ground, raised his sword with both hands, soared into the air, and shot towards Ling Yun. What he performed was Dongyang's most famous sword technique, slashing against the wind. It's not that cheap to die now. Ling Yun snorted coldly. The blood demon knife had already appeared in his left hand, and he lightly tapped Pierce's back with his toes, and jumped down. Holding the knife in one hand, facing Mitsui who jumped up, he directly slashed the world with one blow. The jet-black light of the blood demon knife was more than 20 meters long, turning into a pitch-black blade curtain, and slashed at Mitsui. Swish. The two knives met in the air, and there was the sound of huge knives colliding. Like a cannonball exploding in the air, bang. The sharp long knife in Mitsui's hand was cut by Ling Yun's thunderous knife, leaving a gap of 2 centimeters. On the way here, Ling Yun had already drank a lot of dragon saliva, replenishing the depleted aura in his body. As soon as the dragon saliva spiritual energy entered his body, Ling Yun immediately frantically operated the yin-yang art, adjusting all his energy to the best peak state. Although Mitsui shot out in anger and displayed his peak power, the knife that killed the 4 members of the Ling family just now had already consumed a lot of his power. After fighting with Paul, the powerful immortal body, for a long time, his condition was no longer at its peak. What's more, he committed the taboo of military strategists. On impulse, he jumped from the ground to a height of 50 meters to kill Ling Yun. This is not only wishful thinking, but also self-inflicted. Ling Yun is at his peak state, with unlimited murderous intentions, high fighting spirit, and condescending. Facing such a Mitsui, it's no wonder he doesn't suppress the opponent. The cross of the knife frame, Ling Yun's dark blood demon knife, firmly pressed Mitsui's figure and fell until Mitsui's feet fell to the ground. No knees. Looking behind Mitsui, there is a dark crack 2 fingers wide, half a foot deep, and more than 20 meters long on the tightly knit bluestone slabs, which was cut by Ling Yun's sword. I still want to be arrogant. The dark blood demon knife in Ling Yun's left hand pressed down on Mitsui, who couldn't move for a while, asked indifferently, and then flew up with a kick, and with a bang, it hit Mitsui's crotch, kicking him out. Hell. Mitsui suddenly threw away the long knife in his hand, clutching his own lifeline with both hands, and flew upside down, smashing a big hole in the courtyard wall of Ling's house, and flew a certain distance before finally it landed in the middle of the 5th courtyard, rolling all over the ground in pain. No matter what level a person has cultivated to, the root of life is definitely one of the weakest parts of his body. Ling Yan's kick has the strength of 10,000 caddies. How can Mitsui's root of life withstand it? Kicked his life out with one kick. Ling Yan and Mitsui picked up a big deal when they met each other, mainly because Mitsui underestimated the enemy, and at the same time, he didn't know that Ling Yan was a powerful player, so he suffered a big loss. After Mitsui rolled on the ground a few times with his hands on his crotch, he suddenly thought of what to do if Ling Yan came after him again. He immediately stopped the rolling and howling, and panically used escapism to hide his body first. Ling Yan watched Mitsui hide his figure with his divine sense. His face was in pain, his hands were covering his crotch, he was bent over, hiding in the dark corner of the wall like a big shrimp. He couldn't help but sneer. After Ling Yan kicked Mitsui away, he didn't even move his body. As long as Mitsui didn't run away, he wouldn't be in a hurry. Mitsui had to stay and kill him slowly. To cut him 3,600 knives was too little for Ling Yan. He shot an innate ninja to death with one arrow, cut down Chunin Mitsui with one sword, and kicked him to death. As soon as Ling Yan arrived, he completely reversed the entire situation of the Ling family. The reputation of the Ling family was greatly shaken. Eyes sparkle with excitement. Respected master, just didn't obey your orders, he couldn't help but transform, please punish him from the boss. Jester came to Ling Yan anxiously, and said respectfully and timidly. Humph, of course I will punish you, but it's not because of your transformation. It's because it's too late for you to transform. You only know how to obey the orders of death, but you don't know how to judge the situation. Ling Yan snorted coldly, frowned and said to Jester. However, despite what he said, through this point, Ling Yan also realized the first embrace. How powerful is the blood oath contract? Ling Yan knew. Jester must have dared to transform only as a last resort. He has made meritorious service in protecting the Ling family, so of course he will not be really punished. When Jester heard that Ling Yan was really going to punish him, his face changed in fright, and he hurried to ask Paul for help, but saw a pair of Paul with torn wings, shrugged at him, smiled helplessly, expressing that he was powerless. Jester. Paul, Joyce, Pierce, listen up, 4 of you. None of the 22 Oriental ninjas in the yard tonight can let them escape. Whoever escapes, I will smash them, of course. If you have nothing to do, you can smash it now, I don't mind. But remember, you can only smash their legs. It's the boss. It is a respected master. The 4 obeyed the order respectfully, and Joyce had already left the half-dead Shinhaiken aside. Together with Pierce, he flapped his huge wings and began to dance around the 20 or so Oriental ninjas, wondering who would be the right one to attack first. There are 2 completely transformed earls guarding here. Even if these ninjas want to escape, it becomes a fantasy. Of course, if anyone wants to use escapism to escape, Ling Yan will naturally kill him personally. Paul and Jester. Just now, I suffered a big loss at the hands of Mitsui and Yamada. The 2 hated these ninjas very much. When Ling Yan gave an order, the 2 of them immediately rushed into the group of ninjas. Except for Yamada and Mitsui, none of the ninjas were the generals of Paul and Jester. Soon, there were non-stop clicking sounds in the yard, as well as the moaning and screaming sounds of the Toyo ninjas. The demon Jest is the most straightforward. He directly grabbed the entire leg of the Toyo ninja, snapped it violently, and snapped a Toyo ninja's leg from the knee. He broke one leg and replaced it with the other, did not dare to be sloppy. For every ninja whose legs were broken, Ling Yan immediately issued a few fingers, and used his unique technique to touch their acupoints, making them unable to move. Enduring the painful torture, he wanted to kill himself by biting his tongue or taking poison. Don't even think. It's definitely a retribution for the present world. Ling Yun doesn't believe in a gentleman's revenge at all. It's not too late in 10 years. He took revenge on the spot. This made everyone in the Ling family excited. After fighting until now, they finally let out a bad breath. However, Ling Xiao, Ling Feng and Ling Li, the three of them looked excitedly at Ling Yun, who was dressed in black and masked his face. Admiration, shock, and wonder flashed in their eyes. If we want to be destroyed, who the hell is this hero who is willing to save us? Isn't he afraid of being collectively retaliated by martial arts all over the world? Except for Yamada and Mitsui, there are only 20 people left on the Toyo Ninja side. The four of Jester quickly completed the task assigned to them by Ling Yun. All the Toyo ninjas had their legs broken, the smashed ones had their acupoints tapped one by one, and fell to the ground, enduring the pain, unable to move. After the 20 ninjas were all abolished, Ling Yunfei rose up and walked through the void, and the pure golden bow appeared in his hand again. Bow and arrow. Ling Yun aimed at the invisible Mitsui in an instant, let go suddenly, the bowstring vibrated, and there was a buzzing sound. The distance was too close to hear the swishing sound. 2 sharp arrows pierced into Mitsui's knees in an instant, shattering both of his kneecaps, and then nailed him hard to the ground. These 2 arrows not only shattered the kneecaps of Mitsui's legs, and nailed Mitsui to his knees on the ground, but also carried the purine and cold energy in Ling Yun's body. The purine and cold air wrapped in it directly froze the blood vessels of Mitsui's legs. Mitsui, who had just made up his mind to cut off his rotten lifeblood in the dark with a knife, never dreamed that in Ling Yun's eyes, there was nothing to hide from his tried and true escapism. Ling Yun smiled coldly, and then he fell to the ground. He turned his head to look at the stunned Yamada, and said lightly, "Now, you are the only one left." To be continued. Wielding a butcher knife, the executioner, who regards human life as nothing, turns into a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Just now, the four of Jester unscrupulously rushed into the group of ninjas, broke one by one, and smashed the legs of the 20 ninjas. It seems that this kind of terrifying scene can only be seen in the 18th floor of Hell. Arrive. As the commander of this operation, Yamada, as a chunin at the early stage of the 7th innate level, did not want to resist, but Ling Yun showed a monstrous aura and shocking murderous intent, and his extremely powerful aura was locked tightly like a cage. Yamada, as long as he dares to move, Ling Yun will attack him without hesitation. Therefore, Yamada could only watch helplessly as the ninjas he brought had their legs broken one by one. Yamada never imagined that Ling Yun could be able to retract and release freely when his chi was being released violently. Every ninja with a broken leg was easily restrained by him, unable to survive or die. It's not even possible to commit suicide. In the end, after the 20 ninjas had all their legs abolished, Ling Yun soared into the sky. Yamada thought that Ling Yun was going to attack him, so he decided to give it a go. However, he found that Ling Yun had firmly locked onto him, suddenly withdrew his chi machine, walked in the air, and suddenly shot 2 arrows at Mitsui in the 5th courtyard. Everything changed too fast, Ling Yun's speed was too fast, and Mitsui, who was healing with peace of mind and defenseless, was seriously injured by Ling Yun's cold arrow, and Yamada, who wanted to give it a go and attack with all his strength, was left on the spot by Ling Yun. Raising the knife with both hands, he opened his posture, and the aura he released was astonishing, but he suddenly found that his opponent was gone. This feeling of punching the air with all his strength made Yamada feel sad and wanted to vomit blood. In the eyes of Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others, seeing Ling Yun stunned all the opponent's ninjas as soon as he came out, they were so overwhelmed that they couldn't breathe. They only saw 4 legendary blood demons, including Jester, breaking the enemy's legs, cruelly. But I didn't know that there was such a thrilling secret battle inside. When the situation was one-sided and crushed the enemy, it was not difficult for the 4 of Jester to break the legs of 20 ninjas. Ling Yun first played hard to catch, and then made a fool of himself. Chunin. That's the best. Mitsui was firmly nailed to the ground by Ling Yun's 2 arrows, and those 2 arrows not only completely shattered his kneecaps, nailed him firmly to his knees on the bluestone slab. Moreover, the terrifying cold air carried by the 2 arrows froze the blood vessels in both legs of Mitsui, who was already seriously injured. Speaking of escaping in stealth, even if you want to move, it is difficult. Just now Yamada was secretly discussing with Mitsui how to break out and escape, but now he suddenly found out. I became alone in the blink of an eye. On the Ling family's side, those who didn't know were shocked. They were even completely stunned, because they never dreamed that, seeing that the Ling family was about to be wiped out, there would be an ancient Chinese martial arts master appearing out of thin air, turning the tide and helping the building to collapse, reversed the whole situation in one fell swoop. But, since he is an ancient martial arts master in Huaxia, why can he make those proud? A noble, powerful and invincible member of the blood family, willing to call him the master. He obviously has black hair and black eyes, and he is obviously from China. Also, how could the dazzling golden bow in his hand disappear out of thin air? How did the black knife with a cool blade curve appear out of thin air? And the sharp arrow that appeared out of thin air? Chinese ancient martial arts master. The master of the blood race in the West, and the most amazing magician. It's so crazy, so cool, so awesome. Ling Feng had already run to Ling Yu's side, staring at all this in astonishment, and couldn't help muttering to himself. I must worship him as my teacher. Ling Li said excitedly, with firm eyes and uncontrollable excitement flashing on his still immature face. Ling Xiu carefully supported her grandfather Ling Lai, but locked her beautiful eyes on Ling Yun, to be exact, locked on Ling Yun's eyes. 18 years ago, the Ling family suffered a catastrophe. That year, Ling Xiu was 5 years old. She had an amazing memory since she was a child. Deep in her memory, she will never forget those eyes. His quasi-third aunt, the saint of the demon sect, looked down on the world, looked down on the heroes, those eyes that were so beautiful. So much alike, almost identical. Is the third aunt finally born again? But he is obviously a man. Ling Xiu couldn't figure it out. No matter how bright and clever she was, she would never have imagined that the person in front of her was her third uncle and the biological son of her third aunt. Father, it was this senior expert who rescued me from the Chen family by fighting against hundreds of experts from the Chen family alone. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yun, thinking of him in the mansion in the southern suburbs of the Chen family, looking as majestic as a god of death, and said to Ling Lai very excitedly. Ling Yu knew that as long as Ling Yun appeared, the Ling family would be saved, and even if the Chen family sent thousands of troops to come, the Ling family did not need to be afraid. Now, in Ling Yu's eyes, Ling Yun represents 4 words, invincible god of war. As everyone knows, from the moment Ling Yun appeared on the stage, Ling Lai knew who it was. At the most critical moment of the Ling family, his most precious grandson slapped him and killed him. The old man was relieved. In a pair of old eyes that had been dimmed due to serious injuries and despair, there were flashes of expression, tears were shining, and he almost blurted out, calling Ling Yun a baby grandson. Such a good grandson must be, definitely a precious grandson. However, Ling Yun's identity should not be revealed for the time being. Although Ling Lai was trembling with excitement, he could only bear it. He has already decided when Ling Yun's identity will be announced to the world. This point is completely up to Ling Yun. When Ling Yun thinks it is appropriate, let him appear in the public eye. The old man doesn't care about anything. To have such a precious grandson, if he closes his eyes now, he can sleep peacefully. Ling Lai is very satisfied. Second boy, you are not allowed to call him senior in the future, he can't afford it. Ling Lai said to Ling Yu with a grin, enduring the pain of internal injuries. What kind of person is Ling Yun? Ling Lai wanted to look up to the sky and laugh, but his internal injuries were too severe. He coughed up blood as soon as he opened his mouth, but he nodded to Ling Yu excitedly like a child, telling him he guessed right. This. Ling Yu was so excited that he felt all the blood rushing to the top of his head, his scalp exploded, his neck instantly became stiff, and every joint in his body was trembling slightly, as if reminding him that he and his third brother had worked so hard to find Ling Yun, back to Ling's house. Heaven has eyes. Ling Yu raised his eyes to the sky and shouted in his heart. Tears streamed down his elegant and handsome face. After this battle, there were still 36 dead soldiers left in the Ling family. They were divided into two groups, one left and one right stood in front of Ling Lai, Ling Yu, and the others. Rivers of blood flowed under their feet, but no one snorted. Now, all they had left was excitement and excitement, with a murderous aura erupting from their bodies, wishing they could rush up now, chop up those 20 Japanese ninjas, and avenge their dead brothers. Jester, Paul, Joyce, Pierce, and the 4 blood races all transformed into 4 directions, completely blocking Yamada's escape route. 4 pairs of purple bewitching eyes stared at Yamada closely. Let Yamada be scared. Yamada knew that it was impossible for him to escape, so he could only try his best to delay the time, waiting for the Chen family to send troops to rescue him. Now, his bowels are turning green. Pretending to be an idiot, if he and Mitsui made a move earlier, even a minute earlier, the Ling family would have been wiped out easily. It's a pity that they are too arrogant. Pretending to be struck by lightning. Ling Yun walked forward with a sneer, and stood 5 meters in front of Yamada. The look in Jun's eyes was like ice and snow that would never melt, and said to Yamada, Mr. Chunin, do you want to die? I'll give you a chance, tell me how you want to fight. Yamada swallowed wildly, looked around at the 4 blood clans around him, waving their wings, with fangs and sharp claws, and forced himself to stabilize his mind, and said guiltily, China's ancient martial arts masters, please, we must respect the spirit of warriors, and I will fight you one-on-one. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, one-on-one is good, right? After finishing speaking, Ling Yun waved his hands at the 4 blood servants. His eyes turned cold, and he said indifferently, let's go together, we will all fight him one-on-one. Should I pick you in a one-on-one match? Let's force a group of us to pick you one-on-one. Oh, boss, you really have the spirit of a samurai, that's how it should be in duels. Jester laughed strangely, he praised Ling Yun, before his words fell, his figure flashed, and he was the first one to rush towards Shantian. Jester is known as a devil and loves to fight. Except for the big loss at the hands of Ling Yun a few days ago, he has never suffered such a big loss just now. He was fatally attacked by Yamada. He once vowed to tear Yamada with his own hands. Now that the opportunity came, he of course fought bravely. Joyce and Pierce saw that the opportunity for them to perform in front of Ling Yun had finally come. They immediately flew down from a height of 10 meters, stretched out their iron-blue arms, and stretched out their sharp claws that were comparable to metal, and grabbed at Yamada. Idiot! Yamada roared furiously, but he had no choice but to resist, but he couldn't deal with Viscount Jester with his bare hands, let alone 2 more earls. The long knife in Yamada's hand was broken by Pierce in an instant, and then only the beating was left. Boom boom, crack. The 6 huge wings wrapped into a black wall, making it impossible for Yamada to escape, not to mention Ling Yun, even Paul, whose wings were rotten, couldn't get in, so he could only smile helplessly. Bajie. With this style of play, you have to scream if you don't scream, but the ninjas at the early stage of the 7th floor of the innate are really resistant to fighting. Yamada was beaten violently for a while. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and an arm was broken. Flying out of the siege. Ling Yun sneered in disdain, he had been waiting for this moment. Swish. Moving like a rabbit, Ling Yun came to the sky above Yamada in a blink of an eye, holding the dark blood demon knife with both hands, and shouted violently, try my windward slash, to be continued. Seeing Ling Yun singled out like this, everyone in the Ling family, as well as those dead soldiers of the Ling family, couldn't help but look at each other, thinking that this is okay? Ling Lai was also dumbfounded. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly laughed speechlessly and said, "This child, it seems that what old Chui said is true." If it hadn't been for the tragic battle just now, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, Ling Li and the others couldn't help laughing. How can they be so shameless when they can defeat the existence of the innate 7-layer ninja? Shameless doesn't sound very nice. After all, he is also the savior of the Ling family, so let's just say that he is unreasonable. The Ling family survived from death. Ling Zhen had already arranged for Ling Yong, put him and Mr. Chui together, and called 2 dead soldiers to take care of them. He came to the 6th courtyard by himself, and naturally saw all of these. Ling Zhen was shocked. According to the information he had collected recently, Ling Zhen knew that the person in front of him must be Ling Yun, and that black knife was Ling Yun's label. For a moment, Ling Zhen was both shocked and excited, and also had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, with mixed feelings in his heart. Ling Zhen is the head of the Ling family. If the Ling family is destroyed, even if the head of the Ling Zhen can live, it will be meaningless. Therefore, he vowed to protect the Ling family and defend all the interests of the Ling family. At the same time, as the son of the Ling family, Ling Zhen is also a dutiful son. Otherwise, Ling Lai would not have given him the position of patriarch. However, among Ling Lai's 3 heirs, Ling Zhen has a very serious problem, that is jealousy. Ling Xiao was stronger than him, more dazzling than him. He was jealous of his 3rd younger brother, and ended up harming his 3rd younger brother like this, and he got the position of patriarch of Ling family as he wished. Although the Ling family is miserable and has fallen to this point, he is still the head of the Ling family. Apart from the old man, he controls the power of life and death of the Ling family. But now, Ling Zhao's son. His 2 sons combined and multiplied by 1,000 times are not as good as Ling Yun, which makes Ling Zhen feel even more uncomfortable. Ling Yun is not only stronger than his 2 sons, but also stronger than everyone present in the Ling family, including Ling Zhen. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Ling Zhen is staring at Ling Yun in the sky. It is amazing to the extreme. It can be called a knife of ecstasy. There is no sword gang, not even a sword light. Ling Yun put all the pure yin and cold air. They were all put in the knife, and with a knife against the wind, he slashed the shoulder of Yamada who was soaring into the sky, cutting off his right shoulder and right arm in unison. Following Yamada's miserable cry, his entire arm shot out, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. That extreme coldness. In the blink of an eye, the huge knife edge was frozen, and the pure cold air rushed directly into Yamada's body, raging wildly, and quickly destroyed several of Yamada's meridians. Now, Yamada finally knew why Ling Yun only shot 2 arrows. Nailed Mitsui firmly to the ground, and he can't move until now. That's not pure arrow wound. The most frightening thing is Ling Yun's pure yin cold air. The pure yin and cold air at the peak of the 9th level of physical training can be used to the extreme, and it can reach more than -80 degrees, even if it is a congenital 7th level master. Losing the innate qi to protect the body, only to be devastated. If Ling Yun uses the Wuji Xianbing art, he is sure that the pure yin cold air will reach -100 degrees. This is definitely a nightmare for all masters below the 7th level of innate. As for Ling Yun's pure yang qi, without using the Shenwu pure yang immortal art, it has already reached a scorching high temperature of 800 degrees. Far better than the temperature of ordinary flames, it can instantly vaporize ice, snow, and cold water. One Qi Yin Yang Ju can become one of the top cultivation methods in the world of cultivation. Of course it has its unique features. At the later stage of Qi training, the Yin Yang Ju with 1 Qi can also evolve the holy law of Qiankuan Wuji, which is really magical and useless. You 4 get out of the way. After Ling Yun landed on the ground, he immediately came to the side of Yamada who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, swiping the dark blood demon saber wildly in his hand, swish. He cut off both of Yamada's legs straight at the roots, and at the same time stretched out his fingers like the wind, puff puff puff, and touched Yamada's acupoints, making him unable to die. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan stretched out again, turned over on a kite, and came to the 5th courtyard. In the same way, he cut off Mitsui's legs, touched his acupuncture points, and then kicked him high into the air. Mitsui landed heavily on the ground. It fell on the bluestone floor, turned into a bloody gourd, and rolled together with Yamada. Call. After finally killing all the enemies, Ling Yan let out a long sigh in his heart as he looked at the 22 completely useless ninjas in the yard. Ling Yan's majesty and ruthlessness made everyone present feel terrified, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva in the dark. Jester said in his heart, compared with the boss, my title of devil is really not worthy of the name. What? You four, throw all these 22 cripples into the corner of the yard, so as not to look disgusting. Ling Yun gave orders to Jester and the others. After dealing with everything, Ling Yunfei came to Ling Lai. He tore off the veil on his face, revealing a handsome face as rich as jade. He knelt heavily on his knees, supported the bluestone floor with both hands, respectfully kowtow 3 times to Ling Lai. Grandson Ling Yun, go back to Ling's house tonight to recognize your ancestors and return to your ancestors, and pay your respects to Grandpa. Ling Lai was dumbfounded. Ling Zhen was dumbfounded. Ling Yu was also dumbfounded. Ling Shou, Ling Feng, Ling Li, all dumbfounded. The 3 of them pointed at Ling Yan's face one by one. Their mouths were too wide open. The expressions in their eyes were as if they had discovered a new continent, shocked, startled, excited, unbelievable. It is simply indescribable. Ling Yan looks so much like Ling Shao. He is a copy of Ling Shao when he was young. Just because of his eyes and dimples on the corners of his mouth, he is much more handsome. Seeing this shocking and dramatic scene, the dead soldiers of the Ling family were all dumbfounded. What? The peerless expert who saved the Ling family turned out to be a descendant of the Ling family? The grandson of the old patriarch? This? I have never seen it before, and I have never heard of it. Ling Lai never dreamed that Ling Yan would kowtow to him so directly and call him Grandpa. He was so surprised for a moment that he even forgot his internal injuries, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Hee hee, cough cough cough. In the 7th courtyard, Mr. Cui, who had just woken up, happened to hear Ling Yan's recognition of his ancestors. Kowtowing to Ling Lai, he excitedly endured the severe pain from his internal injuries, laughed a few times hastily, and then coughed violently. Tears of heroes flowed from his eyes. Finally, young master, finally. Recognize the ancestors and return to the ancestors. Only Elder Cui knew, starting from finding Ling Yun. How many life and death disasters have been experienced along the way to Ling Yun to come back to recognize the ancestors and return to the clan? How difficult it is. Ling Lai quickly broke away from the shocking illusory dream. Although his face was as golden as paper, hot tears were streaming down his face, old tears were running down his face. He squeezed his eyes desperately, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched rapidly, trying to keep calm as much as possible. I was apprehensive, but calmly withstood Ling Yan's 3 bangs. Yuner. Good boy. My good grandson, come home. Grandpa is happy. Cough cough cough. With a wave of his right hand, Ling Lai pushed away Ling Xiao, who was completely stunned. He struggled to sit up straight, stretched out his trembling hands, and slowly supported Ling Yan's shoulders. My poor grandson. Stand up quickly and let Grandpa take a good look. Take a good look. Really like. While Ling Lai was excited, he didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually supported Ling Yan's shoulders and stood up all of a sudden. He carefully stroked Ling Yan's face, his mouth was trembling, and he didn't know what to say. Shower. The 3rd child. Your son, Ling Yan, come to our Ling family tonight and recognize our ancestors. Ling Lai suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed. "Raise your arms and shout." At this moment, Ling Yun could also feel the hot blood surging in his body, his eyes were reddish, the same hot tears filled his eyes, and his Adam's apple trembled violently. This is blood relationship, blood kinship. Blood is thicker than water, no matter how many mountains and rivers, no matter how time travels through time and space, it will not be able to stop, cut off unceasing blood relatives. Originally, Ling Yun thought that he could accept all of this easily and calmly, because he came from time travel and just took possession of the body of the unlucky ghost Ling Yun who died unjustly. It's as common as Southerners love to eat rice, it's too common. After finding his biological parents and knowing his true identity, he was just doing some filial piety for the dead Ling Yun, doing what he should do as a descendant, that's all. It didn't make him so excited. Furthermore, he is a cultivator, he walks against the sky, and he is the only one in his bones. In the past and present, he only cultivates the mind. The Ling family suffered a tragedy 18 years ago. Ling Yun would be angry when he heard about it, and his anger was soaring. It was because he didn't want to suffer, and he had a character of revenge. As for family affection, we will let it go later. However, when Ling Yun really came to the capital, he could feel his eagerness to see Ling Lai, and he could feel the surge of blood. When Ling Yun was 1,000 meters above the capital and saw that the Ling family was in trouble, his heart went straight to his throat. It couldn't be explained with just a word of concern. He is concerned about the safety of the Ling family. Even, not only in the blood, but also in the soul. This shocked Ling Yun. Rushing over from high altitude, Ling Yun saw members of the Ling family engaged in a life-and-death bloody battle. Everyone in the Ling family desperately resisted the enemy's flood of attacks. Everyone in the Ling family was injured, and the dead soldiers of the Ling family fell to the ground with serious injuries. God knows how he feels in his heart. Until the moment he cleaned up the enemies and knelt in front of Ling Lai, Ling Yun understood. The moment Ling Lai knelt down, Ling Yun felt an indescribable feeling surging in his soul. He felt that he was very at ease and down to earth. For a moment, it was made up. The soul mentioned here is not the soul that was reincarnated and recultivated, but the powerful and terrifying soul that Ling Yun practiced against the sky in his previous life and reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe. Just, why? How is this possible? When Ling Yun came to Earth and returned to the Ling family, how could he make up for the soul that grew up in another completely different world in the previous life, which was separated by countless billions of miles? However, Ling Yun didn't have time to think about this situation. He raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said to Ling Lai with a pure smile that had never been seen before, "Grandpa, grandson will heal your injuries first." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Yunner, Grandpa's injury doesn't matter, you come here and meet your uncle and uncle first. As the saying goes, people are refreshed on happy occasions, and Ling Lai is looking forward to it day and night, and finally he has his precious grandson. Now, Ling Yun is standing in front of him, and he is holding Ling Yun's hand, thinking very happy, the already serious internal injury has healed by a point or two. At this time, Ling Zhen and Ling Yu had already arrived in front of Ling Yun. Ling Lai let go of Ling Yun's hand, pointed at Ling Zhen and said, "This is your uncle, and the current head of our Ling family." Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness enveloped the 6th and 7th courtyards. He had seen Ling Zhen a long time ago. He had seen photos of everyone present and knew that this was Ling Zhen. "Uncle." Ling Yun didn't kneel. In Ling Yan's eyes, the only ones who deserve Ling Yan's kneeling in the Ling family are Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. Don't talk about the others. A sullen look flashed across Ling Zhen's eyes for a moment, and his heart sank suddenly, quite displeased, but what a character he was. He immediately patted Ling Yun's shoulder kindly, and said with a cordial smile, "Ling Yun, the third child's son, good, good, good." Ling Zhen said hello 3 times in a row, and then said, "You have just arrived in the capital, right?" You entered Chen's house alone and saved your second uncle. The Ling family was almost wiped out, and thanks to you coming in time, saving, let's leave our Ling family, good boy, really good boy, just go home. When you first came back to the Ling family, you made such a great contribution. You are the hero of our Ling family, but, you child, you made it hard for us to find you. Ling Zhengyuan looked up to Yu Ji, with a calm expression, not only the kindness that an uncle should have, but also the bearing of a patriarch, and his performance was impeccable. Ling Yun also smiled indifferently, I made uncle bother. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't kowtow to Ling Zhen, Ling Lai was also a little dazed. However, he had heard it many times from Cui Lao, so he had a general understanding of Ling Yun's temper. Moreover, Ling Yun has just returned to the family, so he can't be blamed for not following those red tapes. What's more, even if Ling Zhen wanted to blame Ling Yun, Ling Lai would not let him. It was not easy to find this grandson, let alone Ling Zhen. Even if he didn't kowtow to Ling Lai didn't care about anything. Ling Lai smiled. He introduced Ling Yu to Ling Yun again, Yuner, this is your second uncle Ling Yu. Ling Yun pays respects to the second uncle. Ling Yun also stood with solemn hands. He bowed slightly to Ling Yu and smiled lightly. Good boy, it's good to be back. You've been out alone for so many years, and you've suffered. You rescued Uncle Chen from the Chen family with all your might. After tonight, Uncle Heir must thank you very much. Ling Yu is the think tank of the Ling family. The most resourceful person, he doesn't even care about whether Ling Yun kneels or not. Ling Yun even saved his life, or saved his life twice in one night. It's too late for him to be grateful, so why care? What's more, Ling Yun is returning home for the first time. He didn't even enter the ancestral hall of the Ling family, and there was no need to bother with the corpses all over the floor. Therefore, Ling Yu's words are much more cordial and calm, and there is no scene talk. It is full of blood and family love. It's a pity that the third brother is not here. Ling Yu looked at the heroic Ling Yun, and thought that if the third son was at home, he would be so happy to see such an outstanding son. Ling Xiao, Ling Feng and Ling Li, you three come here, this is your third uncle's biological son. From now on, you should treat him like a brother and sister. Ling Yu turned around, pulled Ling Xiao, Ling Feng and Ling Li to him, and introduced them to Ling Yun one by one. Yuner, are you 18 years old this year? Ling Lai asked Ling Yun with a smile, the love for Ling Yun in his eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao who was most loved by Ling Lai in the past, he couldn't help being envious. However, envy is envy, but there is no jealousy at all. Ling Xiao only took one look at Ling Yun, and regarded him as her own younger brother. These three people are the only three people in the Ling family who have not suffered internal injuries. Of course they also suffered a lot of external injuries, but under the desperate protection of the Ling family's dead soldiers, they were not serious. The treatment is complete, so they are alive and kicking one by one. Needless to say, 18 years ago, when the tragedy happened to the Ling family, the saint of the demon sect was already 9 months pregnant and was about to give birth. Ling Yun was naturally 18 years old. You're only 18 years old, hurry up and call me sister. Ling Xiao pursed her lips, and suddenly came to Ling Yun's side, and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Ling Yun's shoulders, with the air of a standard big sister. Hello, sister. Ling Yun was a little uncomfortable with Ling Xiao being so affectionate to him, so he couldn't help raising his hand and scratching his head. This is Ling Feng. He is 20 years old and older than you. You have to call him brother. Ling Xiao pointed to Ling Feng, who was rubbing his hands excitedly, and introduced to Ling Yun. Hello, brother. There is no other way, since Ling Feng's age is there, he should be called. This is not divided according to the level of martial arts, but according to age. Ling Feng was very excited, he laughed and said, you can just call me third brother, hee hee, fourth brother, you are really majestic, powerful and domineering. Well, Ling Feng simply called Ling Yun's fourth son. Before Ling Yun could speak, Ling Xiu glared at Ling Feng and said coquettishly, "What's the fourth? Your sister is not human." Ling Yun is obviously the fifth. So far, among the descendants of the Ling family, regardless of gender, if they are arranged according to age, Ling Hao, Ling Yong, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, Ling Yun, Ling Li, and Ling Shui, there are 7 in total, and Ling Yun is indeed the 5th eldest. But if according to normal rules, women are not included in the family tree, only men are ranked, Ling Yun is indeed the 4th child. When Ling Feng saw Ling Xiu glaring at him, he was so frightened that he fell silent and didn't dare to speak. Ling Xiu continued, I'll settle the score with you after tonight. Ling Yun, this is Ling Li. He just turned 17, I should call you brother. 5th brother, you are so powerful, I wanted to worship you as my teacher just now. Ling Li was really smart, he had learned from Ling Feng, and he immediately called Ling Yun 5th brother. The elder sister was too tough, Ling Li couldn't afford to offend her. You're also very good, and you're good at it. Ling Yun finally became a big brother once. He smiled and patted Ling Li's shoulder lightly. Ling Yun recognized his ancestor and returned to his family, and was immediately welcomed by everyone in the Ling family. He became the focus of everyone's attention. This strong family affection made Ling Yun feel warm. The 3 of Ling Lai and his son couldn't help smiling when they saw this scene. There is nothing more joyful than a family reunion after the catastrophe. Yuner. Grandpa knows that you have excellent medical skills. Just now, old Chui saved our father and son by himself. He is the most seriously injured. Go and save him first. There is no time to wait. Even though Ling Lai was extremely happy, he did not forget about Chui Lao. He asked Ling Yun to rescue Chui Lao first. Then Grandpa, you. Ling Yun swept over everyone's injuries with his divine sense, he knew it. The most seriously injured in the courtyard was indeed Elder Chui, and then Ling Yong, but these injuries, for him now, are a matter of minutes, so it doesn't matter who is rescued first. Grandpa, it's okay. I can see you, and you have to stand aside for any injuries. Listen to Grandpa, and save Chui Lao first. Ling Lai insisted that Ling Yun save Elder Chui first, such loyal servants are really rare. Ling Lai treats Elder Chui like his own relatives. Everyone soon came to the 7th courtyard, Ling Yun no longer neglected. He flew up to Elder Chui, squatted down, and said to him, Elder Chui, Ling Yun is late and has made you suffer. Cough cough, young master, this old slave is not bitter, and this old slave can see the young master recognize his ancestors and return to his clan. I am so happy. Cough cough cough. Old Chui's complexion was sallow, and his body was sweating frequently. He resisted to say something, and coughed up a big mouthful of blood again. Don't talk, I'll heal your wounds first. After Ling Yun finished speaking, Elder Chui was no longer allowed to speak, and he had a thought. Take out the piece of divine willow wood that Mr. Chui gave him in Qingshui City. The powerful and incomparably powerful wood spiritual energy immediately overflowed and filled the entire courtyard in an instant. It was fresh and delicate, and within a few seconds, it completely wiped away the strong and pungent bloody smell of the Ling family. Everyone in the yard, after absorbing the powerful wood aura through breathing through their mouth and nose, couldn't help but cheer up. Now, the 2 pieces of divine willow in the ring of Ling Yun space have grown green branches. Some of the branches at the top of the divine willow are as long as an adult's finger, and they are covered with willow-shaped leaves. The light is full of light, sprinkled with crystal radiance, exuding a powerful and pure wood aura. This is the reason why Ling Yun insists on instilling the divine willow with his own precious blood and profound qi every day. The 2 divine willows have completely become 2 trees except that no roots have grown out. This is... My God! Ling Lai, Ling Zhen and Ling Yu were shocked again. Totally stunned. These three, as the core members of the Ling family, how could they fail to recognize that this piece of divine willow is the inheritance of the Ling family? There are so many people in the Ling family, 3 innate masters, so many descendants of the 8th and 9th floors of the Hotian, who are watered with the blood of the Ling family day and night, instilling black and yellow true energy into it every day. After 18 years, this piece of wood can only grow. It's just a bud. However, Ling Lai knew that it had only been more than a month since he asked Cui Lao to hand over this dead piece of wood to Ling Yun, and it became so vibrant? Ling Lai was stunned. How many unnatural things did he have to do with his precious grandson? Ling Zhen was even more shocked, and at the same time his face became a little embarrassed. He never expected that the old man would secretly hand over the inheritance of the Ling family to Ling Yun. What's more, what shocked him even more was that this piece of dead wood, in Ling Yun's hands, turned into such a vigorous vitality, which is unbelievable. After Ling Yu was shocked, he didn't speak. He glanced at Ling Zhen lightly, then looked at his old father, and then looked at his nose and his heart, like an old monk in meditation, looking at the spirit that Ling Yun took out. Lu Mu, lost in thought for a long time, flashed one thought after another in his mind. Ling Yun took out the divine willow, not for their appreciation. He quickly absorbed the powerful wood aura released by the divine willow, and sat on Cui's back in a flash, and pressed his palms on Cui's back, run one Qi-yin and Yang formula to repair the meridians of Cui Lao and heal internal injuries. It only took 2 minutes, old Cui's internal injuries were completely gone, his face became more rosy than before, the true energy in his body circulated more smoothly, and he stood up at the same time as Ling Yun. Old slave of the Ling family, Cui Zhongwu, pay my respects to the young master, thank you for saving my life. After Elder Cui stood up, he knelt down respectfully again and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Scholar of the Ling family, pay my respects to the young master, thank you for saving my life. As soon as Cui Lao knelt, the remaining 36 Ling family dead soldiers knelt down at the same time, their eyes were wild, and they shouted in unison, the momentum was overwhelming. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Mr. Cui is the elder of the Ling family in 3 dynasties. He has been loyal to the Ling family for more than 30 years. He is also the leader and master of these dead men of the Ling family. He knelt and kowtowed to Ling Yun. How could these dead men not kneel? What's more, Ling Yun not only saved the entire Ling family, but also saved the lives of the 36 dead men. They wanted to kneel and kowtow to Ling Yun for a long time, but they didn't have the right opportunity. Now that Mr. Cui is the leader, there is no need to say hello, all of them knelt down in unison. It can be said that no one in the entire Ling family, except Ling Lai, has enjoyed this kind of treatment. Even the current head of the family, Ling Zhen, has never received the collective kneeling of all the dead in the Ling family. These dead men were cultivated by Ling Lai and Mr. Cui, and they only worked for Ling Lai. Of course, it is not impossible for Ling Zhen to order these dead men, but it must be done with the old man's handwriting. Well, Ling Yun healed Elder Cui not once or twice. Why did Elder Cui kneel down to Ling Yun this time? Is it because of the serious injury this time? The answer is of course not that simple. Mr. Cui always has a deep purpose, he is taking this opportunity to create prestige for Ling Yun. He wants to push Ling Yun to the throne of the patriarch of the Ling family. 18 years ago, if there hadn't been that catastrophe, Ling Xiao, the 3rd young master of the Ling family, would have been the head of the Ling family. If Ling Xiao didn't abolish his martial arts, with his aptitude, even if he hadn't reached the late Xiantian stage, he would at least be at the peak of the 6th level of Xiantian, without a doubt. At that time, Mr. Ling Lai was already at the peak of the 4th level of innate cultivation. If he was not seriously injured, he would be at least a late-stage innate now. One of the 3 most dazzling secular families in China. It's a pity that everything changed because of that sudden and terrifying disaster. The decline of the Ling family has come to this point. Not only Elder Chui, who in the Ling family knows what happened back then, doesn't feel embarrassed, humiliated, and angry. Don't talk about others, even one of the instigators of the Ling family's disaster. Ling Zhen felt regretful from time to time, yes. He got his wish and sat on the throne of the head of the Ling family. However, the status of the Ling family has been deteriorating until now. It's on. What's the point? In the words of Ling Zhen's youngest son, Ling Yong, it's not shameful to go out. Therefore, in the past 18 years, every time Cui Lao and Ling Xiao sat alone, he looked at the tortured Ling Xiao, who was getting more and more depressed. I feel infinitely sorry for him. How many times, after the two had finished training the Ling family's dead men, they looked at each other, and Cui Lao looked at Ling Xiao with empty eyes and a desolate expression, feeling like a knife was piercing his heart. Ling Xiao can only be described in one sentence. Tioch. The heart is dead, what's the use of leaving an empty shell? Seeing Ling Xiao, the third young master, who was once the most talented in the capital, become like this, Elder Chui's heart aches inexplicably. He refuses to accept it. However, today, 18 years later, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, the son of the holy maiden of the demon sect, returned to the Ling family and recognized their ancestors. Moreover, he saved the entire Ling family as soon as he came back, and on the verge of the collapse of the entire Ling family, with his own strength, he turned the whole situation around in an instant. What a great opportunity this is. If Mr. Cui didn't know how to take advantage of such an opportunity, then he would have brought Ling Yun back from Qingshui City in vain. Ling Hao, the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Ling family, wanted to be the head of the Ling family, which was simply the heart of Sima Zhao. Everyone knew it, and Mr. Cui naturally knew it. It's a deal. Because Ling Yong doesn't bother to be the head of the Ling family at all, Ling Feng is obsessed with swordsmanship, and Ling Li is like his father Ling Yu, who is more than smart but not domineering. These three people are too lazy to compete with Ling Hao for the future head of the Ling family position. But when Ling Yun came back, it was different. As far as Ling Yun's performance just now, anyone who is not a fool can tell that if there is a future head of the Ling family to be chosen between Ling Yun and Ling Hao, it must be Ling Yun. No matter what the competition is, Ling Yun completely blows Ling Hao's 100 streets. Moreover, the old man had already informed Mr. Cui long before Mr. Cui went to Qingshui City for the second time. What he said, as long as Ling Yun is willing to come back, he is the best candidate for the future head of the Ling family. Otherwise, what would Ling Lai do to bring the inheritance of the Ling family to Ling Yun through Elder Cui? The old man is interested, Mr. Cui is interested, and Ling Yun's ability is needless to say. Now, with such a good opportunity, Mr. Cui will of course kneel down. He wants to build momentum for Ling Yun. Shout out. Looking at the dead soldiers of the Ling family kneeling on the ground, Ling Zhen's face became even uglier. The embarrassment was already revealed on his face, but Ling Yu was still watching his nose and heart, calm and expressionless. No one could tell, what is he thinking? Old man Ling Lai had a smile in his eyes. He neither spoke nor stopped him. He wanted to see how Ling Yun would deal with the matter in front of him. To be honest, Ling Yun couldn't see the position of the patriarch of the Ling family at all, and he never thought about this issue in his mind at all. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and a Bing have given Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and a Bing such a large property in Qingshui City. How could he care about the future head of the Ling family as a big shopkeeper with nothing to do? Let Ling Yun deal with trivial worldly affairs and conflicts of interests all day long? Unless he is so idle. With this time, Ling Yun might as well concentrate on retreating and practicing. However, not being the patriarch of the Ling family doesn't mean that Ling Yun doesn't understand Elder Chui's intentions. How smart he is. Seeing these dead men kneel down with Elder Cui, he immediately understands everything in his heart. Ling Yun bent down, helped Mr. Chui up with his own hands, and said in a loud voice, "Mr. Chui, please get up quickly. You exchanged your own life for the 3 lives of my grandfather and my uncle and second uncle. Even if you want to thank you, you should thank me." "It was I who thanked you, why did you thank me instead?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun smiled slightly, turned his head to face all the dead soldiers of the Ling family who were kneeling on the ground cupping their hands in the double courtyard, and said sincerely, "Brothers, just now, all of you are brave enough to protect yourself with your lives. My relatives of Ling Yun, it is too late for me to thank you, how can I be worthy of your kneeling thanks? Everyone, please hurry up." The 36 dead men of the Ling family saw that Ling Yun did not take credit for it, but instead expressed their sincere gratitude to them. They were all moved immediately, and everyone looked at Ling Yun even more frantically. "They are all fighters from the 7th to the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. Naturally, they have heard of the concept of the 7th floor of the innate. Ling Yun can kill ninjas at the 7th floor of the innate within 3 moves. Those are all peerless masters among peerless masters. With such an identity, he doesn't look superior at all, but is so approachable. Talking to them is like chatting about family matters. How can these dead soldiers of the Ling family not be moved? The slain of the Ling family, protect the Ling family, go through fire and water, and die. It's another mountain roar and tsunami." But no one stood up. Ling Yun looked at the 36 hard-bodied and passionate men, he couldn't help scratching his head, and looked at Ling Lai, "Grandpa, you should get these brothers up quickly, they are all wounded, I will after you have treated the injuries, you have to heal them as soon as possible." Ling Lai nodded with a smile, but he didn't speak, just winking at Mr. Chui. "Everyone, get up and rest where you are. The young master will heal everyone later." Chui Lao waved lightly at the crowd, and the 36 Ling family dead men stood up. "Grandpa, I will heal your wounds now." Considering that the Chen family would most likely send someone over, Ling Yun didn't dare to neglect. He asked Chui Lao to go outside to protect the law, while he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to treat Ling Lai's injuries. Ling Lai sat cross-legged in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun pressed his hands against Ling Lai's back. The wood aura in his body, like a mighty river, flowed continuously into Ling Lai's body. Ling Yun, who was at the peak of the 9th level of physical training, was naturally not the Ling Yun who was at the 5th level of physical training when he healed Elder Chui's injuries. Ling Yun completely healed Ling Lai's new injury in just a short time. However, Ling Yun was still not satisfied. He directly used the powerful wood aura released by the divine willow tree to start healing Ling Lai's old wounds. Why did Ling Yun use Yin Yang Ju to heal Chui Lao, but use wood spiritual qi to heal Ling Lai? This is because the wood aura in Ling Yun's body is released from the divine willow. The divine willow is the inheritance of the Ling family. It has absorbed so much blood from the Ling family and absorbed the mysterious and yellow true energy of countless Ling family children. Lai, you practice the xuanhuan Zheng, and there is pure innate xuanhuan qi in his body, which belongs to the same source. Treatment is naturally more effective. Moreover, in order to water the divine willow tree, Ling Yun practiced the xuanhuan mantra day and night, and he had already cultivated the xuanhuan mantra to a very high level. Under Ling Yun's urging, he quickly mobilized the xuanhuan qi in Ling Lai's dantian, wrapped Ling Lai's xuanhuan qi with the most vigorous wood spirit energy, and began to wander around Ling Lai's damaged. Those meridians in his body are used to treat his old diseases. The water aura and the wood aura are meant to heal wounds, therefore, it only took a little Zhou Tian, and Ling Lai's old wounds have all been healed. Good morning, new wounds, old wounds gone. Ling Lai felt his true qi unimpeded in all meridians. He was so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to shout to the sky. For 18 years, this feeling has never been felt before. However, Ling Yun was not satisfied with this. He secretly sent a voice transmission, telling Ling Lai to hold Yuan Shui, ready to break through, and then slowly opened his mouth to Ling Xiao. Sister, go and get me a big bowl. Ling Xiu saw that Ling Lai's face was already rosy, and she was more energetic than ever before. While she was happy for her grandfather, she was also amazed at Ling Yan's astonishing medical skills. After a while, he even saved 2 people. Why is Ling Yan's medical skills so powerful? My younger brother is absolutely against the sky. Seeing that Ling Yan was still unable to sit cross-legged, but she asked her to get a big bowl, she was puzzled, but she didn't ask any further questions, and flew away immediately, and came back quickly with a big bowl. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Xiao Wu, here. It seems that in Ling Xiu's heart, Ling Yan is definitely the 5th child of the Ling family. Ling Xiu's black hair reaches her waist, pouring like a waterfall, her breasts are tall, her waist is slender like a willow, and she has a pair of slender and beautiful hands, holding a big bowl in her hands. Her graceful waist is not as good as that big bowl, the mouth of the bowl is thick. Ling Yan was speechless. This is really a big bowl, and it's too big. At this time, Jester, Pierce and the other 4 had already brought the stones that Ling Yan wanted. There were many stones, and they were piled up next to Ling Yan into a hill, each of which was the size of a football. Ling Yan took the big sea bowl from Ling Xiu's hand, nodded, and said, "Uncle and uncle, please take everyone out of the 7th courtyard first, and go to the front courtyard to wait for a while." Ling Zhen and Ling Yu, seeing Ling Yan asking for bowls and stones, were extremely perplexed, and they thought to heal their injuries as long as they were healing. What did Ling Yan do with these things? However, after Ling Yan arrived, all his performances were too powerful and mysterious. Ling Zhen and Ling Yu knew that Ling Yan must have his purpose, so they didn't ask any more questions, and led everyone to leave the 7th courtyard and retreat to the forecourt. "Sister, you don't need to go." Ling Yan saw that Ling Xiu was unwilling to leave, so he smiled brightly at her. "It's not too bad." Ling Xiu was overjoyed. She wanted to see what Ling Yan was trying to do. Ling Yan sent voice transmission to the 4 blood clans of Jester. "Next, you 4 will be responsible for patrolling around the Ling family compound. If any enemy breaks in, shoot them and call the police immediately." Jester, Paul, Pierce and Joyce left. So far, in the 7th courtyard, only Ling Yan, Ling Lai, and Ling Xiu are left. "Grandpa, don't think about anything now, just meditate with peace of mind and exercise your skills. I'll get up and make arrangements." Ling Yan floated up. Stepping on the phantom fish dragon step, spinning rapidly around the pile of stones, with both palms out, in both hands, one after another, fierce or domineering palm winds, knocking the stones away from the pile of stones, they landed at the places Ling Yan wanted respectively. The location is not bad at all. With this move alone, Ling Xiu on the side was stunned. I thought to what extent Ling Yan's skill is so strong. Ling Xiu was shocked. Unconsciously, the entire 7th courtyard has been surrounded by a vast white mist, and this dense mist has completely isolated the entire 7th courtyard from the outside world. Cut off the line of sight, cut off the sound, except for Ling Yan. As long as you don't know how to decipher the 36 cloudy sky maze, don't even think about peeking into it. What's going on? Why can't you see the 7th courtyard? Many people exclaimed. What a powerful formation. Ling Yu was shocked. So far, Ling Yan's performance has completely destroyed the perception of everyone in the Ling family. He is too heaven-defying, which is amazing. Xiao Wu. This. Ling Xiu finally came to her senses, and she was the most shocked when she was in it. Sister, this is a magic formation, it's called the Cloudy Sky Puzzle. Ling Yan stopped and smiled brightly at the stunned Ling Xiu. You bastard, you really are a monster. Ling Xiu didn't even know how to describe Ling Yan. After thinking about it for a long time, I can only think of the word evildoer. There were more than a dozen stones left on the ground, and Ling Yan used these stones to set up a small spirit gathering array, so as not to let the spirit energy escape even a single bit, so he felt relieved to give up. This is the spirit gathering formation. Ling Yin did not forget to introduce it to Ling Xiao while setting up the formation. Whether it is a new injury. It was still an old disease. After being cured by Ling Yun, Ling Lai's meridians were completely unblocked, and he naturally reached the peak of the third level of the innate. But he couldn't break through the innate middle stage, and couldn't return to his original peak state for a while. However, after Ling Yun treated the old man's injuries, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the innate xuanhuan qi contained in Ling Lai's body was extremely thick. To what extent is the xuanhuan qi in Ling Lai's dantian thick? Xuanhuan qi was already so concentrated that it could no longer be compressed. Ling Yun even felt that if Ling Lai practiced forcefully again, the old man's dantian would definitely blow up, and he would explode to death. Ling Lai suffered serious internal injuries, and the injuries were in several meridians, which could not be healed for a long time, but his dantian was intact. Ling Lai will be strong all his life, practice daily, and his skill is getting stronger and stronger. It can't be used for meritorious deeds either. This is like a very strong balloon that has been blown to the limit. The air inside is compressed, but there is nowhere to circulate. There is only one ending, and that is to blow up. But now, Ling Lai's injuries have been wiped away, and his body has completely healed. Under the guidance of Ling Yun, only a small part of the xuanhuan qi in his dantian has flowed out, and it has wandered for an hour in Ling Lai's meridians. Zhou Tian brought Ling Lai back to the peak of the third level of innateness. Ling Lai was already shocked by the powerful effect of one treatment in a short time, but for Ling Yun, a peerless immortal doctor with strong cards, this was just the beginning. He wants to help the old man break through the level in one go, no matter where he rushes. However, everything Ling Yun will do next is related to his real whole cards, which naturally cannot be seen casually, so Ling Yun has set up a cloudy sky maze. After the spirit gathering array was set up, the powerful wood aura released by the divine willow never escaped again. The wood aura in the formation quickly became thicker. The wood aura released by the divine willow was too much. It can't be used up. Grandpa, how are you feeling now? After Ling Yun arranged everything, he stopped using sound transmission to enter the secret, and asked Ling Lai directly. Yunner, Grandpa feels that as long as I am willing, I can break through the fourth level of innateness at any time. Ling Lai slowly opened his eyes, looking at Ling Yun. His eyes were full of love, unspeakable love. Such a good precious grandson is really hard to find in the sky, and it is hard to find in the earth. There is only one, and there is no semicolon. That's it. Come on. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He came to Ling Lai in a flash, and with a thought, he took out a Tianshan snow lotus from the space ring. This is when Ling Yun's clinic opened, and divine Dr. Shui gave Ling Yun a congratulatory gift. Ling Yun has a lot of them. This is Tianshan snow lotus, Grandpa, please take it immediately. Ling Yun stuffed Tianshan snow lotus into Ling Lai's hands without thinking. The fragrance and aura of Tianshan snow lotus immediately overflowed, making people salivate and mouth-watering. This. Ling Yun had just recognized his ancestors and returned to his clan. Ling Lai hadn't given Ling Yun any presents yet. He was a grandfather, but put away Ling Yun's things instead. The old man was a little embarrassed. Grandpa, are you and your grandson embarrassed? Ling Yun laughed. You little bastard, I can't hide anything from you. Ling Lai blushed and snatched Ling Yun's Tianshan snow lotus with his hands, and quickly swallowed it. This is 200-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. As soon as Ling Lai finished eating Tianshan snow lotus, he immediately felt that the dantian and meridians in his body became stronger at the same time, especially those withered meridians that had been blocked for 18 years. Before he had time to be happy, he saw Ling Yun took out another Ganoderma lucidum, which was still 200 years old, and he was stunned. Ling Lai smiled wryly. It was a wry smile of extreme joy and excitement, so he had no choice but to swallow it in a daze. Ling Xiu on the side was even more shocked, her delicate body trembled, and she watched Ling Yun doing tricks there with dumbfounded eyes. Seeing the old man munching Ganoderma grass like eating jelly beans, Ling Xiu seemed to understand why Ling Yun asked her to prepare a big sea bowl. "I'm going to get Grandpa a glass of water." Seeing Ling Yun laughing, he waved his hand and said, "No need." Swish! There was another big gourd in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun picked up the magic gourd, poured half a bowl of dragon saliva, and respectfully brought it to Ling Lai, saying, "Grandpa, just eat with this, don't choke." The intoxicating aura of ambergris immediately drifted into the air, mixed with the powerful wood aura emanating from the willow tree, the Tianshan snow lotus and the grass aura of Ganoderma lucidum grass. The enticing fragrance made Ling Xiu's mind drunk. My God! Well, Mr. Ling Lai never imagined that after suffering life and death disasters, he would actually sit here and enjoy the happiness of life. Eating Tianshan snow lotus, eating Ganoderma lucidum grass, drinking dragon saliva. This kind of food, even the patriarch of the Huaxiaoguwu family and the head of the hidden sect, can hardly enjoy it. The plant aura and ambergris aura entered his body, and Ling Lai felt that he was a little full. He couldn't help belching, and even the breath that spewed out of his mouth was thick and pure aura, and the aroma could suffocate people. Drunk. This is too extravagant. Extravagant to the heavens. Grandpa, take it easy, I still have. Seeing that the old man was almost full, Ling Yun was speechless. What? This? Ling Lai blew his beard and stared anxiously. You little bastard, you wanted to kill your grandpa when we first met? I still have to wait to hug my great-grandson, don't eat. Ling Xiu giggled coquettishly, her graceful delicate body leaned forward and backward, and the flowers and branches trembled wildly. Just a little, not much. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he took out the 2,000-year-old Polygamy multiflorum and ginseng obtained from Shenanjia, snapped off 2 pieces from the top, and each piece was the size of a palm. Grandpa, please be more tired and eat them all. Such a big Polygamy multiflorum? This, a ginseng that has grown into a human shape? How many years has it grown? Ling Lai had extraordinary insight, and was shocked when he saw it. He thought it was extravagant just now, but he didn't expect there to be more extravagant. Ling Lai now feels that he is reckless? However, Ling Yun didn't stun Ling Lai for long. He coaxed and lied, urging the old man to swallow all the Polygamy multiflorum and ginseng. Grandpa, be careful not to choke, drink some ambergris. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chapter 726 is to make up for yesterday's guarantee, and Chapter 727 is to add a big 50,000 floating red 4, don't be afraid of dragging. Thank you for the great encouragement of drag and don't be afraid, and congratulations on becoming the head of the Dandy Fairy Doctor. V587. There are at least 4 updates today, please give full praise, urgently needed, thank you. As soon as Ling Lai ate the Polygamy multiflorum, the efficacy of the 2,000-year-old Polygamy multiflorum immediately appeared. The most intuitive expression was that Ling Lai's silver hair became extremely black in the blink of an eye, as if dyed with ink. Shouwu. Ordinary shouwu has the effect of black hair, let alone the Polygamy multiflorum that has grown for more than 2,000 years, and is about to mature. VODTW. Ling Xiu was so shocked, she couldn't say a word for a long time, she could only stand there with her mouth wide open, her clever brain completely stopped functioning. At this time, Ling Lai had completely turned into a spiritual person, the aura in his body was as majestic as the sea and as dense as a waterfall. As he swallowed these rare treasures one by one, every inch of his body's skin, every cell, every drop of blood contains a large amount of aura. The body is completely filled with aura, and the outside is even shrouded in aura. The whole body is full of aura, and the brilliance flows. Seeing Ling Lai like this, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't let the old man eat any more. If he ate any more, even if he couldn't hold on to death, he would be killed by these auras. At that time even he, an immortal doctor, would be powerless to recover. Ling Lai's current state is just right. Ling Yan put the magical gourd in his hand on the ground casually. Ling Xiu only heard a bang, which shocked her a lot, and looked closely, but saw that the blue stone slab under the gourd had been shattered inch by inch. My God, how heavy is this gourd? Just now Ling Yan poured out so much dragon saliva, it should be empty. Ling Xiu didn't believe in evil. She twisted her delicate body and rushed over, raising her hand to grab the magical gourd. I want to pick it up and see how extraordinary this gourd is. Ling Xiu leaned over, grabbed the narrow part of the magical gourd with one hand, and raised her hand suddenly, but no need to ask, the gourd was not lifted, and Ling Xiu almost fell to the ground instead. She staggered suddenly, and managed to stabilize her delicate body. Ling Xiu was shaken. She almost fell a big somersault, her pretty face flushed from holding back, panting heavily, her towering chest heaved violently. She glared at Ling Yan angrily. She clearly saw the gourd, holding it in Ling Yan's hand. It's like playing, how could he not be able to lift his acquired 9-level cultivation base? Ling Yan secretly smiled. The gourd contained more than 2,000 caddies of dragon saliva. Let alone take it, even if Ling Xiu pushed it, she would not be able to push down this magical gourd. However, Ling Yan didn't have time to explain this to Ling Xiu at this time. He had already sat cross-legged behind Ling Lai, and put his right palm on Ling Lai's back. Ling Yan flipped his left palm. He took out the emerald green jade box full of green light, on which Ling Yan engraved 49 spirit-gathering formations. Ling Yan used it to steal many xuanhuan immortals released by the Emperor Aura. Those preparations ahead. It's all pediatrics, these mysterious and yellow fairy auras are the most important thing. Ling Yan wants to use these mysterious and yellow fairy auras first to wash Ling Lai's tendons and marrow, and then help the old man break through. In fact, Ling Lai has already reached the innate realm. He has even reached the peak of the 4th level of innateness. Rendu's 2 channels have been opened up, and he has reached the unity of heaven and man. Now, if he is to clean his tendons and marrow, Ling Yan is already a little too perfect, to the point of being picky. However, for Ling Yan, who was at the peak of the 9th level of physical training, with the help of Xuan Huangshan's aura, it was not difficult. Grandpa, now is the most critical time. Don't think about anything, run the xuanhuan mantra with all your strength, mobilize the xuanhuan zhenqi in your dantian, and swim through the meridians of the whole body. With me here, don't have any worries. Ling Yan transmitted his voice to Ling Lai confidently, telling him to concentrate and let go of what he did. Naturally, Ling Lai also knew that Ling Yan didn't give him so many treasures for nothing. He knew that the most critical time had come, so he sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts turned to the sky, and began to run the xuanhuan scripture with all his strength. What Ling Yan is working on now is naturally the xuanhuan mantra. The xuanhuan zhenqi he cultivated poured into Ling Lai's body without hindrance, and combined with the xuanhuan zhenqi in Ling Lai's body, it helped Ling Lai cleanse his tendons and cut his marrow. As time passed by, Ling Lai's body began to ooze a little jet-black juice. More and more of this juice, like a layer of black oil, spread all over Ling Lai's body, all over his head and face, turned him directly into a black man. It was like being poured black crude oil from the top of Ling Lai's head. This is the true meaning of washing scriptures and cutting marrow. After reaching the innate realm, every ancient martial arts master will feel that he has been completely reborn, but the stains oozing from the body at that time only eliminated most of the impurities in the skin or muscles. Compared with mortals and warriors in the acquired realm, they are naturally stronger many times, but this kind of tendon cleansing and marrow cutting is not thorough. Compared with Ling Yan's washing tendons, marrow cutting and rebirth, it is far behind. What Ling Lai expelled is the filth that really belongs to the inside of the bones. It even washes out the impurities and filth in the internal organs and muscle cells, making Ling Lai's bones crystal clear, and his body refreshed. Even when he was concentrating on cultivation, Ling Lai felt comfortable and wanted to groan. Moaning, this feeling of being spotless in the body without any impurities is really indescribably wonderful. Ling Lai only felt that his spiritual altar was getting clearer and clearer, and his 5 senses and 6 senses became extremely clear. At the end, he said suddenly, "Pfft." A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out wildly. This mouthful of fresh blood was strangely black in color, like a solid, but it didn't flow. It looked like a piece of pitch-black coal. This is the impurity in the 5 internal organs of the body, and it is also the most difficult thing to get rid of from the human body. Ling Xiu was shocked and couldn't help but want to exclaim, but Ling Yan's voice came from her ears, "This is a good thing, don't disturb Grandpa." Ling Xiu immediately covered her mouth tightly, and tried her best not to let herself exclaim, but in her heart, there was already a monstrous wave. This kind of tendon washing and marrow cutting is simply unheard of and unseen. After Ling Lai spat out the jet-black blood, Ling Yun helped the old man stabilize his meridians, allowing him to gradually adapt to the body after washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, and then withdrew his palm. Ling Xiu pointed to Ling Yan's palm, which was still smooth and fair, crystal clear as jade. I couldn't speak for a long time. Ling Yun knew what Ling Xiu was shocked about. He smiled lightly, but didn't speak. He had already entered the treasure body. Blood and dust were filthy, no matter what, his body and skin were spotless. The impure black oil overflowing from Ling Lai's body naturally couldn't stain Ling Yan's hands. Ling Lai opened his eyes again. He glanced at himself first, smiled wryly, and then exclaimed in shock, "Baby grandson, it's amazing, it's really amazing." Grandpa opened his eyes today. Apparently, Ling Lai had undergone cleansing. He knew what was going on with the layer of black oil on his body. Unexpectedly, this time, there are so many more than the last time. Ling Lai immediately knew that his original innate realm was nothing compared to his current state, and there was a huge difference. Grandpa, don't be in a hurry to rush to the level, you have to clean your body first. Ling Yun knew that Ling Lai was still at the peak of the 3rd level of innate right now, and the old man couldn't wait any longer. However, Ling Lai's body is covered with a thick layer of black oil, which will definitely reduce the effect of clearing the level. In such a situation, Ling Yun would never let it happen. I'm going to fetch water. Ling Xiu blushed and took the initiative to fetch water. Don't trouble sister. Ling Yun laughed, and raised his hand to take out 2 5-level clear water talismans. He smiled narrowly, deliberately not saying hello to Ling Lai, and one of the clear water talismans hit Ling Lai sitting cross-legged. A huge blue water ball appeared out of thin air. It directly wrapped Ling Lai's cross-legged body, and a few seconds later, there was a splash, and black sewage flowed all over the ground. See if Grandpa won't hit you, you little bastard. Ling Lai was furious with joy, and after getting out of the water polo, he waved his hand and was about to hit Ling Yun, but his eyes were full of smiles. One more. Ling Yun was mischievous. Another water polo splashed. This time Ling Lai was thoroughly washed, and Ling Lai felt extremely refreshed. Ling Xiu was dumbfounded. What a heaven-defying younger brother. He looked like he came to Ling's house with bare hands, but he didn't expect him to have anything he wanted, and he didn't ask for anything. God, does Ling Yun have a cornucopia on him? Ling Xiu thought blankly. There is no cornucopia, and Ling Yun only has a space ring. The awesome life of a cultivator is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Grandpa, spare me. Ling Yun doesn't dare. Seeing Ling Lai blowing his beard and staring, Ling Yun hurriedly begged for mercy. Hey! My Ling family is really going to be prosperous now. Good boy, you are going against the sky. Although Ling Lai was making gestures, he was not willing to really hit Ling Yun. He looked at his grandson with weird eyes for a while, and suddenly said excitedly, "If Grandpa is ready, let's start breaking through the level." We can rush to as many floors as we can. Ling Yan looked serious, and began to get down to business. Hey, Grandpa is looking forward to it. Ling Lai got up, moved away from the sewage, came to the side of the willow tree, found a clean stone slab, and sat cross-legged again. Ling Yan floated over with the jade box and sat cross-legged behind Ling Lai. From the moment Ling Yan's palms touched Ling Lai's back again, Ling Lai began to break through. The fourth level of Xiantian was broken in one fell swoop, and then Ling Lai's realm climbed all the way. The upgrade speed is definitely like an airplane and a rocket, it's too fast. The peak of the fourth level of the innate, the peak of the fifth level of the innate, the peak of the sixth level of the innate. Boom! Without any obstacles, Ling Lai broke through the seventh level of innate in one fell swoop. At this time, Ling Yan withdrew the palm of his left hand, grabbed the Lingyu box, and sucked the mysterious and yellow fairy aura in the Lingyu box. He didn't stay in his body at all. He inhaled violently with his left hand, and spat out violently with his right hand. The mysterious and yellow fairy spirit energy poured into Ling Lai's body continuously. Enter Ling Lai's Dantian, stabilize it for a while, and then break through again. The mid-stage of the 7th level Xiantian, the late stage of the 7th level Xiantian, and the peak of the 7th level Xiantian. Boom! There was another loud bang in Ling Lai's body, the innate 8th layer. In the end, Ling Lai's realm was stabilized at the early stage of the 8th innate level, and the Dantian was filled with rich xuanhuan aura. Ling Yan withdrew his palms. Ling Lai immediately stood up, his arms shook in the air, and there was a sound like popping beans. Ling Lai raised his head and looked up, his roar was shocking. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The Xuanhuan immortal aura of the Earth Emperor is the same level of immortal aura as the pure yang immortal aura of Renhuang's Jiang Jigang. Once it can be used, how can it be against the sky? At the beginning, the immortal aura of Ren Huangbi was rolled back, allowing Ling Yan, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, to cross 15 realms in an instant, directly reaching the 9th level of Qi training. Although it was only in the middle of the night, those 6 or 7 hours had brought endless benefits to Ling Yan. Now, Ren Huangbi seems to know that he is the host. Ling Yan's people are not very good, he has learned to be good, he has become very stingy, and rarely provides Ling Yan with fairy energy. But the Earth Emperor is very generous. So far, he has released endless fairy spirit energy 3 times, and what Ling Yan absorbed couldn't fit in his body, so he could only store it in a spirit jade box. Once when fishing for Turtle Island to cross the catastrophe, when Ling Yan used his own blood to water 2 pieces of willow wood, they were separated twice, which was enough for Ling Yan to absorb a lot. The only pity is that Ling Yan only has such a spiritual jade box, and he does not have the strength in the late stage of Qi training. Even if he uses the Renhuang brush casually, it is impossible for him to carve 49 gatherings from the spiritual jade box of the same size. The spirit array is here. What's more, the Renhuang pen was used by Ling Yan once, but it was used by this guy as scissors and needles. What he did was cutting. It was a waste of money. Ling Lai raised his arms and shouted, tears streaming down his eyes. Every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. The momentum is shocking. Ling Lai didn't hide his innate aura, that kind of turbulent, monstrous aura. Ling Yan and Ling Xiao were shocked by it. Grandfather. Ling Yan and Ling Xiao fell to their knees at the same time and kowtowed to Ling Lai. Good boy, get up, get up. Ling Lai didn't shake his body or shoulders, and he came to the 2 of them as soon as he floated, and helped Ling Yan and Ling Xiao up respectively. Grandpa is happy. Grandpa is so happy. Ling Lai didn't hide his joy at all, and he felt relieved. Ling Lai looked at Ling Yan, feeling extremely fond of him. He couldn't help but lightly punched Ling Yan's shoulder, and said lovingly, "You little bastard, you are simply a monster." Ling Yan could feel the relationship between grandparents and grandchildren. His blood was boiling with excitement at that moment, and he said excitedly, Grandpa can reach such a state because he endured the severe pain in his meridians every day for 18 years and practiced continuously. Although the state has not improved, but the xuanhuan zhenqi in your body is really too strong. Even without these treasures, Grandpa can reach the peak of the 6th level of innate only by relying on his own accumulated true energy. Ling Yan told the truth, that was indeed the case. When Ling Yan was treating Ling Lai's wounds, he had already noticed that the true energy accumulated in Ling Lai's dantian was no less than that of any ancient martial arts master who was born at the peak of the 6th level. Because Ling Yan is in the mansion in the southern suburbs of the Chen family. He had just killed 6 or 7 innate 6th level masters. They were facing a life and death crisis, and Ling Yan knew exactly how much fighting power they would explode. If it wasn't for discovering this point, Ling Yan wouldn't have taken out all the treasures he could, and spent so much effort. Help Ling Lai break through in one fell swoop. At the same time, Ling Yan could also imagine that for 18 years, the old man endured the torment of meridian occlusion and withering every day, forcibly practicing the xuanhuan scriptures, day and night. How painful is that, and how amazing is this kind of perseverance? In this world, there has never been such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky. Opportunities will only be given to those who are prepared. Ling Lai suffered for 18 years and got all the rewards in one day. Even more than what should be, this is not luck, this is what he deserves. Ling Lai has come to the end of all hardships. Innate 8th stage, early stage. Ling Lai circulated the xuanhuan mantra, feeling the majestic sea-like xuanhuan zhenqi in his body, feeling the powerful zhenqi flowing through the strong meridians, like a big river. He burst out with a powerful momentum. But he stared at Ling Yan and said, "Nonsense, if you hadn't cured Grandpa's new injury, cured Grandpa's old disease, and brought out so many precious herbs for Grandpa to swallow, I, an old man in his 70s, how could it be possible to break through the 8th innate level in one fell swoop? How many treasures did you use in total?" Tianshan snow lotus, 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng, ambergris, the mysterious yellow zhenqi in Ling Yan's body, the Ling family's inherited god willow tree, and the mysterious yellow fairy aura of the emperor. Adding all these together, if Ling Lai can't reach the late innate stage, then the qualifications of the Ling family are too rubbish. The qualifications of the Ling family are of course not rubbish, not only not rubbish, but also terrifying against the sky, powerful and mysterious. Otherwise, how can a drop of Ling Yan's blood give the blood clan the first embrace and make the blood clan surrender? Ah? Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Ling Lai's realm must have improved, but she never expected that Ling Lai would break through the 8th level of innate in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao's cultivation is on the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. In her eyes, as long as she is a congenital master, she is almost the same. She can't see Ling Lai's realm at all. "Grandpa, you have reached the 8th level of congenital?" This? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Well, besides, this seems to be just the beginning. Grandpa feels that there is still room left. Ling Lai did not hide anything from Ling Xiao, this is his most beloved granddaughter. Of course, there is still energy left, and the energy left is still very strong, because more than 70% of Ling Lai's dantian is the immortal spirit qi of the Earth Emperor, and he still needs to absorb and use it slowly. Yuner, what kind of true energy did you finally get into Grandpa's body, and why is it so powerful? Ling Lai didn't move his lips, and directly used the sound transmission to secretly ask Ling Yundao. "Hey, Grandpa, it's all from our family's inheritance, and it's also a mysterious and yellow energy, but for some reason, it's much purer than what we cultivated." Before he has enough strength, Ling Yin will not tell anyone the secrets of the Emperor's pen and the Emperor's pen. It's not that he doesn't trust his grandfather, but he is afraid of bringing catastrophe to the Ling family. The first embrace of the blood clan was too terrifying. Until now, Ling Yun didn't know whether Chao Shanshan had revealed the secret of his imperial pen. Although Chen Jiangui has retired to the rank of Baron, he can't give Chao Shanshan the first embrace in a short time, but his evil eye hypnosis is also a very powerful ability. As a mortal, Chao Shanshan may hardly be able to support it. However, Ling Yun felt that Chao Shanshan probably didn't reveal the secret of his possession of the Emperor's brush, because in that case, the Chen family would deal with it first. It must not be the Chao family and the Ling family, but went directly to Qingshui City, and went to Ling Yun to snatch Ren Huangbi first. Thinking of this, Ling Yun was very relieved. As long as the Ling family had something to do tonight, he had to rescue Chao Shanshan first anyway. Inheritance of the Ling family. I didn't expect such a big change in your hands, hee. It really didn't waste all of Chui's efforts. Just now, Mr. Chui knelt down to Ling Yun in public, and there was a lot of truth in that. Ling Lai saw it clearly. Ling Yun knew that the old man had something to say, so he didn't dare to take the bait. If he became the head of the Ling family and was locked up, it would be troublesome, so he just smiled and pretended to be stupid there. Yuner, I think you caught someone back just now. Is that Chen Heiken from the Chen family? Yes, Grandpa, he is not far from death. Ling Yun said casually. Humph. We can't let him die. We have to pry his mouth open and let him tell the whereabouts of your father. Ling Lai snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, not showing off his anger. You are so confused. How can you get out? Ling Lai followed up and asked. There is a vast white mist around the eyes, which is basically an independent small world, completely isolated from the outside world, and Ling Lai can't get out. Ling Yun giggled, pointed to a few directions, and told Ling Lai how to get out of this maze. Then he didn't stop, put all his belongings into the space ring, and flew out of the cloudy sky maze. Hey! Xiao Wu, take your sister out. Ling Xiu stomped her feet anxiously. The two of them went out one after another, leaving her here alone. What's the matter? Ling Yan's voice seemed to come from another time and space. Hey, sister, stay here for a while. The vitality of the world there is very strong, suitable for you to cultivate. I'll kill you, brat. Ling Xiu stomped her feet, but she had no choice but to calm down, but her pretty face flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes twinkling. What a precious little brother. The son born to the third uncle and the third aunt is really extraordinary. Ling Xiu sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering formation, and began to practice the xuanhuan mantra silently, and found that what Ling Yun said was true, and the speed of practicing here was countless times faster than usual. Ling Yun walked out of the cloudy sky maze, and just walked into the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house. When he came out, he saw the entire courtyard full of people kneeling on the floor. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. The one they kneeled was of course Ling Lai, and they were shocked by two things. One was that Ling Lai burst out with a shocking momentum, the other was that Ling Lai had black beard and hair, and he was almost 20 years younger. The current Ling Lai looks like he is only in his 50s, and his face is younger than Cui Lao. In less than half an hour, it was amazing. The legendary rejuvenation is nothing more than that, right? Thoroughly cleansing his tendons, cutting his marrow, and reborn his bones, his martial arts realm has been raised to the 8th level of innateness. These 2 points make Ling Lai more than 10 years younger. Coupled with the fact that people are refreshed on happy occasions, Ling Lai's energy is at its peak. Certainly looked younger. Everyone get up, let Yuner heal you one by one. Ling Lai waved his big hand, and said loudly to the kneeling crowd in the courtyard. So Ling Yun began to heal everyone's injuries. The first one he healed was naturally Ling Yong, who was the most seriously injured. Under the operation of Yin Yang art, Ling Yong's internal injuries were completely cured very quickly. Ling Yong was refreshed, jumped up from the ground, grabbed Ling Yun's shoulder, and asked excitedly, are you really the third uncle's son? Ling Yun chuckled, if it's fake. I can't fake it. I can't fake it if I look like this, our Ling family, we can be saved now. Ling Yang's feelings are very sincere, and he speaks directly and without delay. Second brother, let's talk slowly later if we have something to say. I have to treat everyone's injuries first. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he got up slowly, and in a blink of an eye, he came behind Ling Zhen, and said to Ling Zhen, "Uncle, please hold Yuan Shui." Ling Yun didn't have to bother to treat others. He treated everyone equally and quickly cured Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and all the dead soldiers of the Ling family from their injuries. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they were inexplicably grateful to Ling Yun. Especially those dead soldiers. After Ling Yun healed their injuries, they all knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. At the same time, they looked at Ling Yun with fanatical admiration and vowed to follow him to the death. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Old man, you. Elder Cui came back. Seeing Ling Lai's astonishing changes, he was a little stunned and immediately asked subconsciously. He, my precious grandson, is simply a monster. You see, in just a short while, the old man has become like this. He was born on the 8th level. As long as Ling Lai talks about Ling Yun now, he can't close his mouth at all. He proudly transmits his voice to Cui Lao. 8th heavenly level? Elder Cui was shocked, his eyes shot out with excitement. He understood better than anyone else what it meant for Ling Lai to advance to the 8th level of innate level. It can be said that family disputes, whether it is power, money, contacts, resources, etc., are not as real as a single background. The strength of the key core figures in the family. This is the most important. Why? To use a random analogy, for example, the Chen family, Chen Jingtian, the old patriarch of the Chen family, is said to be only at the peak of the 7th level of innate cultivation. Now that Ling Lai has suppressed Chen Jingtian by a big realm, you see, Chen Jingtian dares to beat the Ling family idea? When the time came, Ling Lai would personally commit suicide and beat Chen Jingtian to death. Who in the Chen family would dare to make irresponsible remarks? No matter what you are fighting for, status, money, power, resources, etc., everything depends on strength. All others stand aside. Ling Lai now has the strength at the early stage of the 8th level Xiantian. Even if 5 ninjas from the 7th level Xiantian come all at once, he can fight 5 of them alone, and he will not be at a disadvantage at all. Dao Zhongfeng killed them all in seconds. How could the Ling family be wiped out? According to Cui Lao's knowledge, among the 7 major families in the capital, only the Long family that controls China, and the low-key and mysterious Shi family, among these 2 major families, there are peerless powerhouses who are born at the 8th level or above, and none of the other 5 major families. That is to say, the Chen family is slightly stronger. Chen Jingtian had reached the peak of the 7th level of innate 10 years ago, but he was too old to make it any further. And now, the old patriarch of the Ling family has reached the early stage of the 8th level in the blink of an eye, which shows that among the 7 major families in the capital, the Ling family has firmly entered the top 3. This is just a Ling Lai. Don't forget, there is also Ling Yun who just recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan. Ling Yun is even more against the sky. Although Mr. Cui didn't say anything. But after seeing Ling Yun easily blowing up 2 chunin of the 7th floor, he immediately knew that Ling Yun and the master of the 8th floor were definitely capable of fighting. And this is just pure martial arts. Ling Yun still has so many whole cards, and the Dragon Elephant Divine Strength that can increase his combat power by 10 times. Thinking of this in his mind instantly, Cui Lao felt that his brain was about to explode. He was so excited. Congratulations to the old man, congratulations to the old man. The old man is overjoyed, the Ling family is overjoyed. Old Cui articulated tremblingly, and conveyed his congratulations to Ling Lai. At the same time, he couldn't help but imagine that if Ling Xiao was rescued, it would be by virtue of Ling Yun's monstrous medical skills. Once Ling Xiao is cured, What kind of cultivation can he make Ling Xiao achieve? Don't forget, Ling Xiao's aptitude is recognized by the whole capital as against the heavens. Even the geniuses of the Long family in the capital feel inferior. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yun, these three are old, middle-aged, young, grandparents and grandchildren. Once the force is exerted at the same time, the Ling family definitely has enough strength to fight against the Long family and the Yi family, and once again become one of the three major families in China. Elder Cui looked at Ling Yun's 4 loyal blood slaves again. He was about to groan with happiness. The rise of the Ling family is just around the corner, and it will become a reality in the blink of an eye. Old Cui, you personally lead the people and clean up the battlefield. Tonight, every soldier of the Ling family who died in battle will be given a rich funeral. Ling Lai originally wanted to arrange for Ling Yong to do this job, but he was afraid that he was too young to do this kind of work, so he was assigned to Cui Lao. Yes. Elder Cui respectfully accepted the order. Everyone wait a moment, I want to announce a few things. Ling Lai stood in the center of the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, with a solemn expression, using sound transmission to enter the secret, and send a clear voice into the room clearly. In everyone's ears. Everyone in the Ling family stopped and looked at Ling Lai respectfully. First, all the things that happened tonight, no matter who they are, as long as they dare to reveal half a word, they will be killed without mercy. Second, the young master Ling Yun has recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan. This matter cannot be announced to the public for the time being. Anyone who dares to disclose it to others will be killed without mercy. Thirdly, all the dead men of the Ling family obey orders. From now on, no matter what the young master Ling Yun wants you to do, you don't need to go through me, let alone my handwriting. His words are equal to my words. If there is any violation, kill without mercy. After Ling Lai finished speaking, his eyes were majestic, unquestionable, and irrefutable. His eyes swept over everyone in the yard, including the head of the house, Ling Zhen. He was inexplicably panicked when he saw it, and he couldn't help lowering his head. Then he said in a deep voice, "Do you understand?" All the dead soldiers of the Ling family agreed at the same time, with unconcealable excitement in their eyes. Each of these dead soldiers of the Ling family is selected by thousands of people. After layers of training and elimination, the selected ones are not only loyal to the Ling family, but also shrewd and capable, with top-notch aptitude and IQ choice. After a series of selections, the Ling family's slain warriors selected from hundreds of miles naturally admired the strong most. They had seen all of Ling Yun's unnatural performance just now, and they were willing to follow them to the death. Now that Ling Lai made such an announcement, that's not it excited for everyone? After Ling Lai finished speaking, he gently waved his hand at Elder Cui and asked him to take someone to clean up the battlefield, but Ling Yun said at this time, "Elder Cui, you only need to collect the bodies of the brothers who died in the Ling family. But, as long as the corpses of those Oriental ninjas are gathered together, I will deal with them." When Ling Yun went out this time, he had already prepared corpse powder for this job. Cui Laochong grinned at Ling Yun, and quickly led the people to work. Ling Lai summoned Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Ling Yong and other 3 grandsons in front of him, smiled and said to Ling Yong and the others, "Tonight, you 3 little fellows performed well, and you didn't embarrass our Ling family. Tonight, Grandpa has his own reward." "Grandpa, we don't want any rewards, we want Brother Ling Yun to teach us how to practice martial arts," Ling Feng hurriedly said. Ling Lai turned his head to look at Ling Yun, and laughed, "That's a matter between you brothers, it's useless to beg me, whoever wants to learn martial arts from Yuner, you can find a way to beg him." Before Ling Lai finished speaking, Ling Feng was about to hug Ling Yun's thigh. He pretended to be begging, "My good brother, you must teach me martial arts. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will let my brother do anything." Row. Ling Yong and Ling Li naturally begged at the same time. Ling Yun laughed happily, don't worry, as long as you are not afraid of suffering, I will teach you. Ling Yin had seen it, these brothers of the Ling family, in terms of aptitude, each one is the top choice, with excellent talent, but there is no famous teacher to guide them. However, practicing martial arts doesn't just depend on good aptitude, it also needs tempering of character. Ling Yin also needs to polish them, and observe their character. Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li all patted their chests, expressing that they are absolutely not afraid of hardship. Ling Yin looked at it and smiled inwardly, and said in his heart that when you really cultivate, it's fine if you don't regret it. The four brothers laughed for a while, and Ling Lai said in a deep voice again, what I said just now is mainly for you three young people to hear, put a lock on your mouth one by one, don't go out and brag, understand? Already? Elder Cui doesn't have to worry, and neither do the dead soldiers of the Ling family. Ling Zhen and Ling Yu naturally understand this, and what Ling Lai is most worried about is of course these three little guys. Grandpa, don't worry, we are not stupid. Ling Li said with a smile, this kid is eccentric and sweet-mouthed. Humph. What I'm most worried about is you kid. Ling Lai cursed with a smile. Ling Li grinned his thin lips, frightened and fell silent, not daring to speak any more. Boss. Ling Lai finally looked at Ling Zhen. Yes. Ling Zhen bowed his head respectfully. It turns out that Ling Zhen is the one with the highest level of martial arts in the entire Ling family. He is the only one who has reached the second level of congenital, and as the head of the Ling family, he has held the power of life and death for many years. Ling Zhen naturally possesses an awe-inspiring aura. Over the past few years, although he was still filial to Ling Lai, he had begun not to report to Ling Lai some things that he could do independently. Ling Lai kept a low profile and relied on his son the most, so he also relied on Ling Zhen and kept his eyes open most of the time. The relationship between father and son became quite delicate. But now, Ling Lai has reached the 8th level of the innate, and his aura is astounding. While Ling Zhen is secretly excited, he is also terrified. He doesn't know what Ling Lai is going to say to him. Yuner has just returned to Ling's house, you don't need to arrange anything for him, everything about him is up to him. Ling Lai's tone was very light, as if he was talking about something trivial. But both Ling Zhen and Ling Yu understood that the subtext of the old man's words was that Ling Yin could not be ordered by the patriarch Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen bowed immediately, and said in a respectful tone, my child understands. That's good. Ling Lai nodded, and then said to Ling Yu, second brother, after tonight, if Ling Yin is not busy, you two should talk together more, and tell him everything you should tell Ling Yun, don't hide anything and omissions. Ling Yu nodded happily, my child knows. N. After Ling Lai made the arrangement, he suddenly shouted violently, come on. Elder Cui's side had almost cleaned up. As soon as he heard that the old man wanted someone, he immediately sent 6 dead soldiers back. Ling Lai raised his hand and pointed at Chen Haiken who was lying in the corner, and shouted sharply, throw him, and those 2 Toyo Chunin, into the dungeon of the Ling family. Yes. The 6 dead men responded and divided them into 3 groups, without any nonsense. 2 of them picked up the 3 men and walked towards the 8th courtyard. Obviously, the dungeon of the Ling family was in the 8th courtyard. I can't get through it. When the 6 dead men came to the gate of the 7th courtyard, they suddenly realized that there was a vast white mist in front of them. Where could there be the shadow of the 7th courtyard? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brothers, work hard, there are still 15 votes short, everyone rushed forward. Thank you for your rewards and support. In addition, I would like to thank the mobile reading Xianyi Dadi for the daily monthly ticket support. The cloudy sky maze is no longer needed, Ling Yin laughed, flew into the cloudy sky maze, and slapped the stone in the eye of the cloudy sky maze, causing the stone to deviate from its position. The white mist disappeared, leaving only the spirit-gathering formation. At this time, Ling Xiu was sitting cross-legged in the spirit-gathering formation, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and she entered the realm of forgetting both things and me. Ling Yin glanced at Ling Xiu, who was sinking into cultivation, with his spiritual sense, and was taken aback immediately, muttering inwardly, "It's so fast." It was indeed very fast. Ling Xiu was originally at the early stage of the 9th level of acquired heaven, but in just a short while, she had already reached the middle stage of the 9th level of acquired heaven, and she showed no sign of stopping, marching towards the peak of the 9th level of acquired heaven. The descendants of the Ling family, no matter male or female, have no cultivation aptitude. They are all terrifying. Of course, the most evil and heaven-defying one is naturally Ling Yun. Ling Yun quickly sent a voice transmission to the 6 dead soldiers, "Be careful when you pass by, don't disturb my sister's cultivation." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned his body upside down in the air, passed through the distance of 70 meters in the air like lightning, and landed lightly beside Cui Lao. "Old Cui, are you ready?" Ling Yun asked Cui Lao Dao, staring at the pile of corpses in front of him, as well as the broken arms and limbs of the Oriental ninja. "Yes, 4th young master." Cui Lao changed his words inadvertently, and habitually ranked Ling Yun 4th. Ling Yun frowned, took a peek in the direction of the 7th courtyard, and then smiled wryly at Elder Cui. "Elder Cui, please forgive me, please call me 5th young master." Old Cui was very happy in his heart, he laughed aloud, "It doesn't matter, the 5th young master is the 5th young master, now this old slave is really happy." Ling Yun smiled casually. A small medicine bottle has appeared above the left hand, which is filled with white-yellow powder. Ling Yun opened the bottle cap, leaned slightly towards the sword wound on the chest of a corpse, and spilled a little powder. The medicine powder entered the wound of the deceased, and when it was stained with blood, a violent reaction began to occur. Chi chi chi. The wound on the corpse instantly became bigger. Blood from the wound. Muscle, bone. And so on, it was all melted and turned into a pool of yellow water. The yellow water was bubbling, and white-hot air came out, continuing to corrode the surrounding places. Soon, the corpse was turned into 2 parts from the chest, and the 2 parts were still melting rapidly, turning into more yellow water, which soaked into the corpse below. The same thing melts when it touches the flesh, more and more yellow water, the corroded area is getting bigger and bigger, and the speed of the corpse melting is getting faster and faster. No wonder Miao Xiaomiao made me go up to Tianqin. Ling Yunqin said that Miao Zhong's poison technique is indeed terrifying, but he just doesn't know if this corpse powder will have any effect on living people. If Miao Xiaomiao found out about Ling Yun's thoughts, Miao Xiaomiao would definitely take back the corpse powder. The last sentence also mentioned the upper body Tianqin, and then I wanted to use it on living people for experiments. Only the shameless brother Yun could come up with such a weird idea. Only 2 minutes had passed since the chi-chi sound, and the corpses of the 14 Oriental ninjas had all turned into yellow water. It's just that the yellow water doesn't have any rancid smell. Ling Yun was amazed that there was no smell like fishy smell at all. Elder Cui was moved. 5th young master, is this corpse powder? Ling Yun nodded expressionlessly. Well, it's the corpse powder that girl Miao Xiaomiao gave me. Speaking of Miao Xiaomiao, Ling Yun suddenly missed those beauties in Qingshui City. Ling Yun was straightforward. He picked up his phone and called Miao Xiaomiao. The phone rang twice, and the other side picked it up. Ling Yun said directly, "Hey, little poisonous girl, your corpse powder is very useful." There was silence at first. Immediately afterwards, Miao Xiaomiao's voice sounded faintly, "You have only been in the capital for a few days, and you killed people again? It looks like you killed a lot, right?" Ling Yun chuckled, 20 Oriental ninjas, but soon there will be 22 more. Ling Yun also counted the 6 killed in the compound in the southern suburbs of the Chen family. Ling Yin originally thought that after he finished speaking, Miao Xiaomiao would definitely scold him, but Miao Xiaomiao on the other end of the phone said, "You face so many enemies, be more careful." His tone was unusual tenderness. Ling Yin was stunned, thinking that I heard correctly, right? It's not Ninger, it's definitely Miao Xiaomiao. Why don't you talk anymore? Hey, Ling Yin, you promised me, but don't forget, I will give you another month at most. Miao Xiaomiao reminded Ling Yun on the phone. Ling Yun knew that what Miao Xiaomiao was talking about was helping miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang to get back together so that they could enjoy their old age peacefully. Before the college entrance examination, he once went to see miracle Dr. Shui, and in front of Miao Xiaomiao, he used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot again, and suppressed the forgetfulness and heart-eating goo in miracle Shui's body for 3 months. Under the request of Ling Yin mainly focused on control, and did not suppress the Wangqing erosion heart goo. Because, at that time, according to the 8th level of Ling Yin's physical training, he was already able to force the forgetfulness and heart attack goo out of divine Dr. Shui's body, and kill it, and it was even easier to control it with spiritual energy. At that time, when Ling Yun left from divine Dr. Shui, Miao Xiaomiao reminded him to go to Miao Jiang as soon as possible after the college entrance examination, so that the 2 old people could reunite as soon as possible. After all, one is a grandpa and the other is a grandma. In such a state, Miao Xiaomiao will naturally feel uncomfortable, and it will be uncomfortable every day if it is delayed. Ling Yin also agreed at the time, but there were priorities. The matter of miracle Dr. Shui could be delayed, but the matter of Chao Shanshan could not be delayed, plus something happened to the Ling family. Ling Yin naturally had to come to the capital first. Don't worry, I promise you won't forget. Now that Ling Yin recognizes his ancestors and returned to his clan, he saw his own grandfather, felt his love and care for him, and knew what it was like to be close relatives by blood. Of course, he could better understand Miao Xiaomiao's urgent mood. What's more, Miao Xiaomiao told him that in Miaojiang's 100,000 mountains, spiritual grass grows everywhere, and spiritual energy is everywhere. Why doesn't Ling Yun miss such a precious place every day? Brother Ling Yun, why do you only call your sister, but not me? In just a short while, the person on the other end of the phone has changed, and Ling Yin knew the voice coming from the phone. The little demon girl Shui Mining. Your sister and I have business to discuss. Ling Yin could only prevaricate, trying to get away with it. Cut. What's the matter? It's obvious that you killed someone again, and you even used my sister's corpse powder. After the little demon girl finished speaking, she changed the subject and said savagely, I'm going to the capital. Ling Yin was sweating profusely at Waterfall, and he said firmly, no. Ling Yin is busy with Chao Shanshan's affairs now, and if there is another little demon girl, he will not do anything. What's wrong? My parents are in the capital right now, so I'm going. The little demon girl was very domineering. Ling Yin left Qingshui for several days, and she left in such a hurry that the little demon girl didn't even have time to see Ling Yin off. She was going crazy thinking about Ling Yin. Ninger is good, Ninger is obedient. What you have to do now is to concentrate on practicing the Ling Si Ju and the Ling Shu 9 needles I taught you. The doctor is kind. He saves the dying and heals the wounded. He is a great hero, serving the country and the people. Ling Yun is absolutely shameless. There were 2 coquettish smiles from the other end of the phone. Shui Mining could hear that Ling Yun's nonsense was not easy, so she didn't insist anymore, but changed her tone softly, Brother Ling Yun. You are alone in the capital, so be careful in everything. If you are not busy when I want to. Ling Yun was startled, what will happen? Idiot, I'm going to have a video with you. Shui Mining on the other end of the phone was flushed and shy. No problem. Ling Yin agreed, and then quickly hung up the phone. Just throw the phone away into the space ring. I knew it would be like this. Ling Yin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't know where the two beauties were now. If he happened to be with someone again, he wouldn't want to hang up the call. He had to keep calling. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun realized that Ling Yong and Ling Feng and Ling Li had surrounded him at some point, and the three of them winked and winked with ambiguous expressions. "Fifth brother, who are you calling?" Ling Li asked with a smile on purpose. "A sister-in-law of yours." Ling Yun smiled triumphantly, which he did not hide. "Oh, so it's my sister-in-law. Wait a minute, why am I so awkward listening to this?" Ling Li dragged on for a long time and immediately realized something was wrong. There should be only one sister-in-law. Why would fifth brother say that? Is there another sister-in-law? Ling Yan was too lazy to bother about this, so he hurriedly told Cui Lao to flush all the yellow water on the ground into the sewer, and then went straight to the sixth courtyard. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others naturally followed closely. "How many people did you three kill in total?" Ling Yan asked as he walked. One or two." Ling Yong was stunned and thought for a long time before saying. "Too few, come with me, I will teach you how to kill." Ling Yun said murderously. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li looked at each other, thinking that this brother is really fierce. Let him teach martial arts, and he taught him to kill before he even had a word. Really killed? Ling Li was a little dumbfounded. The Ling family was about to be wiped out in the battle just now, and the three of them were all red-eyed, so they didn't feel terrible when they saw the corpses all over the ground, but when Ling Yun came, after turning the situation around, the three boys looked at the corpses all over the ground. The entire double-layer courtyard of the Ling family was like Shura hell, with severed arms and stumps everywhere, separated corpses, and the scene of blood flowing like a river. The three without exception, they all spit out their bile. From childhood to adulthood, the three brothers killed each other, for the first time. Blood debt is paid in blood. Really kill. There will be more kills in the future, let's practice first. Ling Yun didn't give the three brothers a chance to hesitate. He had already come in front of the 20 ninjas, with broken legs. At this time, the 36 dead soldiers of the Ling family had already finished their tasks. When they saw Ling Yun was going to kill someone, they rushed over one by one. Of the more than 100 dead soldiers, only 36 were left. In a brutal battle, 2/3 of the brothers died. Such a blood feud must be avenged, of course. Kill the enemy with your hands. Blood debt, of course, must be paid with blood. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ugh, this chapter is really hard to write. Tired of millions of brain cells, I finally wrote it out. Brother Yun has a new sky-defying skill. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Let's celebrate. There are only 10 votes left. Come on everyone. As Ling Yan walked all the way, the murderous intent around him was rising all the way. He stopped, and the murderous intent just reached its peak. With a sweep of his consciousness, he immediately saw not far from his right hand, on the bluestone board, a blood-stained long sword that had not been put away in time. Unconsciously, Ling Yan suddenly stretched out his right arm, raised his hand to the void grasp. Whoosh! The long sword was lifted off the ground by a huge suction force, and flew into Ling Yan's hand with a whiz. Ling Li, you come first. Under the blazing murderous intent, Ling Yan didn't notice this at all. He turned his head to look at Ling Li, held the long sword in his hand, and waved it at Ling Li. However, Ling Li was stunned, his eyes were straightened, his mouth was opened into an O shape, and he was staring at Ling Yan's right hand in a daze. His expression seemed to be the face of the goddess Ling Li had been thinking about day and night. Ling Li was not the only one who was stunned. Including Ling Feng, Ling Yong, and the 36 dead men rushing over, they were all stunned when they saw Ling Yun showing such a trick inadvertently. Take pictures from a distance. Ling Yun was able to take pictures from afar. What's wrong? Ling Yan himself was clueless. He thought that Ling Li didn't dare to kill people. He couldn't help being a little annoyed. Although the 20 ninjas on the other side were unarmed and had no power to fight back, it was them. In just an instant, 60 or 70 loyal soldiers of the Ling family were beheaded. Ling Li raised his right hand blankly and stretched out his index finger. Pointing to Ling Yan's hand holding the sword, he murmured, "Fifth brother, you seem to be taking pictures from a distance just now." Ling Yong also came to his senses at this time, and he said excitedly, "It seems, fifth brother, you can shoot objects from the air at all, my god." Old 5, you can even shoot objects from the air? That is a legendary skill. What? Ling Yun was a little dazed. Remote photography? He looked at his right hand with some doubts, carefully thought about what he had done just now. It was discovered that this was the case. Ling Yan recalled it again and confirmed it, and suddenly he was ecstatic in his heart. I did inadvertently display the telephoto camera. Ling Yan's ecstasy was completely different from Ling Yong and Ling Feng's shock. Under normal circumstances, one of the two abilities can be used to capture objects from a distance. The first is that the consciousness is strong enough. It can form an induction with the ingested object, and with a thought, it can directly summon the distant object. In other words, it doesn't matter if you don't need to interact with objects in the distance, as long as your consciousness is strong enough, it can be used as a force, in layman's terms. It is like a spiritual tentacle. This kind of spiritual power is invisible and intangible, but it can replace hands to do many things. As far as the consciousness can cover, you can absorb objects far away, generally speaking. As long as a cultivator has reached the realm and his spiritual consciousness is strong enough, it is not surprising that he can do this in the end. Another ability, of course, is to send and receive the palm force from the heart. Not only can you wave your palm outward, but also spit out your true energy into the air. It forms a fierce wind, and it can be used in reverse, forming a vortex suction in the palm. The true energy in the body flows back to the dantian, and at the same time sucks the air back, forming a huge suction field between the distant objects and the palm. Things naturally fly towards the palm of a person like iron nails being attracted by a powerful magnet. This suction field, of course, is only related to a person's skill. The stronger the skill, the greater the suction force formed, just like the bigger the magnet, the stronger the magnetic force, and it can draw farther away and larger pieces of iron to the body. It is a truth to absorb it. This is also similar to a dragon absorbing water, except that the source of the suction is no longer the dragon's mouth, but the palm of a person. However, it is thousands of times, 10,000 times more difficult to let true energy flow back through a place as big as a palm, and to form such a huge suction force, than to send out a violent palm wind. Even a master of the 8th level cannot do it. Arrive. Not to mention the 8th level of congenital, even the 9th level of congenital, it is difficult to capture objects from a distance. Such a strong person is almost rare. So Ling Li said that this is a legendary skill. Ling Yan's current consciousness only has the function of replacing vision. His consciousness is not so strong yet, so it is naturally not the first case. It can only be that Ling Yan's skill is too powerful, and he can send and receive completely freely. Just now, he focused on killing people, but unconsciously, his belief moved habitually, but he was stunned by the use of telephoto shooting everyone. However, only Ling Yun knew that this was not the essence of the matter. The reason why Ling Yun was ecstatic was because he knew that he had inadvertently made a breakthrough in the Yinyang Ju that he had practiced, that the Yinyang True Qi was within the Dantian, and it was about to form a Yinyang vortex. When he was on Daogui Island, Ling Yun judged according to the degree of condensed spiritual consciousness. He thought that he would be able to perform inner vision when he reached the 8th level of physical training at the latest, but now that Ling Yun had reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training, he still couldn't use the mind to look inside. Ling Yun had tried many times, but they all ended in failure, which made him very depressed all the time. As for the yin and yang eyes, if Ling Yin has used the yin and yang eyes to the extreme, he can already see through steel plates, iron blocks or granite stones more than 10 centimeters thick, and he can almost see through his own thighs, but he also cannot see through his own dantian. Don't talk about seeing it through, you can't see it at all. Since he can't look inside, Ling Yin doesn't know what his dantian looks like, so he can only judge by feeling. As I said before, a person's dantian is not a plane, but a sphere, but Ling Yin's dantian is a constantly rotating yin-yang taiji diagram. If you can see it, no matter which direction you look at it, Ling Yin's dantian is a yin-yang taichi diagram. The complete yin-yang taichi diagram, and it keeps rotating. From the eyes of the two yin-yang formations, new yin-yang qi are continuously generated, providing Ling Yin with a steady stream of strength, helping him to advance rapidly all the way, and his realm is advancing day by day. The body can automatically generate yin and yang energy. Even if a real immortal sees Ling Yin's ability, he will go crazy with envy and jealousy, and will kill Ling Yin without hesitation. Because this is too bad. As we all know, mass is conserved, energy is also conserved. It will not increase or decrease, it will only transfer, but Ling Yin's body can grow on its own. This cannot be described as creation, it is simply creating something out of nothing. How outrageous! Who is not afraid? Don't say that people who understand cultivation will be afraid if they know it. Even if Ling Yin knows it, he will also be afraid, because the original I Qi Yin Yang art is not like this. One Qi Yin Yang Ju can absorb all spiritual energy and true energy, and can also transform all the vitality of heaven and earth, and can also continuously improve the two energy of yin and yang in one's body through daily practice. However, it is impossible to create something out of nothing. As a result, at the moment Ling Yin practiced Yin Yang Ju under the Tianqing, his dantian changed suddenly, forming a strange and mysterious rotating yin yang tai chi diagram. Two yin and yang eyes appeared, and he managed to create something out of nothing. Not to mention the current Ling Yin, even if he is Ling Yin in the transcending tribulation period, he still can't explain this. Now, the Earth Emperor firmly occupies a position in Ling Yin's strange dantian. Guarding Ling Yin's dantian firmly, he remained motionless. How many kinds of heaven-defying powers are contained in Ling Yin's dantian? Even Ling Yin himself doesn't know. At least there are yin and yang qi, and there is a pure golden dragon-shaped curve, just like a real dragon, with a mysterious yellow aura. The power of lightning. There are too many. No one can explain how much energy can be contained in a dantian, not even the immortals. Although Ling Yin didn't know this yet, he did know one thing, that is, he knew that his dantian must be moving, and it was constantly spinning. Because, when Ling Yin was running the I Qi Yin Yang Ju, the Yin Yang true energy in his dantian mainly gushed out from his Rendu's second channel. The second gas should be fixed. But after such a long time, Ling Yin found out that it was not. Sometimes it was Yin Qi gushing out from the Ren vessel, and sometimes it was Yang Qi. It was random at all, so he vaguely judged that his dantian was actually moving. But since it is rotating, Ling Yin has made a bold guess. It can't just turn in one direction, and if one day, it might turn backwards. The yin-yang vortex will form before the qi training period. Ling Yin knows this, because if the vortex is not formed, Ling Yin will not be able to break through the qi training period. Moreover, Ling Yin reckoned that it was time for the yin and yang zhenqi to form a vortex, because he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of body training, and was only one step away from the qi training period. The yin-yang vortex is great, because it will make Ling Yin's dantian form a nebulous state. In this way, when Ling Yin's yin-yang true energy is emitted again, it will form a strange spiral shape, which is the state like a tornado. It will increase 100 times, and the destructive power will naturally increase 100 times. Because a hurricane of the same level is blowing straight, and the power of a tornado blowing over is simply incomparable. This is easy to understand. Ling Yin has reached the peak of the 9th level of body training, but he still can't reverse his true energy. After all, compared with the strong in the later stage of innate, he is still far behind in terms of realm. Therefore, now that Ling Yun is able to capture objects from a distance, it can only explain two things. First, the yin-yang vortex in Ling Yun's body is indeed forming. Next, for a moment, my consciousness inadvertently controlled the dantian, and with a thought, the dantian reversed, and the yin-yang vortex that was forming was reversed, and passed through Ling Yun's palm, acting on the air, forming a spiral air like a tornado gene. I sucked the long sword into my hand all at once. Ling Yun was in a daze of ecstasy, his thoughts flashed, and he felt that his guess was very reliable. This is indeed the case. After Ling Yun reached the peak of the 9th level of body training, his dantian has undergone new changes. The dantian is dominated by yin and yang true energy. In the state of rapid rotation, a yin and yang cyclone is formed, and the nebula spirals. Ling Yun's murderous intent was blazing just now, and he managed to capture objects in the air unintentionally, precisely because he controlled the reversal of the yin and yang qi without realizing it. The so-called Tao follows nature, and only in this kind of unintentional and unintentional thinking, Ling Yun has achieved this. If he is asked to do it deliberately now, it will definitely be difficult to do. However, there is no doubt that the formation of the vortex of yin and yang true energy is also the beginning of Ling Yun's true path to defying the sky. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun's physique is capable of continuously devouring and absorbing the spiritual energy of all things in the world. Needless to say, if he absorbs it deliberately, even if Ling Yun is unconscious, whether he is eating or sleeping, or doing anything else, his body can naturally absorb the surrounding aura. This is already Ling Yun's instinct, it is as natural as breathing when one is alive. In layman's terms, a physique like Ling Yun's should be called a spirit-gathering body. His body is like a huge magnet, and all kinds of spiritual energy are iron powder. How can there be any reason why iron powder is not attracted by the magnet? Now, Ling Yun's dantian is too big, it has already exceeded his body, the entire invisible spherical dantian has completely covered Ling Yun's body, extending into the air around Ling Yun. This is amazing enough, shocking enough. Suppose, if someone can take pictures of Ling Yun and his dantian together with a digital camera, people will be horrified to find that Ling Yun lives in a colorful spherical yin-yang tai chi diagram. No matter which direction you look from Ling Yun, you will see the same result. It's as if Ling Yun is forever living in a spherical space, composed of countless circular yin-yang and tai chi diagrams. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that Ling Yun's dantian is still moving, non-stop, and spinning rapidly. Now, in this huge, sky-defying strange dantian, a vortex of yin and yang true energy has formed, like a spiral nebula. Once this vortex of yin and yang true energy starts to take effect, Ling Yun's spirit-gathering body absorbs the spiritual energy around his body. The astonishing speed and the sky-defying scene are absolutely terrifying. Because that's not silent passive absorption, but no matter what Ling Yun eats, drinks and sleeps, no matter what he is doing, this yin and yang true chi vortex. They will continue to absorb all the aura in the air for him and replenish themselves. Thoroughly, turning passive into active, if Ling Yun wants to absorb it deliberately, of course it will be more domineering and fierce, then he will absorb as much as he can, as long as his dantian can hold it. Ling Yun can absorb the aura of all things outside his body to replenish himself. The body can continuously generate new yin and yang qi, which is also non-stop all the time. How outrageous is this? Those who come do not refuse to rely on self-reliance. It will be strange if the cultivation base cannot make rapid progress. Ling Yun is not a bully. He passed down so many exercises in Qingshui City, including Dianju Xingju, Wanchuixin Ju, Wuji Xianbing Ju, Raging Waves Inner Strength, Lingxi Ju, Huangquan Earth Emperor Gong. Even Dragon Elephant Divine Strength, and so on. These skills are not Chinese cabbage on the roadside, they are all top-notch cultivation skills in the cultivation world, whether it is cultivation or fighting. They are all powerful skills that can make any master of cultivation covet for competition. Could it be that Ling Yun is really not afraid, or really has never thought that among these people in the future? Whether it's his friend, brother, or his woman, one day in the future, for various reasons, they might betray him and leave him, or even turn against him? Both father and son can become mortal enemies. Husbands and wives can both get divorced, and there are so many bloody beatings between brothers. Why would the people around Ling Yun never betray him? Besides, even if his friends and his female relatives would never betray him, what if they were caught and forced to find out through torture or secret methods like the evil eye? This kind of thing happens too easily. For example, in the case of Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun is so smart. He has seen or heard too many things like this in the world of comprehension, and he has naturally considered this point long ago. But Ling Yun is not afraid, or in other words, he doesn't care at all from the bottom of his heart, because he knows that no one is faster than him in terms of cultivation speed. It turns out that a fairy body like Ning Lingyu might be able to keep pace with Ling Yun, but as long as Ling Yun's yin and yang true energy vortex is formed, he has absolute confidence, and no one can practice faster than him. Because, the function of the yin-yang Zhenqi vortex is not only as simple as speeding up the absorption of aura around the body, nor is it only able to capture objects from the air. Ling Yun can also use this yin-yang true qi vortex to absorb the true qi cultivated in other people's bodies, and then use his one qi yin-yang art to easily transform it into his own yin-yang two qi. Suction Dafa. Just imagine, in the fight between Ling Yun and the enemy, with a pair of palms, Ling Yun reverses his dantian, and if he uses such a trick to absorb power, the enemy will become weaker and weaker, and Ling Yun will be more fierce, so there is still a loser? As long as there is no opponent who is too strong against the sky, Ling Yun will always be invincible. So far, among all the people Ling Yun has met, the only one who can form a strange attractive field around him is a demon sect saint. When I form a yin-yang vortex and reach the first level of qi training, I must have a good competition with you. Even if I don't use my strength to bully you, brother, I will let you fall into my arms obediently. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel itchy when he thought of the peerless, charming, and alluring saintess of the demon sect. Xiao Wu, what are you thinking? Seeing Ling Yun holding the long sword, Ling Yong became contemplative, and couldn't help but wake him up. Xiao Wu, when did you teach me the trick of shooting objects from the air? This trick is really cool. Ling Feng was also at the side, yelling excitedly. Ling Yun withdrew his mind, and he laughed aloud. I didn't think about anything. Do you want to take pictures from a distance? You have to wait until your skill is enough. Let's talk about it after reaching the late stage of congenital. When Ling Feng heard it, his originally excited expression suddenly turned into a discouraged ball, wilting. Innate late stage, how difficult is that? Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled brightly at him and said, Don't worry, I guarantee that you will all reach the advanced stage of congenital status in 2 years at the most. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned his head, looked at the 36 dead soldiers behind him, and said to them indifferently, If you are willing to suffer, it will be the same. The remaining 36 dead soldiers of the Ling family trembled violently when they heard Ling Yun's words. Their eyes showed shock, ecstasy, and bewilderment, wondering if their ears heard it wrong. Up to 2 years, late innate, everyone has a share. Scholar of the Ling family, thank you young master Ling Yun for your cultivation. After the shock, the 36 dead men and the people around them looked at each other, and suddenly bowed and said in unison. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, indicating that they are welcome. These are people who have passed the test of life and death, and are willing to give their lives for the Ling family. If such a person is not cultivated, who will he cultivate? In Ling Yan's eyes, his trust in these 36 dead men far surpassed that of his uncle Ling Zhen. Ling Yan smiled at Ling Li, handed him the long sword in his hand, and then said with a calm smile, "Sixth brother, you come first later." Lingli was roared by the 36 dead soldiers, and his blood boiled. He nodded at Ling Yun like a chicken pecking at rice, and then looked at the 20 Japanese ninjas. The killing intent of hatred. Ling Yun turned around and looked at the 20 Oriental ninjas who were lying on the ground in a mess and suffering, and asked indifferently, "Who can speak Chinese?" A master who was above and born suddenly gritted his teeth and said in slightly broken Chinese, "If you want to kill, none of us Oriental ninjas are afraid of death." Regarding the warrior spirit of the Dongyang people, Ling Yun has already experienced it in the waters of Daogui Island. Even the female soldiers of Dongyang can guard their country's military secrets in the face of death threats, let alone these Dongyang ninjas. He smiled lightly and said, "I just want to ask, are there any ninjas from the Tokugawa family among you?" Ling Yun was thinking about his Shinnon Dingai. He knew that the Dingai was in the Tokugawa family, and he wanted to go to Dongyang to get the Dingai back as soon as possible, so he naturally wanted to learn more about the Tokugawa family when he had the opportunity. The innate ninja was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Ling Yun in surprise, and asked blankly, "How do you know about the Tokugawa family?" Ling Yun said lightly, "The Tokugawa family is one of the most powerful samurai families in the East, of course I would know." This kind of answer is completely equivalent to no answer. Ling Yun doesn't want to bring trouble to the Ling family. There was a sneer on the corner of the innate ninja's mouth. "To deal with a small family like your Huaxia, of course you don't need the Tokugawa family to take action. The Tokugawa family is one of the most noble warrior families in the East. There is nothing really important, they will not come to your Huaxia." After Ling Yun listened to it, he thought about it seriously, and felt that these little guys probably didn't know the inside story, and asking them, it would be better to ask those two innate 7th level chunin, so he smiled lightly, "Really? It's a pity that you even our little family can't deal with it, but tonight's operation failed, and now they are all down here, like mangy dogs whose legs have been broken." The congenital ninja master shot a pair of humiliating gazes in his eyes, and roared, "Baga! If it weren't for you, we would have succeeded tonight." Ling Yan's eyes turned cold, and his voice was as cold as frost, because what is not important, what matters is the result. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan waved lightly to Ling Li, and said murderously, "Ling Li, kill him. Cut off his head for me." Ling Li charged forward, holding the long sword in his hand. His right hand visibly trembled slightly. Ling Yun yelled violently, "Slay the enemy with your hands, kill." Ling Li gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and the long sword in his hand slashed down. Puff. Heads rolling. The head of that innate ninja was cut off by Ling Li with a sword. He was lying on the ground, a hot blood spurted from his neck and sprayed around him. The other ninjas instantly turned them into, "There are a bunch of blood people. Kill again." Ling Yan's expression remained unchanged, his eyes were as cold as ice, and he spoke without hesitation, telling Ling Li to continue killing. Ling Li suppressed the nausea in his heart, and slashed 2 more swords in succession, beheading 2 more ninjas, and then Ling Yun told him to stop. "If you feel like throwing up, throw it up. Once you've done this once, you won't be afraid of killing people in the future." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took the long sword in Ling Li's hand and handed it to Ling Feng. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Thank you for your monthly pass. I didn't go to bed until 4 o'clock in the morning today. I didn't rest well, and my condition has not been right. In the afternoon, there are guests at home, so I will send 2 more guarantees first, and it will explode tomorrow. None of the men in the Ling family is ugly. Ling Feng has a pair of thick sword eyebrows, his eyes are slightly narrow and long, he is 1.85 meters tall, and his body is slightly thin. It looks like a sharp sword out of its sheath. With a sword in hand, even Ling Yun and Dugu Mo, who had just met the peak of the 8th level Hotian, couldn't compare with the current Ling Feng. "Fourth brother, do you like to use swords?" Ling Yan asked with a smile when he saw Ling Feng got the long sword, and his whole person's momentum changed drastically. Ling Feng smiled proudly, my goal is to become a sword god. Okay. Ling Yan smiled loudly, finally he has a dedicated successor for his swordsmanship. Ling Yan not only knows the Xia Wuxiang swordsmanship and 9 kills swordsmanship, it is definitely enough for Ling Feng to learn. Use your strongest skill and highest swordsmanship to cast a sword. Ling Yan said lightly. Ling Feng nodded, and then began to concentrate on his luck. He didn't even look at the ninjas on the ground, and just rapidly improved his skills. Brush. With a flick of Ling Feng's wrist, the tip of the long sword pierced down like a poisonous snake. The target was the throat of a ninja on the ground. The light of the sword came out and disappeared quickly. Looking at the ninja who was stabbed again, a little blush appeared on the throat, and blood was overflowing, and the ninja had died of exhaustion. Ling Yan looked at it and nodded secretly. He was very satisfied, because Ling Feng did not pretend to be handsome, nor did he use any sword moves, pull a sword flower or anything, and did not put on those useless flowery pretensions. He already understood how to use a sword. It is definitely a material that can be made. Ling Feng didn't put on airs when he drew his sword, but this guy killed him with one strike. But put on a cool air, the tip of the sword pointed obliquely at the ground, becoming an extension of his arm, forming an angle of about 60 degrees with his body. His thin lips pursed slightly, and proudly said to Ling Yan, how about it? Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him, and said contemptuously, it's not good. This speed is really too slow. I thought you were poking steamed buns with chopsticks. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. Discouraged again like a ball, he was destroyed by Ling Yan's blow. However, Ling Feng was already 20 years old, and he had already vomited once just now. It was obvious that he was not as hesitant as Ling Li, whether it was before or after the shot. He was obsessed with swordsmanship, and he practiced swords to kill people. If you are too attached to one thing, you will naturally look down on other things. Look at my. Ling Yang was not to be outdone. He killed 3 people in a row. This guy was usually brave and courageous. He acted ruthlessly, swiftly, and resolutely, seemingly reckless. Actually shrewd. Therefore, among the 3, he performed the best, beheading the enemy without ambiguity, without even blinking his eyes. Unable to hold back. Ling Yan shook his head speechlessly, his figure swayed, and he moved forward like lightning, stretched out his right index finger and middle finger, and easily caught Ling Yang's 4th sword that fell down. What's wrong? Ling Yang asked Ling Yan in surprise, not knowing why. Ling Yan said indifferently, second brother, let's kill 2 people to vent our hatred in our hearts, that's fine. No matter what, they are all unarmed and have lost the ability to resist. Let them do the rest. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the dead soldiers of the Ling family standing behind him. The flames of hatred shot out from their eyes, and they couldn't wait. Nearly 70 living lives, they were brothers who fought side by side, lived and died together, and died tragically under the knives of these Oriental ninjas one by one. Kill. Not one left. Ling Yan gave the order indifferently, and at the same time floated back with the other 3 brothers, and handed over these Oriental ninjas to the 36 dead soldiers behind him. Come on, chop them to death. The dead warriors of the Ling family shouted in anger, and everyone rushed forward, raising their swords and swords together. With the sound of chirping, all the Oriental ninjas turned into a pile of meat in a short time. Even the 7 people who were beheaded by Ling Yong and Ling Feng and Ling Li earlier were the same. All of them were bloody, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Ling Yan stepped forward, sprinkled a little corpse powder on the side of the corpse, and then told the deceased Ling family, when they are all turned into a puddle of yellow water, just flush them into the sewer with water, understand? Subordinates understand. So far, Ling Yan's invincible, powerful, ruthless, and Ruthless image has been deeply implanted in the hearts of the 36 dead soldiers of the Ling family. Ling Yun is the god and demon in their eyes. Let's go, you three, it's best to take a bath each, and I'll see Grandpa. Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li were all covered in blood, the smell of blood was pungent, and the stickiness was unbearable. Without Ling Yun saying anything, they flew away and went back to their rooms to take a shower. Ling Yun turned his head and left, came to the center of the courtyard, he called the 4 blood races over, and swept over them one by one with deep eyes. Pierce, Joyce, Jester, Paul. After such a long time, Jester and Paul's injuries have completely healed, and Paul's wings have also fully recovered, as if he had never been injured. Possessing purple eyes and becoming the lord of a generation of blood clans, as long as they are not fatally injured, such as beheading, heart burst, being cut in half, and other injuries, it is no longer a concern for them. Ling Yun pondered for a long while, finally opened his mouth slowly, and said word by word, "This is the Ling family, my family, from now on, no matter whether I am here or not, no matter whether I have my orders or not, you 4 must pay any price, by all means, we must protect the people of the Ling family, protect every plant and tree of the Ling family, do you understand?" The 4 blood races nodded at the same time, and said respectfully, "We understand, Honorable Master." Ling Yun nodded, "Well, I think you already know who my grandfather is. From now on, any order from him is equivalent to my order. You must obey his orders unconditionally, remember?" Of course, the 4 blood clans all complied, and they all agreed without hesitation. "Well, now, the 4 of you, it's best to put away your wings, find a dark corner to hide, and do a good job of patrolling, but try to avoid being seen by other members of the Ling family." The 4 blood races had already completely transformed, and their clothes were all torn. If they changed back to human appearance, it would be extremely indecent, so Ling Yun told them to hide them as soon as possible. Otherwise, with so many people in the courtyard, why did Ling Yun let Ling Xiu stay in the maze? One is for Ling Xiu to gain some benefits in cultivation, and the other is for the following killing scene, which is too bloody, and Ling Yun does not want Ling Xiu to see it. In the end, it is naturally because of these 4 transformed blood races, which is even more unsightly. Suitable for Ling Xiu to see. The 4 blood races saluted Ling Yun gracefully, and then each disappeared in one direction. Ling Yun took a last look at the dead soldiers of the Ling family who were busy washing the yellow water on the ground with a pipe, and showed them a mysterious smile, and then turned towards the Ling family. "Go to the 9th courtyard." How powerful his spiritual consciousness is, he already knew that Ling Lai lived in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family. That courtyard was also very big, but there were courtyards within the courtyard, and Ling Lai usually lived in the innermost courtyard. It was only at this time that Ling Yun was in the mood to appreciate the Ling family's ancestral house, nodded repeatedly, and muttered in his mouth, "My Ling family's yard is not at all smaller than the Chen family's. It's just that the 9-fold courtyard is bigger than the combination of the Chen family's southwest villa area and the southern suburbs mansion." It can be imagined how powerful the Ling family was in the capital back then. "Xiao Wu, I'll kill you." As soon as Ling Yun stepped into the 7th courtyard, Ling Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array and practicing, jumped up, her beautiful eyes widened, her delicate body twisted, and she flew towards Ling Yun. Half-step innateness. Ling Yun saw Ling Xiu's current strength with a sweep of his spiritual sense. He couldn't help being stunned for a while, thinking that my sister's cultivation aptitude is too strong, and she can't lose to my aunt Qin Dongxue. Ling Yun saw Ling Xiu's graceful figure, her delicate body soaring into the air, rushing towards him like lightning. He couldn't help giving a secret praise in his heart, but he didn't dodge, and stood firmly. "My sister is so beautiful." Ling Yun smiled playfully, showing no sign of fear at all. "Humph, you little brat, you think I won't beat you if you flatter my sister?" Ling Xiu gently floated down in front of Ling Yun. The distance between the two was less than a foot. Ling Xiu clenched her fists with both hands, and her fists were like rain, crackling and hitting Ling Yun's chest, but the thunder was loud, and the rain was not enough to tickle Ling Yun. "Hey, congratulations sister, you are only one layer away from the innate realm." Ling Yun stood still, allowing Ling Xiao to beat him violently, and simply enjoyed it as a massage. "Tell me, why did you lock my sister in that broken formation? I'm so mad." Ling Xiao felt that she was still angry after beating Ling Yun. She stretched out her hand and pinched Ling Yun's ear, and asked fiercely, "Oh, it hurts." Ling Yun yelled exaggeratedly, thinking how could this elder sister have the same temper as my aunt and like to pinch people's ears? Needless to say, Ling Feng and Ling Li must have suffered a lot in normal times. Ling Xiao chuckled coquettishly, and hurriedly let go, but couldn't help touching Ling Yun's earlobe, which made him itch, and her voice turned judo. "Does it really hurt?" "Of course not," Ling Yun said with a chuckle. "Sister, I think the most important thing for you now is to go back to the boudoir first, take a good bath, and wash off the blood on your body." "Ah!" Ling Xiao exclaimed in embarrassment, and flew away. A voice came from a distance in midair. "Stinky boy, you are not allowed to go anywhere tonight, wait for me to come back, and see how I deal with you. Do not worry." Of course Ling Yun won't leave tonight, there are 3 people locked up in Ling's dungeon, he still has a lot of things to do. Soon, Ling Yun came to the 9th courtyard of the Ling family, and he went straight to Ling Lai's courtyard, without stopping. "Yun'er is here? Come in." As soon as he entered the small courtyard, Ling Yun heard Ling Lai's friendly call, he responded and flew into the house. In the room, there were only Ling Lai and Shui Lao. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Sorry, the update is too late, I kept you waiting for a long time, there will be 2 more chapters tonight. At this time, Ling Lai and Shui Lao had already bathed and changed their clothes, and changed into clean clothes. When Ling Yun came in, they were sitting in the room chatting. Although their expressions were a little dignified and sad, they couldn't conceal the happiness in their hearts. The dignified grief is naturally because the Ling family has just suffered a catastrophe, and more than 70 loyal soldiers died all at once. As for happiness, of course it was because Ling Yun arrived in time, defeated all the invading enemies with his own strength, and recognized his ancestors. As for whether it is pain and happiness, or happiness and pain, even Ling Lai and Shui Lao can't tell the difference. The 2 look at each other, weeping sadly for a while, and then grinning silly for a while. The scene is like 2 emotions. Changeable kids. However, there is still only one topic between the 2 of them, and that is Ling Yun. "Grandfather." Ling Yun entered the room, knelt down on his knees again, earnestly kowtowed to Ling Lai respectfully. Ling Lai flew up and came to Ling Yun in a flash. With both hands, he helped Ling Yun up. With a smile in his eyes and mouth, he looked Ling Yun up and down carefully, and finally grinned. This child, with when the 3rd child was young, he was indeed carved out of a mold, with eyes like his mother's. Mr. Chui smiled and nodded, thinking that this old man still keeps Ling Yun's photo in his pocket, and he can't get enough of it every day, but now that he sees the real person, he still can't get enough of it. After Ling Lai finished speaking, he raised his hand and lightly punched Ling Yun's shoulder, then couldn't help laughing and said, "Old Chui, did you see that? This is the son of the 3rd child, my precious grandson. Our Ling family, this 18 years of suffering. Not in vain. The sky really has eyes." Ling Lai had the last laugh, and raised his neck to look at the roof again, letting hot tears roll down his tiger eyes. His Adam's apple couldn't help shaking, and he choked hard. Seeing that Ling Lai was crying happily again, Mr. Chui hurriedly got up and persuaded him, "Master, it is a great joy for the Ling family that the young master recognizes his ancestors and returns to his clan. Please don't be so excited, it's not good for your health." Ling Lai choked up again for a long time. Only then did he raise his hand to wipe away the old tears on his face, he laughed dumbfounded, looked at Ling Yun with eyes full of love and said, Yuner, our Ling family has no ability to protect you, let you suffer from the womb, and you will die when you are born wandering outside. For 18 years, I have suffered so much. It is Grandpa who is sorry for you. You must not blame our Ling family, let alone your parents. My child, your parents are the top figures in the world. They have given their all for you. You must not hate them in your heart, do you understand? When Ling Lai said this, the love in his eyes turned into endless worry, for fear that Ling Yun would go too far. Ling Yun nodded. He said very seriously, Grandpa, Mr. Chui has already told me the ins and outs of the matter. I understand how difficult my parents are, and I won't blame them. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Ling Lai nodded repeatedly. He patted Ling Yun's shoulders with both hands, and then smiled gratifiedly, my good boy, it's rare that you are so reasonable, so Grandpa can rest assured. Sit down and drink some water first. As soon as the three of them sat down, Ling Yun's consciousness moved, and he realized that Ling Zhan and Ling Yu had already changed their clothes and arrived at the gate of Ling Lai's small courtyard. Boss and second, come in, both of you. Ling Lai said at the same time, letting them in. When Ling Zhan and Ling Yu entered the room, there was naturally another round of pleasantries. After everyone sat down again, Ling Lai's face completely recovered, showing the authority of the patriarch. He looked straight at Ling Zhan, and finally spoke after a long while. Boss, Ling Hao hasn't come back yet? The first sentence was earth-shattering. Ling Zhan shivered, stood up hastily, bowed and said, Father, his cell phone still doesn't work. The boy has already sent someone out to look for it. It may take some time. Ling Lai snorted angrily, humph. Ling Hao knows how to go out and hang out with those cronies all day long. When the family is in crisis, he can't even find a single person. He is 28 years old, and he only stays in the middle of the night. Step in 8 realm, now even that girl Ling Xiao has reached half a step in 8. Obviously, Ling Xiao concentrated on cultivation just now, and her realm has climbed all the way to half a step of an 8, Ling Lai has already sensed it. He, the eldest son and grandson of the Ling family, doesn't know how he became the grandson. An angry look loomed on Ling Lai's face, and his words became more and more serious. Yes. Father, when Ling Hao comes back, I must teach him a good lesson. Ling Zhen was sweating profusely, and he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ling Yun, Ling Yu, and Chui Lao didn't intervene when the new and old heads of the Ling family talked. Especially Ling Yun, when he saw Ling Hao's photo, he rejected him very much. He felt that Ling Hao was nothing but his sixth sense. Good stuff. Ling Yun even thought that if Ling Hao was present tonight, maybe the Ling family would have fun, and maybe this kid would have already taken advantage of the chaos and fled when he saw that the Ling family was about to finish playing. Humph, it's him who doesn't live up to expectations, and no one else can do anything about it. Just let him go. Ling Lai said in great disappointment. He glanced at Mr. Chui, and then said to Ling Zhen. However, I heard that Ling Hao has gotten very close to Chen Sen, a descendant of the Chen family, these days, right? When Ling Zhen heard this, he immediately sweated profusely, bowed honestly, and said, Father, even the boy is not very clear about this, but as soon as Ling Hao comes back, the boy will immediately ask him to clarify. Once the matter is true, the child will definitely not spare him. Since Ling Zhen knew that Ling Hao had secretly sent someone to assassinate Ling Yun, of course he had already investigated it clearly. The first time Ling Hao approached Chen Sen from the Chen family, now Ling Lai said Chen Sen's name when he opened his mouth. The look of pointing naturally frightened Ling Zhen half to death. Besides, even if the old man didn't know about Ling Hao's assassination of Ling Yun, he just mentioned this sentence inadvertently. But who is the Chen family from the Ling family now? Sworn enemy. Sworn enemy. Ling Hao got closer to Chen Sen, so what if it wasn't his own death? But now that Ling Hao's phone is turned off, no one can contact him. Even if Ling Zhen wants to help his son, there is nothing he can do. Just now, when Ling Zhen heard the old man's extremely disappointed words, he immediately knew that even if Ling Yun was not willing to take the position of the next patriarch of the Ling family, it would not be Ling Hao's turn to take the position. Sit down first, and let Ling Hao come to see me as soon as he comes back. The topic of Ling Lai and Ling Hao ended here, and everyone in the room understood that the old man was really disappointed in Ling Hao this time. Ling Shui is on duty in the Huaxia Condor team, so it is understandable that she is not at home, but Ling Hao, the eldest son and grandson, is not here. Even if he talks about breaking the sky, he can't stop others from being disappointed in him. Yuner, I see that you didn't kill those two Zhongmen, and even captured Chen Haiken, the boss of the Chen family. What are your plans for them? After Ling Lai finished talking about Ling Hao, he immediately looked at Ling Yun with a pleasing expression, and asked him how he planned to deal with those three people. Ling Zhen broke out in cold sweat, and Ling Yu secretly laughed in his heart. The old man's attitude towards Ling Yun and Ling Hao is really very different. Ling Lai was completely disappointed with Ling Hao, even loathing him, but he loved and defended Ling Yun in every possible way. Ling Yun was anxious about this matter. He immediately stood up and said, "Grandpa, I have something to interrogate them. After the interrogation is over, I will let Grandpa decide the rest of the matter." Ling Lai nodded, and said lovingly, "Okay. Then you go now. I see that Chen Haiken is seriously injured, and he won't last much longer." "Thank you, Grandpa. Old Chui, you go with Yuner." Ling Lai knew that Ling Yun was not familiar with the Ling family, and was afraid that he might not know where the dungeon was. "Didn't you know that when Ling Yun came all the way, he had already used his spiritual sense to see clearly every plant and tree in the Ling family's 5-tiered courtyard, not to mention the dungeon? He even knew the state of the three people in the dungeon. Clearly. Old Chui knew that the old man had something to say to Ling Zhen and Ling Yu alone, so he responded, stood up directly, followed Ling Yun's footsteps and went out. Elder Chui quickly walked behind Ling Yun, only to hear Ling Yun's voice transmission in his ears. "Elder Chui, have you told Grandpa about Ling Hao?" Elder Chui smiled and nodded, and replied, "As soon as the young master told me, I will report this matter to the old man when I come back." He was very angry. Ling Yun's coming to the capital, to recognize his ancestors and return to his clan, is such a confidential matter for the Ling family. As the eldest grandson of Ling's family, Ling Hao revealed such a thing to the Chen family. No wonder. As a result, the Chen family attacked the Ling family ahead of schedule tonight. Everyone in the Ling family hated the Chen family to death, not to mention Ling Lai's anger. If he wasn't disappointed in Ling Hao, he would be the devil. Hey! The defensive power of the Ling family is really too weak. Ling Yun didn't mention anything about Ling Hao anymore. In his eyes, Ling Hao was so weak that he couldn't even count as an ant, so he wouldn't treat him as a dish at all. He walked all the way forward, looking at the empty courtyard of the Ling family, couldn't help frowning, and shook his head again and again. Not to mention that there are only 36 dead men left. Even if there were more than 100 dead men, compared with the huge courtyard of the Ling family, it is really not enough to fit the teeth. Ling Yun secretly had a plan in his mind. He wanted to make the Ling family's ancestral house into a monolith as soon as possible. If the Ling family was attacked on this scale again, it would be guaranteed that the enemy would never come back, and no one would be killed or injured. The two came to the 8th courtyard, and quickly walked into an unremarkable side room, and then Mr. Chui opened a closed secret door in the corner of the side room. As soon as you enter the secret door, you will find a tunnel that extends downwards, similar to the entrance of a subway station. Walking in, it is naturally the dungeon of the Ling family. It can be said that as long as it is a big family, there are some places like this, which is not surprising. Young master, they will be locked up below. Ling Yun nodded, and the sound transmission asked Chui Lao to wait outside. He walked down the stone steps slowly and entered the dungeon of the Ling family. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Let everyone wait for a long time. I just finished writing the second chapter of the 14th. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm going to rest. Don't wait tonight, and read it tomorrow. Quiet, deep, pitch black, you can't see your fingers. But this kind of darkness, for Ling Yun, who has already achieved some success in cultivating Yin-Yang Divine Eye, is no different from the daytime, and cannot have any influence on him at all. The Ling family's dungeon has a total of 4 steps, and each step is composed of 28 stone steps, with 3 turns in a row, leading directly to the depths of the ground. Each stone step is 3 meters wide, which can accommodate 5 or 6 people walking side by side. The passage leading to the bottom of the dungeon is very clean, with good ventilation and lighting facilities. Ling Yun knows where the lighting switch is, but he is too lazy, just turn on the lights. The entire dungeon was designed in a very grand way. If you came here without knowing it, you might even think that you had entered the underground palace of the ancient tomb. Ling Yun walked down the stone steps all the way. With his height, he walked with his head held high, and he didn't need to lower his head at all. Soon, Ling Yun walked up the 4 steps and came to the bottom of the dungeon. He looked up and knew that there was at least 9 meters of vertical distance from the ground, and it was difficult for even advanced shells to penetrate. The entire dungeon is very large, nearly 1,000 square meters, only slightly smaller than the 8th courtyard on the ground, and if it is crowded, at least 1,000 people can be accommodated without any problem. There are a dozen large and small rooms in the dungeon, all made of stone and blue bricks, giving people a sense of fortification. At the end of the stone steps, where Ling Yun was standing, there were 3 large urns not far away, each with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of nearly 2 meters, filled with clean water. Moreover, Ling Yun discovered with his divine sense that there are several rooms inside. There are also similar urns filled with water, but those urns are much smaller than these 3 big urns. Obviously, this is not just the dungeon of the Ling family, it is also a good refuge in a critical moment. Because Ling Yun is still in several rooms. Several secret passages were found, and the secret passages were very deep. Extending at least 100 meters, even with his spiritual sense, he couldn't find out where the exit of the secret passage was. The entrance of the secret passage is integrated with the wall of the room, and it fits perfectly. It looks like a whole stone wall. People who don't know? Certainly not. Not only can you take refuge, but you can also hide soldiers. Such a dungeon building has too many uses for a big family. Great handwriting. Really big handwriting. Ling Yun was amazed in his heart, because when he was on the ground, he also used his spiritual sense to explore this dungeon, and knew that the dungeon had a large area, but he didn't expect that there were hidden passages. The prosperous and mysterious capital city. At the foot of the emperor, at the root of the imperial city, it is indeed not something that the small Qingshui city can compare with. Compared with this place, the secret room in Miracle Dr. Shue's villa in Qingshui City has directly become a pediatric department. With Ling Yun's cleverness, he could immediately think that this kind of dungeon is definitely not only owned by the Ling family, just like the Ling family's weapons workshop, every one of the 7 major families in the capital must have it. It's kind of interesting. Was Chao Shanshan hidden in the dungeon of the Chen family by Chen Jiangue? Ling Yun muttered, but he had never found a dungeon in the Chen family's southwest villas or the mansion in the southern suburbs. Obviously, the Chen family had a more secret private residence, and that was the Chen family's residence. Where the base camp is located. Because Ling Yun did not find the head of the Chen family, Chen Haipeng, and the old head of the Chen family, Chen Jingtian. Chen Haiken is already at the peak of the 5th level of innate strength. It is expected that Chen Haipeng and Chen Jingtian must be at a higher level. If Ling Yun finds a strong person with such strength, he will naturally be able to sense it. In a blink of an eye, Ling Yin came to the wall of the corridor of the dungeon, and pressed the switch of the lighting facility, and the corridor was suddenly brightly lit, as bright as day. Then Ling Yin, with his hands behind his back, Shiran walked towards the 3 innermost rooms of the corridor. Chen Hiken, Mitsui, and Yamada were locked in those 3 rooms, respectively. While walking, Ling Yin tried to reverse his dantian again, trying to control the reversal of the yin-yang vortex and create that kind of suction in the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, the more deliberate he was, the less successful he was. Without exception, he failed. I'm a little anxious. The way is natural. It seems that it is possible to display it unintentionally, and it is still far away from sending and receiving freely. Ling Yun naturally understood where the problem was, so he had to give up temporarily. Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi vortex is currently in the process of being formed. If it is said to be reversed, it will be reversed. How can it be so easy? Ling Yin first came to the room where Chen Hiken was held, pushed the door open and entered, and then saw Chen Hiken lying on the ground like a dead dog. Chen Hiken was slashed in the chest by Ling Yun. The incision was too big and too deep, he lost a lot of blood, and after repeated toss and fright, he already had more breath and less breath, and he stepped into the hall of hell. Chi-chi. As soon as Ling Yun entered the room, he pointed several times at Chen Hiken on the ground, unlocking all his acupoints. Now, you can cut off your own meridians, or you can bite your tongue to kill yourself. I will never stop. Ling Yan's eyes were calm, but the gaze shot out of his handsome eyes was indifferent. Looking at Chen Hiken, who was struggling to get up, was like looking at a dead body. It was true that Ling Yun wanted to ask Chen Hiken some questions, but he didn't care whether Chen Hiken would commit suicide at all, because the destruction of the Chen family was already a certainty, and had nothing to do with Chen Hiken's current performance. Chen Hiken struggled for a long time, and finally managed to sit upright. He sat cross-legged, tried to use his innate qi, and recovered his strength to speak. Then he opened his eyes suddenly, stared at Ling Yun in horror and anger and asked, "What exactly do you want? Don't want to die?" It would be much easier if he didn't want to die. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and asked back, "Your Qin family arrested my second uncle and imprisoned him for such a long time. What do you think I want?" "You, who are you?" "There is no such thing as you in the Ling family." Chen Hiken stared at Ling Yun for a long time, but he couldn't remember that there was such a person among the descendants of the Ling family. He asked in shock and bewildered. "You are not qualified to ask me any questions, but I can still answer you. Before the Ling family, there was no one like me, but I am very sorry. Now I have. My name is Ling Yin." Ling Yin smiled proudly, but thought in his heart that Chen Sen was really a bully. Ling Hao told Chen Sen such important information, but Chen Sen didn't report it to the family. How did Ling Yin know that Chen Sen and Ling Hao were the murderers who planned to kill Ling Yun? The secrets between these two people and the dispute between the two families were completely irreconcilable. Ling Hao killed Ling Yun only to prevent Ling Yun from competing with him for the position of the family, while Chen Sen only wanted to get 20 million from Ling Hao so that he could pay off his gambling debt. Ling Yun, why does it sound so familiar? Chen Hiken was confused for a while, with a look of deep thought in his eyes, and suddenly his dim eyes flashed, and he asked in surprise, "You are Qingshui City, the one that made the Sun family eat up suffering, Ling Yun who has disgraced his face?" Ling Yun was finally moved, and said in his heart that it seemed that he had killed the news of Sun Tianbia's family. Did he not hide it, or was it known by all the 7 major families in the capital? There is no doubt that in China, Jiangnan province is so important, and Qingshui City is so important. What happened in Qingshui City also involved the Sun family, and even more so, the Ren Huangbi and Di Huang. Don't you secretly investigate the ins and outs of the matter? Congratulations, you're right. The one who killed Sun Xing, Niao Finjiao, Sun Tianbiao, and nearly 100 ancient martial arts master Keqing from the Sun family is me. Ling Yun didn't deny it, What could he hide from a mortal man? Seeing Ling Yan's confession, Chen Haiken's expression suddenly became ugly like that of a dead fish. Ling Yan from Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province, and Ling's family, from the capital city. Where did this come from? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Qin Dongxue from the Qin family showed up in Qingshui City, because of you. Chen Haiken exclaimed again. Now, the big families in the capital all judged that Ling Yun, adopted by Qin Qiuyue of the Qin family, had the strength to fight against the Sun family. Qin Dongxue appeared in Qingshui City right after him. They all thought that the Qin family was about to rise again. Yu Huaxiao was gone, and they were thinking about how to handle the relationship with the Qin family, but they didn't expect that Ling Yun came to the capital alone, and transformed into a descendant of the Ling family. It seems that you know much more than I imagined. Ling Yun suddenly realized that there was no need to hide his identity, and it was impossible to hide his identity for a long time. Just now you also saw that your Qin family sent 36 Oriental ninjas to destroy my Ling family. Therefore, there is nothing to talk about between us. I came here this time to ask you a few things. Ling Yan stopped chatting with Chen Haiken, and he returned to the subject, directly explaining the purpose of his visit. Chen Haiken suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly until he coughed again and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he shouted angrily, "You want me, Chen Haiken, to betray the Chen family? You are wishful thinking." The corner of Ling Yan's mouth twitched into a sneer and said, "Ask you to betray the Chen family? You overestimate yourself too much, and you underestimate me, Ling Yun, too much. Please use your pig brain to think carefully. I can destroy you by myself. I have captured more than 100 ancient martial arts masters from the Chen family, and even 2 Chunin from the 7th level of the Xiantian. Do you think I need you to betray the Chen family?" Ling Yun beat Chen Haiken to the ground with a single sentence, and he was speechless. He was very strong, and his words were very direct, which meant that Chen Haiken understood very well. If Ling Yun wanted to destroy the Chen family, he only had to turn a corner and kill the Chen family's headquarters. Once again, the Chen family would immediately fall apart, and there was no need to ask him about anything. After being stunned for a long while, Chen Haiken said with a hoarse voice, "Ling Yun, do you think that our Chen family only has a mansion in the southern suburbs and more than 100 ancient martial arts masters, with such little strength? You are too underestimated. Our Chen family is gone. If you want to destroy our Chen family with one hand, you can give it a try." Ling Yun didn't take it seriously. He smiled lightly and said, 3 questions. First, how much heritage does your Chen family have? You can tell me to frighten me. Second, how did your Chen family hide the 3rd young master Ling Xiao from the Ling family? Where is it? Second, Qin Jiangui captured Chao Shanshan. Where did he hide Chao Shanshan? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Sincerely ask for monthly tickets. Today there will be 2 chapters of guarantee, and 2 chapters of monthly tickets, plus updates. Ask for 40 monthly tickets for support. Ling Xiao. When Chen Haiken heard Ling Xiao's name, he suddenly raised his head and stared straight at Ling Yan's face. His mouth opened wider and wider, and the look in his eyes became more and more horrified and unbelievable. Chen Haiken suddenly discovered something. Ling Yan looked so much like Ling Xiao. Oh my God, are you? 18 years ago, Ling Xiao was so rebellious that he made a living with that scumbag of the demon sect, the evil seed in her stomach. Snapped. A crisp and loud slap. Ling Yan slapped Chen Haiken's face viciously, knocking half of his teeth away, and then slapped Chen Haiken with his backhand, knocking out all the teeth on the other side as well. Well, Chen Haiken really doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Perhaps he has been used to saying this for 18 years. If he scolded all 3 members of Ling Yan's family, he must be beating himself up. If you want to die now, I can give you a ride. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his tone was cold. Ling Yan's two slaps slapped Xuanhuan completely, his eyes stared like gold stars, and his whole head was buzzing. After a long time, he let out a miserable howl of awe. The teeth and blood that fell out of his mouth sprayed out sticky. Ha 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 ha! Xuanhuan suddenly ignored the pain, a frightened yet endlessly sarcastic smile flashed across his eyes, pointed at Ling Yun with his trembling right hand, and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I'm guessing right, you are indeed the scoundrel of Ling Shao and Mazong, so it's you. Hit me, you can hit me as much as you want, but no matter how you hit me, even if you beat me to death, can't change the fact that you're a villain. You are not only an illegitimate child, but also a scoundrel who is despised by everyone in the capital and all of China. As long as this matter is known by the ancient martial arts family and the hermit sect in China, you will become a person who everyone shouts. Wild dogs shouting and killing are worse than rats crossing the street. Xuanhuan's face was ferocious. The hatred is boundless. In the eyes, there is also a trace of crazy jealousy and hatred, crazily cursing at Ling Yun. Buzz. Ling Yun felt the blood rushing up all over his body, his handsome and calm face flushed red. Before Xuanhuan could finish speaking, he raised his hand abruptly. Pressed hard on Xuanhuan's chest. Die to me. This palm, however, is not a domineering wind. But suction, crazy suction. The miraculous dantian reversed, and the yin-yang vortex flowed backwards. Under the rage, Ling Yun finally succeeded in this trick. He looked like crazy, and he tried his best to activate the yin-yang vortex in his body, making it reverse faster and faster. The yin and yang zhenqi, coming out from the palm of the hand, gradually turned into a powerful vortex. Suction, power, greatness, method. Ling Yun gritted his teeth, and paused every word, and finally successfully performed the suction power for the first time. Not good. Xuanhuan suddenly felt the innate qi in his body, and was attracted by a strong vortex suction. Or rather being pulled, the madness rushes toward Ling Yun's palm. Ah! Xuanhuan screamed, he was terrified, and shouted in shock, what kind of kung fu is this? Kung fu for you to shut your stinking mouth obediently. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and tried his best to stimulate the yin and yang vortex, trying hard to try how to activate the dantian to reverse more quickly. Let the suction force formed by the yin-yang vortex become stronger and stronger. Xuanhuan felt that the true energy that he had worked so hard to cultivate for decades was rapidly draining, flowing continuously and faster towards Ling Yun's palm. He tried his best to control it, but he couldn't control it at all. As long as you don't reach the late Xiantian stage, your skill is definitely not as good as Ling Yun, who is at the peak of the 9th level of body training, not to mention that Xuanhuan was seriously injured. As Ling Yun controlled his dantian faster and faster, the tearing force formed by the yin-yang true qi vortex became stronger and stronger. Gradually, Ling Yun's yin-yang true qi vortex had invaded into Xuanhuan's body, triggering among all the meridians in Xuanhuan's body. The true energy no longer followed Xuanhuan's exercise route, but also turned into a vortex spiral, rushing to the chest quickly, and surging towards Ling Yun's body. Power sucking is too overbearing. Ling Yun, spare my life. Seeing that he has worked so hard for decades, and the innate qi he gained is lost so quickly, Xuanhuan is really afraid, not only the heartache, but also pain, severe pain, and unbearable torture. Just imagine, for a congenital master, the 12 orthodox meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body, as well as the true energy in his dantian, no longer follow his own practice route, but all become vortex-like spirals, all moving toward one. The place is rushing. What a pain it will cause. Absolutely more terrifying than ordinary practicing exercises. Xuanhuan's face was miserable, and he screamed crazily. His eyes were full of terror, looking at Ling Yun. It was like looking at a demon from hell. I just know how to spare my life now, don't you think it's a bit late? Ling Yun's eyes flashed a sneer, and he snorted coldly, I talked to you just now, but you were just spouting dung, pretending to be like the young master. Forced, there is only one end, and that is that life is worse than death. Now Ling Yun has gradually adapted to the reversal of his dantian. It can be said that he has completely controlled Chen Haiken's body now, and the pure innate qi that Chen Haiken has worked so hard to cultivate is all Ling Yun's. It took less than a moment for Ling Yun to use the suction power to absorb more than half of the innate qi in Chen Haiken's body. After the absorbed innate qi poured into Ling Yun's palm, it was instantly transformed into a new yin and yang by the yin-yang art of one qi. True qi continues to strengthen Ling Yun's meridians and dantian, and also strengthens Ling Yun's yin-yang true qi vortex. In the blink of an eye, Chen Haiken fell from the peak state of the 5th innate level to less than the 3rd innate level. He completely lost the ability to resist. At this time, he couldn't even cut off his meridians or bite his tongue to kill himself. Because his own Zhenqi is completely out of his control, not to mention control, even the eyeballs are hard to move. Can't live, can't die. In this small room in the dungeon, true energy surged, with Ling Yun as the center, the surrounding air. Driven rapidly by the yin and yang vortex in his dantian, a huge vortex also formed, which revolved rapidly around Ling Yun, forming a tornado. The dust, sand and stones on the ground were all rolled up from the ground, spiraled upward from the ground, and then hit the roof one after another, and then splashed in all directions. The entire room was filled with flying sand and stones, presenting a terrifying vision. Ling Yun quickly absorbed Chen Haiken's 80% power. In a blink of an eye, Chen Haiken's realm fell below the 7th floor of Hotian, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. However, because the true energy in Chen Haiken's body was getting less and less, his pain was also reduced a lot. Although it was still in pain, he was able to speak again. As more and more Chen Haiken's innate qi was absorbed and transformed in Ling Yun's body, Ling Yun's skill naturally improved. This time he benefited a lot, and his face gradually calmed down. However, he did not let Chen Haiken go, and was still absorbing his power, sometimes fast and sometimes slowly. Ling Yun became more and more familiar with how to reverse the movement of his dantian, but he calmly said, "Say it, you guys hide my father Ling Xiao." "Where is it?" Chen Haiken was completely hopeless. He shook his head. "Ling Xiao's disappearance has nothing to do with our Chen family. How do I know where he is hiding?" Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, and he immediately frowned and asked, "What?" Chen Haiken is really convinced now. Ling Yun could tell that he had lost the strength to fight with Ling Yun, and his whole body was completely broken. What he said now should be the truth. Chen Haiken's eyes were blank, and he said indifferently, "Our Chen family arrested your second uncle Ling Yue. In fact, we didn't have much malice. We just wanted to negotiate with your second uncle and make a deal. When our Chen family can step on the Long family's upper position, that's all, so that your Ling family can recognize and support our Chen family's dominance. It's just that your second uncle is thinking about the kindness of the Long family to your Ling family. He has never agreed to this, so we imprisoned him. We only waited for our Chen family to defeat the Long family, so that we could use him as a bargaining chip to force your grandfather. You and your uncle are just obediently submitting. If you don't believe me, you can ask your second uncle now. In the past 2 months or so, has our Chen family ever made him feel bad?" What Chen Haiken said was very clear and reasonable. Ling Yun thought about it carefully. When he met his second uncle in the mansion in the southern suburbs of the Chen family, Ling Yu was indeed in normal condition, except that he was not in good spirits. Any abuse? Otherwise, after Ling Yu returned to the Ling family, how could he fight fiercely so quickly? Then why did your Chen family want to destroy my Ling family? Ling Yun asked in a deep voice. Chen Haiken turned his head, glanced at Ling Yun faintly, and said with a snort, "Our Chen family has not acted yet, so you came to our house, picked one of our houses, and killed more than 100 ancient martial arts masters. If the family does not avenge them, how can the sects behind these ancient martial arts masters support us in the future? Besides, your second uncle was not rescued by you. Of course, the weak power of your Ling family will not be seen by our Qin family, so we don't bother to touch your Ling family, but he was rescued. It's different. According to your grandfather's gratitude to the Long family, he will definitely report this matter to the Long family. When the time comes, our Qin family is not prepared enough. How can we achieve great things? In order to be superior, your Qin family did not hesitate to collude with Dongyang, betray the country and seek glory, and even sent Qin Jiangui to the United States, turned into a blood clan, and brought back so many vampires. First destroy the Chao family, and then bully my Ling family. Is it true that the family is superior? It's that important? Ling Yan asked bitterly. I admit that your skills are superb, and you are indeed the world's top peerless genius, but you are just a little kid. What do you know? The Human Emperor's Pen and the Earth Emperor's Book have been published one after another. China is about to usher in a catastrophe. Now, which powerful families are not fighting hard, strive to protect themselves in this catastrophe, and strive for the opportunity to rise to the top. My Qin family has worked so hard for so many years, why can't I take advantage of this opportunity to compete? At the end of Chen Haiken's speech, he didn't have any impassioned expression, but instead looked sad, because he knew that no matter how much the Qin family fought, this family struggle for hegemony would no longer have his place. To be continued. The Human Emperor's Pen and the Earth Emperor's Book were published one after another. China ushered in a catastrophe. Ling Yun was a little dazed. He suddenly withdrew the palm that was pressing on Chen Haiken's chest, and stopped absorbing his skills. Copy URL access 777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Chen Haiken has been completely beaten back to his original shape, his dantian and meridians are empty, even the realm of the acquired third level is gone. Ling Yan let out his condensed and powerful spiritual consciousness, and confirmed that no one could hear his voice, and then he said to Chen Haiken indifferently, how did you know about China's shocking catastrophe when the Human Emperor's Pen and the Earth Emperor's Book were born? What's going on again? In fact, Ling Yan's heart was extremely shocked. The Human Emperor's Brush and the Earth Emperor's Book were indeed born, and they are now hidden in Ling Yan's body. Dantian. But the question is, how did the secular big families in China, the ancient martial arts family, and those hidden sects know about the birth of the Emperor's Pen and the Emperor's Book? Not only do they know, but they know in advance, such as Dugu Mo, such as the Sun family, and under the Tianqing, in the heart of Yinyang Suolong Dajing, Ling Yin met Dongfang Ting, Shimen Gang, Nangong Jian, etc. How did they know that the Emperor's Book was about to be published, and they even found the place so accurately? Ling Yunqin said that his is too amazing, it is definitely high-tech. As for the catastrophe in China, Ling Yan even heard from Master Xingqi, saying that he was a man who was destined to be a catastrophe, and the reason why Master Xingqi saw through all this was just because of a small Bodhi seed. Having lost all his strength, Chen Haiken, who was already seriously injured, couldn't hold on any longer. He vomited blood and fell limply on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. He looked at Ling Yan viciously and said, the Emperor's Pen and the ground. Every family with a little bit of fame knows about the publication of the Imperial Book, but no matter whose head they fall on now, it is impossible to fall on your head. You should die as soon as possible. You are just an evil seed that shouldn't be born. Your mother is a witch, and you are also a devil seed. How could you recognize someone with a dark blood sword? Butcher as master. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart. The Human Emperor's Pen and the Earth Emperor's Book are now in his body. Ling Yan has always used the dark blood demon knife with ease. So far no discomfort. He didn't attack Chen Haiken again, because he could see that Chen Haiken couldn't last long, and he was about to die. What happened to the earth-shattering catastrophe? Ling Yan said calmly. Asked lightly. Before Chen Haiken died, of course he wanted to ask more secrets. That's an ancient legend in China. Chen Haiken's gaze had already begun to slacken, and his eyes also began to blur. Ling Yun frowned slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "My father is really not in your Chen family. Then where is he now?" Chen Haiken's voice was blurred, and he said intermittently, "It may be the Long family, it may be the Yi family, it may be the Sun family, and it is more likely that people from the Mazong arrested him. Anyway, our Chen family did not arrest him. He is useless. What's the use of catching it?" As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are good, and at this time, Chen Haiken's consciousness is lax, and what he said must be the truth. Ling Yun didn't think much about it. Immediately asked quickly, "Then where is Chao Shanshan now?" I don't know. The second son is more ruthless than his father. In the entire Chen family, except for Qin Jiangui, no one knows where Chao Shanshan is hiding. Ling Yun, let me tell you. Don't think that you are invincible. Needless to say, the Long family and the Yi family, my Chen family has at least 3 people who can easily kill you. They will definitely avenge me, they will." Chen Haiken's voice became weaker and lower, and in the middle of speaking, he suddenly rolled his eyes, let go, and died of anger. Ling Yun stared at the dead Chen Haiken, didn't move for a while, contemplated for a moment, took out 2 fire talismans, hit them all on Chen Haiken, shouted twice, and completely reduced him to ashes. Ling Xiao was not taken away by the Chen family. Only Qin Jiangui knew where Chao Shanshan was hiding. There were at least 3 members of the Chen family who could defeat him. These are the 3 pieces of information Ling Yun obtained from Chen Haiken's interrogation. Ling Yun almost believed all of these 3 pieces of information, at least 90% of them. Because if Ling Xiao was also taken away by the Chen family, then there is no need for Ling Xiao and Ling Yu to be held in 2 different places. Ask for a consultation. It is easy to deduce the matter. The Chen family just wants to get the support of the Ling family. If they arrest 2 people, they will definitely lock the 2 core figures of the Ling family together and let them discuss a result, and then the 2 sides will proceed. Negotiation step by step, this is in line with common sense. Moreover, the current Ling Xiao, in the eyes of the Chen family, is simply a useless person, far less important than the Ling family's think tank, Ling Yu, and it is of little significance to arrest him. As for Chao Shanshan, according to Qin Jiangui's character, Ling Yun feels that Chen Haiken's statement is more reliable. Qin Jiangui now undoubtedly regards Chao Shanshan as a treasure. As long as he sucks her blood, Qin Jiangui can quickly increase his level, and even reach the Grand Duke level in one fell swoop. The level of Chao Shanshan may also be, since Chao Shanshan is so important, then Qin Jiangui must have hidden her in an extremely secret place, and that location is unknown even to his own father. I still have to rely on my Chanli chasing soul to disperse. Ling Yun muttered and stood up, a mysterious smile curled up on the corner of his mouth, and he flew out of the room. As for what Chen Haiken said, there were at least 3 members of the Chen family who defeated Ling Yun, and Ling Yun simply scoffed at it. The reason why Chen Haiken said this was because he saw that Ling Yun could kill ninjas at the early stage of the 7th level of innateness. Judging by the strength Ling Yun displayed of. However, Chen Haiken didn't know that it wasn't Ling Yun's full strength at all. What's more, even if it is Ling Yun's full strength, Ling Yun still has the secret dragon elephant power that defies the sky. When it is a last resort, he can use the dragon elephant power to instantly increase his combat power by 10 times. Ling Yun in this state probably has no how many people can beat him. Now, Ling Yan's strongest attack is of course the Shenwu Chunyang Xianjua with the highest attack power. If the combat power is increased by 10 times. Therefore, regarding the true strength of the Chen family, it doesn't make much sense whether Ling Yun knows or doesn't know. What really gave Ling Yun a headache was the issue of the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book. This was one of his greatest secrets, but this secret seemed to be known to everyone in the Chinese ancient martial arts world. This made Ling Yun very upset. Now, no one knows that the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book are on Ling Yun's body, if someone really knows. The only thing Ling Yun can do is to run away. He doesn't think that he has the strength to fight against the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world. Undoubtedly, the top priority is to rescue Chao Shanshan first, without delay. Strength, from the perspective of strength, we must reach the Qi training period as soon as possible. Ling Yun muttered secretly in his heart, and flew into the room where Yamada was held. Yamada is the same as Mitsui. Both legs were cut off by Ling Yun Chigan, and now they only have half their lives left, only half of their bodies fell to the ground, lying on their backs in a pool of their own blood. Ling Yun sent out a few wisps of finger wind, untied a few acupuncture points on Yamada's body, then looked down at him coldly and said, "Just now I spared your life just because I wanted to ask you a few things. Whether you answer or not, your end will be death, but I can tell you clearly that your death will be very different. Shameless Chinese people, you don't talk about samurai spirit." Yamada struggled desperately. Gritting his teeth, he said to Ling Yun, "You lost, I won, it's as simple as that, you Japanese devils, you came to my China to make trouble, and even tried to destroy my Ling family. Could this be your samurai spirit?" Ling Yun replied indifferently. "Then I started to ask about the business. I want to know everything about the Tokugawa family and the entire Toyo ninja with you. Just tell me as much as you know. Do you have any questions?" To Ling Yun's surprise, Yamada agreed very straightforwardly, and then he began to explain to Ling Yun in great detail. Ling Yun could tell that Yamada came to tell Ling Yun about the ninjas in Japan with an indescribable sense of pride and pride. He could even see some kind of divine light in Yamada's eyes. This is the difference between Dongyang people and Huaxia people. Huaxia people are too humble, always self-effacing and hiding their strength, but Dongyang people are just the opposite. The power of. Through Yamada's narration, Ling Yun knew that the most powerful ninja in the East is honored as Kage. Among the ninjas in the East, the ninja is like a god. As for the strength of the Kamikage, even Yamada can't say it, it is impossible to describe it. Ninja is mainly divided into two subgenres, Igi-ryu and Koga-ryu. Ninjutsu includes three major secret techniques, which are divided into body technique, escape technique, and illusion technique. Ninja is also divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yamada and Mitsui are both in the early stage of the 7th level of innate. They are just the lowest level of Zhongnan. As for those who have not reached the late stage of innate, no matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, they can only be called low ninja. The jonin who is stronger than the chunin is the jonin, and above the jonin there are special jonin, and then there is the kage, and the best of the kage is called kamiko. An ancient martial arts master in China, as an excellent ninja, I have to declare that there are 4 basic precepts in our ninja world: do not abuse ninjutsu, abandon all self-esteem, must keep your mouth shut, and never reveal your identity. However, you are not an ancient martial arts master in China at all. You are the most mysterious cultivator in China. I know that even if I don't tell you, you must have a way for me to say so, so I can only tell you all this frankly. I did this not because I was afraid of death or torture, but because I wanted to protect the honor of the Toyo ninjas. Cultivators of China, I admit that you are very powerful, but you haven't met our Eastern Jnin, let alone our shadows. If you meet them, you will understand what a real ninjutsu is. After finishing speaking, Yamada's left cheek shrank inward, and he bit his upper and lower teeth suddenly, biting a certain part of his mouth with his teeth. Within 3 seconds, half of Yamada's body fell to the ground, completely dead. Ling Yun saw very clearly with his yin and yang eyes that the poison in Yamada's mouth turned out to be in the flesh on the inside of his cheeks. The poison was extremely violent, and his throat was sealed with blood. Well, you died, quite simply. You didn't tell me anything about the power distribution of the Tokugawa family. Ling Yin said depressedly. To be continued. Although Ling Yin is depressed, he has no regrets, because according to what Yamada said, the big clan of Toyo ninjas includes Tokugawa, Toyotomi, Yagyu, Edo, Mitsui. If you want to know the power distribution of the Tokugawa family, you can get more from asking Mitsui next door than Yamada. Ling Yin casually played out a fire talisman, burned Yamada's body to ashes, then got up and went straight to the next door. Mitsui came from a big family. He was much more stubborn than Yamada. Even though he had become a prisoner, he refused to answer all the questions Ling Yin asked. However, to deal with such a stubborn person, Ling Yin, an immortal doctor, of course has countless ways. Soon he opened Mitsui's mouth and got all the answers he wanted. During the entire interrogation process, the pain Mitsui suffered made him, a chunin, feel like he was in a nightmare hell, and he regretted coming to this world for a while. Mr. Mitsui, thank you for telling me this. These precious materials are very useful to me. However, you are about to die. The power in your body cannot be wasted. Let me use it. Ling Yin successfully reversed his dantian again, and performed the great method of absorbing energy, absorbing all of Mitsui's energy, and turning it into his own yin and yang true energy. Hey, seeing you in such pain, I'll give you a ride. Ling Yan's skills soared. He pointed at Mitsui with his finger, and sent out a gust of wind, which hit Mitsui's forehead, killed him on the spot, and then gave him a fire talisman, turning Mitsui into flying ash. At this moment, Ling Yin heard the urgent voices of the three brothers Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li coming from outside the dungeon. They wanted to come in, but they were stopped by Mr. Cui. Looks like they've all finished their showers. Ling Yin smiled slightly, and flew out of the room. His figure flashed, and soon he left the Ling family's dungeon, and appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Look, I said fifth young master will come out soon. Old Cui could hardly stop Ling Yong and the others. Seeing Ling Yin coming out of the dungeon, he was immediately overjoyed. Fifth brother. Fifth. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others saw that Ling Yin really came out. Immediately let go of Cui Lao. Hula suddenly surrounded Ling Yin. What's wrong? Ling Yin said to the three with a smile. Fifth, what did you do to those three people? Since you want to deal with them, why don't you wait for us to come together? Ling Yong said eagerly. Those three people are very stubborn. In a fit of anger, I sent them all to see Lord Yin. Ling Yin casually raised his hand. He rubbed his nose and said. What? This? You're too fast. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were all dumbfounded. I'll go down and have a look, and cut 2 more swords at their corpses, to avenge the dead soldiers of our Ling family. Ling Yong actually wanted to whip the corpse. It's all gone, there's no dregs left. Ling Yin laughed, and flew out of this side room, and came to the 8th courtyard. The 3 Ling Yong brothers looked at each other helplessly, and in the end they could only follow Ling Yin out depressedly, sighing one by one. It's all to blame Ling Yin for being too quick. Old Cui, the defense of our Ling family is too weak, we must strengthen it as soon as possible, I need something. Ling Yin said to Cui Lao, who came out after closing the secret door of the dungeon via voice transmission. If you need anything, 5th young master, please just order. Mr. Cui knew that Ling Yin was about to set up in formation. He immediately asked respectfully. Ling Yin gestured with his hand, I need iron ingots, and iron ingots the size of a football, probably need a few hundred, the more the better. Old Cui nodded with a smile, 5th young master, iron ingots are not difficult to get, you can buy them at any steel company. It's just that such a large quantity needs to be ordered in advance. That's it, but as soon as possible. The sooner the better. The Ling family's ancestral house has a total of 9 courtyards. In such a large place, Ling Yin has to set up multiple illusion formations and killing formations, but he has money now. Naturally, stones will no longer be used to set up formations, but iron ingots will be used instead. For innate masters, stones can be broken with one palm, but iron ingots are not so easy to destroy, and the effect of formation is much better. Elder Chui nodded. Seeing that Ling Yong and these young men did not intend to let Ling Yun go, he secretly greeted Ling Yun and went to report to Ling Lai. Ling Yun led Ling Yong and the others to wander around the yard twice. He let go of his consciousness and found that there were no enemies coming, so he smiled and said to Ling Yong and the others, "Do you want to watch me do tricks?" Now, Ling Yong and the others already knew that the healing talisman in their hands was obtained from Ling Yun by Elder Chui. Now that they heard that Ling Yun was about to perform a trick, everyone's eyes immediately became hot. "I want to, of course I want to," the three brothers said eagerly, feeling very helpless. Ling Yun chuckled, and jumped outside the tall courtyard wall of the Ling family. There was a lush forest outside. The other three brothers naturally flew out immediately after, and followed Ling Yun into the dense forest. "Looking good." With the thought of Ling Yun, a fire talisman appeared on his left hand. He aimed at the trunk of a big tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters, and hit it. At the same time, he gave a soft drink, Lin. After a loud explosion, a mass of blazing blue flames completely wrapped the trunk of the big tree, burning blazingly, and quickly burned the trunk of the tree. Half of it fell from the sky, and the huge canopy hit the nearby canopy, and propped there obliquely. The broken branches fell one after another, and the leaves were scattered and fluttered. "Wow, it's so powerful!" Ling Yong exclaimed in shock. "Dizzy, what kind of talisman is this? It's too terrifying. If it burns people..." Ling Li suddenly thought why Ling Yun said that Mitsui and others were wiped out. Ling Feng opened his mouth wide, completely speechless. Ling Yun chuckled. "The ones you used just now are called healing talismans, which are specially used to treat trauma. No matter how severe the trauma is, as long as there are no missing parts, it is guaranteed to be restored to its original state." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at the burnt tree trunk, and continued, "This is a fire talisman. If it hits a person, it is guaranteed to burn a person to ashes." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took out a bundle of fire talismans, divided them into 3 parts, and said to the 3 people respectively, "Attention, although this thing is terrifying, it is not omnipotent. If you hit it out, you will be blown away by the palm wind of a master. If so, there's no use." After distributing the fire spirit talisman, Ling Yun took out the Vajra talisman and defense talisman, gave them some respectively, told them the functions and usage methods of these talismans, and told them not to use them wrongly. In the midst of a fierce fight, if Kacha puts a defensive talisman on someone, he would be dumbfounded. These talismans are for your self-defense. They can only be used when life and death are at stake. 3 brothers, remember? Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others were all stunned, but their faces were filled with joy, and they nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Ling Yong said depressedly, "Damn, old 5, why didn't you come earlier? If you came earlier, it would be a fire tonight, and you can call these Japanese devils crying father and mother." Ling Feng did not forget to ask, "Old Wu, did you give these things to Grandpa and Uncle Erbwa?" Ling Yun smiled lightly, "Don't worry, I'll give it to them. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that the situation like tonight will never happen again in our Ling family. Go back, I still have something to report to Grandpa." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun flew into the Ling family's ancestral house, and Sher Shiran walked towards Ling Lai's small courtyard. At this time, there were already 2 dead soldiers standing at the gate of Ling Lai's courtyard. Seeing Ling Yun's arrival, they immediately saluted Ling Yun respectfully and said that they would go in to inform Ling Lai. "I only heard Ling Lai's voice from inside the room. My grandson wants to see me. Why do you need to inform me?" Remember, from now on, the fourth young master Ling Yun will have no place he cannot go in the Ling family's ancestral house. Fourth young master, please. The two dead men immediately respectfully said yes, and invited Ling Yun to go in. Ling Yun laughed aloud, thinking that it seems that Grandpa still admits that I am the fourth child. What Sister Ling Xiao said doesn't work. Ling Yun entered Ling Lai's room. Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Cui Lao were all there, and all four of them looked at Ling Yun with smiles. Grandpa, I was a bit harsher just now, those three guys are all dead. Ling Yun reported to Ling Lai with a smile, but his face was full of indifference. Ling Lai laughed, you caught everyone, if you kill them, you will kill them. Anyway, they will die sooner or later, and I will not let them go. After a burst of laughter, Ling Yun suddenly said seriously, Grandpa, Chen Haiken said that my father was not taken away by the Chen family. My father's disappearance has nothing to do with the Chen family. Ling Lai and Ling Zhen Lingyue looked at each other. Ling Yu nodded slowly and said, Chen Haiken probably didn't lie about this, because after they caught me, they didn't mention the third brother when they negotiated with me. From beginning to end there was no. Ling Lai glanced at Mr. Cui, then turned his head and asked Ling Zhen, Boss, what do you think of this matter? Ling Zhen pondered slightly, thought for a while and said, Father, I think the matter of the third brother's disappearance should be much more complicated than that of the second brother, and the forces behind it are bigger than the Chen family, and they obviously have a bigger purpose. Ling Lai nodded slightly, and said lightly, there is no rush for this matter, please don't say anything about it for the time being, and maintain what I said to the outside world before. As for the other things, we have to go through a secret discussion before replanning. After finishing speaking, Ling Lai looked at Ling Yun with great interest, and said with a smile, Yuner, you asked Mr. Cui for so many iron ingots, but for the formation? Ling Yun scratched his head and smiled, Grandpa, I think our Ling family's defensive strength is really too weak, so I thought of some defensive measures. Formation is just one of them. Everyone in the room has seen how powerful Ling Yun's formation is. When they heard that Ling Yun was going to set up a formation for the Ling family, they were all moved. Because, the entire capital, except for the most mysterious sky group in China, the Long family and the Yi family, used formation techniques for defense. Now, there is another Ling family. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the final analysis, the true background of a family still depends on the overall or average strength of the members of the family and the dead members of the family. However, talents need time to be cultivated. Even with Ling Yun's ability, he couldn't improve the strength of everyone in the Ling family in a very short period of time. Therefore, he could only use formations and talismans to make up for this fatal weakness. After all, Ling Yun has not carried out large-scale alchemy yet. One is the extreme shortage of medicinal material resources, and the other is the equipment for refining medicine. He is not used to it at all. He used these modern electrical equipment, pots and pans to make alchemy. Ling Yun always felt endlessly awkward. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to inquire about the news of the Tokugawa family, thinking about taking back the lid of the Shinnon cauldron as soon as possible. Of course, without the lid of the Shinnon ding, it is not impossible to temporarily replace the lid with a large pot first. Before the clear water came out, his Qiaodan was made in this way. But Brother Yun strives for perfection in everything. He only practiced that one time and it was enough. Looking at the lid of a big iron pot, covering the precious Shinnon cauldron, let Ling Yun feel depressed and awkward, let alone mention it. Just as Ling Yun was about to talk about the talisman, he heard a few noises coming from the gate of the courtyard. It was Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others who had arrived, and they all clamored for the guards to come in and announce that they were going to come in. Ling Lai was very satisfied with the performance of these three little guys tonight. Not to mention that Ling Yun had just recognized his ancestors tonight, and Ling Lai also wanted to make these brothers closer, so he smiled and said to the outside world. said, "There is no need to report, let Ling Yong and the others come in quickly. You brats, wait for me." Ling Xiu also rushed over after taking a shower and changing clothes. Ling Xiu was in a hurry, she used her body skills, but she arrived first, so she didn't go through the door at all. Leaping straight up, the graceful and delicate body volleyed in the air, and was the first to arrive at Ling Lai's door, then turned around and smiled triumphantly at Ling Yong and the other three, and stepped into the room. It is now the beginning of July, the summer solstice has passed, and there are still 6 or 7 days to go. It's entering the slight heat season, which is the hottest time in Beijing. Ling Xiu changed into a white sleeveless shirt. The lower body is a pair of hot denim shorts, crystal round fragrant shoulders, 2 lotus root-style jade arms, slender and strong jade legs, perfectly exposed in the air, crisp breasts, and tall, willow waist, hot body, very tempting. Sister is so beautiful. Absolutely surpasses Jinghua. Ling Yun was shocked and couldn't help but praise. Ling Xiu has a white, flushed and shiny face. The crystal-clear melon-seeded face was natural at first, but when Ling Yun praised it in public, she immediately blushed, but was overjoyed in her heart. Glancing at Ling Yun coquettishly, he said, "Xiao Wu, you don't know about my sister's temper, do you? Tell you, stop flattering and watch out for my sister twisting your ears." The 3 brothers Ling Yong who followed closely into the room, when they heard Ling Xiu's majesty showing off, all of them immediately put on a show. Covering his ears with his hands, he winked at Ling Yun one by one, as if reminding him to be careful. Ling Yun laughed aloud when he heard this, but Ling Lai coughed and said, "Sure, after the war just now, you can mess around, but now it's in the 9th courtyard of our Ling family, next to our ancestral hall of the Ling family. From now on, Grandpa won't allow you to rank Yun or 5th. Ling Lai's expression was very solemn and serious. "Listen everyone, after the recent events, I will call together the whole family of the Ling family, take Ling Yun to the ancestral hall, visit the ancestors of the Ling family, and announce Ling Yun in public. Recognize your ancestors and return to your ancestors. Among your generation, Ling Yun ranks 4th. Boss in 2nd, this matter is discussed and arranged by the 2 of you. Ling Yun's recognition of his ancestors is a major matter for our Ling family. It must not be sloppy. Do you understand?" Ling Zhen and Ling Yu both got up, bowed to Ling Lai saying yes. Ling Lai nodded, and waved them to sit down again. At this point, Ling Yun's identity in the Ling family was formally established, ranking 4th among males, the 4th young master of the Ling family. Ling Xiu looked at Grandpa with big eyes resentful, and pouted her thin sexy mouth. Her eyes and pretty face were full of resentment, and she whispered, "Grandpa is really patriarchal." Ling Yu frowned slightly, and reprimanded in a deep voice, "Sure, this is with Grandpa, you can't be so big or small." Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the 3 guys each snickered, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud, so they could only cover their mouths and hold back. Now, except for Ling Xiao, whose whereabouts are unknown, Ling Hao, the youngest of the Ling family, Ling Shui, the youngest of the Ling family, and some female relatives, the key figures of the Ling family are all here. After everyone sat down and chatted and laughed for a while, Ling Yun finally got down to business and talked about business. "Grandpa, the Ling family's defense is not enough to rely on formations alone, because after all, formations are dead and passive, so I also prepared this." For the Ling family, Ling Yun didn't have any secrets. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a bundle of fire talismans, and then said to everyone, "This is a fire talisman. It is extremely powerful and easy to use. It can be used to fight against the enemy. At the time, as long as it hits the enemy, and then shouts out, it will take effect. This is the Vajra talisman. After using it, it can ignore ordinary swords and swords for a short period of time, and it can also be used as a bulletproof vest. This is a defensive talisman. The effect is similar to that of the Vajra talisman. If you use the 2 together, the effects can be superimposed. In the end, Ling Yun took out the healing talisman that everyone had already used, and explained all the usage and efficacy clearly. After speaking, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong and the others were stunned. Can these four young people not be afraid, especially Ling Yong and Ling Feng, when they fought just now? After taking the healing talisman, they all fought at the same time, only attacking but not defending. They thought the healing talisman was omnipotent up. Before Ling Yun left Qingshui, he made a large number of talismans. He made dozens of bundles of each type, and distributed most of them to the people in Qingshui city. Only one whole bundle remained, and the rest were taken out. Grandpa, you distribute these talismans to the most reliable members of the Ling family as appropriate. At critical moments, these things will definitely be of great use. However, I want to make a statement. This is the treasure of our Ling family. Although I dare not say it is unique, it is not much different. First of all, it is not a last resort and cannot be used indiscriminately. The most important point is that it cannot be lost. Ling Yun was not polite. He spoke very simply and understood that none of the people present was a fool, and they solemnly nodded their heads in agreement. Ling Lai nodded again and again. He stood up, and said with a serious expression, "Everyone in the Ling family obeys the order. Everything about Ling Yun is now the top secret of the Ling family. No matter who it is, anyone who leaks a little bit will be severely punished by the Ling family law, will never be tolerated lightly." Elder Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, Cui, and the four young men stood up at the same time, claiming in unison. Everyone's face was serious, but there was also a kind of uncontrollable excitement. Who couldn't see that, as soon as Ling Yun came back, the overall strength of the Ling family immediately rose steadily increasing. The day of the rise of the Ling family has finally arrived. All of this is because of Ling Yun alone, the new son of the Ling family, the fourth young master of the Ling family. After Ling Lai finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yun worriedly and said, "Yuner, you gave all these treasures for self-defense to our Ling family, what should you do?" What Ling Lai was most worried about, of course, was Ling Yun's safety. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I still have some here, and I rarely use these things usually." After Ling Yun came out of Qingshui city, his fire talisman was used to destroy corpses and traces except for deterring a few blood races. Even after many battles, he never used these trump cards. Now he has the Wujing demon silkworm clothes to defend himself. Don't worry about any trauma, the healing talisman is useless at all. Only then did Ling Lai nod his head at ease, and said, "This is the best, so Grandpa can rest assured. You have many tasks to do. You must protect yourself first, and then take care of the Ling family. Remember? This is really 1,000 reminders." Ling Yun was very moved. He nodded seriously, then glanced at the crowd, and then with a thought, he took out the dark blood demon knife again. The jet black knife has a lifelike black dragon engraved on its body, with its teeth and claws open. The cold air is overwhelming, and there is a faint red color in the darkness, which is because it has drunk too much blood. As soon as the magic knife came out, the murderous aura was astonishing. The room was full of coldness, and even the lights in the whole room seemed to be dimmed a bit. Seeing this knife, Ling Lai, Ling Zhen and Ling Yu were all moved, and everyone stood up in shock again. This is the dark blood demon knife. Ling Yun shook the dark blood demon knife in his hand, then put it away in an instant, and said calmly, "I got this black knife by accident. Now I'm telling everyone, please everyone don't go out and talk about this matter. Although I am not afraid, but I am worried that once this news is heard by interested people, it will bring great disaster to our Ling family." Ling Lai already knew from Cui Lao that Ling Yun had a dark blood demon knife. He was fine, but Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong and others were different. They were all stunned in shock. Did everyone hear it? If you hear it, let me rot this matter in my stomach. Anyone who wants to spread the word will be killed. Ling Lai's expression was solemn. If he came up, he would shoot to kill. The relationship here is really too big. Everyone nodded in horror, only Ling Zhen, when he lowered his head, an imperceptible flash of excitement, inexplicable excitement and a hint of sinister complacency flashed in his eyes. Ling Yun has been enveloping the whole audience with his spiritual sense, carefully observing everyone in the room. Ling Zhen's performance is naturally captured by him in every detail, which makes Ling Yun's heart tremble, and he has increased his admiration for Ling Zhen 100 times. Be careful. As I expected, there is indeed a problem, Ling Yun said coldly in his heart. Ling Zhen finally showed his flaws. He had calculated thousands of times, and he never thought that Ling Yun had the divine sense to observe everything, let alone that since Ling Yun returned to the family, he has been laughing and cursing, secretly observing every detail of the Ling family. One person. Grandpa, I still have a few things, these things are all sooner or later. Yuner, if you have anything to do, just say it, Grandpa will make the decision for you. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun knew that the old man would definitely agree, so he smiled slightly and talked freely. First, I need to purchase a huge amount of Chinese medicinal materials, preferably those that have not been artificially processed. The more precious and rare, the more I have to try my best to get them. Whether it is making talismans or refining alchemy, Ling Yun needs a huge amount of medicinal materials. These need to be prepared in advance and carried out long-term and continuous purchases, so as not to be blinded when they are used. No problem. Ling Lai knew that Ling Yun's medical skills were astonishing. He smiled and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Ling Yun smiled and said, Grandpa, you can ask Mr. Cui to go directly to the Shui family in the capital to purchase those traditional Chinese medicines that are common in the market. It's very professional and easy to do. Ling Yun spoke in a high-sounding manner, but what he thought in his heart was that the fat and water would not flow to outsiders' fields. Divine Dr. Shui was so kind to him, so he naturally wanted to reciprocate. As long as the Shui family has what they have, they will all purchase from the Shui family. When they come back from the purchase, they can find a warehouse and store them. I will be useful when the time comes. Ling Lai smiled and said, That's no problem, how much do you plan to buy? Ling Yun said solemnly, Prepare 200 million funds, all of which will be used to purchase medicinal materials. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Ling Yun's handwriting was really too big. 200 million medicinal materials, tens of thousands of people could eat together, enough to last for many years. Seeing Ling Yun asking for money, Ling Zhen showed displeasure on his face, and suddenly interrupted and asked, Fourth brother, none of our Ling family understands medicine, why are you buying so many herbs, it's too much. Ling Yun turned his head, looked at Ling Zhen with a half-smile, and said lightly, Uncle, in the past, no one in our Ling family understood medicine, but now someone understands. I understand, I am the only heir of the fairy medicine school. This is the first time that Ling Yun has revealed his identity since he came to the capital. He is the only disciple of the Immortal Doctor sect. This name is very bluffing. Why haven't I heard of the Immortal Doctor school? Yeah, I've only heard of the Valley of Miraculous Doctors, is it another hidden sect? No wonder the fourth child is so powerful. Just listen to the fairy words Ianiaman, and he won't be any worse than godly Dr. Valley. Ling Yong Ling Feng Ling Li is young after all. Unable to hide the words in his heart, he looked at Ling Yun and discussed one after another. Ling Zhen was also shocked. Xian said that Ling Yun originally came from the School of Immortal Medicine, but he racked his brains and couldn't figure out when Ling Yun Huaxia came out of such a hidden school, so he pretended to be interested and asked, Forgive the School of Immortal Medicine, Uncle, I don't know, where is the mountain gate of your sect? Ling Zhen naturally wanted to know about Ling Yun, after all, Ling Yun was too mysterious. He was so powerful against the sky, which made Ling Zhen feel very uneasy. He felt the seat under his buttocks start to shake again. Ling Yun smiled and said, Uncle, didn't I say that I am the only disciple of the immortal medicine school, and my master has passed on his mantle to me? Where am I? The immortal medicine school is naturally there. Saying is tantamount to saying nothing. Ling Yan blocked Ling Zhen's question with a light word. Ling Zhen was even more displeased. He put on the big airs of the patriarch of the family, and frowned slightly, but even so, you purchase so many medicinal materials. What's the use of wasting so much money and keeping it at home? Ling Yan was happy. It is useful, of course there is, so don't worry about it, uncle. As for wasting money, I buy medicinal materials, of course I won't waste our Ling family's money. I have money myself. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan took out a checkbook as if conjuring, wrote a check for 500 million yuan, handed it to Ling Lai respectfully, and said proudly, Grandpa, this is a promissory note from ICBC. 100 million, 200 million is used to buy medicinal materials, and I have other uses, for the remaining 300 million. Except for Ling Lai and Mr. Cui, everyone was shocked, stunned, and dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Ling Yun would have so much money, 500 million in one move, but the cloud was calm, as if he was playing. There was a smile on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, and he didn't even look at Ling Zhen. The slap in the face was very crisp and loud. Ling Zhen's face turned red. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't say a word for a long time. Ling Lai frowned slightly. Since Ling Yun didn't kowtow to Ling Zhen just now, he could see that Ling Yun and Ling Zhen seemed to be on the opposite side. Ling Zhen is also the current head of the Ling family. Ling Lai has already made a decision. Ling Yun is the next patriarch of the Ling family. If these two hold back their energy, sooner or later there will be problems. But now is not the time to talk about this. Ling Lai did not go to pick up the check that Ling Yun handed over. He looked at Ling Yun very lovingly and said, My good grandson, Grandpa knows that you are rich, but this is the first time you have returned to us tonight. The Ling family not only saved our whole family, but also brought such great hope to our Ling family. Our Ling family has such a small fortune now, and there is no gift that can be given to you in the first place. If you buy some medicinal materials and ask you to pay, if you say it in the future, it will make people laugh out loud. Take back the check. No matter what happens, Grandpa will take care of it for you. Ling Lai's words cannot be doubted at all. Ling Yu also spoke. Fourth brother, second uncle interjects, you have to listen to your grandfather on this matter, and you must not let you pay for the purchase of medicinal materials. Ling Yun recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan. Although Ling Yu has been silent all this time, he has already made up his mind. No matter what, he will stand by Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun glanced at Ling Yu, showed him a bright smile, and still insisted, Second uncle, I have a lot of money recently, and the money is in my hand. It is of no use at all. Anyway, I am idle. It's also idle. Why don't you take it out to do things, and improve the strength of our Ling family as soon as possible? We are all a family, there is no need to talk about two families. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan turned his head, still forced the check into Ling Lai's hand, and said with a smile, Grandpa, please keep the money. I have other things to do. Ling Lai had no choice but to accept Ling Yan's check first, and asked with a wry smile, You child, Grandpa really can't do anything with you, so tell me, what else can you do? Ling Yan said, Second thing, I'm in Jiangnan province. Although there are 6 pharmaceutical companies, they can't quench my thirst far away. Moreover, we will purchase medicinal materials for a long time in the future. Therefore, I want to acquire a medicinal material company as soon as possible, or directly establish a pharmaceutical company. One is fine, so that we can purchase medicinal materials, it will be convenient and trouble-free, and it is justified. Grandpa, what do you think? This time after Ling Lai heard it, he simply made a decision, okay, this is easy to handle. Your second uncle knows some leaders in the pharmaceutical department. If you want to set up a company, we will set up a company. If you want to acquire, you can buy it. I will leave this matter to you. second uncle, second child, is there any problem? Ling Yu chuckled and said, Father, I understand what Ling Yun means. From my point of view, it's better to buy it directly. It's a wholly owned acquisition. The factory buildings, equipment, vehicles, and employees are all ready-made. Although it costs a little more, you can buy them, ready to use. Ling Yin chuckled and said, Thank you, second uncle, I mean the same thing. Ling Yu smiled and nodded, and asked, Fourth brother, do you have any other requirements for this medicine company? Ling Yin smiled and said, There are indeed, but there are two conditions. The factory building must be large, and the warehouse must be large enough. Ling Yu smiled and said there was no problem, and told Ling Yun on the spot that everything would be done within a week. Ling Yun has a lot of money. Although the Ling family is in decline, it is still the capital of Huaxia, one of the 7 major families. There are still some relationships in all aspects. Money is related. Buying a company at a large price is like playing. After discussing this matter, Ling Yun immediately said the third matter. Grandpa, I still need to buy a large-scale metal smelter and a coal company in the capital. You see. Ling Yun was in Qingshui City, and left before he had time to buy the metal smelter. Now he must of course complete his plan and make full preparations for the future refinery. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Yun's words came out, everyone in the Ling family, from Ling Lai to Ling Xiu and Ling Yong, all had dull expressions on their faces, and no one spoke for a while. Why is it? Because of the non-ferrous metals and coal industry, the departments that the Ling family controlled by themselves 18 years ago, but unfortunately, because of the accident 18 years ago, they have been invaded and snatched away. Depressed. He Ling Lai sighed and said, Grandpa promised you, but the capital city is now seriously polluted and the country is vigorously rectifying these enterprises. Therefore, there are no such enterprises in the capital city, and even if there are, they are all state-owned enterprises. We can only start acquisitions in key surrounding cities. In fact, there is another point. Ling Lai did not say on the spot that the Ling family has been in decline for 18 years. If they suddenly buy a medicinal material company, a non-ferrous metal company, and a coal company, it will inevitably alarm other families and cause a lot of trouble. There is a lot of suspicion, which is very detrimental to the Ling family. Ling Yan is so smart, he naturally knew why everyone in the Ling family looked ugly, and he also understood why Ling Lai sighed deeply. Seeing that Ling Lai finally agreed, he smiled proudly. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about anything, let alone don't worry about anything. I will take back everything that the Ling family has lost in the past 18 years. Ling Yan's words startled everyone, like a sound of spring thunder, shaking everyone in the room. 2 words, strong. Absolute strength, absolute arrogance, absolute domineering. Everything lost, everything will be taken back. Ling Lai's tiger's body trembled, Ling Zhen's heart trembled, Ling Yu smiled calmly, Cui Lao shed tears on his clothes, Ling Xiu and others were excited. Thinking, looking forward, holding back, waiting for this day. How long have you been waiting? 18 years. To use a catchphrase, by the time all the flowers withered, I would have thanked them 18 times. The day when the Ling family can feel proud is coming soon. Ling Lai was stunned for a long while, then he suddenly stood up, fully released the powerful aura of the early stage of the 8th level of innateness, his clothes fluttered, fluttering, he clenched his fists, stared at Ling Yun for a while, then suddenly raised his head to the sky laugh. Good boy, with you in the Ling family, everything is up to you in Grandpa's heart, and the 3 things are up to you, but where do we buy the 2 companies you mentioned? With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he came to the wall of Ling Lai's house, in front of a huge map of Huaxia hanging on the wall. With a smile on his face, he pointed at the said with confidence, Zhangjiago City is not finished yet. In order to prepare for the college entrance examination, Ling Yin studied geography very seriously and comprehensively. However, he definitely didn't just study for exams. As the saying goes, it is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. Ling Yun is definitely a practitioner. Ling Yun has long seen the extraordinariness of Huaxia. He came to the capital not only to recognize his ancestors, save Ling Xiaolingyu, and save Chao Shanshan. He still has many important things to do. Ling Yun is the master of the formation. He can fully see that the capital of Huaxia is a real geomantic treasure, and it is also a place where dragon veins gather. When he came to the capital, he had many places to explore, such as the Badaling Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and the famous mountains and rivers around the capital. The capital, also called Yanjing, is because the capital is directly north of the Yanshan Mountains. Therefore, the first mountain range that Ling Yun wants to explore, the first to bear the brunt, is naturally Yanshan Mountain. The sand in the desert is like snow, the moon in Yanshan Mountain is like a hook. To the west of the Yanshan Mountains, it will soon be connected to the vast Yinshan Mountains. In the eyes of others, these mountains are just towering and steep mountains, but in the eyes of Ling Yun, they are all dragon veins. Real dragon veins. If you say that there is no treasure in it, even if you beat Ling Yun to death, you won't believe it. Don't forget, he still has the burial scriptures and mausoleum registration given to him by Mrs. Li. Now, Ling Yun has already taken the time to master almost all traditional Chinese characters. He has no problem with listening, speaking, reading and writing. In the Yanshan Mountains. According to Ling Yun's style, can he not go to such precious places? In order to find these places, can Ling Yun study hard on geography? He studied very hard. Ling Yun is now, it can be said that Huaxia map is pretending, and he can know where the treasure is hidden with his eyes closed. A formation master who cultivates the great world, now has a burial scripture and mausoleum registration. That is definitely like a tiger with wings added. Ling Yun misses those big tombs and strange tombs in the mausoleum, and his eyes glow green when he thinks about it. There are large tombs in the Yanshan Mountains, and naturally, there are also in the Yinshan Mountains, and the location of Zhongzhougo City is just at the east end of the Yinshan Mountains. This is only one, the second. There is another very important place, between Zhongzhougo City and the capital. It was a small county town, but Ling Yun had already decided that he must go. In addition, the distance between the capital and Zhongzhougo is only about 200 kilometers by road. If you drive on the high speed, it takes about an hour, which is very convenient. Even if he didn't drive, if Ling Yun used his lightness kung fu with all his strength, he would arrive in at most 40 minutes. No matter what happened on both sides, he could arrive in time. Moreover, Zhongzhougo City is far from China's coal capital. Datong City is less than 200 kilometers away, and coal transportation is very convenient. Ling Yun chooses this place, it is definitely a one-shot, so why not do it? Ling Yun was dressed in black. Standing in front of the map of Huaxia, with a handsome figure and a well-thought-out appearance, it looks like he is pointing the country, and the unintentional chic that is shown inadvertently makes everyone in the room secretly startled. This is Ling Yun's charm, no matter where he appears. He can immediately become the focus of others' eyes, and everyone's eyes are like being attracted by a huge magnet, circling around him. There is no way, Ling Yun's expression, that movement, are really too handsome and cool. Ling Xiu burst out laughing suddenly. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, "The brat chose a good place, the location and traffic are very good, if you drive there, you'll be there in over an hour." Ling Yun chuckled, "My sister is right, I just liked that he is close to the capital and the transportation is convenient." In front of Ling Zhen, Ling Yun would of course not reveal his real purpose, so he made nonsense. Ling Lai pondered for a while, then stared at Ling Yun meaningfully for a while, then smiled lovingly. "Let's go to Zhongzhougo City, boy, you really know how to choose a place, it has always been a battleground for military strategists." After finishing speaking, Ling Lai glanced at everyone in the room, and then asked Ling Yun, Yuner, do you have anything else to do? The old man wanted to drive someone away. Ling Yun came back the first day. Ling Lai had too many things to say to Ling Yun alone. Ling Yun lowered his head in deep thought, and didn't say anything for a long while, then suddenly raised his head and said, Grandpa, I want to pay for it myself, choose a place in the capital, and build a Ling family courtyard. But this matter is a huge and long-term project. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to build it all up, and it will cost a lot of money, so I want to ask my grandfather to make a decision for me. Of course, all the funds will be paid by me. After hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked again. This time, even Ling Lai was shocked by Ling Yun, thinking that our Ling family's 9-fold courtyard, isn't it big enough for you to live in? Ling Zhen was extremely dissatisfied in his heart, because since Ling Yun appeared on the stage, the old man's skills have skyrocketed, and he loves Ling Yun in every possible way. It is obvious that the discussion tonight is all about the Ling family's major issues, but he has no part to speak. The current head of the family has been completely left aside. Ahem. Ling Zhen spoke again. Fourth, the construction of Ling's other courtyard must be a big project. You have just arrived home tonight. In my opinion, it is better to delay this matter in the future. Discuss slowly, wait until we rescue your father first, and the family is completely stable, before doing construction work. What do you think? As soon as Ling Zhen spoke, everyone immediately looked at Ling Yun, because what he said was indeed reasonable, and people couldn't find reason. Ling Yun thought for a while, laughed, and said, Thank you uncle for reminding, this is indeed a big matter, so let's discuss it after Grandpa thinks it through. Don't worry at all. This last matter, Ling Yun didn't expect to be able to settle it on the spot. The reason why he said it was just to say hello to everyone in the room in advance. However, no matter who blocks it, he will definitely build Ling Yun, the Ling family's other courtyard. One reason is naturally to support his wife, as for the other, Ling Yun has a deep meaning. As the saying goes, in the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, the Chen family taught Ling Yun a perfect lesson. Ling Yun built the other courtyard of the Ling family. Hiding his wife is a small matter, but it will be of great use in the future. Whether it is for private things or for hiding soldiers, it's very convenient. It will do him no harm. Just when everyone was thinking about their own concerns, Ling Yu suddenly stood up with a smile, and said to everyone, the matter is almost discussed, and it is getting late now. Father, it seems that the Chen family will not send any more people tonight. Here we come. If you don't have anything to order, why don't we all break up? How about Ling Yu being the brains of the Ling family? He heard the old man's voice just now, and when he saw that the discussion was over, he offered to ask everyone to disperse. Ling Lai had thought about it a long time ago. Seeing that Ling Yu had brought it up, he immediately waved to everyone and said, well, it's really too late. If there are other things, let's discuss it another day. You all go back and rest. Go ahead. Old Chui and Yuner stay. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yun, smiled at him and said, Fourth, second uncle lives in the ancestral house, which is in the second courtyard in front. If you have something to ask second uncle, you can come to me at any time. Anyone from a big family has more than one ancestral house, of course. Each descendant also has his own independent portal, commonly known as a foreign house, which is why Ling Yu emphasized the residence of the ancestral house. The first courtyard of the Ling family was naturally for these young people to live in, and the second courtyard was assigned to Ling Yu. The third courtyard was allocated to Ling Xiao, but for many years Ling Xiao was depressed and lived in seclusion, so Ling Lai asked Ling Zhen and Ling Xiao to switch, and now Ling Zhen lives in the third courtyard, and Ling Xiao lives in the fourth courtyard. As for the fifth and sixth courtyards, they are usually idle. Few people live there, usually there is a special person responsible for cleaning. The seventh and eighth courtyards are naturally the places where the hundreds of dead men usually live and do their activities. This is also the reason why 36 Oriental ninjas easily entered the 5th courtyard, and the main battlefields of both sides were chosen in the 5th and 6th courtyards. In the 9 courtyards of the Ling family, there are secret passages and secret rooms in each courtyard. Once there is a change, as long as there is an order, the female relatives and servants will know how to hide and protect themselves, so there are no additional casualties. Thank you, second uncle, I will inevitably bother you in the future, hee. Ling Yun smiled with red lips and white teeth, and readily agreed. Of course Ling Zhen wouldn't stand in the cold, he also smiled and said a few words to Ling Yun kindly, then bid farewell to Ling Lai and left. Ling Zhen and Ling Yu left one after another, leaving Ling Xiu, Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li. These 4 young people stayed in the room, lingering and refusing to leave. Although it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, they already young, full of energy, and a martial arts practitioner. Now that he sees Ling Yun, who is like a god, he can't even get close, so how can he be willing to leave? Why don't you 4 leave? Ling Lai looked at the 4 of them, a little annoyed, feeling that these 4 guys took up the time he and Ling Yun spent alone. Grandpa, do we want to talk to the 4th child for a while? Ling Xiu stepped forward, hugged Ling Lai's arm and began to act like a baby. Who knows that this time it doesn't work? Ling Lai frowned and said, Grandpa knows that you want to get close to Yuner, but the days are long, it's too late now. How about this, after a few days, let the family settle down, the 4 of you take Ling Yun to go shopping in the capital, and buy whatever you want, as for the expenses, it will all be counted in the grandpa's account, okay? Well, the old man used all these tricks in order to have a chance to talk to Ling Yun alone. It seems that all the grandparents who love their grandchildren like to use this trick. But with Ling Lai's move, how could he fool these 4 juniors? Ling Xiu still acted coquettishly, but didn't leave. Ling Yun saw that Ling Xiu was still unwilling to leave, Ling Xiu would not leave, Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li would naturally also not leave. He giggled and said, Sister, I have a gift for you. Really? Ling Xiu immediately beamed with joy when she heard it, and let go of Ling Lai directly. With a twist of her delicate body, she came to Ling Yun. Ling Yun grabbed Ling Xiu's hand, and with a thought, he took out his 4-piece imperial green jewelry set, and put them into Ling Xiu's palm one by one. This move is of course not in any way disadvantageous. The emerald green emperor green, with green light, fills the room with splendor. Under the light, the entire room is filled with endless greenery. Ling Xiu was excited and shocked, with endless surprises, her mouth was slightly opened, and even her graceful body trembled slightly. To be continued. 4th, is this really for my sister? Isn't this too expensive? My sister can't bear it. Although Ling Xiu is the eldest lady of the Ling family has been in decline for many years, and they cannot make ends meet every year, and their lives are very tight. Ling Yu disciplines their children very strictly and does not allow them to spend their days and nights. Therefore, although Ling Xiu has no worries about food and clothing, but compared with the daughters of other big families, it is actually extremely shabby. As far as decent jewelry is concerned, Ling Xiu is not without it, but like Emperor Green, a 4-piece set worth at least 200 million yuan, let alone Ling Xiu, no one in the entire Ling family is willing to buy it. Of course, not being willing to buy it doesn't mean that Ling Xiu has never seen it. Now that China's economy is getting stronger and stronger, and in times of troubled times, gold and antiques are flourishing, all rich and powerful people are proud of owning antique jewelry and jadeite. Ling Xiu's close friends, which one is not covered in precious jewelry, luxury cars, and mansions? Therefore, when Ling Yan took out all the 4-piece jewelry and put them into Ling Xiu's hands one by one, Ling Xiu was shocked. Not only Ling Xiu was shocked, but even Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li were shocked inexplicably, wondering what kind of monster this 4th child is. Why are there so many treasures on his body? If you take any of them out, they are all shocking and weeping ghosts and God's kind. Hey, sister, if you don't like it, then I have no choice but to take it back. Ling Yan laughed, and made a gesture to take it back. Ling Xiu hurriedly used her other beautiful plain hand to tightly cover the jewelry in her hand, and withdrew her hands like lightning. Her beautiful eyes glared and said, "How dare you? I gave it to my sister, and you still want to take it back?" No. It's not that Ling Xiu is greedy for money, but that she has long regarded Ling Yun as her own younger brother, just like Ling Feng and Ling Li. How can there be no reason not to accept a gift from her younger brother to her elder sister? Ling Yun smiled slightly, and said to Ling Xiu, "Sister, I came here in a hurry today, so I can only give you these for the time being," and turn around. "I have better gifts for you, and I promise you will like them even more." What else does Ling Yun have? He still has that bunch of colorful candied haws that is worth as much as the Emperor Greenstone King. If it is that thing, if you take a little of it casually and find a skilled craftsman to make it into jewelry, the shocking effect will definitely be greater than the Emperor Green. Rare is more expensive. Moreover, the colorful candied haws. Purple, white, red, yellow, and black, the 5 colors are crystal clear. It is dazzling, if it is worn by Ling Xiu, who is so beautiful and crowns Jinghua, that kind of breathtaking beauty, just thinking about it is enough to shock you. After Ling Yun finished speaking. Regardless of the inexplicable surprise, Ling Xiu turned her head to look at the 3 brothers who were staring at Ling Yun eagerly, and said with a smile, "Don't be greedy, this jewelry is definitely not for you." But Ling Yun purposely played tricks, and waited until the 3 brothers stretched their necks and drooled, looking forward to Ling Yun's next words. He smiled and said, "Luxury cars, famous swords, whatever you like. As long as you can, if I bought it with money, I will definitely buy it and give it to you as a gift, okay?" Oh, my God, how could there be such a good brother? 4th brother, I didn't say anything. If you fancy second brother's girlfriend in the future, I will give him to you too. Ling Yun was excited, and said without holding back. Ling Yun was speechless, thinking to himself that he still has a crush on your girlfriend? Those goddesses in Qingshui City, I'm too busy to survive, okay? Hey, I want a famous sword, brother, you must buy me a good sword, the kind that cuts iron like mud. Of course Ling Feng wanted the sword. This is simple, there is no need to buy it at all, Ling Yun just needs to start refining and forge a sword for Ling Feng himself. I don't want anything, I want to learn martial arts from my 4th brother. 4th brother, you can teach me your martial arts. Ling Li is the smartest. Although he is the youngest, he deeply understands the truth that it is better to teach someone how to fish than to give him a fish. Ling Li looked furiously at the side, he frowned and said, "Are you guys like this brother or sister? It's the first time we met, I didn't want to give my brother a gift, but I was thinking about letting Ling Yun give you your baby, I'm so angry, kill me too." Of course he wasn't really angry. The old man was very happy to see the 5 people get along so well. However, the old man was also secretly worried, he was completely disappointed in Ling Hao, but the Ling family still had a youngest, Ling Shui. Ling Yun and Ling Shui are half-brothers and sisters. Ling Li knows Ling Shui's character very well. Ling Xiao is not here. Now that Ling Yun has come back to recognize his ancestors, thinking about the past, Ling Li doesn't know the relationship between these 2 brothers and sisters. Will there be any problems? Ling Li's worries are not superfluous. Ling Shui's character is stubborn. Ling Xiao has never had any love for Ling Shui's biological mother. All of this is naturally related to Ling Yun's biological mother, the holy maiden of the demon sect. Ling Shui always feels that he is the most redundant member of the Ling family, and at the age of 16, he volunteered to join the Huaxia Condor team. Now, Ling Yun, the biological son of Ling Xiao and the holy maiden of the demon sect, is back. If Ling Shui sees Ling Yun, no one knows what will happen. In short, Ling Li felt that Ling Zhao's 2 children, Ling Yun and Ling Shui, he was sorry for either of them. Because of guilt, naturally give them the most love. Every old man in the world is like this. Trouble lies ahead. Ling Lai thought a lot and looked far away. Although he had a cheerful face, he was also worried secretly in his heart. Ling Yun was completely generous today. For the requests of the three brothers, Ling Yun agreed to them one by one, reassuring them, and promised to do what they said. Isn't it just money and things? This is what Ling Yun lacks most. As for teaching Ling Li martial arts, even if Ling Li doesn't talk about it, he still wants to teach it. This is the core strength of the Ling family in the future. In the end, the four juniors left contentedly, and Ling Xiao was the happiest. Before she left, she didn't forget to say to Ling Yun, "Stinky boy, let me tell you, your gift is not in vain. The top 10 in the capital. The 8 beauties, my sister knows all of them, and when the time comes, whichever one you like, my sister promises to bring you all." Sturdy, absolutely sturdy, 8 at once. Ling Yun was completely speechless, but asked wonderingly, "Sister, the 8 beauties in the top 10? Isn't it 10? Ling Xiao giggled coquettishly, but did not answer. Ling Li said with a smirk on his face, "Fourth brother, you are stupid. The other 2, of course, are in our Ling family, that is, elder sister and younger sister Ling Shui, they are both in the front row." 5. Ling Feng finally seized the opportunity and flattered him furiously. "What are the top 5? In my opinion, our sister and sister Ling Shui must both be tied for first place." Ling Xiao directly laughed and trembled wildly, her whole delicate body leaned forward and backward. Ling Yun couldn't help worrying about her. Would the slender willow waist be broken? However, Ling Shui came to mind. Immediately before Ling Yun's eyes, Ling Shui's unparalleled beautiful face and peerless figure appeared. As well as the persistent, strong, and unyielding look in those beautiful eyes, he couldn't help a warm smile from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li finally left with a laugh. Only Ling Lai, Ling Yun, and Cui Lao were left in the room. As soon as the 4 juniors stepped out of Ling Lai's small courtyard, Ling Lai immediately flickered impatiently. Feishan came to Ling Yun's body, raised his hand to hold Ling Yun and sat on the sofa. The kindness and love in the eyes of the old man looking at Ling Yun made Ling Yun feel unable to sit still. "Good boy, let Grandpa take a look, let Grandpa take a good look." Ling Lai kept muttering. Seeing that he was about to choke up again, he no longer looked like a master. Now, Ling Lai is just like an ordinary old man, staring at Ling Yun beside him, looking left and right, sizing him up carefully. "My most precious, most outstanding son. He gave birth to such a god-defying and monstrous grandson." Ling Lai couldn't get enough of seeing him, and couldn't get enough of kissing him. Although it was past 2:30 in the morning, the 3 people in the room were all top experts. They didn't feel sleepy, and started the night talk with the lights on. At first, naturally, the conversation was all about family affection, and what they were talking about was Ling Yun's life experience in the past 18 years, eating, drinking, and sleeping. Ling Yun could feel the old man's love for him, and he also put aside the important matters on his mind for the time being, answering every question, telling the truth about what he knew, and making up reasonable nonsense to cover up what he didn't know. In order to reassure the old man, I can reduce some guilt towards him. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the morning that the focus of the 3 people's topics gradually returned to the matter in front of them. "Yunner, you don't have to worry about what your uncle says about the Ling family's other courtyard. Grandpa decides for you. The $500 million is still here with Grandpa. I will use the money to build it for you. Grandpa, I really don't need our Ling family's money. From now on, our Ling family will no longer be short of money, so you can relax. From now on, you don't have to worry about money anymore." Just kidding, there is Ling Yun, a cultivating immortal doctor, who can live to the death of human flesh and bones, not to mention saving lives and curing diseases, medicine pills, and talismans. What is it not a source of wealth if you just sell something? What's more, Ling Yun also took 4 blood clans as his loyal servants. Pierce and Joyce have at least more money than Paul and Jester. The sum of the money of these 4 blood clans is enough to buy 4 or 5 houses. The basketball club is definitely not less than tens of billions of dollars. Ling Yun can control it at will, and it is no different from his own. Money is something outside of the body. Ling Yun will not mention this anymore. He told Ling Lai about the 4 blood clans, told Ling Lai the ins and outs of the matter, and guaranteed that the loyalty of the 4 blood clans would never be a problem. Let the 4 blood clans, temporarily she lives in the Ling family, completely obeys Ling Lai's orders, and protects the Ling family. When you say that, Grandpa is very relieved. However, they are blood clans, so they always feel a little awkward. Besides, if other families find out, especially the Long family and Tianzu, it will inevitably lead to a lot of trouble. Ling Lai murmured and said. Ling Yun said proudly, Grandpa, don't worry about this. Chen Jiangui of the Chen family has become a member of the blood clan, and he brought back a total of 29 blood clan members, and made the entire Chao family like that. People control? Why can't they sit still, because we have 4 blood races in our family? It doesn't make sense. After Ling Yun finished speaking, the topic changed. Grandpa, these 4 blood clans are only appearing as the defensive force of our Ling family, for the time being. As long as the Ling family has nothing to do, you just don't let them show up, that's all. What Ling Yun said was reasonable, and Ling Lai finally nodded in agreement. Alright, with these 4 blood races, the strength of our Ling family has increased many times, so let's do as you say. Grandpa, what about the Chao family? How should we deal with it? When it comes to the blood family, it naturally also talks about the Chao family. Ling Yun finally asked this difficult question. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Speaking of the Chao family, Ling Lai actually sighed deeply, with sad eyes and a solemn face, and remained silent for a long time. Obviously, the old man thought of the Ling family 18 years ago, through the Chao family's extermination. After a long while, Ling Lai sighed again, shook his head and said, Hey, Chao Juanxiong, an old fellow, has been extremely cautious and careful all his life, but in the end, he was murdered by his in-laws. Ah? Ling Yun was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Chao Shanshan once said that Chen Jiangui was a cousin of hers. Undoubtedly, since they are cousins, whether they are cousins or cousins, the 2 old heads of the Chao family and the Chen family, Chao Juanxiong and Chen Jingtian, must be relatives. Ling Lai glanced at Ling Yun and explained to him, Chao Juanxiong's second daughter is married to Chen Jingtian's third son, Chen Haishan. Cousins? Ling Yun couldn't help but sneered in his heart, the first one to kill his in-laws. What the Chen family did is really amazing. Seemingly seeing what Ling Yun was thinking, Ling Lai smiled lightly and said, Yuner, this is actually quite normal. Ever since something happened to our Ling family 18 years ago, our Ling family collapsed and became one of the 7 major families. At the end, the Chen family has logically advanced to the top 3. If the 7 major families in the capital were to be ranked according to their current strengths, the Long family should be number 1, the Yi family second, then the Chen family, the Sun family, the Chao family, the Li family, and finally the Ling family. However, because the top leadership of Huaxia has to undergo a general election every 5 years, and has changed 3 times in the past 18 years, among them, the thrilling game behind it is like a stormy sea, countless. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, with the changes in the general environment, some new powerful families have naturally emerged in the past 18 years. In order to consolidate their status, these powerful families immediately created huge benefits and wealth for them after the representatives they elected came to power. After gaining power and wealth, the next step was of course to recruit soldiers in order to make their family status stronger and stronger. Among them, there are already many big families in the capital. It has also received the support of some ancient martial arts families and hermit sects, except that they lack some background. The displayed strength has already surpassed the Ling family, which is why the Ling family has gradually become the laughingstock of the entire capital, and even the entire China. Where is the capital? It is the political center of China. No real power. Without money, without talents, the wall will fall and everyone will push it down, and a big family will collapse. In fact, it is an instant thing. It can be said that it is not easy for the Ling family to survive for 18 years and still maintain their reputation as one of the 7 major families in the capital. Among them, the support of the Long family for the Ling family is of course the most important factor, but there is also a hidden factor that cannot be ignored. The 7 major families in the capital actually know this secret factor, that is, the demon sect saint who was forced away by all the heroes of the world and the righteous way of the martial arts. The demon sect saint back then was only 19 years old. He has already cultivated the heavenly demon policy to great success, reached the realm of the 9th level of the innate, and his monstrous magic skills are unimaginable and unfathomable. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that the holy maiden of the demon sect was pregnant for 9 months, in order to keep the fetus in her stomach, and she also aroused the wrath of the powerful force on the other side of the demon sect. If you offend both good and evil, how could it be possible to watch Ling Xiao ruin his martial arts and announce in public that he will marry another woman with the aloof and peerless character of the demon sect saintess? For 18 years, no one knew where the demon sect saintess was hiding, nor what she was doing, let alone what level of cultivation she had reached now. Don't forget, it is true that the saintess of the demon sect was pregnant 18 years ago, but now the saintess of the demon sect is alone and has no worries. Once this which is unwilling to be lonely and turns out to be born again, not only will there be bloody storms in the world, but as for what changes it will bring to China and the capital, who dares to speak nonsense? Some newly emerging families, who don't know what happened back then, naturally dare to poke the Ling family's backbone and speak, blaming the Ling family for occupying the title of the 7 major families in the capital for nothing, but the name has long been not worthy of the name, and they all sneered at the Ling family. However, among those families who really knew what happened 18 years ago, who would not be afraid of this hidden factor of the Ling family? If anyone really stomps the Ling family down, whoever really dares to kill Ling Xiao, if the last generation of demon sect saintesses don't come out and get jealous, then it will be hell. But the Chao family is different. The Chao family and the Li family were originally the last 2 seats in the 7 major families in the capital. This is directly related to the strength of the Chao family and the Li family, the strongest of the families. Until now, the old patriarch of the Chao family, Chao Juanxiong, is only at the early stage of the 4th level of Xiantian, and the new patriarch Chao Xingcheng is only at the peak of the 1st level of Xiantian. As for the Li family, let alone the Li family itself, there are only 1 or 2 masters in the innate realm. The reason why the Li family can squeeze into the 7 major families in the capital is because of their strong financial resources. In terms of financial resources, the Li family is well-deserved number 1, because their family controls China's electricity and coal. In this era, when energy is king, it is difficult for the Li family to be poor. As the saying goes, money can turn ghosts. The Li family has plenty of money, and their family is not very keen on fighting for power. In the political game of the capital, they have always maintained a neutral position. The families in their early years have maintained good relations, but they have been going smoothly and standing upright all year round. As for the Chao family, Chao Juanxiong, the old head of the family, is a cautious person. Relatively speaking, he is not very interested in money, what he cares about is power and status. When the Chao family was at its most dazzling among the 9 core leaders in Huaxia, the representatives elected by the Chao family could occupy 3 seats. Interests and goals determine the direction of efforts. Therefore, all members of the Chao family are busy dealing with personal connections and selecting important talents, and they don't care so much about the improvement of martial arts. Chao Juanxiong began to rest on his laurels, especially in recent years. He was so monolithic that he completely gave up cultivation, so his cultivation level even showed a downward trend. Gradually, Chao Juanxiong led the huge aircraft carrier of the Chao family, and deviated from the direction of sailing. Although it seemed that the power was in the hands of the public and the scenery was infinite on the surface, in fact, his family was already vulnerable. The greater the power and connections of the Chao family, the more the Chao family will slip into the abyss of a real secular family. This was seen by the ambitious and anxious Qin family, and they kept it in their hearts. On the surface, they mingled with the Chao family, but secretly started various arrangements, and stabbed the Chao family fatally. Why Qinjiangui? Why the blood clan? Why the first embrace? Because only the method of first embrace can completely control the 2 generations of the Chao family's patriarchs, let them obey the orders of the Qin family, and then control all the power in the hands of the Chao family. Take the emperor to order the princes. Elder Cui has obviously reported everything about the Chao family to Ling Lai. Although Ling Lai looked solemn, he smiled and said, "The 7 major families in the capital, the Long family is the best, and the Yi family keeps a low profile, but it is unfathomable. My family was disgraced and dishonored by you in Qingshui City, and I haven't recovered from it until now. As for the Chao family, it's completely vulnerable, and there's no need to mention the Li family and our Ling family. Therefore, in the Qin family's game of chess, the first step is to use Qin Jiangui, who is transformed into a blood clan, to attack the Chao family. It is actually a peerless move. The Li family is just rich, and there is plenty of money, but it is nothing to worry about, let alone our Ling family. Once the Qin family takes control of the Chao family, the Qin family's ancient martial arts background, plus the secular power of the Chao family, plus the support of the upper blood clan and the Dongyang ninja may really cause a lot of trouble for the Long family. However, it can only cause a little trouble. With the strength shown by the Qin family, it is simply wishful thinking to step on the top of the Long family. Qin Jingtian has become so arrogant and conceited all these years, and he doesn't take the Long family too seriously. The arrogant soldiers must be defeated. Don't talk about the Long family, it's the Yi family. If you want to deal with the current Qin family, it's a matter of raising your hand. It's very easy. Ling Yin was shocked, and asked in shock, "Grandpa, the Long family and the Yi family actually have such a strong background?" Ling Lai nodded seriously, "Yuner, in fact, this time, you are very lucky, really lucky. Grandpa didn't expect that you would dare to visit the Qin family twice at night, and even beheaded the old man of the Qin family in one go. Hundreds of ancient martial arts masters. If Grandpa had known earlier, he would have stopped you from going." Ling Yin was dumbfounded and asked, "Why?" A look of fear flashed in Ling Lai's eyes, and he said with lingering fear, "Because of the Qin family, there are at least 3 people who can defeat you, even if you have a lot of cards. If 3 of them team up, or 2 of them team up, you will definitely lose." Shocked, Ling Yin stood up straight, and said directly, "What? This is absolutely impossible. Grandpa, didn't Mr. Cui tell you that his grandson possesses a secret technique? Once the dragon elephant power is used, it can explode with 10 times the combat power." Naturally, Ling Yin didn't need to hide this from Ling Lai, he said it directly, and then said, "If grandson's current strength is 10 times stronger, I don't think I will lose to a master at the peak of the 9th level." Ling Lai was also frowning, he looked up in astonishment, looked at Ling Yin for a while, then slowly shook his head and said, "Yuner, what kind of master is your master? Didn't he tell you?" Ling Yin wondered, "Tell me what?" "Khan, where does Ling Yin have any masters?" What he said is based on his own experience in fighting the enemy. Ling Lai was shocked, he stood up directly, turned his head to look at Cui Lao, and then said to Ling Yin very seriously, "Yuner, didn't your master tell you, first of all people are ants, this sentence?" Ling Yin was stunned, and said blankly, I've heard of this. But it wasn't what the master said, but Qi Songjie told Ling Yun himself last night. Ling Lai let out a long breath, and said with extreme fear, Yuner, with the strength you have shown now, even if you can explode 10 times your combat power, can you escape with your life in front of the masters at the early stage of the 9th level of innateness? Or 2 words. You underestimate our Chinese ancient martial arts world. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. To underestimate our Chinese ancient martial arts world. After hearing Ling Lai's words, Ling Yun couldn't help, but his heart trembled violently, and he took a deep breath. In the dungeon of the Ling family, when Shen Haiken was being interrogated, when Shen Haiken was dying, he once said that there were at least 3 members of the Chen family who could easily kill Ling Yun. At that time, Ling Yun scoffed in his heart, thinking it was very funny. Ling Yun believed that Shen Haiken didn't know Ling Yun's true strength at all, so he said such threats or intimidating words when he was dying, and used them to frighten Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't expect that Shen Haiken was confident when he said this. The real meaning of that sentence was that no matter how powerful Ling Yun is now, there are at least 3 people in the Chen family who can easily kill you. Ling Yun could not care about what Shen Haiken said, but now that Ling Lai was so serious and told him so personally, Ling Yun couldn't help but believe it. Ling Lai would never harm him, let alone scare him. After all, Ling Lai has already reached the initial stage of the 8th level of innateness, and the Ling family was one of the top 3 families in China 18 years ago. The head of the Ling family at that time was Ling Lai. Ling Lai obviously knows some ordinary ancient martial arts masters, but what they don't know is the secrets of China's ancient martial arts world. At this moment, Ling Yun's thoughts flashed. He was thinking about Renhuang brush, Dihuang, Bodhi, Shenong Ding, magical gourd, Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram, inverse chaos Wuji sword formation. As well as the ancient bronze coffin under the Tianqing, the dark blood sword and the dragon sword. All of the above are basically legendary existences, not to mention the human emperor's brush and the earth emperor, but the dark blood demon sword and the dragon pattern sword. If you take any of them out, it is enough to shock the world. The dark blood demon knife and the dragon pattern sword were obviously not forged to deal with the innate masters below the 7th level, and they were not even used to deal with the innate masters. Because Ling Yun has experimented, as long as his skill can overwhelm the opponent, it doesn't matter whether it is the dark blood demon knife. It doesn't matter whether it's the dragon sword, the weapon used to cut off the opponent is like cutting tofu cubes, it's very simple. Even for the vampires who are physically strong, it's the same. So, what kind of realm must the person who forged these 2 weapons have? They worked tirelessly. Overcoming all difficulties, he did not hesitate to seal the dragon soul. Forge such magic soldiers or magic soldiers. Who is it for? The opponent is definitely not just as simple as the peak of the 9th level of the innate. According to Ling Yun's guess, the sharp blades of magic weapons such as the dark blood demon sword or the dragon sword should be the legendary masters like Zheng Sanfeng. When fighting against opponents of the same level, use the right weapon. Because if there is no opponent, it is meaningless for you to make weapons, you can slap the opponent away with a slap. What do you need a weapon for poking someone half to death with one finger? However, under the Tianqing, the Dongfang court of the ancient martial arts family told Ling Yun that a big family in the ancient martial arts world only needs to have 2 strong people who are born at the 7th level or above. Then you can walk sideways. Because in the city, before Ling Yun came to the capital, except for the new generation of demon sect saints, he had never seen a master above the 7th level of innateness, so he gradually believed that Dongfang court was in the Tianqing. Down. The things you said to him. But after arriving in the capital, Ling Yun suddenly realized that it was not at all. Not to mention the blood race, at least 3 of the Oriental ninjas are masters at the early stage of the 7th level of innateness, and they are nothing more than Zhongnen. And Ling Yun just heard what his grandfather Ling Lai said. Qin Jing Tian is a master at the peak of the 7th level of congenital. This point is understandable to Ling Yun. After all, to become one of the top secular families in China, if there is no innate 7th level peak master sitting in the town, just a random person from the ancient martial arts family or the hidden sect can be wiped out. Why are you so comfortable in that position? The ancient martial arts family and the hermit sect sent someone to be the guest minister of the secular family? You can think of it with your ass, it's absolutely impossible, because there is so much free time. These ancient martial arts families and hermit sects directly send people to destroy these families, and then set up an expatriate agency to replace them and set up various. How handy is the benefit resource? This is human nature. As long as you are not a fool, you can think of this. Therefore, to become a big secular family, not only must you have the ability to turn clouds and rain in China's secular world, but the core members of the family must at least have enough strength to make those ancient martial arts families or hidden world sects fear you. Only those who have the qualifications to be used by them, or to exchange benefits. You have the ability to help me obtain various beneficial resources. I will help you intimidate other families, help you fight, and support your family from falling. Therefore, it is normal for the 7 major families in the capital to have 1 or 2 innate masters above the 7th floor, and it is abnormal if there is no one. They are walking on thin ice, because they will be wiped out by political opponents or enemies at any time. To sum up, what Dongfang Ting said is pretty much the same. He didn't lie to Ling Yun. The Guwu family, a real master in a family. There are 2 people who are born above the 7th floor, they can walk sideways, this is true. Of course, the hidden world sect must be stronger. After all, to be able to establish a sect, it is not strong enough and untenable. Well then, it is a firm fact that there are imperial pens and earth emperors in Ling Yun's hands. And what Dongfang Court said to Ling Yun is also true. Then there is a big problem in the middle. The problem is obvious. There is definitely a gap of 108,000 miles between the immortal weapon and the innate master, even the innate 9-level peak master. There is no doubt that there is a fault in the middle, a huge chasm fault. Is it a matter of time or space? Could it be that the time is too long, and as time goes by, the people who used the Renhuang brush and the Dihuang are all dead, and there is no moral tradition handed down? Or are these people all ascending to the sky, just like those cultivators in the big world of comprehension? After reaching the ascension stage, they ascended to the fairy world and went to another dimension. But even according to what Du Guimo and Dongfang Ting said, Zhang Sanfeng used martial arts to enter Taoism and reached the realm of Wuxia Void, or even a higher realm. There is still 1,000 miles away from the realm where he can use the human emperor's brush and the earth emperor what? Of course, the use mentioned here refers to the ability to exert the strongest strength of Renhuang Pen and Dihuang, not the kind of Ling Yun who has reached the 9th level of Qi training, and barely uses some superficial aspects of Renhuang Pen. How did this huge fault come about? This is Ling Yun's biggest doubt right now. Ling Lai patted Ling Yun's shoulder and began to explain to him with a smile. First of all, everyone below the 7th level is an ant. Starting from the 7th level of the innate, and then practicing upwards, that is one step at a time to reach the sky. The 7th level of innate and the 8th level of innateness are divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak. That is, the great perfection, for small realms. However, the 9th heavenly level is different. In the Chinese ancient martial arts world, the 9th heavenly level realm is divided into a total of 10 small realms. The 10th small realm is the innate 9-level great perfection. Once you get here, you can make new breakthroughs and reach the Wuxia Void. The 9th level of congenital is different from any of the previous levels, because the masters of ancient martial arts cultivated to the 9th level of congenital, they are really close to the unity of heaven and man, and because of their strong spiritual consciousness, their skills are close to Tao, and they have got supernatural powers. Relying on the powerful spiritual sense, various combat skills are displayed through Kung Fu. These, in the eyes of ordinary ancient martial arts masters, especially mortals, are supernatural powers. As long as you reach the 9th level of the innate, you don't need to reach the 10th major perfection. In our China, you can already gallop freely, start to be recognized by those people, and become a member of those people. Ling Yun was completely shocked. He heard two nouns at once, one was supernatural power and the other was those people. It was the first time Ling Yun heard of supernatural powers in this world, and as for those people, it was the third time Ling Yun heard of them. Supernatural power, Ling Yun will have it when he reaches the Qi training stage, and he can fly in the sky after training Qi training level 4. What is this not supernatural power? As for those people, Ling Yun finally had a glimpse of them. Those people should be those who have supernatural powers, those who have reached the point of entering the Tao with martial arts, and their skills are close to the Tao. They can have the opportunity to smash the void, or even those who have already broken the void. If these people have reached the realm of Wuxia void, completely see through the world of mortals, and start pursuing the Tao of longevity, they will be the same cultivators as Ling Yun. I am not lonely. Ling Yun suddenly heard this, not only did not feel any frustration or depression, but was very excited. For the first time, the real blood boils. If you practice casually and reach the peak of a world's strength, Ling Yun will be really depressed and completely depressed, because there is no opponent, standing on the highest place in the world alone, overlooking the common people on the earth feels great, but after the fun is over, the rest is endless loneliness. It's too cold to be high. Looking around, they are all ants, and they can't find an opponent at all, so what's the point of cultivating desperately? The Qin family, there are at least 2 people who have reached the peak of the 8th innate level, and one of them is at the first level of the 9th innate level. Yuner, are you afraid? Finally, Ling Lai finally finished all his words. He looked at Ling Yun with a smile on his face, 2 bright lights shot out from his eyes, and asked Ling Yun with a smile. Grandson is not afraid. This is more interesting. Ling Yun gave Ling Lai a confident smile and replied proudly. Ling Yun has never lacked the courage to face difficulties. At the same time, the doubts in Ling Yun's heart were also swept away, because if Huaxia really did not have strong masters, those blood lords, blood princes, etc. in the United States, as well as those ninjas, shadows, kamikages, etc. The ninjas have come here a long time ago and turned Huaxia into their blood bank or colony. Who can deal with the flying vampires and the invisible gods? Naturally rely on those people. Such a master is like a country's nuclear weapons. They may not be able to fight, but they must have enough power to deter them. Ling Lai laughed happily, patted Ling Yun on the shoulder vigorously and said, "Good boy, have ambition." 18 years old, a master who is at the peak of the 8th level of innate ability, what do I, Ling Lai, have to worry about? Ling Lai was also full of confidence. He took Ling Yun's hand and sat down. Then, now, Grandpa can safely tell you about the Chow family. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What our Ling family lacks most is enemies. They are all mortal. Those enemies, even if you find them all, tie them up with ropes, and then shoot them with machine guns, you have to sweep them in a serious manner. For a while. So, now there is one more Qin family, one more is not too much, and one less is quite a lot. Since our Ling family has endured humiliation for 18 years, it doesn't matter if we endure the Qin family for a few more days. After Ling Lai pulled Ling Yun to sit down, he reluctantly let go of his hand, staring at Ling Yun with burning eyes, and his words were all comforting. Speaking of family affairs, Ling Lai first told Ling Yun what he knew about the secrets of China's ancient martial arts world. Why? He was just worried that Ling Yun would be young and vigorous, relying on his own cultivation, monstrous skills, and a lot of cards. He would directly kill the Qin family to take revenge, and suffer a big loss. After all, the capital city is at the feet of the emperor, absolutely reckless. After that burst of excitement, Ling Yun gradually calmed down. He smiled slightly and said, "Grandpa, you don't need to say any more. My grandson understands what you mean, and my grandson will never act recklessly." After finishing speaking, a murderous intent flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. He clenched his fists again, and said in a deep voice, "However, our Ling family will definitely avenge the murder of the family." Ling Lai was finally relieved. With a gratified smile on his face, he nodded, "You can understand what Grandpa meant." Grandpa didn't say what he said just now, because it's not just the Qin family, the Chao family, and our Ling family. Things in between. This is a new round of family games in the capital. It is related to national politics, various intricate forces at home and abroad, and also related to the game of many powerful underground forces in the world. It is even between the ancient Chinese martial arts world, another reshuffle of various powerful forces. The Qin family's actions against the Chao family only ignited a fuse of this game. Soon, all kinds of complex forces will surface one by one. The capital city, and even the whole of China, the next 3 and 5 years, it will never stop. As for the Qin families coming to deal with our Ling family last night, it was actually a last resort. They were afraid that after your second uncle was rescued by you, the Qin family's plan would be completely exposed and become the target of all the major families in the capital. In that case, Qin the family will be wiped out in an instant. There is no need for the major families to do anything. As long as the number one leader nods, the Tianzu will dispatch and kill several important figures of the Qin family, and the Qin family will immediately collapse. If you didn't kill the quartet in the Qin family, if you rescued your second uncle, the Qin family should have no intention of doing anything to our Ling family. It can be seen from the fact that they imprisoned your second uncle for so long, but did not persecute him or hurt him. They just want the support of our Ling family. Speaking of this, Ling Lai couldn't help laughing, sighed, shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Hey, I can't imagine that 18 years have passed. Our Ling family has become so weak." Obviously, the Chao family was controlled by the Maiman of the Qin family, and Ling Yu and Ling Xiao of the Ling family disappeared, which happened almost at the same time, that is to say. The Qin family attacked the Chao family and the Ling family at the same time. However, the Qin family used such despicable and shameless methods against the Chao family, but only captured Ling Yu, an important figure in the Ling family. In the eyes. Indeed, the Ling family before Ling Yun recognized his ancestors was in the eyes of other families in the capital. They are all insignificant, regardless of other things, only compared to the current background strength. The Ling family can be ranked outside the 20th place. This is definitely not a joke. The Chao family was tragically destroyed. It has been so long. All the forces in the capital are not ignorant. Even your uncle Ling Zhen came to me to report the abnormality of the Chao family. However, none of the families jumped out and acted rashly. Everyone is watching and waiting. What are the various forces in the capital waiting for? They are waiting for the attitude of the Long family, the actions of the Yi family, and the decision of the number one head of the country. Ling Yin was moved again. At this time, he could finally feel Chao Tianlong's painful feeling of having no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. Your family has been wiped out, so naturally no one will jump out to help you. Everyone is afraid to avoid it, for fear of getting into trouble. If Chao Tianlong can find a trustworthy helper, then he is in hell. What's more, the opponent is the powerful Qin family. Originally, the capital city was already undercurrents and turbulent waves. Everything was in a delicate balance, but the Qin family annihilated the Chao family, breaking this delicate balance a little bit. However, the Qin family's situation is too big, and they have done it impeccably. They used the method of the blood clan's first embrace, coercing the emperor to order the princes, and make the Chao family appear calm. Therefore, this delicate balance is finally maintained. It's now. But just last night, this delicate balance was finally completely broken by you inadvertently in order to save your second uncle. Grandpa can tell you that in the entire capital, all forces with powerful ears and eyes and good news will definitely be alarmed, and they will sleepless all night. The old godling Lai was there, and he turned to look at Chui Lao. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for the Chen family to send only those 36 ninjas, and there will be no more follow-up after that. The Ling family has not been destroyed, and the Chen family has fallen into the sand. This news, even our Ling family, is silent and will not release the news, but Grandpa still believes that today's capital city is definitely bombed. Ling Lai turned his head and looked outside the door. It was past 6 o'clock, the sky had already brightened, and the sun was already rising. Ling Lai smiled wryly and said, "If Grandpa's expectations are correct, there will definitely be many people visiting our Ling's house today to find out what's true. Grandpa will inevitably be sick in bed again, so we will thank guests behind closed doors." Ling Yun murmured, "Grandpa, you mean to pretend to be sick?" Ling Lai laughed loudly. "In just a short time last night, you allowed Grandpa to advance to the early stage of the 8th innate level. What else can we do if we don't pretend to be sick?" Ling Yun was speechless, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Last night, what he played was really crazy. Our Ling family has not been wiped out, it will definitely arouse the imagination of many people. Your father's whereabouts are still unknown, and you don't know which side has captured him. Before you find your father and rescue him, you must not reveal your strength, let alone act rashly, so as not to provoke the other party to change their plans and hurt him, to your father. It turned out that this was what Ling Lai was most worried about. He thought very carefully, and he couldn't let his own father be killed just as soon as his grandson recognized his ancestors. When Ling Yan thought of Ling Xiao, he couldn't help asking nervously, "Grandpa, my father's life will not be in danger, right?" Ling Lai was silent at first, and finally he said suddenly, "Don't worry, Yuner, your father is only at the peak of the 5th level acquired heaven. The enemy must not be after him to arrest him, and there must be a bigger conspiracy." Ling Lai felt that Ling Yan's body was tightening and his hands were trembling slightly. He didn't dare to look into Ling Yan's eyes at this moment, and still said to himself, "Your father is not only related to our Ling family, he is also related to your biological mother, the last generation of demon sect saintess. Even if ordinary people want to kill your father, they have to weigh whether they can match your mother's martial arts." Huh. Hearing this, Ling Yun finally let out a long breath, feeling a little relieved. So, what our Ling family has to do now is to fight steadily and step by step. The more low-key and quieter, the better for us. Your identity has not been exposed. Before rescuing your father, you can conduct a secret investigation and do what you want to do as much as you want, and ordinary small troubles will definitely not enter the eyes of all parties in the capital. As for those who were rescued by you, the Chow family, Grandpa has his own arrangements. I will find a way to move them to a safe place as soon as possible, so you don't have to worry about these things. Ling Yun scratched his head and said, "Grandpa, but there is still one person in the Chow family. I must rescue her as soon as possible, and it will be too late if I delay." Ling Lai chuckled, stared at Ling Yun for a long time, and suddenly said, "Yuner, what you are talking about is Chao Xingchang's favorite girl, Chao Shanshan, right?" Ling Yun blushed a little at Ling Lai's look, and quickly nodded in agreement. "Chao Shanshan is your girlfriend?" Ling Lai seldom saw Ling Yun embarrassed, so he chased after her. Ling Yun said awkwardly, "Well, yes." "Brat, how many girlfriends do you have now?" From what old Chui said, it seems that there are quite a few. The more Ling Lai talked, the more he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear, and asked with a grin. "Anyway, quite a lot." Ling Yun saw that the old man was endless, so he decided to go all out. Ling Lai laughed loudly. "It turns out that you, a little bastard, also have times when you are shy?" Not too many, not too many. For such an excellent grandson of mine, how many girlfriends is not too many? Yuner, remember, when the time comes you these girlfriends, one counts as one, bring them all back for Grandpa to see. Grandpa, don't worry. Ling Yin sweated furiously, but nodded desperately, trying to get this topic out of the way as soon as possible. Seeing that Ling Yin agreed, Ling Lai laughed heartily, and finally let Ling Yin go. Finally, he put away his smile and said to Ling Yin seriously, the Qin family's ancestral house is in the south of the capital, and it is also outside the 5th Ring Road, near Daxing District. That is the real headquarters of the Qin family. Ling Yin froze, and just wanted to thank Ling Lai, but he heard Ling Lai continue, the 3 masters of the Qin family should all be sitting there now, but Qin Jiangui probably won't hide Chao Shanshan there. Ling Yin nodded and said, Grandpa, don't worry, I have my own way to find Chao Shanshan's location. That's the best, but you must be careful in everything. After listening to Ling Lai's remarks, Ling Yin already had a preliminary understanding of the various forces in the capital, so he was naturally 100 times more careful now. Since the Qin family's ancestral house is in the south of the capital and close to Daxing, Ling Yin has a certain idea, because last night, when Ling Yin followed the aura of chasing souls scattered all the way to the Qin family's southern suburban mansion, he found that the aura did not continue going south, but heading due east. Qin Jiangui hid Chao Shanshan in the east of the capital. To be continued. P.S. Chapter 745 is a supplementary chapter guarantee for the 18th chapter. Still owe a chapter guarantee. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, let's see if I can get a monthly pass. Ben from Reading Net. After breakfast, Ling Yin didn't leave immediately. He spent the whole morning passing some of his special skills to Ling Lai and Cui Lao. Ling Yin wants to improve the combat power of the 2 strongest members of the Ling family as soon as possible, without delay. Phantom Fish Dragon Step, Tian Gang Fumo Fist, Heaven's Nirvana Palm, Wind and Thunder King Kong Legs, Raging Waves Internal Strength, Small Wuxiang Sword Technique, 9 Kills Sword Technique, Ling Si Ju, Dian Gathering Stars Ju, and the Secret Method Dragon Elephant Divine Strength. Footwork, boxing, palm technique, leg skills, internal skills, 2 sets of peerless swordsmanship, a consonance formula, a set of heaven-defying body training formulas, plus a set of secret techniques that can increase combat power multiple times. In addition, Ling Yin had already passed on Cui Lao's Mietian saber technique, and it was all over. Of course, Ling Yin would not have any secrets about his own grandfather. He specially bought a pen and paper, wrote down each set of exercises in detail, and practiced them one by one. All the important and difficult points in the method were explained to Ling Lai and Cui Lao, so that they could absorb and master them as soon as possible. Ling Lai watched Ling Yin write down these heaven-defying exercises one by one on paper, and then passed them all on to him. In the end, he was completely shocked and stunned. Because Ling Lai knew that if he casually took a set of these exercises and threw them into the rivers and lakes, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Start a sect, and definitely become a top sect. Baby grandson, tell Grandpa honestly first, if you teach these exercises to Grandpa casually, you won't be cleaned up by your master. In the end, Ling Lai was too shocked to learn. Ling Yin looked at the shocked and excited look of the old man, and laughed happily. Grandpa, you can rest assured, now I am the head of the Immortal Medicine sect, and I have said everything about our Immortal Medicine sect calculate. It seems that Grandpa is worried too much. Grandpa didn't know that you have so many heaven-defying exercises. If he had known that you had these exercises. Maybe, when facing the strong in the first 3 realms of the 9th level of innate, maybe you really have the strength to fight. After Ling Lai was stunned for a long time, he muttered in a daze and guessed. After all, he has not reached the 9th level of innate, everything he knows. It's also just hearing, and it's also guesswork and judgment. Ling Yin secretly laughed in his heart. I thought it was pretty much the same. Anyway, we came from the big world of cultivation, and the exercises we know are all cultivators who have learned martial arts over there. No longer great. That didn't matter. Ling Yun could only start collecting medicinal materials desperately. Refining elixir, desperately improving his realm. What's more, Ling Yun didn't say that he has the consciousness that can cover a radius of 100 meters, knows the Yin-Yang art, has the Yin-Yang divine eye, and has cultivated the first stage of the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art, and the supreme Qingdi art. Wanchuxianju, Huangquanta Wangong, etc. What about these real cultivation techniques? Coupled with his own heaven-defying physique, and the Yin-Yang true Qi vortex that he had just successfully cultivated, if all these cards are played. If you can't deal with a master at the early stage of the 9th level, then Ling Yun, a cultivator who has reached the transition period, will practice in vain. Ling Yun is confident that even if he really can't win the fight, he will definitely have no problem running for his life. Grandpa, you and Mr. Cui slowly practice the exercises I taught you. You and Mr. Cui will testify to each other and learn from each other. You must not pass it on to others privately. Near noon, Ling Yun finished teaching all the exercises, and after confirming that there were no omissions, he told Ling Lai. I'm worried that if they go out, if they have a dispute with others and use these exercises without authorization, they will be arrested and interrogated, and they will suffer disaster instead. Seeing the old man's questioning eyes, Ling Yun immediately explained his reasons. In fact, Ling Yun did not tell the truth to Ling Lai. His real reason was that he did not believe Ling Zhen and Ling Hao. From the beginning, I was very upset with him. Last night, why did Ling Yun only spend a lot of time when healed Ling Lai's wounds, raising Ling Lai to the early stage of the 8th innate level all at once, but he was just perfunctory to others, just healed their new wounds and it was over up. The reason is very simple. Ling Yun is not very reassured about some members of the Ling family. He needs to pass time and observe things slowly. Unless life is at stake, Ling Yun seldom does anything he is not sure of, even if it is saving lives. A look of melancholy flashed across Ling Lai's eyes, but he immediately covered up this expression, and said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "Your boy is thoughtful, everything is up to you." Ling Yun also captured Ling Lai's expression. He moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Ling Yun felt that the old man must have something to hide. What Ling Lai said was right. During the whole morning, as expected, family members came to Ling Lai's small courtyard to report that all the major families in the capital had sent important figures to visit Ling Lai, but Ling Lai claimed that they were ill. On the grounds of his body, he blocked the past. Ling Yu also didn't show up, and the head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen, was still the one who came forward to deal with all matters of the Ling family. Among them, what made Ling Yun the most amusing was that the Chen family even sent someone over. After the Chen family's envoy arrived at the Ling family, everything behaved as usual, as if the two families were calm last night and nothing happened. There is no doubt that these people are here to find out the truth. It's just a pity that although the Ling family's corpses were piled into mountains and blood flowed into rivers last night, all the enemies have been wiped out now, and the corpses were turned into colorless and odorless yellow water by the corpse powder and washed down the sewer. Chen Haiken and the other 3 were also burned. The spirit talisman was burned to ashes, and everyone in the Ling family went on as usual. This made everyone who came to Ling's house to inquire about the truth inexplicably surprised. Yuner, have you seen this? This is the capital city. This is a political game. Everyone seems to be friendly on the surface, but they are stabbing in the back. In the dark, the fierce fighting at night, the bloody storm, can be called a turbulent sea, and every step of the way is not an exaggeration, but in the daytime, everything immediately becomes calm. This is the capital city, it's kind of interesting. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Ling Yunqin said that human nature is the same everywhere. Originally, Ling Yun didn't want to have lunch at Ling's house, but he couldn't stand the old man's persuasion, so he had to accompany Ling Lai to have a sumptuous lunch in the small courtyard. The two of them, together with Mr. Cui, drank a lot of wine. Ling Yun could tell that the old man was really kind to him, and if he looked at him more often, he would laugh inexplicably. After lunch, Ling Yun just received a call from Tang Meng. Tang Meng said that he had arrived in the capital and was about to reach the 5th Ring Road, and asked where Ling Yun was. So Ling Yun bid farewell to Ling Lai. He changed out of the night clothes of Wu Jing Demon Silkworm, put on a white shirt and jeans, and left Ling's house quietly through the back door alone. After going out, Ling Yun took a taxi, casually, and it took only half an hour to return to the courtyard house in the northwest corner of the capital. Ling Yun didn't enter the courtyard. After waiting at the door for a while, he saw 2 cars approaching one after another, one Hummer and the other, which was exactly Ling Yun's Land Rover. No need to ask, Tang Meng must have arrived. 2 cars arrived in front of Ling Yun one after another. Tang Meng jumped out of the car without waiting for the car to stop. Without saying a word, he came up to give Ling Yun a bear hug. "Brother Yun, you miss me so much, woo woo woo." Tang Meng still had a smiling face when he got out of the car, but as soon as he hugged Ling Yun, the circles of his eyes immediately turned red, and tears fell down like rain. Yes, it wet Ling Yun's shoulder very quickly. Ling Yun was very speechless. He couldn't help but patted Tang Meng's back, angrily and funnily said, "Hey, let me tell you, don't you kid, I just changed my clothes." Unexpectedly, Tang Meng cried more and more vigorously. Ling Yun persuaded him to cry louder. This was real crying, and the 3 Qinglong boys who got out of the car looked at each other, at a loss what to do. "Okay, stop crying and follow me into the yard." Ling Yun had no choice but to push Tang Meng away directly. Although he could feel Tang Meng's brotherhood towards him, Ling Yun couldn't adapt to crying like this. When they first met, it was too embarrassing. Hey, Tang Meng chuckled, raised his hand to wipe away the hot tears on his face, turned his head to look at the 3 capable young men, and said, "I can't help it, I just can't help it. The 3 of you have taken a good look at the car here." Ling Yun led Tang Meng into the yard and went straight to the living room. Iron Tiger didn't come. After entering the room, Ling Yun punched Tang Meng lightly first, and asked, with a smile. Speaking of Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng's face was full of displeasure. "Brother Yun, don't mention him, just mention him and get angry. He is busy practicing now, and he has gone crazy. Except for the necessary meals, I don't even sleep. I just sit in the yard of Villa number 1 all day. It's such a hot day, and I don't know how to change my clothes. Just 2 words, practice. Now I have to send someone to deliver meals to him every day, otherwise, maybe one day he will starve to death. Others stay at home and play computer games. It's better for him to live in the yard of your villa." Qingshi became his home. This guy. Ling Yun was a little shocked, but also a little moved. He knew that Tai Xiaohu practiced so hard just to be able to help him as soon as possible and to be able to stand behind him. "Did you bring everything?" Ling Yun immediately asked about the business. "I brought them all, Brother Yun. None of the medicinal materials you mentioned is missing, and each of them is packed in a snakeskin bag. Sisters Miao, Xiaomiao, and Ninger helped me choose them. You can use them for a while." "Where is silver?" "More than 200 kilograms of silver are in the 2 cars outside. It's not expensive, just over 1 million. It's just such a little thing, you can just send it directly. What are you doing by yourself?" Ling Yun laughed. Tang Meng said excitedly, "Brother Yun, I miss you. You left in such a hurry. I wanted to send you off, but failed, really." Tang Meng held his breath and wanted to come to the capital, but Ling Yun was afraid of danger, so he never let go. This time he asked him to bring over the sterling silver for making talismans and silver arrows, and he finally took the opportunity. At this moment, a car rang outside the courtyard, and Ling Yun's spiritual sense swept away. knowing that Mr. Chui had also arrived with his people. To be continued. Ling Yun and Tang Meng went out of the house to welcome Mr. Chui. "I've seen Mr. Chui." Tang Meng greeted Mr. Chui obediently, with clever eyes. Mr. Chui nodded with a smile, and said cordially, "Hey, Tang Meng is here?" As the saying goes, on a day in June, a child's face can change as soon as it is said. Just now the sun was still in the sky, but now, a few dark clouds have come from nowhere, covering the dazzling sun. Seeing the possibility of heavy rain, Ling Yun couldn't help secretly anxious, move things. Although Qianli Zuihan San has no magical effect, but it is afraid of rain. When it is washed by the heavy rain, the already extremely weak breath will be completely washed away by the rain. Chao Shanshan's whereabouts. More than 200 kilograms of silver were packed in 8 sophisticated safes, and these 8 safes were quickly loaded into the black van in which Mr. Chui was riding. "Tang Meng, take them to lunch first, and after lunch, find a way to transport all the medicinal materials here." Those medicinal materials were packed in dozens of snakeskin bags, and they were pulled by a large truck. It was impossible for a large truck to drive here, so they could only be transported to the courtyard in batches. By the way, you can call back and let them continue to buy medicinal materials in Qingshui City. It's still the old way, charge as much as possible, and put them in Villa number 1 after you buy them. The medicinal materials can't be broken. On the other hand, Tang Meng said with a chuckle, "Brother Yun, don't worry, the medicinal materials have been kept for you all the time." The medicinal materials in number 1 villa, both in terms of types and quantities, are now much more than before. You can do things. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. Tang Meng was so discerning that he thought of him ahead of him. "Elder Chui and I are going to do some business first, and we will call you when we come back." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he got into Elder Chui's black van, and the van turned around and drove outside the downtown area of Beijing. Half an hour later, the two arrived outside the 7th Ring Road again. That unremarkable, dilapidated small factory. Ling Family Weapon Workshop. This time, after the van entered the factory, it stopped and drove directly to the warehouse of the small factory. The warehouse is an important place, idlers are not allowed to enter. A striking warning was posted on the door of the warehouse. The warehouse door is so big that it can completely parallel 2 large trucks. The inside footprint is larger, with a large open space. Behind the open space, there are more than a dozen warehouses, each of which has its doors closed. When the van entered the warehouse, Ling Yun put his spiritual sense to the maximum. He only scanned it with his spiritual sense, and immediately knew that there was a door behind what seemed to be a warehouse. It was not a warehouse at all, but a huge passageway. Inside the passage is the secret workshop of the Ling Family Weapon Workshop. Obviously, in the secret workshop, the metal raw materials used to make weapons are all transported in through this passage. This design is so ingenious and unexpected that ordinary people would never think of it. After the van enters the warehouse, Chui Lao took out an extremely sophisticated remote control, pointed at the warehouse door from a distance, and pressed it lightly. The warehouse door slowly fell, and this huge warehouse immediately became fully closed. Chui Laochong Lingyun chuckled, "The material used to build this warehouse is also completely soundproof." Lingyun was shocked. My heart said, how much will it cost if all the materials are completely soundproof for such a large building area? The Ling family has been in decline for 18 years, why is it that they cannot make ends meet every year? Of course, the money was not spent on the food and clothing of the dozens of members of the Ling family, it was spent on these invisible places. This is the inside story, and the inside story is all about burning money. Elder Chui remote-controlled the button again, and that seemed to be the door of the warehouse. It began to slowly open towards the sides, revealing its true face. It does look like a warehouse, but it's empty inside. But Ling Yun already knew that as long as this warehouse is facing the wall facing the door, and then opened, there will be a real weapon workshop behind it. The driver who was driving was one of the only 36 dead men left in the Ling family. He was obviously familiar with this place, so he drove the van in again, and Mr. Cui finally got out of the car. Mr. Cui operated the button, and after the warehouse door was slowly merged by remote control, he flew to the opposite wall and lightly clicked on a certain part of the wall. The hidden compartment inside was revealed. It is absolutely fortified, and the defense measures here are more than that of a bank's vault. The exposed hidden compartment, in that style, is very similar to the operation interface of a bank's ATM, with a screen and a place to enter the password. It's just that this screen is a video intercom system, because Ling Yun has already seen Ling Shiqi's face on the screen. Elder Cui is here? On the screen, Ling Shiqi's eyes were no longer dim, but radiant and full of energy. His eyes were uplifting and excited. Well, open the door. Cui Lao said to Ling Shiqi with a smile, but turned to Ling Yun and said, "Fourth young master, we have already been under Ling Shiqi's surveillance as soon as we entered the warehouse." Ling Yun was secretly horrified, and thought that the Ling family, which was the most declining, had such a tight defense of a weapons workshop, so the core areas of the other 6 major families were not stronger. If Chen Jiangui hid Chao Shanshan in such a place, it would be much more troublesome to rescue her. The half-meter-thick cast steel wall was divided from the middle, and slowly opened to the 2 sides, until it submerged into the walls on both sides. It suddenly opened up in front of the eyes, steaming hot air, and waves of water vapor rushed towards the face. Ling Yan turned back with a smile, and glanced at the closed warehouse door behind him. It was indeed a huge and tight transportation channel. The fourth young master is mighty. Leaning on crutches with one hand, Ling Shiqi flew to Ling Yun, bowed his head and said, "Ling Shiqi, thank you fourth young master, for saving the Ling family." Obviously, Ling Shiqi already knew everything that happened in the Ling family last night. Ling Yun helped Ling Shiqi up with a smile, and said with a bright smile, "I am a member of the Ling family. Protecting my family is a matter of reason and reason. What are you thanking me for? Am I an outsider?" Ling Shiqi shook his head excitedly, not daring to say anything. "How are those silver arrows made?" Ling Shiqi said excitedly, "Fourth young master, after you left, I personally led the people. I have been busy since last night until now, and have rushed to make more than 200 silver arrows, including 24 pure silver arrows." Ling Yin was very happy when he heard it, and immediately cheered up and said, Go, and have a look." The 3 of them soon came to the place where the arrows were made. Ling Yin saw 5 bundles of sharp arrows arranged neatly, 4 of which were 50, and the other bundle, which was smaller in number, was made of sterling silver. Each sharp arrow is 1.5 meters long, with extremely sharp tips, all made of sterling silver, shining bright silver light under the light, and the cold light is dazzling. The 4 bundles of silver arrows, according to Ling Yun's requirements, were plated with a layer of pure silver on the shafts. They all looked similar, but Ling Yun knew that if they were used against blood clans, 200 sharp arrows would be the same as those 24 arrows. Compared with the branch, the effect is much worse. Ling Yun took out a sterling silver arrow, weighed it in his hand, and found that it weighed 2 kilograms. He couldn't help but secretly frowned, thinking that more than 200 kilograms of sterling silver could make 100 arrows. A sharp arrow. Poor culture and rich military, this statement is not false at all. War is definitely the most costly thing. This is true for ancient weapons, and it is even more true for modern warfare. Aircraft carriers, aircraft, cannons, guns and ammunition, even artillery shells, missiles, and nuclear bombs, which ones should not cost huge sums of money? Okay, just cast according to this, and I sent you more than 200 kilograms of silver, all of which are used to make this kind of arrows. Ling Yin gave new orders to Ling Shiqi without hesitation, and at the same time secretly thought that it was time for his 4 blood servants to bleed a little. At the same time, Ling Yan also thought about what was going on in the background. It was not just a matter of money, the importance of resource reserves was immediately highlighted. For example, medicinal materials, such as metals, minerals, etc., no matter how much money you have, if you go to the market to buy them when you need them, you may not be able to buy them immediately. But what if your family has accumulated tens of thousands of kilograms of silver over time? Whatever you want to make with sterling silver, you can take it with you. Ling Yan felt that the shaft of the arrow was too thick as an ordinary cigarette. The shaft of the arrow can be made half as thin. Otherwise, it will affect the speed of the arrow. Ling Yan told Ling Shiqi that in this case, with the same amount of sterling silver, nearly twice as many arrows can be produced. Fourth young master, I have tried it. In that case, when the arrow is shot, it will be a little fluttering, which will affect the accuracy. Ling Shiqi said to Ling Yan very seriously. Ling Yan smiled slightly, don't worry, others will affect the accuracy, but I won't. Ling Shiqi nodded and accepted the order, indicating that there was no problem. Ling Yan bent down and lowered his head, and put all the 5 bundles of arrows on the ground into the space ring, and then he tragically discovered that his space ring was completely full. These 2 stone kings occupy too much space. Ling Yan was secretly depressed, especially the Imperial Greenstone King, which was 1.5 meters in diameter and 1.8 meters in height. 70% of the space in the space ring was occupied. Not to mention that bunch of super candied Haas, and Ling Yan's Shenong Ding. These 3 big pieces take up too much space. After Ling Yan's space ring was upgraded again, it was only 2.5 meters in length, width, and height. If so many arrows were stuffed into it, it would naturally be completely full. Ling Yan asked the dead man of the Ling family who followed him to unload all the more than 200 kilograms of pure silver he brought, and put the 8 empty boxes back into the van. We still have to do it as soon as possible. Ling Yan pointed to the silver coins all over the floor, and said to Ling Shiqi. Ling Yan felt that the earls, marquises, and the Grand Duke invited by Qin Jiangue were about to arrive in the capital. Yes. Ling Shiqi would like to obey the 4th young master's order. Ling Yan nodded, and after a few simple instructions, he and Cui Lao left the Ling family weapon workshop. Boom. Just as the van drove out of the gate of the small factory, a heavy, muffled thunder exploded from the distant sky. The sky is getting darker. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The van was driving fast on the highway. Sitting in the car, Ling Yan looked at the sky in the distance through the lowered car window, and felt a little relieved in his heart. He judged that the rain should not fall during the day. However, Ling Yan knew that this rain was absolutely serious, it should be a torrential rain. 4th young master, shall I go with you tonight? Cui Lao pondered for a while, turned around from the passenger seat, and said to Ling Yan in a discussing tone. Of course, Mr. Cui knew that Ling Yan had done so much preparation work just to rescue Chao Shanshan tonight. But our Ling family also needs someone to protect us. Ling Yan pondered for a while, then said slowly. If Ling Yan finds Chao Shanshan and successfully rescues her, it's fine if he doesn't encounter the enemy, but if he encounters Qin Jiangue, there will definitely be a fierce battle. For Qin Jiangue, who was eager to raise his blood rank, Chao Shanshan's blood was the best treasure in his eyes. Of course, he would not just sit back and watch Ling Yan rescue her. After the battle last night, the capital was shaken. Now everyone is guessing what kind of expert came to protect our Ling family. In a short time, the Qin family should not attack us again. Cui Lao smiled and said to Ling Yan, besides, now that the old man has reached the early stage of the 8th level of innateness, the Long family supports our Ling family, and the Yi family even keeps a low profile and has never made a move. Even if the Qin family really sends experts here, it is also impossible to send those 3 top experts. What Elder Chui meant, Ling Yun understood very well that as long as the Chen family didn't send the most powerful 3 people, only Grandpa alone would be able to defend the Ling family like a fortress. No matter who came, he would be sent to death. 4th Young Master, I am most familiar with the terrain and routes of the capital and its surroundings, and if there is a fight, there must always be someone to protect the girl Chao Shanshan, right? Besides, the old man is really worried. After talking about it, Mr. Chui was actually afraid that Ling Yun would be in danger alone, and it would be difficult to deal with it alone without a caretaker. Now the Ling family, what is the most important? Of course it is Ling Yun. Okay, wait until after dinner. You and Pierce come over together, and we will rescue Chao Shanshan tonight. Ling Yun finally agreed. Back to the city. After Mr. Chui sent Ling Yun to the courtyard, he returned to Ling's house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ling Yun felt a faint aura, which was floating and overflowing, which was released by the medicinal materials transported by Tang Meng. Dozens of snakeskin bags filled with traditional Chinese medicine were piled up in disorder in the corners of the yard, looking disorganized. 2 younger brothers of Qinglong. He was standing there obediently, never leaving. Have you eaten yet? Where's Tang Meng? Brother Yun, we've all had dinner, and all the medicinal materials have been brought in. Young Master Tang seems to have business to discuss. After finishing these medicinal materials, he went out. Ling Yun asked suspiciously, what business does he want to discuss in the capital? A Qinglong boy scratched his head and replied, it seems that we want to talk about a logistics company. It is said that we want to buy that logistics company. Ling Yun understood in an instant that Tang Meng had thought of this. If Ling Yun lived in the capital for a long time in the future, such transportation between the 2 places must be frequent. He simply wanted to buy a logistics company directly. No matter what to transport, it is very convenient. It is of course very convenient for my own company to transport my own things. Both of you, go find some stones, or bricks. Ling Yun went to open the storage room of the courtyard and used stones. A simple spirit gathering array was set up in the storage room, and then 2 people were asked to move all these snakeskin bags into the storage room to ensure that the aura of the medicinal materials was not lost. After locking the door of the storage room, Ling Yun flipped his hands, took out a bunch of 100 yuan bills, gave them to the 2 Qinglong boys, and said with a smile, this is 10,000 yuan. You 2 go out and find a good one first. Stay in a hotel, and you can spend the rest of the money as you like. The 2 Qinglong brothers were shocked. How dare they accept Ling Yun's money? Brother Yun, this is absolutely impossible. You are our boss's boss. Here, we will do things for you. If we still ask you for money, then if young Master Tang finds out, won't you beat us to death? Ling Yun made Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu the 2 elders of Qinglong. Although Tai Xiaohu didn't take this elder seriously at all, Tang Meng was very happy. He asked Ah Bing to choose 7 shrewd and capable younger brothers from each of the 4 halls of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in Qinglong's Dragon Hall, a total of 28 people, to work exclusively for him, which saved a lot of worry. This time, Tang Meng came to the capital to deliver things to Ling Yun. He brought a total of 5 people, selected from the 28 people. Bodyguards, security guards and drivers, and all kinds of manual labor. Tang Meng used it to his heart's content. Almost. Tang Meng, you enjoy it a lot more than I do. Ling Yun was speechless, but he thought that Tang Meng had to deal with so many things every day, and someone had to help him with errands, so that he would have time to do the most important things. This was taught to Tang Meng by Ling Yun himself. Tang Meng carried forward and flourished, and it was just spent. Take it, it's okay, I'll let Tang Meng treat you well. It's not good to use your strength. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Similarly, human beings have no profit by nature. No matter how strict the rules are, it is better to give enough incentives. Ling Yun deeply understood this truth. He ordered the two Qinglong brothers to accept the money, and then sent them away. Finally, the two of them were sent away. Ling Yun first called Tang Meng and asked him to finish his work and come back as soon as possible, and then came to the basement of the courtyard. Passing through the maze of heaven, Ling Yun immediately saw Chao Tianlong sitting cross-legged in the corridor of the basement. In the past 2 days, besides taking care of his family, Chao Tianlong has been practicing desperately in order to improve his strength as soon as possible. Seeing Ling Yun coming in, Chao Tianlong immediately stood up. "How are they?" With a glance of Ling Yun's consciousness, he knew that all 10 members of the Chao family had fallen into a deep sleep. "It's much better than 2 days ago. My grandfather and my father said that they could feel that the feeling of surrender and loyalty in the blood is getting weaker." "Ling Yun, thank you, it all depends on this stone, its effect is really too great." Chao Tianlong pointed to the god of refining Taishu stone that Chao Juanxiong was holding, and said to Ling Yun, "Well, that's good." Ling Yun nodded, and asked Chao Tianlong, "Is there enough blood?" Chao Tianlong frowned slightly. When they are awake, they are very reluctant to drink this blood. They only drink a little at night when they really have no other choice. Therefore, this blood is enough for a long time. Ling Yun asked Chao Tianlong a few more questions, and after confirming that there were no other abnormalities, he said to Chao Tianlong, "Tonight, I'm going to rescue Shanshan." Chao Tianlong was very excited. He asked excitedly, "Really? Have you found my sister's hiding place?" Ling Yun said confidently, "Although I haven't found it, it's almost there. I planted Qianli Zuhunsen on Chen Jiangui's body, and it's easy to find him. Do you want me to help?" Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "No, you just need to take care of your family with peace of mind. Now, I have obtained Chen Jiangui's blood, and I am studying how to use this blood in the past 2 days. Anyway, we must first completely break the blood alliance. This kind of blood alliance for the first time is too overbearing." Ling Yun has had a first hug several times. He understands the domineering degree of this kind of first hug, and is very afraid of it. "By the way, I have some good news to tell you." Ling Yun told Chao Tianlong about killing hundreds of ancient martial arts masters and many ninjas in the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs, and Chao Tianlong's blood boiled when he heard it. "The boss of the Chen family, Chen Heiken, has been beheaded by me. In the battle last night, the Chen family suffered heavy losses." "What? Chen Heiken was slaughtered by you?" Chao Tianlong was shocked again and again. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and he told Chao Tianlong, "Your family is already like this, you don't need to be in grief all day long, and you don't need to practice so desperately. There are tensions and relaxations in the way of martial arts, and you have to do it step by step." Ling Yun was worried that Chao Tianlong would go mad. "It's time to eat, and it's time to rest. The medicinal materials for making the cleansing talisman have arrived. I'll make some more cleansing talismans for you." Ling Yun met Chao Tianlong, and soon left the basement. After he came out, he drove his own Land Rover and left the courtyard. Ling Yun drove the Land Rover along the 5th Ring Road and went straight to Chen's mansion in the southern suburbs. Last night, in order to save his second uncle Ling Yu, Ling Yun stopped looking for Chao Shanshan from here. Ling Yun pretended to be passing by, and drove to the gate of the Chen family's mansion. Sure enough, he found the aura of chasing souls from thousands of miles away. Ling Yun smiled triumphantly, accelerated the speed, and followed the aura towards the capital city. "Head southeast." Unexpectedly, this chase was not a big deal. Ling Yun actually chased him out of the capital, came to the 6th Ring Road, then went north along the 6th Ring Road, past Xuanhuan district, and finally came to Huairo district in the northeast of the capital. "Damn it, Chen Jiangui's grandson, where did he hide Shanshan?" Ling Yun muttered to himself, but he didn't relax. He followed the aura of Qianli Zuhunsen, and drove the car directly on the expressway from Beijing to Qingda, all the way towards Miyun. Miyun Reservoir. More than half an hour later, Ling Yun drove to the Miyun Reservoir. He judged the direction of Qianli Zuihan's breath, got off the Jingqing Expressway, and drove towards the deep mountains and old forests in the north. At this time it was already more than 4:30 in the afternoon, and the sky became more gloomy, with dark clouds overwhelming, and heavy rain seemed to come at any time. The road became more and more difficult. Ling Yun had to find a place to park the car, then found a place where no one was around, and plunged into the dense forest. As Ling Yun got farther and farther away from the nearby mountain village, the aura of Qianli Zuhunsen became stronger and stronger. Obviously, this was the place where Qin Jiangui's activities were intensive. What the hell, you actually hid Shanshan in the cave. Ling Yun entered the deep mountain area around Miyun Reservoir, glanced at the surrounding environment, and cursed bitterly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At this time, Ling Yun had penetrated into the vast Yanshan Mountains. He used his lightness kung fu to the limit in the deep mountains and old forests, where no one was seen. He ran across mountains and waters, galloping at full speed, and soon crossed the entire north bank of Miyun Reservoir, from east to west. In fact, there is a large road around the entire Miyun Reservoir, but Qin Jiangui is flying in the sky, so naturally he will not fly directly above the road. In order to prevent being discovered, he is very careful all the way above the remote mountains. Flying, this is a pain for Ling Yun, who is tracking with 2 feet. Among the rolling mountains, Ling Yun passed through the Longyun Mountain scenic area, then crossed the Baihe River, and came to an unnamed mountain, where he stopped to rest. Damn, isn't he just able to fly? He's so arrogant if he can fly? Ling Yun was furious, and cursed again. Because Ling Yun found out that the aura of Qianli Zuihan scattered around the Miyun Reservoir was dense for a while, causing him to make a big circle, but went all the way west again. Ling Yun looked at the rising mountains, took out the magic gourd, gulped down a few mouthfuls of ambergris, replenished the consumed aura, and with a hard look, he chased west again. It was necessary to find the place where Chao Shanshan was hiding before it rained, otherwise, when the heavy rain washed away Qin Jiangui's Qianli Zuihan scattered aura left on the dense forest branches and leaves, Ling Yun's previous efforts would be wasted. After turning over 7 or 8 high and low mountains along the way, Ling Yun finally saw a majestic mountain standing in front of him, with an altitude of at least 1,000 meters, and the top of the mountain was surrounded by white clouds. This is a famous mountain. When Ling Yun was in Qingshui City, before he came to the capital, he paid close attention to and studied it. It seems that Qin Jiangui should have hidden Shanshan in this mountain. Yunming Mountain. Ling Yun looked back and saw the Miyun Reservoir in the distance, which was far away from where he was standing. The straight-line distance is no more than 7 kilometers away. But Ling Yun trekked all the way over the mountains and ridges. As the saying goes, looking at the mountains and running dead horses, he has traveled at least 70 kilometers in this no man's land where there is no mountain road. That is Ling Yun, who has a powerful body at the peak of the second largest realm of the Dianjuxing treasure art, and can continuously absorb all kinds of spiritual energy in this deep mountain and old forest. Only by relying on excellent lightness skills to track all the way here, change people. Run to death. What? Into the mountains. Ling Yun stretched his body, jumped down, and rushed directly towards the opposite Yunming Mountain. It can be said that there are not any of these famous mountains around the capital that have not been developed into scenic spots, but, like Longpan Mountain in Qingshui City, no matter how well you develop them, mountains are still mountains after all. Those tourist attractions are fixed. No matter how many tourists come to visit, you have to follow the tourist route. In Yunming Mountain, there are more inaccessible cliffs. Ling Yan's qigong is peerless, of course he can't walk on the right road, he got into the dense forest. Far away from the sight of people, still galloping at full speed. Ling Yun soon entered the deep mountainous area of Yunming Mountain. A cliff of hundreds of feet lies in front of Ling Yun. The mountain is lush and green, with flying springs and waterfalls. The scenery is majestic and beautiful, which is amazing. After coming here, the aura of Qianli Zuhunsen began to become dense and scattered. Obviously, Qin Jiangui usually went in and out, and this was the place he must pass through. Ling Yan stopped first, hid in the dense forest and observed carefully for a while, then turned to the left and right sides of the cliff. I tried to search for a while, but found that the more I went to the two sides, the breath became weaker and weaker. It should be hidden on the cliff of this cliff, but I don't know which cave it is in. Ling Yan became more careful. He found a place that was not easy to find from a high altitude to hide his figure, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb spiritual energy, recover himself, and recharge his energy. The aura in this mountain is so rich. Ling Yan was secretly shocked while absorbing it comfortably. Yunming Mountain, known as Little Yellow Mountain, is located at the junction of Miyun County and Huairou District in the capital city, and was called Yunming Mountain in ancient times. The mountains are towering, the valleys are deep and deep, the peaks and rocks are various, the waterfalls and springs are everywhere, the clouds and mists are unpredictable, the trees and flowers are fragrant, the natural scenery is very beautiful, and the aura is even more rich. Ling Yun secretly guessed whether there was something special about Yunming Mountain, otherwise, there would not be such a strong aura here. More than half an hour later, the sky became darker, and the clouds and mists were transpiring in the darkness, and the night was coming. Qin Jiangui's grandson, should he come out and do some activities soon? Ling Yan stood up and didn't stay any longer. He walked across the dense forest for a kilometer without a sound. He took out his mobile phone and called Tang Ming first. I have something to do temporarily, and I will go back very late tonight. You should find a place to stay first. Remember, you can only stay in a hotel, not in my courtyard. Ling Yan did not forget to tell Tang Ming that he was afraid that something might go wrong. If the Chao family rushed out of the basement to bite Tang Ming again, it would be too late for him to cry. It must be too late for Ling Yan to go back and make some talismans, so he simply called Mr. Chui and asked him to take Pierce here as soon as possible after dinner. Old Chui, the main peak of Yunming Mountain, I'll wait for you here. When you arrive, ring me. Ling Yan agreed on the meeting point, then adjusted the phone to vibrate, then quietly touched it back, found a place where he could observe the entire cliff, hid his whereabouts, put his consciousness to the maximum, and began a long wait. On the cliff opposite Ling Yun, at a height of about 200 meters from the ground, in a naturally formed deep cave. The cave is not small, with a diameter of 2 meters. It is dark and deep. In the dark night, the entrance of the cave is like a giant beast with its mouth wide open, wanting to choose people and devour them. As you go inward, it becomes narrow, at first, and then gradually widens, showing traces of man-made chisels. Obviously, the outside of this cave is formed naturally, but the inside is man-made. After turning 3 turns, the inside of the cave became pitch black, completely turning into a darkness where you can't see your fingers. Going further, the cave became extremely open, and there was a large open space here, with an area of more than 200 square meters and a height of 4 to 5 meters. In the center of the cave, there was a huge black coffin. At this time, Qin Jiangui was sleeping in this coffin, recovering from his injuries. Ling Yan didn't waste his efforts, he did find the right place. This cliff of Yunming Mountain was exactly where Qin Jiangui was hiding. On the surrounding stone walls of the cave, there are 2 huge stone gates, which are separated on both sides of the cave. Behind the 2 stone gates, each has a huge room, and the stone gates are tightly closed. One of the rooms was filled with corpses of young girls. Most of the corpses had already rotted. The blood on their bodies had already been sucked clean by Qin Jiangui, and Qin Jiangui had treated them specially after death. Therefore, although they began to rot, there was no foul smell. In the other room, it was extremely clean. There were beds, mosquito nets and bedding, tables and chairs, fresh water and rich food, but there was no light source. But there is another woman, Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan returned to Chao's house in the capital because of Ling Yun's affairs after the Qingming festival in early April, and was then controlled by Qin Jiangui. So far, nearly 3 months have passed. For the previous 2 months, Chao Shanshan was still under house arrest by Qin Jiangui in the Qin family's ancestral house, but 1 month ago, she was brought here by Qin Jiangui and hid on the cliffs of Yunming Mountain. For Chao Shanshan, these 3 months were a cruel, hell-like nightmare. She thought of committing suicide countless times, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and survived. Qin Jiangui was not afraid that Chao Shanshan would commit suicide. He knew that Chao Shanshan would not, because Chao Shanshan wanted to avenge the Chao family. He told Chao Shanshan viciously that the entire Chao family was not embraced by him now, and only she and Chao Tianlong were left. They are 2 brothers and sisters. Moreover, Qin Jiangui told Chao Shanshan playfully that her brother Chao Tianlong had escaped and deliberately gave Chao Shanshan a glimmer of hope. Because, no matter how powerful Qin Jiangui is, he can't stop Chao Shanshan from committing suicide before giving Chao Shanshan a first hug. He can only use this method. If you want to save your family, or wait for your brother to save you, you have to live. After Qin Jiangui was promoted to Viscount, he used the evil eye technique on Chao Shanshan twice, hypnotized her, and made Chao Shanshan tell a lot of her own, and what she knew, the secrets of the Chao family. Although Chao Shanshan has the immortal aura of the Emperor's pen sealed in her body, she is still an ordinary girl who has not reached the 2nd level of the day after tomorrow. Under the evil eye secret technique, she almost said everything. Qin Jiangui got a lot of secrets from Chao Shanshan, but he didn't get Ling Yun. So far, he only knew that Ling Yun was Chao Shanshan's classmate and her boyfriend. As for Ling Yun's other secrets, especially the Emperor, the secret of the pen, even though she was hypnotized by the evil eye technique, Chao Shanshan didn't reveal it. It has to be said that compared to Qin Jiangui's superficial evil eye technique, Chao Shanshan's love for Ling Yun still has an absolute upper hand. Because, on the night of the Qingming festival, Ling Yun entered the banker, the aura of the Emperor's brush was reversed, and Ling Yun's realm soared. Do not tell anyone. Since then, Chao Shanshan has engraved this sentence in her heart. It can be said that she has engraved this sentence in her bones, and Qin Jiangui's hypnosis technique did not let her tell this secret. In this dark room, Chao Shanshan is absolutely free, and she has adapted to this absolute darkness. Brother, you must escape and find Ling Yun. If there is really someone who can save the Chao family, then it must be Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan didn't cry, except for the necessary sleep. All she could do was pray. To survive, even if I was really embraced by Qin Jiangui, I must survive. I must avenge my grandfather, my parents, and the relatives of the Chao family. In the dark, Chao Shanshan cheered herself up countless times, and found the courage to live for herself. She was waiting, and she believed that Ling Yun would come to save her, just like Ling Yun saved Xuan Meifeng back then. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Crack. Boom. As a bright silver lightning pierced the dark night sky, a thunderclap resounded above Yunming Mountain. It was deafening and echoed in countless valleys. The sound was astonishing and lasted for a long time. Clatter. In an instant, the torrential rain poured down, and the dense raindrops fell, hitting the hard rocks and the dense branches and leaves. The water splashed everywhere, and the entire Yunming Mountain was covered with mist. In the cave, behind the closed stone door. It's thundering, it's going to rain. Chao Shanshan was startled awake from the pious prayer. she slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were still there. There was no fear in her eyes, there was only a kind of calmness and composure after going through hardships and death. Up to now, Chao Shanshan is no longer the #1 schoolgirl in Qingshui #1 middle school. She has lost her bright eyes and sweet smile. She has really grown up in the hardships. In her beautiful eyes, her eyes are firm and tenacious, and the corners of her mouth are tightly pursed, showing an unyielding persistence. In those beautiful and complicated eyes, there is deep-rooted hatred for the Chen family and Chen Jiangui, deep sorrow for the Chao family and the clansmen, and endless longing for Ling Yun, showing a resolute tenderness. I don't care what kind of magic you use on me, if I find you touching my body, I will die. This was the first time Chao Shanshan used the evil eye technique on her after Chen Jiangui. After waking up, she checked her body and said to Chen Jiangui categorically, "The summer in the capital is very hot, but Chao Shanshan has always wrapped herself tightly. Chen Jiangui can only see her face at most." Chao Shanshan's complicated eyes seemed to penetrate thick stone gates, deep caves, and thousands of rivers and mountains. The end point of her gaze finally landed on Qingshui #1 middle school in Qingshui City, Lingyun's villa #1. It fell into her boudoir in the Qingxi villa area. Great day in Shimizu. One by one, Chao Shanshan thought of Ling Yun, with an indescribably warm smile on her pale but beautiful face. In the past 3 months, what can support Chao Shanshan to live tenaciously is not only the blood feud of the Chao family, but also the little things that happened with Ling Yun in the past. Ling Yun's heroic figure. Ling Yun's smirking face, his intimidating eyes that can penetrate people's hearts. The obese boy who ran wildly with a sandbag on the playground, the night of the Qingming festival holiday, the sweet date at school, the alluring dance in the SOS disco, and in Chao Shanshan's boudoir, Chao Shanshan will never forget it. Lingering limbs. Scene after scene, Chao Shanshan's heart was gradually filled with tenderness. Until I was satisfied, tears flowed down my cheeks, it was overflowing endless thoughts. For Sister Zhuang Meifeng, you can sacrifice your life and fight to the death. If you know that I have suffered, you will definitely come to save me regardless. Don't come to save me, the enemies this time are really too powerful, because they are not human at all. As long as you can live happily and happily, even if I fall into hell forever, I will be happy with it. It's a pity that I can't grow old with you. It's been so long, the results of the college entrance examination should come out, right? I believe you will pass the exam, because you are so outstanding and perfect. Ling Yun. I miss you, if I can see you again, I am willing to pay any price. The tears on Chao Shanshan's cheeks could not stop falling, but there was a touching smile on her face. The beauty was shocking and delicate, like a peony in full bloom in the dark. Outside the stone gate, in the spacious and cold stone cave. Boom! That big black coffin, the coffin board suddenly rolled and flew up, followed by a tall and thin figure soaring into the sky, and when the coffin board was about to fall, it floated down beside the coffin without sound. Boom! The coffin board fell heavily on the coffin, it was tightly seamed, as if it had never been opened. Chen Jiangui's face was pale, his eyes were dark red, radiating a gloomy light in the darkness. He stuck out his bright red tongue, licked his scarlet lips, and then showed a sinister and cold smile. Spreading out the palm of his left hand, a blood-red bead suddenly appeared in Chen Jiangui's palm, which seemed to be a bead made of a ball of fresh blood. It was as big as a walnut and exuded a strange blood-colored light. TSK, the blood yuan bead is really useful. I was seriously injured twice. If it weren't for it, it would be impossible to recover so quickly. Puff. Chen Jiangui pointed his left hand at the dantian of his lower abdomen, and slapped it suddenly, and he slapped the strange blood yuan bead directly into his body. Chen Jiangui looked at the pale and cold skin on the lower abdomen, slowly closing it, wrapping the blood yuan beads. He couldn't help but laugh strangely. He glanced at the stone gate where the girl's corpse was piled up with a strange smile, and said with a cruel smile, "I'm almost recovering. Tonight, I can trick a few bats to come here, as long as I drink their blood." Should you be able to become an Earl? Innately at the peak of the 6th level, plus the strength close to the Earl, if I meet that masked man again, I will definitely tear him alive. Qin Jiangui's soft voice sounded slowly in the deep cave, and before he finished speaking, he stretched out his figure and had already arrived outside Chao Shanshan's stone gate. He raised his hand and pressed a stone wall lightly, the stone door opened slowly. Qin Jiangui walked into Chao Shanshan's cave lightly with an evil smile. Chao Shanshan knew that Qin Jiangui had come in, so she didn't bother to look at him at all. Her beautiful eyes exuded the indifference of thousands of years of ice, expressing her silent resistance. Qin Jiangui spoke, his voice was soft, but his tone was extremely gentle, "Sister Shanshan." Chao Shanshan's voice was cold as ice. "Don't call me sister, you don't deserve to call me that." "Hey." Qin Jiangui gave a sinister smile, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He still said lightly, "It's raining outside, and it's not a solution to be so bored all the time. I'll take you to the entrance of the cave to watch the rain." Chao Shanshan got up, she needed some fresh air. Qin Jiangui stared at Chao Shanshan's thinner, but still graceful and exquisite figure with dark eyes for a while, and there was a rare tenderness in his eyes, and said lightly, "Shanshan, you are so beautiful." Chao Shanshan ignored him. Without looking sideways, she walked straight past Qin Jiangui, walked out of the cave, and walked towards the cave entrance in the dark. Qin Jiangui did not use his body skills, but slowly followed behind Chao Shanshan, wantonly admiring her exquisite curves, and a perverted cruelty surged in his heart. "Qin Jiangui, as long as I, Chao Shanshan, don't die, one day, I will chop you into pieces. You must remember this sentence for me." Chao Shanshan felt Qin Jiangui's lewd gaze, she said in a low voice, very calm, but with endless faith. "Don't worry, I won't let you die, I will let you live forever, forever and ever, be willing to accompany me and serve me." Qin Jiangui was not afraid at all, he wanted to embrace Chao Shanshan for the first time, the blood alliance oath could not be reversed at all, he was full of confidence. "I'm really lucky. Not only does your blood have a powerful aura that can fight against the vampires, but your body has been completely reborn by a peerless master. Your blood is extremely pure. If I suck your blood, not only will I be able to reach the legendary 9th level, but at least I will be promoted to the Grand Duke, and I will still be the Grand Duke who is not afraid of the sun." Ha 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 ha. Speaking of his pride, Qin Jiangui laughed wantonly, and the laughter resounded through the cave. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled, she tried her best to conceal her anger and hatred, and countered coldly, "Then you have to dare to suck my blood." Chao Shanshan's counterattack was very sharp, like pouring cold water on Qin Jiangui, which made him startled, but then smiled cruelly, "Hey, don't worry, there will always be a way, Grand Duke Dracula, I will bring you tonight." With the arrival of a large number of high-level vampires, he must have a way to deal with the holy light on you. Ha ha. The sound of rain coming from outside the cave gradually became louder, gradually covering up the sound of Chao Shanshan's footsteps. A bright light appeared, and Chao Shanshan had already turned the last corner and was approaching the entrance of the cave. Night has already fallen, and the outside of the cave is still pitch black. However, compared to the darkness inside the cave, the darkness outside the cave is very bright. At least Chao Shanshan can see. "Duke Dracula?" Chao Shanshan repeated the sentence, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of her mouth again, and said coldly, "Qin Jiangui, aren't you afraid that the Grand Duke Dracula will embrace me before you? In that case, it's empty to fetch water from the bamboo basket." Unexpectedly, Qin Jiangui smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone get there first, I want you to be my slave girl forever, to accompany me forever, to fly with me." When Chao Shanshan heard this, she was so disgusted that she almost vomited out. At this time, the two had arrived at the entrance of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Chen Jiangui looked at the endless white rain, raised his hand and pointed to the outline of the mountains in the distance, and said triumphantly, "Shanshan, do you see that? As long as my Chen family can take over the millions of miles of mountains and rivers in Huaxia, sooner or later it will belong to my Chen family. What's wrong with being a blood race? At least you can have endless life, have a terrifying recovery ability, and you can also fly, overlooking the whole world from a high altitude. You say I'm a monster, but I, Qin Jiangui, can tell you that the blood race has existed since ancient times. It is one of the billions of creatures on this planet, and it is the most noble, the one at the top of the food chain." Monsters? Western werewolves, supernatural beings, are they monsters? And Qin Jiangui was eloquent, but when he said this, he suddenly stopped talking. He seemed to be very afraid of what was behind and as a vampire, and he didn't want to talk about it. At this time, Chao Shanshan didn't listen to Qin Jiangui's long speech at all. She clenched her teeth tightly, her delicate body trembling violently, forcibly suppressing her violent heartbeat, so as not to let Qin Jiangui notice her abnormality. Because Chao Shanshan heard a voice that haunts her dreams, misses her day and night, even wants to hear it in her dreams. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Shanshan, don't be afraid, I'm coming. There is only this sentence, which is an understatement, but it contains an endless voice of tenderness and pity. It penetrates the rain curtain made of billions of rain silk, and seems to penetrate the endless cycle of life and death. It rang in Chao Shanshan's ears. In an instant, Chao Shanshan's blood boiled with excitement. The boy whom I miss so deeply in my heart, who haunts me in my dreams, is indeed here. Chao Shanshan didn't even have time to think about why Ling Yun was able to find this place. She just felt that at this moment, she seemed to be in a colorful dream. She was afraid that this was a dream, and she couldn't believe it was real. Shanshan, don't get excited, this is not a dream, it's me, Ling Yun. Try to keep calm and keep your strength, I will take you away later. Just when Chao Shanshan's plain hands were quietly twisting the soft flesh of her thighs, trying to see if she was dreaming, Ling Yun's voice came to her ears again. Of course not dreaming. Chao Shanshan exhausted all her strength to suppress her excitement, which made her delicate body tense and her whole body stiffened. Uncontrollably, she took 2 steps forward in the direction of the voice. Shanshan, what do you want to do? Qin Jiangui never dreamed that Ling Yun would be able to catch up here, and he didn't believe that anyone would find his hiding place. Therefore, on this 100-foot cliff, in this vast rainy night, Qin Jiangui became very energetic and chatted with Chao Shanshan. It is also showing off his bright future. Qin Jiangui knew that Grand Duke Dracula would be there tonight. Once Qin Jiangui got away to deal with the holy light in Chao Shanshan's body, he would give Chao Shanshan a first hug immediately, and he wouldn't even wait for a second. At that time it would not be so pleasant to talk about these things with Chao Shanshan, because at that time, Chao Shanshan had completely become his servant, and he would take whatever he wanted. Chao Shanshan can serve him however she wants. But at this moment, Qin Jiangui suddenly discovered that Chao Shanshan's delicate body was trembling, and she walked out of the cave with an excited expression. The rain curtain falling from the cave had already splashed her hair. 1 step further, is the Baizhang cliff. Qin Jiangui raised his hand abruptly. The cold left hand grabbed Chao Shanshan's arm like lightning, pulling her back all at once. Qin Jiangui's voice was soft. With a cold tone, he deliberately said aggressively to Chao Shanshan, "Why, you have persisted until now, do you want to die at this time?" In fact, in the bottom of his heart, Qin Jiangui was afraid of Chao Shanshan's suicide. Once Chao Shanshan's precious blood died, he didn't know where to find it. Chao Shanshan's breasts rose and fell violently. He took several deep breaths in succession, trying to calm himself down, then turned his head, stared coldly at Qin Jiangui's pale, dead face, sneered and scolded, "Deaf? You underestimate our Chow family too, don't you think? I didn't know you could fly? Even if I really jumped, you can still easily catch me." In the next few sentences, Chao Shanshan purposely spoke in a loud voice, almost like a roar. She was very smart, and suddenly thought that Ling Yun might not know that Chen Jiangui could fly, and she secretly reminded Ling Yun of the strength of the enemy. "This makes it like a rock." Ling Yun, who was motionless and hiding on the ground, couldn't help but smile knowingly when he heard this. For a long time, because Ling Yun was too aggressive, almost everyone around him thought that Ling Yun had a fiery temper, was quick to touch, and didn't have any patience. "I don't even know how to forbear." But in fact, just the opposite. If Ling Yun had such a temperament, he wouldn't have to wait until the tribulation transcendence period, he would have died long ago in the great world of cultivation. Ling Yun is the kind of person who can judge the situation the most. When necessary, he can bear it better than anyone else, and even make people forget his existence. Just to be able to accomplish your goals. For example, now, the Baizhang cliff is more than 300 meters high. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness can only explore the height of 100 meters, and it has reached the extreme. Shadow, he knew immediately that Chao Shanshan must be hidden in a higher place. So he lurked completely. He was wearing a black night suit, and his whole body was perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. Even if the best ninja in the East came, it would be difficult to find Ling Yun's trace. In the endless darkness, the torrential rain like a waterfall, the icy rainwater poured on Ling Yun's body and flowed into his neck. He lay there motionless, with only two eyes exposed, staring closely at the whole cliff, patiently wait. Because he became extremely quiet, Ling Yun's 5 senses and 6 senses were maximized, especially his hearing. Although the sound of the rain was rushing, and the water on the cliff gathered into countless waterfalls and fell to the ground, roaring, but as long as it was within a radius of 500 meters, no matter what sound it made, it could not escape Ling Yun's ears. When Qin Jiangui unscrupulously punched his coffin boards flying and jumped out of the coffin, Ling Yun heard it immediately. Of course, he also knew in an instant which cave Qin Jiangui and Chao Shanshan were hiding in. The following conversation between the two, Ling Yun did not miss a single word, and heard everything in his ears, which made him completely relieved. To be honest, before Ling Yun came to rescue Chao Shanshan, he had already thought of the worst possible outcome. Qin Jiangui was a master in the mid-innate realm, or a blood race, and could hypnotize with the evil eye technique, while Chao Shanshan was just an ordinary person. Chao Shanshan has been in the clutches of the devil for nearly 3 months. During such a long period of time, although Chao Shanshan has not been embraced for the first time, she may not have been violated by Qin Jiangui, thus losing her innocence. Ling Yun is ready to accept the worst outcome. After suffering such a catastrophe, it is already a miracle that he survived, so what more can he ask for? However, no matter what, Ling Yun will definitely cut Qin Jiangui into pieces, as Chao Shanshan said. Even if he puts it in a frying pan, it will be considered cheap for him. However, Ling Yun only knew from the conversation between the two of them just now that everything was fine for Chao Shanshan. In the past 3 months, Chao Shanshan had been fighting wits and courage with Qin Jiangui, and she did not admit defeat, let alone give in. Ling Yun was shocked. He could almost guess what Chao Shanshan was thinking, and he knew that the reason Chao Shanshan could persevere until now was to survive and avenge the dead relatives of the Chao family. However, she can be as pure as ice and jade, guarding herself like jade. If Qin Jiangui dared to violate her, she would rather die, which moved Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. She will insist on living to avenge her family, but there is one major premise, that is, she wants to live a pure life. This is Chao Shanshan's bottom line. Why? Only Ling Yun knows. I don't have a wimpy woman among my women. Now, Chao Shanshan knows that Ling Yun is coming. She was still in Chen Jiangui's clutches, and she started fighting side by side with Ling Yun. Of course Ling Yun wanted to laugh secretly. Shanshan, you don't have to worry about anything, I know everything about Chen Jiangui, and I have plenty of ways to deal with him, so you can just deal with him at ease. After sending these words into Chao Shanshan's eardrums, Ling Yun fell into silence again, patiently waiting for the time to come. As I said just now, I will cut you into pieces with my own hands. Before that, I, Chao Shanshan, will never die. After listening to Ling Yun's instructions, Chao Shanshan was determined, and when she changed the subject, she became more indifferent and tough. It is indeed a battle of wits and courage. Chen Jiangui carefully observed Chao Shanshan's eyes, and indeed found that there was no such determination in Chao Shanshan's eyes, and instead became high-spirited. He was surprised. However, after confirming that Chao Shanshan really didn't want to commit suicide, Chen Jiangui was also determined, as long as Chao Shanshan survived, and after he gave her the first embrace, everything about Chao Shanshan would be fine. It's all his, and likewise, everything in the Chao family is his too. Ha 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 ha, cut to pieces, right? I'm waiting for the day when you cut me to pieces. Chen Jiangui looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. At this moment, a sophisticated communicator carried by Chen Jiangui rang. This communicator has all the functions of mobile phone communication, but its functions are not. Obviously, it is much more powerful than any mobile phone on the market. Grand Duke Dracula has arrived, I will go to see him now. Your time is running out, since you want to cut me into pieces, then think about it. However, after being embraced by me for the first time, you will be able to meet your grandpa and your parents. Chen Jiangui was afraid that Chao Shanshan would end up thinking about suicide, so he injected Chao Shanshan with a shot in the arm. He knew that this was the biggest motivation for Chao Shanshan to live. Chao Shanshan's family members had already been rescued by Ling Yun, but of course Chen Jiangui would not tell Chao Shanshan about such things. I'm waiting for your first embrace. Since I want to kill you for revenge, of course I must have the same ability as you. Chao Shanshan is not to be outdone. That's the best. I'm leaving temporarily, you go back and rest. Chen Jiangui smiled disdainfully, took Chao Shanshan's arm, and went back into the cave. Don't touch me. Chao Shanshan shook violently, throwing off Chen Jiangui's cold claws. Shanshan, take the initiative to follow him in and let him leave as soon as possible. Ling Yan's voice sounded from Chao Shanshan's ear again. After returning to the cave, Chen Jiangui locked Chao Shanshan into the stone gate, cleaned up briefly, and flew to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the white rain curtain, he smiled triumphantly. Duke Dracula, I'm really looking forward to it. Chi-chi. Fluff. While speaking, Chen Jiangui had already transformed into two wings, with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters. His wings shook suddenly and flew out of the cliff. He circled around the cliff cautiously for a while and found nothing abnormal. Flew away. 2 minutes later, Ling Yan stood up from where he was lying down, with a leisurely smile on his lips. It's really time to go. When you come back, just don't cry. Ling Yan chuckled, his figure suddenly jumped up, with a leap of 50 meters, his vigorous and dragon-like figure immediately stuck to the Baizhong cliff. Letting the rain and waterfall pouring from above hit his head and shoulders, Ling Yan didn't care about the slippery cliff. He stepped on the raised rock on the cliff, borrowing strength one after another. After 7 or 8 vertical jumps, a beautiful somersault, steady he stood firmly at the entrance of the cave where Chen Jiangui was hiding. Ling Yun circulated the yin and yang art, and the pure yang energy circulated throughout his body, and white mist appeared around his body. Steaming. The body and clothes evaporated in an instant. Brush. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, and directly found Chao Shanshan's cave, with the blood demon saber in his hand. Shanshan backs off, husband comes too. To be continued. Ben from Reading net. Swipe swipe. The tip of the blood demon knife easily penetrated through the stone gate, peeling these granite rocks, just like peeling tofu. Ling Yin swung the dark blood demon knife like lightning, and quickly cut 6 knives on the stone gate, 3 horizontal and 3 vertical, writing a Tian character. Take the knife. He stretched out his hands together, turning his palms into claws, and stretched out his 10 fingers. With 2 poofs, Ling Yan's hands disappeared from his wrists, and his 10 fingers were already embedded in the 2 boulders above. Ling Yan exerted a little force with his hands, and at the same time he yanked back, pulling out the 2 boulders. He raised his arms violently, holding the 2 boulders, and flung them back. Boom! Twice. 2 huge boulders flew over Ling Yan's head, and smashed heavily on Chen Jiangui's big coffin, crackling, smashing Chen Jiangui's kennel to pieces. Ling Yan took out the dark blood demon knife again, and lifted the 2 huge boulders below into the air, respectively. Amidst the huge sound made by the boulders hitting the ground, Ling Yan stepped into the stone gate, with a squat. Wow! There was a bang, a bang. But instead of crying, she was vomiting. Chao Shanshan was facing the stone gate with her back, leaning on the stone wall, with one hand, bent over there, and vomited wildly. Do not come. Chao Shanshan had been throwing up for a while. When she heard Ling Yan coming in, she retched a couple of times, but she didn't turn around or look back. She just said to Ling Yan in a low tone, "Let me finish vomiting." After finishing speaking, Chao Shanshan put 2 middle fingers of her right hand into her mouth, pulled hard at her throat, and vomited wildly again. The smell in the cave became unpleasant and pungent. Ling Yan stopped according to his words, and stood silently behind Chao Shanshan. With a thought, he brought out a bottle of mineral water, and looked at Chao Shanshan with tenderness and pity. He understands better than anyone, the monstrous hatred. Endless fear, fright and despair, these extreme emotions have been suppressed for too long, and they have already reached the extreme. Once they are relaxed, people will vomit. Shanshan, don't worry. Chen Jiangui's grandson has returned to the capital, and he won't be back for a while. Ling Yan said softly, even if he comes back, you don't have to worry about him at all. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled violently, but she still bent over and vomited wildly. After a long while, Chao Shanshan almost vomited all her bile, and finally straightened her waist. Her steps were sloppy. Vomiting is heartbreaking. It takes all the strength of the whole body. Ling Yan unscrewed the cap of the mineral water silently, handed it to Chao Shanshan, and asked her to rinse her mouth. Chao Shanshan took the mineral water bottle from Ling Yan and used the whole bottle of mineral water to rinse her mouth. Then, she seemed to say to herself, if it's not to avenge my relatives, if it's not to survive, I would rather starve to death. I will die of thirst, and I will not accept anything Chen Jiangui gives me. A look of distress flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. I understand, he said softly. I don't want to take a little bit of things here, and a little bit of breath, even if it's in the stomach. It's the same. Ling Yan was shocked. The tenderness and pity in his eyes increased more than 100 times. He didn't expect that after 3 months like this, Chao Shanshan's will would become so strong, let alone that beautiful girl who was bullied by him so many times in school back then. There will be such a staunch side. Ling Yan, promise me that you won't touch my body before I take a shower, okay? Chao Shanshan forcibly restrained her impulse and desire to turn around and plunge into Ling Yan's arms. Trembling her tender body, she said to Ling Yan. Ling Yan was stunned, but he smiled heartily in an instant. Want to take a bath? Close your eyes, hold your breath, and take a hot bath now. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled again, but she was obedient, and immediately closed her eyes and held her breath. Ling Yan took out a clear water talisman and hit Chao Shanshan on the top of her head. After using it, a huge blue water ball appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping Chao Shanshan's upper body. The 5-level clear water talisman not only has the effect of condensing the water element in the air, but also has a powerful cleaning effect. Wow! 7 or 8 seconds later, the blue water polo shattered and flowed all over Chao Shanshan's body, drenching her completely. Ling Yun smiled softly, and hit another clear water talisman, but it hit Chao Shanshan's waist. Shanshan, this is the clear water talisman. I guarantee that you will be clean and spotless, and will not take away any breath from here. Ling Yun smiled. Accompanied by the sound of, Chao Shanshan turned around crazily, twisted her delicate body, and plunged her head into Ling Yun's arms. At the same time, with a wow in her mouth, she finally burst into tears, sobbing all over her body. The cry was loud. Hearing that, Ling Yun was heartbroken. Ling Yun held Chao Shanshan's delicate body tightly with both hands, patted her fragrant shoulders and beautiful back with his hands, comforted her, but let her cry bitterly, comforting her softly. Okay, I'm here, Shanshan is safe, come on, cry all, it will be fine if you cry. Carrying blood feud, Chao Shanshan was in a desperate situation for 3 months, accompanied by fear and despair all day long, and had to fight the mighty Qin Jiangui. Ling Yun knew that for Chao Shanshan, this was a nightmare, a hellish experience. Even though Ling Yun had tightly hugged her in her arms, Chao Shanshan still kept pushing towards Ling Yun's body. She had missed this generous, warm, and firm embrace for a long time, and she had never felt so safe. So down to earth. The crying gradually stopped. Chao Shanshan sobbed, and began to sob. Suddenly, she seemed to wake up suddenly. With a whimper, she broke free from Ling Yun's arms, and said in a startled voice, Ling Yun, let's get out of here first, Qin Jiangui will come to you at any time. Come back. Ling Yun didn't speak. In the dark, he supported Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulders with both hands, and looked at Chao Shanshan with burning eyes and deep affection. Shanshan, you've lost a lot of weight. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm late. Chao Shanshan has indeed lost weight. Compared with 3 months ago, she has lost at least 10 kgs. Her shoulders and collarbone are protruding, her willow waist is unbearable to hold, and her cheeks are sunken. Because she has been locked up for too long, her face is strange. Pale. Seeing Chao Shanshan supporting her extremely weak body, the pain in Ling Yun's heart ached. There's no way to say it, he can't wait to tear Qin Jiangui's body into tens of thousands of pieces. The I Chi Yin-yang art began to work, and Chao Shanshan's body was steaming, and the clothes that were wet with the Qingshui talisman were quickly evaporated. Chao Shanshan's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she stared at Ling Yun's face, bewilderedly. Said tenderly, Ling Yun, you can save me. I'm so happy. Chao Shanshan was so excited that every cell in her body was trembling. She couldn't describe how she felt now. Her breasts rose and fell violently. She really wanted to give Ling Yun a warm kiss to express her missing, but because she just vomited, she hesitated. Wow. Ling Yun's passionate kisses fell heavily, denser than the raindrops outside. It landed on Chao Shanshan's smooth forehead, trembling eyelids, straight nose, and alluring red lips. See you again after a long absence, and embrace each other tightly. After a long time, her lips parted, and Chao Shanshan's breathing became short of breath. Her breasts rose and fell violently. She was drunk. Hold me and go. It is good. Ling Yun wrapped his arms around Chao Shanshan's waist with his right hand, and took out the dark blood demon knife with his left hand. With flashes of his body, he chopped and chopped Chao Shanshan's cave, and quickly chopped everything inside into pieces. Picked one place. A fire talisman was played, and the fire was raging. Everything in this cave will soon turn into ashes, and there will be nothing left. Shanshan, a few days ago, your brother went to Qingshui City to find me. Your grandpa, your parents. All your family members, I have rescued them, and now they are safe. In the blazing fire, Ling Yin embraced Chao Shanshan's delicate body, gently pressed his mouth next to her ear, and said softly to Chao Shanshan, who had her beautiful eyes closed. Chao Shanshan hadn't seen the sun for a long time, and she couldn't get used to such a bright fire light all at once. Real? Chao Shanshan had endless surprises. Holding her in his arms, Ling Yin flew out of the cave and came to the huge coffin in the middle of the cave. Qin Jiangui carried all the important things with him, so there was only this empty coffin board, but the layout inside was very gorgeous and luxurious. The coffin was made of the best nanmu, and the inside was covered with the best silk. First burn this grandson's bat nest. Ling Yin raised his foot and kicked the 2 boulders away, threw another fire talisman, and lit Qin Jiangui's coffin with a torch. Shanshan, wait for me, I will take you out of here right away. Ling Yin put Chao Shanshan down and came to the stone gate on the other side of the cave. With a few knives, he split the stone gate into pieces, exposing a big hole. Ling Yin didn't go in, he had already explored the situation inside with his divine sense. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, I, Ling Yin, swear that I will avenge you, and your souls can go away with peace of mind. Looking at the mountain of corpses inside the stone gate, all of them had hideous faces, and some newly dead girls, their eyes were wide open, and they could not rest in peace. Ling Yin felt pity in his heart, and said something lightly, then threw more than a dozen fire talismans in, and ignited them at the same time. The fire burned, and all the corpses were turned into ashes. Suddenly, an endless gust of wind blew up inside the stone gate. The gust of wind rushed out of the cave, circled around Ling Yin for a few times, and then disappeared. It was very strange, but Ling Yin knew that this was the wronged soul of these girls. Why is there such a strong wind in the cave? Chao Shanshan slightly opened her beautiful eyes, and she was shocked when she saw Ling Yin's hair fluttering and his clothes fluttering. Shanshan, don't worry about it, Qin Jiangui has done too many sins, he will go to hell. Let's go. Ling Yin silently recited the death curse several times, flew back to Chao Shanshan, hugged her delicate body, and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Ling Yin hugged Chao Shanshan's tender body without hesitation and jumped down. In the heavy rain, their bodies were tightly attached to each other, but they did not land in a straight line. Ling Yin walks in the void with Chao Shanshan in his arms. Shanshan, are you afraid? In mid-air, Ling Yin covered Chao Shanshan's head with his other hand, shielding her from the rain, and asked with a smile. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Chao Shanshan's heart was shocked, filled with endless tenderness and affection, and she smiled charmingly at Ling Yin. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yin. Kindness? You don't need to protect me from the rain, just hold me with both hands, I like the feeling of the violent rain hitting my body, so refreshing. Chao Shanshan was finally saved, she was overjoyed to see the sun again, and even the cold rain made her feel very kind. Ling Yin smiled and withdrew his palms, wrapped his hands around Chao Shanshan's slender waist, and secretly operated a yin-yang formula, injecting pure yang qi into Chao Shanshan's body one after another, which can not only keep warm, but also eliminate the yin accumulated in her body. Gas. In the boundless rainstorm, in the dense forest below, 2 figures shot out from the top of the dense trees. It was Cui Lao and Pierce. Pierce doesn't know how to do light work, but as a vampire, his speed is extremely fast. Although the branches of the trees are constantly broken by stepping on them, they fly away at the touch of a touch and do not fall. While rushing wildly, Pierce transformed suddenly, with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters spread out. He slammed a flap, the thick branches and leaves of the flap fell down, Pierce soared into the sky, and flew towards Ling Yin like lightning. Mr. Cui couldn't catch up with Pierce's flying speed. When Ling Yin was 50 meters above the ground, Pierce just flew to Ling Yin's feet. In the void, Ling Yan took a light step and stood on Pierce's back. Pierce's body was kept parallel to the ground, and Ling Yan stood very steadily, as if he was stepping on the ground. Have we reached the ground? Ling Yan, how did you become so powerful? Chao Shanshan raised her bare hands, covered her forehead, and set up a pergola. She opened her eyes again. It was night, and the outside was also dark, but it was different from the absolute darkness in the cave. Chao Shanshan was illuminated by the fire, and she could already open your eyes fully. Seeing Ling Yan this time, I have to say that Ling Yan's performance really shocked Chao Shanshan. Break the half-meter-thick stone gate. The water talisman, the fire talisman, more than 200 meters above the sky, hugged her and jumped down, but there was no injury. 3 months later, that heaven-defying boy had actually progressed to such a level. He has become even more mysterious, and even more against the sky. It's still so high. Chao Shanshan glanced at the surrounding scenery. Shocked and said. It's still dozens of meters away from the ground. Shanshan, look at your feet. Ling Yan said with a smile. Only then did Chao Shanshan lower her head subconsciously, and the first thing she caught her eyes was naturally Pierce's pair of wide black wings. What? Chao Shanshan exclaimed, wrapped her hands around Ling Yan's neck suddenly, stepped on her feet hard, jumped up from Pierce's back, wrapped around Ling Yan's body tightly like an octopus. Humanoid bird. No need to ask, just looking at the wings, Chao Shanshan knew it was a blood race. Shanshan, don't be afraid, Pierce is the Earl of the Blood clan, but he is also my servant, a loyal servant. Ling Yan said something first. Then he said softly to Chao Shanshan, the kind I embraced for the first time. Chao Shanshan relaxed a little, but she exclaimed in shock, then, don't you also? Ling Yan chuckled, where are you thinking? Don't worry. Your husband and I are serious people, not monsters. This is a long story, and I will tell you slowly in a while. The rain drenched Chao Shanshan's clothes again, which made her hot and delicate body show her curves, and now it was so tightly attached to Ling Yan's body. The two towering balls pressed tightly against Ling Yan's chest, squeezing and rubbing against Ling Yan's chest, which made Ling Yan feel a little out of control. Ling Yan intentionally made a bad show. He put his mouth next to Chao Shanshan's ear, and said leisurely, Shanshan, you have lost so much weight, but your breasts have become bigger, taller, and more firm. Chao Shanshan was so ashamed that her legs wrapped around Ling Yan immediately fell down, her pale face blushed, she gave Ling Yan a look and said, nonsense, why are you still stubborn, really? It's my style to maintain the fine tradition of flirting anytime, anywhere. Ling Yan teased, casually, seeing that Chao Shanshan finally relaxed, completely, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Pierce also flew lower and lower, and met Mr. Cui galloping from the mountains and forests. Seeing Mr. Cui holding a knife in his right hand and an umbrella in his left, Ling Yan was very moved. He floated to the ground with Chao Shanshan in his arms. Cui Laofei stepped forward, looked at Chao Shanshan silently, and then took the initiative to open the umbrella to cover the heads of the two. Shanshan, this is Mr. Cui, help me to save you. Chao Shanshan bowed profusely, the Chao family in the capital. Chao Shanshan pays respects to Mr. Cui, thank you for saving your life. This is undoubtedly the future wife of the fourth young master. Mr. Cui dare not accept Chao Shanshan's worship. With a slight sway of his figure, he stepped aside and said repeatedly, you can't do it, as long as it's safe. Well, it's good to be safe. Ling Yan took the umbrella from Mr. Cui and put it on top of Chao Shanshan's head to protect her from the wind and rain. Then he said, a place of right and wrong, don't stay for long. Mr. Cui, how did you get here? Old Cui nodded and said, fourth young master, the car is on the road below the mountain. Pierce is pointing the way in the air, let's go. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he held Chao Shanshan in his arms, stretched his body, and rushed out of the mountain first. Cui Lao naturally followed closely. Not good. Someone broke into the cave. Chao Shanshan was rescued. In the high sky on a rainy night, he had almost flown over Huairou district, and arrived at Qinjiangui outside the 6th Ring Road of the capital. With the rapid development of science and technology, even cars parked in residential areas have alarm systems. Where Qinjiangui lives, there will naturally be more sophisticated alarm equipment. Ling Yan rushed into the stone cave, destroying it wantonly. He clearly knew the way to open the stone gate, but he still smashed the stone gate with the magic knife, just because he was afraid that Qinjiangui would not know. As long as Chao Shanshan returns to Ling Yan's side, he will no longer need to be wary. The stone cave where Chao Shanshan was imprisoned and Qinjiangui's coffin had a very advanced alarm system. After being burned by Ling Yan, it was transmitted to Qinjiangui, and he knew it immediately. Qinjiangui was startled and angry. He never expected that such a secret hiding place could be found by someone. This really shocked him. What worried Qinjiangui the most was that Chao Shanshan was rescued and the cooked duck flew away. How could he not be angry? Qinjiangui turned around in the air and flew towards the cliff of Yunming Mountain frantically. The speed was as fast as a black lightning streaked across the night sky. At the same time, Qinjiangui hurriedly contacted the family with a communicator, and asked the Qin family to send people to help quickly. He couldn't care less about anything. Father. Chao Shanshan was also rescued, so send people here quickly. The more the better. Yunming Mountain. After sending a message to Chen Haipeng, Qinjiangui sent a special message to Grand Duke Dracula, who had already arrived at the Qin family, and at the same time ordered the remaining 12 blood barons of the Qin family to come here quickly. Qinjiangui was really insane. Although Chao Shanshan is only one person, her blood alone can make Qinjiangui possible to be promoted to Grand Duke, and his blood demon heavenly skill can also be cultivated to perfection, and there is hope for the 9th level of innate. How important is Chao Shanshan's role to Qinjiangui? It goes without saying. However, Qinjiangui never expected that he would be on guard day and night, and even his family members were on guard, but in the end Ling Yan would come and kick him out. The old nest has been taken away. Qinjiangui returned the same way in a hurry. With a flap of his wings, he was 100 meters away, and he flew 10 kilometers away in a few minutes. Flying into the vast mountains, gradually approaching the foothills of Yunming Mountain. Qinjiangui shot into the sky above the undulating mountains like an arrow. He moved away from the sky above the city, his figure dropped rapidly, and he searched for clues in the low sky. At the same time, he also gave his father crazy. The head of the Qin family, Chen Haipeng, sent a message, urging Chen Haipeng to send as many people as possible. In the southwest of the capital, the villa area of the Qin family. In the boundless rainy night, amidst lightning and thunder, 12 inconspicuous black bats flew up into the sky at the same time, their small dark red eyes staring in the air. After judging the direction, he immediately flew towards the northeast of the capital. Just south of the capital, in the ancestral house of the Qin family. Grand Duke Dracula, who had just arrived at the Qin family, was sitting gracefully in the living room, talking politely to the head of the Qin family, Chen Haipeng, and the two of them received messages from Qinjiangui one after another. This is not good news. Dracula frowned slightly. Grand Duke Dracula, who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, looks very old, with a handsome western face already covered with wrinkles, a towering aquiline nose, dark blue eyes, his skin is very fair, and he wears elegant and decent gentleman tuxedo, with a civilized stick in his hand, full of gentlemanly style, elegant and decent. Chen Haipeng got up immediately, first apologized to Dracula, then got up immediately, left the living room, and entered the secret room of the patriarch of the Qin family. Qin Jianhao, Qin Jianjia, your younger brother's prey, Chao Shanshan, was rescued. If the other party can find such a secret place, he must be the best of the best. Which one of you two will go? Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia, both in their 30s, are what Qin Huaikan said, two congenital 8th-level peak masters of the Qin family. These two are veritable ancient martial arts geniuses of the Qin family. It's very likely that the masked man in black from our Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs was picked. Let me meet him. Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia looked at each other, and Qin Jianjia took the initiative to stand up. Well, I'll let you go, and bring more experts. With such a heavy rain, Yunming Mountain has a complicated terrain. If they hide, it will be very difficult to find. Qin Jianjia smiled indifferently, just repeated a sentence, Yunming Mountain, and flew out of the secret room. Chen Haiping frowned slightly and said, Hey, Jianjia is a genius in cultivation, it's just that he's too proud. Qin Jianhao said with a smile, Father, Jianjia is indeed proud, so don't worry. Qin Huaikan has been restless these days. He pondered for a while and said, No, I have to send some good hands to go with him. Outside, in the living room of the Qin family, Grand Duke Dracula stood up tall and walked to the door, leaning on a cane. He waved lightly at the night sky, and saw 5 or 6 small bats flying over and surrounding him. The body keeps spinning. Dracula stretched out his pale hand, grabbed a bat at once, said a few words to it in a secret language, and then let go. The bat flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. It let out a scream, and immediately countless bats flew up from the tree crown, chasing it and flying into the sky. A large area of blackness. Target, Yunming Mountain. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. When Qin Jiangui flew back to the cliff where he was hiding, Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan had already arrived at the foot of Yunming Mountain, and were speeding towards the mountain road. It's not running away, Chao Shanshan has already returned to Ling Yun's arms. There is no need for him to run away. For this battle, he is fully prepared. The reason why Ling Yun rushed out of the mountain so quickly was to let Chao Shanshan get into the car earlier and avoid a little rain. The rain tonight was really heavy. Looking around, the entire Yanshan mountain range was filled with mist, white, and full of rain. Such heavy rain definitely affected Qin Jiangui's vision. Although he had already reached the peak of the 6th level of innate cultivation, his vision was also blocked by the heavy rain, making it difficult to see clearly what was beyond 100 meters away. Qin Jiangui was flying low, almost close to the treetops of the mountain forest, but Yunming Mountain was too big. There were water flows everywhere on the rocks, the rain blocked his sight, and the sound of rain falling and water flow affected his hearing, which made him feel angry straight away. Want to growl. He had no choice but to fly back to the cliff, hovering over the dense forest there, looking for clues as much as possible. It can be said that after successfully rescuing Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun has truly taken the initiative in this battle. It is up to him to decide whether to fight or leave. If he wants to leave, there are really few people who can stop him. Found it. Qin Jiangui flew close to the treetops, and soon saw the canopy and branches of Pierce rushing all the way, and the breaks were all new, so it was clear at a glance. I'm furious. Qin Jiangui let out a roar, and immediately chased after those trampled trees. This was indeed the route that Ling Yun and others left. Mr. Cui drove, which was Jester's silver-gray limousine. Jester was eager to rescue Ling Yu last night, and didn't have time to drive until Ling's house was calm. When it was close to morning, he turned into a bat and quietly returned to the Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs, and drove back the car hidden in the dark. This is Jester's treasure, so of course he can't lose it. Holding Chao Shanshan in his arms, Ling Yun rushed out of the dense forest beside the road. With a flick of his figure, he came directly to the side of the silver-gray car. Finally stopped the figure. The road has been flooded by the rainwater flowing down from the mountains on both sides. The water flows straight to no one's knees, like a raging river. The current is fast. Ling Yun held the umbrella in one hand, and wrapped the other around Chao Shanshan's waist. He practiced the yin and yang formula silently, and evaporated the rainwater from Chao Shanshan's body again to prevent her from catching a cold. At the same time, he said to Old Chui, come and drive. Opening the car door, he put Chao Shanshan's tender body into the back seat of the car. Then Ling Yun took out all the remaining fire talismans and threw them to Mr. Chui. Old Chui, if any blood race dares to deal with this car, you can use the fire charm. Don't be polite. Fourth young master, I have brought a lot here, all of which you gave me before. There are 2 or 3 bundles. Take it, I don't need it. After Ling Yun finished speaking, she smiled slightly at Chao Shanshan. About to close the door. When Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun didn't get into the car, she was a little flustered, and quickly asked, Ling Yun, you won't get in the car? Ling Yun showed her a bright smile. Shanshan, the enemy will arrive soon, and I will protect you. Fight all the way back. Ling Yun thought with his ass, he knew that there would be a fierce battle tonight, and of course he would use the safest method to save people. But when it comes to fighting, Ling Yun is not afraid of anyone. He was raging with anger. In this uninhabited deep mountain, in this torrential rain, he was going to kill all directions, whoever comes and who dies tonight. Seeing Ling Yun throwing the umbrella into the car, Chao Shanshan raised her hand and put on a black mask, revealing only a pair of murderous but affectionate eyes. She couldn't help her heart fluttering, and comforted her softly. Ling Yun, you have to be careful. For some reason, Chao Shanshan suddenly remembered that night on the Qingming festival, when Ling Yun was also in the rain. His voice shook the mountains and rivers, and he had the arrogance and prestige that killed him with one finger. But that time, Ling Yun saved Shuang Mei Feng, but tonight, the rescued person turned into her, Chao Shanshan. With red lips and white teeth, Ling Yun smiled brightly at Chao Shanshan. Don't worry. Boom. The car door was slammed shut, and Elder Chui also covered his face. He stepped on the accelerator, and the silver-gray car turned around and drove towards the direction of the capital. There are still more than 30 kilometers away from Huairou district. Ling Yun raised his hand and let Pierce, who had been hovering in the sky, land. He flew up and stood on Pierce's back again. You can fly as fast as you drive, no matter how many enemies come, you don't care, just fly. Ling Yun stood proudly on Pierce's back with his hands behind his back, and said calmly. Yes. Dear boss. Pierce is willing to serve you. Pierce responded respectfully, spread his wings, and quickly caught up with the speeding car. At a distance of more than 10 meters above it, he avoided possible cameras on the road and flew at a low altitude. Swagger. The car had just driven 2 kilometers. Ling Yun's heart moved slightly, and he said that he was coming, but he didn't look back. He just put his consciousness to the maximum, quietly waiting for the enemy to approach. The first one to chase after him was naturally Chen Jiangue. Chen Jiangue flew low and quickly, chasing out of the mountains and forests. When he came to the sky above the road, he immediately saw the silver-gray car and Ling Yun standing proudly on the back of the Blood clan above the car. It turned out to be him again. Chen Jiangue turned pale with shock. Chen Jiangue was very familiar with this outfit and this figure. He was seriously injured by Ling Yun twice, so of course he knew how powerful Ling Yun was. What? Last night, from my Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs, I killed hundreds of ancient martial arts masters in one go, rescued Ling Yu, and came here today to rescue Chao Shanshan. Who the hell is this, and why is he specifically against my Chen family? Chen Jiangue recovered very quickly, and relying on the blood orbs and the blood of countless virgins, his strength has improved, but the fear that Ling Yun brought to him was too great, and he was even afraid. What shocked Chen Jiangue the most was Ling Yun, who actually stepped on the back of the Blood clan. What's going on with him? How unnatural is this? When did the Blood race willingly let people ride like birds? Chen Jiangui's surprised eyes popped out. But, there was no other way, he couldn't just watch him save Chao Shanshan. Chen Jiangui could only bite the bullet. Moreover, Chen Jiangui knew it. Ling Yan has countless treasures on his body, such as the dark blood demon knife, dark storm, and a soft sword that cuts iron like mud. As long as Ling Yan is slaughtered, he will really die. Thinking of this, Chen Jiangui's eyes turned hard. With a shake of the wings, the black figure immediately cut through the heavy rain. He rushed towards Ling Yan at lightning speed, surpassing Pierce by dozens of meters, and kept the same flying height. Then he turned around and flew backwards. So it was you, Pierce. Chen Jiangui could now see clearly that the humanoid bird that Ling Yan was stepping on was Pierce, who fought side by side with him last night. Pierce, you. Why did you betray me? Don't I have enough blood for you? Chen Jiangui really saw hell this time. He pointed at Pierce and cursed angrily, almost roaring. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness can cover a radius of 100 meters, so to speak. Even if it was 100 meters away, the vast rain could not block Ling Yan's sight. He practiced the yin and yang eyes. Ling Yan could see Chen Jiangui's movements and expressions clearly, and he even wondered in his heart whether he could blind Chen Jiangui's eyes with an arrow. But Ling Yan knew that everyone else could die, but this Chen Jiangui couldn't be killed for a while. He still needed his blood to study the formula of medicine and find a way to turn the 10 members of the Chao family into human beings. I can only think of a way. First, capture him alive. Elder Cui obviously also noticed Chen Jiangui, who was flying upside down at low altitude in front of him, and his speed slowed down a little, but he heard Ling Yan's voice transmission. Elder Cui, don't slow down, drive as you want. Cui Lao nodded, and the speed of the car accelerated. Ling Yan stared at Chen Jiangui in front of him, and replaced Pierce with a hoarse old voice, and replied, betray you? The surname is Chen, you have done all kinds of evil things, and even blood clans can't tolerate you. Where did the word betrayal come from? If you want to fight, let the horse come over. If you don't dare to fight, get out of here, so as not to make me look angry in front of me. Chen Jiangui was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that he was not running away at all, but waiting slowly for him to chase after him. This lifesaver is too arrogant. Of course he was arrogant. Ling Yan was alone in the Chen family mansion last night, and he also killed all the enemies in the Chen family mansion before leaving. The person who can make Ling Yan escape has not yet appeared. Friend, can you tell me where our Chen family offended you? Why do you fight against our Chen family everywhere? Chen Jiangui was very cunning. He knew that Ling Yan could kill ninjas of the 7th level, so he didn't dare to take it too seriously, and was trying to delay the time. Hey, I am willing. Ling Yan had a good time. He saw Chen Jiangui's purpose, but he didn't take it seriously. Tonight, on the way back to the capital, he wanted to wipe out as many vital forces of the Chen family as possible. Kill one by one, until the Chen family is finally destroyed. It was a waste of effort for Chen Jiangui to try to get something out of Ling Yan. He was so angry that one Buddha was born, 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, and he jumped like a thunder in the air. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the rain curtain like lightning, and directly pierced Chen Jiangui's right shoulder. He grinned his teeth in pain, and with a shake of his wings, he flew into the sky. Ling Yan was purely bullying. He watched Chen Jiangui flee to the sky in a panic, put away his golden longbow, and said with a smile, I'll let you play with me again. I'll let you know how to fly. To be honest, Ling Yan has not yet reached the middle stage of Qi training, and he can't fly yet. Seeing creatures that can fly, he always feels somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Jiangui never dared to fly down again. He could only follow the silver-gray car slowly in the sky, weeping silently. In close quarters, Ling Yan has the dark blood demon saber and dark storm, as well as the strange pure yang qi, which can kill innate 7-level masters. Attacking from a distance, Ling Yan has a bow and arrow in his hand, and his speed is faster than lightning, so he is impossible to defend against and cannot evade. He was completely intimidated by Ling Yun. To be continued. P.S. There are 2 more chapters, which will be written until 3 o'clock in the morning. If you are willing to follow, please wait patiently. Thank you for your support. Ben from Reading Net. The knee-deep water did not affect the silver-gray car in the slightest. Chui Lao drove the car very fast, and it was getting faster and faster. It only took about 7 or 8 minutes to cover the distance of 8 kilometers. Pierce followed at a height of 20 meters, leisurely. Ling Yin stepped on Pierce's back leisurely, occasionally raised his head to look at Qin Jiangui, who was depressed and helpless in the sky, with a disdainful chuckle at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Ling Yin raised his head, the crazy rain fell on his face and even hit his eyes, but the impact of such rain did not make Ling Yin blink at all. His eyesight remained the same, following the clear night sky. See as far as clear. This is the effect of physical training. Just like fighting against a hurricane, a torrential rain can't do anything to Ling Yun. This is a cultivator. Suddenly, there were several sharp howls in the sky, and Ling Yun raised his head leisurely again. Looking up at the sky, he saw a dozen small bats appearing in the sky far away. Is it finally here? Ling Yun snorted coldly, smiled leisurely. His body was excited inexplicably, his eyes flashed brightly, showing a hint of killing intent. Qin Jiangui brought back a total of 29 blood clans from the United States. Ling Yun has already taken 4, killed 13, and now there are 12 left. Soon, the 12 bats flying from high in the sky merged with Qin Jiangui in the high sky, and they became bigger and completely transformed into a fierce look with green faces and fangs, circling from high in the sky, looking down at Ling Yun below. The most precious virgin blood to us is now in the silver-gray car below. We must get her back as soon as possible. Qin Jiangui's voice was full of bewitchment and temptation. He knew that at this time of night, the blood of a virgin would be the most touching. Let's rush down together. 10 people will deal with the man in black, and the other 3 will find a way to destroy the car. Then catch him and fly away. Qin Jiangui reported the good news, but not the bad news. He only talked about the benefits, but deliberately ignored Ling Yun's strength. This grandson wanted to fish in troubled waters. Naturally, he didn't care about the lives of these blood descendants, because Qin Jiangui's original plan was tonight. Just after talking with Grand Duke Dracula, try to trick them over. Then look for an opportunity to suck the blood of these blood races and advance to the Earl. When the 12 vampires heard it, they screamed indiscriminately. Everyone couldn't hold back. The huge black wings flapped back and swooped down directly. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Lower and lower. The speed was getting faster and faster. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, while secretly calculating their distance. 200 meters. Hey, at such a short distance, even if you escape, you may not be able to escape. Brush. Ling Yun took out the golden longbow and handed it to his right hand like lightning. I pinched my left hand to the middle of the bowstring, and with a thought, 3 silver arrows suddenly appeared out of thin air. Draw the bow like a full moon. Whoosh whoosh. Really, the arrows go like shooting stars. The bowstring trembled and hummed softly, and the heads of the 3 blood races over there had been pierced by silver arrows. With such a short distance and such a fast speed, there is no time to dodge at all. Not to mention avoiding, they don't even have time to react. Of course, after they transform, they are all big and round, and their goals are really too big. Chi chi chi. There was smoke coming from the bleeding belt. When Ling Yun shot the arrow, he had already poured pure yang qi into the arrow body. Not to mention the pure silver that can restrain the blood race, even this pure yang energy is enough for them to recover for a long time. The damage is against the sky. The 3 blood clansmen who were hit by the arrow suddenly let out a roar. They endured the pain and wanted to pull out the sharp arrow in their heads. Unfortunately, when their green claws grabbed the hot arrow shaft, one by one in the eyes, there is a look of horror in all of them. My God, this is a sterling silver arrow, it's over. Before the words fell, the bodies of the 3 blood races immediately flew crookedly in the air like drunken drunkards, and then fell suddenly. Their bodies fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. The sterling silver really restrained the blood race. Although the arrows Ling Yun took out were not made of sterling silver, they were enough to kill these little barons and viscounts on the spot. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. It was too late, it was too soon. Ling Yun didn't have time to appreciate the demeanor of these blood races falling from the sky. He was angry in his dantian, with a cold smile on his face. His left hand didn't stop for a second, and kept repeating a movement. Knock the arrow, draw the bow, let go. Every time there are 3 sharp arrows, and every time you let go, 3 blood bats will be hit by the arrows and fall to the ground. In this way, 3 arrows and 3 arrows, the arrows were fired in vain, and the instant killing of the arrows and arrows made Ling Yun's blood boil. The killing was really exciting. Not good. That arrow is pure silver. Run away. In the blink of an eye, all 9 blood clans were shot to the point by Ling Yun's silver arrow and fell to the ground one after another. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other 3 blood clans frantically flapped their wings and were about to escape to high altitude. I want to escape now, is it too late? Ling Yun let out a long laugh, leisurely took 3 sharp arrows, aimed at the 3 blood clans who wanted to escape, drew the bow fully again, and let go. As the bowstring vibrated, the 3 blood clans howled terribly, and all the arrows fell to the ground, and none of them could escape. At this time, under the cover of the 12 people, Qin Jiangui flew down quietly, and arrived not far behind Ling Yun, only 30 meters away from the fast-moving car. With just one dive, Qin Jiangui can rush over the car, smash the roof of the car, and then fly away with Chao Shanshan. At this time, Ling Yun was concentrating on shooting the last 3 arrows. Qin Jiangui thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, and he was secretly delighted. He took a sharp breath, gathered his strength, and was about to dive down. Whoosh! Ling Yun seemed to have eyes behind his back. Standing on Pierce's back, he turned around and looked back at the moon. Shoot an arrow. Puff. The sharp arrow hit Qin Jiangui's chest without fancy, entered from his chest, and passed out from his back. The speed was only blocked, and it instantly sank into the rocks on one side. Zheng. Sparks splashed in the rainstorm. The tip of the arrow penetrated into the hard rock to a depth of 20 centimeters, and the exposed shaft of the arrow was still vibrating. Ling Yun shot the sky with an arrow. One can imagine how powerful it is. What? Qin Jiangui's chest was injured, and he let out a shrill scream. After the pain passed, he found that his wound was not polluted by pure silver except for being burned. Could it be that he was too anxious to take the wrong one? Or run out of sterling silver arrows? Qin Jiangui was pleasantly surprised. Not daring to think of Chao Shanshan again, he endured the pain. With a shake of its wings, it immediately flew towards the high altitude behind, avoiding Ling Yun's attack range. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, just now, not to mention shooting Qin Jiangui. Even if Ling Yun performed lightness kung fu, it would not be a big problem to catch him with his own hands, but he didn't do that, but let Qin Jiangui escape. Grab him now. It cannot be killed, and someone needs to take care of it if it is kept in the hands. It is really not worthwhile to get in the way. Woo! The strong wind swept across. Ling Yun was shocked, and he raised his head impressively. In the distant sky, a black cloud covered the sky and covered the earth. Bats. There are countless black bats. Damn it, the bats are in a meeting. Ling Yun snorted secretly, and didn't dare to push it any further. He immediately said to Cui Lao in the car, "Cui Lao, be careful, there are a lot of bats coming." Ling Yan's expression became serious, he knew it. The bats that Qin Jiangui brought back to China have all been killed by now. Obviously, these bats that came now must be the descendants and servants of Grand Duke Dracula. There were too many. This situation reminded Ling Yan of when he went down to the Tianqing. When passing through the bat cave, the tragic scene encountered. Mr. Cui slows down the car. When it is absolutely necessary, you can stop and use the fire talisman to protect Shanshan. Pierce, lower the altitude and fly close to the roof of the car. Ling Yan issued instructions one after another, and at the same time used the Yin-Yang art to the limit. The Yin-Yang god saw through the heavy rain, and looked indifferently at the many flying bats. Among them, there is a bat that is the smallest in size and the tallest in flying. It is a noble marquis, and further down, there are more than 20 earls, and then more than 200 viscounts. The hierarchy is strict. This time, the lowest ranks are all viscounts. Damn it, Dracula's lineup is too big, right? Ling Yan was a little speechless, thinking that this time it would be really troublesome. Pierce, is the Earl afraid of sterling silver? Ling Yan's heart was pounding, and he asked very worriedly. Honorable Master, blood clans below the Grand Duke are afraid of sterling silver. Only the noblest and purest blood clan of royal blood are not afraid of sterling silver. Of course, they are also very repulsive to sterling silver. Pierce turned out to be a baron. Obviously he knew more than Paul and Jester. He hurriedly explained to Ling Yan. Call. Ling Yan let out a long breath, thinking that this is good, otherwise this time it will be a big trouble. Of course, Ling Yan was only worried about the situation of long-distance attack. As long as these blood races dared to enter within 50 meters of him, Ling Yan would kill them with the dark blood demon knife and the dark storm. It would be like cutting melons and vegetables. In the sky, Qin Jiangui was overjoyed. He was dripping with blood, but he quickly went up to the flying bats. Viscount Chen, I have met His Excellency the Marquis. Qin Jiangui was so excited, he never dreamed that Grand Duke Dracula would send such a large team over at once. Among other things, as long as there are 7 or 8 earls, it is enough to lift the silver grey car and fly into the air without even smashing the car. As for the more than 200 viscounts, in the eyes of the Marquis, they are simply cannon fodder, and they can make as many as they want, so there is no need to feel bad. The Marquis who flew the highest transformed into an elegant and handsome gentleman in an instant. He waved his wings and smiled at Qin Jiangui. Mr. Chen, you seem to be injured. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Of. To be continued. P.S. Thank you for your waiting. Let's start with 4 chapters. I still owe you 1 chapter in the near future, and it will be released together on the 26th. Thank you for your support. Ben from Reading Net. Hey, I haven't encountered such a battle for a long time. Staring at the swarm of bats in the sky with cold eyes slightly excited, Ling Yun gradually felt that the blood in his body was boiling rapidly. Brother Yun definitely belongs to the kind of big-time player. The more enemies he has, the more energetic he is. The rain gradually became lighter, and Ling Yan's vision became clearer and clearer. At the same time, he exerted his spiritual sense to the limit and carefully explored the surrounding terrain. Ling Yun and the others, the current location is very unfavorable to them. The mountains around this section of the road are very low. In the situation where the enemy is outnumbered, it is very disadvantageous to fight. Ling Yun doesn't do bad business, that's not his style. High in the air. Qin Jiangui endured the pain of the sharp arrow just passing through his chest, and with a respectful and flattering smile on his face, he said to the Marquis, Your Excellency the Marquis, the prey I prepared for Grand Duke Dracula, that body, the little virgin who can emit holy light has just been rescued. While speaking, Qin Jiangui pointed down at the silver-grey car driving slowly on the road, and continued anxiously, "Now, she is in that car." The corner of the Marquis's bright red mouth evoked an elegant smile, but there was a hint of disdain in his light blue eyes. "Miss Chen, you don't need to be anxious about this. Grand Duke Dracula sent me here just to let me help you with this matter." Qin Jiangui looked at the more than 20 earls around the Marquis, and the more than 200 viscounts below him. He couldn't help being ecstatic, but he didn't forget to remind the Marquis, "Dear Marquis, that man has a golden longbow in his hand. The arrows are made of pure silver, so the sharp arrows he shoots are not only fast, but can kill the viscount instantly." The 29 blood clans that Qin Jiangui brought back from the United States were all low-class blood clans without their masters. Of course, he could cheat them with ill intentions. Use them as cannon fodder, but these blood races, brought by Grand Duke Dracula, are different. If Qin Jiangui knew that Ling Yun had the means to restrain these blood races, but did not inform in advance, and the Grand Duke Dracula blamed them, the Qin family might not be able to bear it. The Marquis was indeed slightly moved. "What? Sterling silver arrows? That man actually knows how to restrain the blood race? How did he know? In the West, there are only legendary witchers. There are all kinds of means to restrain the blood race. Sterling silver bullets. It is one of the most common means used by demon hunters to hunt and kill vampires." Speaking of tears, Qin Jiangui twitched the corner of his mouth, and said helplessly, "This, respected Your Excellency the Marquis, you only need to look at what he is stepping on to know." What Ling Yun stepped on was, of course, his loyal servant, a big bird in human form, Earl Pierce, and it can only be said that he was not the most attractive. Only more cool. "Oh, shit." The Marquis finally took a serious look down, and then he was shocked, excitedly said, "Satan, he actually stepped on the back of our noble blood? How did he do it, of?" Qin Jiangui had already vaguely guessed at this time that Ling Yun must have learned how to give the blood race the first hug after getting the magic sword of the Dark Storm. Don't mention the envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart, he just knocked out his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach. "Your Excellency the Marquis, I don't know the reason, but that person has many special means to restrain our blood race. It can be said that he is the nemesis of our blood race." Qin Jiangui was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, so he paused and said, "He has a strange scorching power, which is comparable to holy light, I believe. His blood must surpass that of that virgin. If Your Excellency the Marquis can catch him tonight and go back and present him to the Grand Duke Dracula, you will definitely get the most generous reward from the Grand Duke." The Marquis' pale blue eyes lit up instantly. "Mr. Chen, thank you for being willing to tell me this. Now, you just need to be like me, slowly recuperating in the sky and enjoying the good show." After the Marquis finished speaking, he immediately used the secret language of the Blood Clan to issue an order to his 23 earls to attack Ling Yun. Many ants killed elephants, and now that he has a large number of people, he is completely unscrupulous, and he doesn't take Ling Yun seriously at all. Qin Jiangui's goal was achieved, a smug grin flashed in his dark eyes, he flapped his wings first, and his body flew into a higher sky again. On the highway, Cui Lao drove the silver-gray car forward slowly. The car came to the corner of the mountain road, and the mountain walls on both sides of the road gradually became taller and steeper. Because the water on the road is like a river, if you look at it from a high altitude, the silver-gray car looks like a boat passing through the rapids in the canyon. One line of sky, good terrain. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered Pierce to speed up and fly forward. The master and servant quickly surpassed the car by 100 meters, and came to the middle of the two cliffs ahead of time, while carefully observing the surrounding environment with spiritual awareness. In this canyon-shaped terrain, if the two armies are at war, it can be said that the side of Ling Yun is bound to lose. As long as archers are ambushed on the mountains on both sides of the road, or rolling logs and stones, the enemy will not take a single shot. As soon as the soldiers die, all the enemies entering the canyon can be wiped out. But this is no ordinary battle between the two armies. However, for Ling Yun, who is peerless in his lightness skills and seems to be alone and lonely, this is an extremely wonderful terrain that is conducive to defense. The most perfect thing is that when you get here, the left side of the mountain road is no longer a shallow mountain stream, but an unfathomable deep valley. The water on the road flows here, and it no longer rushes forward, but flows to the road on the edge of the river, accompanied by a rumbling sound. It fell directly into the deep valley below, forming countless white waterfalls, which can only be described as flying down 3,000 feet, bottomless. Hey, it's really a good place to kill and steal. Fate thank you. Ling Yunqin said that in such a place, even the trouble of disposing of the corpses would be saved. Without hesitation, Ling Yun directly sent a voice transmission to Cui Lao, asking him to speed up the car and stop it. Here is Ling Yun's main battlefield. The rain became smaller again, but the thunder kept rumbling, echoing repeatedly in the mountain stream, deafening. Cui Lao kicked the accelerator, and the silver-gray car quickly passed 100 meters away. Then he braked and stopped the car on the side of the road, and the lights went out instantly. There are more than 200 enemies coming from the other side. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack here. Let's meet the enemy here. As soon as Mr. Cui stopped the car, Ling Yun stared confidently at a raised rock on the high cliff on the left, and seemed to be talking to himself. The rock was 40 meters high from the road surface, protruding from the mountain wall, with a radius of almost 1 foot, and a crooked-necked pine tree grew on it. Below the rock is a bottomless mountain stream. The horizontal distance from the cliff to the road is at least 10 meters wide. The water in the mountain stream is rumbling, the torrent is raging, and it roars angrily. At this time, the four of Ling Yun were completely surrounded by the flying blood race. The cliffs on both sides, and the top of the mountain at a height of 300 or 400 meters, were covered with black bats. There were more than a dozen blood viscounts standing there, and it was impossible for the silver-gray car to move forward or turn around. This should be what Yu Huasha said, catch a turtle in the urn. His Excellency the Marquis in the air, seeing that Ling Yun and the others had fallen into desperation, he said to Chen Jiangui with some complacency. Unexpectedly, Your Excellency the Marquis, there is still research on our Chinese art of war. Seeing that Ling Yun was completely surrounded, Chen Jiangui was also overwhelmed with excitement. He said in his heart that I will see how you escape this time, but he flattered the Marquis without losing the opportunity. If these two people knew that Ling Yun deliberately chose this place as one of the main battlefields, they would not be afraid to vomit 3 liters of blood, if they had 3 liters of blood in their bodies. Because Ling Yun came from the direction of Miyun Reservoir, he knew best that from this canyon to the east, there are continuous mountains, and Miyun Reservoir is just to the east of here. Whether he wants to fight or leave, he has the final say. Ling Yun jumped off Pierce's back, opened the car door himself, carried Chao Shanshan out, and then said to Mr. Cui, Mr. Cui, do you see that rock on the eastern cliff? Let's go up. Ling Yun knew in his heart that the enemy would fly. If these overwhelming bats rushed down to attack the car together, no matter how fast he could shoot, he would not be able to shoot. Even though Mr. Cui had a fire talisman, he was too busy to take care of himself, unable to take care of Chao Shanshan. Forget about the car, let's go. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he put his arms around Chao Shanshan's soft waist, tapped his toes lightly on the ground, and with a phantom fish dragon step, he flew to the huge protruding rock. Mr. Cui knew that the fourth young master was going to fight. He smiled slightly, stretched his figure, and flew to the cliff on the left, then kicked lightly against a rock with his toes, and stood up lightly again. Up the rock. What a powerful phantom fish dragon step. This was the first time Cui Lao tried to use the movement technique taught by Ling Yun. Cui Lao had long known that Ling Yun's movement technique was powerful, but only after he performed it himself did he realize the mystery of this movement technique, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Needless to say, Pierce flapped his wings and flew around the rocks, but he didn't get on the rocks. He just flapped his wings and hovered in the air, carefully guarding against the opponent's attack. With the thought of Ling Yun, the dark blood demon knife appeared on his left hand, and the magic knife swung wildly at the cliff. Chi 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 chi. The fallen boulders were all kicked off the cliff by Ling Yun with his toes. Soon, Ling Yun dug a 2-meter deep and 2-meter diameter cave in the hard rock. Sanshan, go in. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and pushed Chao Shanshan into the cave. Shanshan, let me be wronged for a while, and watch my husband show his power. Seeing this scene, Lord Marquis in the sky couldn't help being stunned, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. When did it become so easy to dig a stone hole out of a cliff? What kind of knife is that? Where did it come from again? Ling Yun stood proudly outside the cave, on top of the rocks, with a handsome figure, a smile on his face, and staring eyes, looking coldly at the dozens of big human-shaped birds flying towards him. No worries and no fears. Bow and take arrows. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Buzz. The sound of the continuous vibration of the bowstring sounded. The screams and muffled groans of those blood viscounts also sounded at the same time. Under the secret command of the Blood Marquis, a total of 40 blood viscounts flew towards the rock where Ling Yun was. The way they fly in the air is very regular. 40 people all spread their black wings, forming a hemispherical black arc wall, and it looks like a giant black umbrella. The handle of the umbrella is Ling Yun. The rock where it is, and someone is closing this huge black umbrella. In fact, each viscount of the blood race has a wingspan of 6 to 8 meters. 40 viscounts of the blood race flew over together. It really felt like covering the sky and covering the sun. The wind and rain were impenetrable, not even a drop of rainwater could penetrate. Every vampire has blue-faced fangs, is in a ferocious state, and flies so fast that ordinary people can be scared out of their wits at the sight of this formation. But Ling Yun is completely fearless. His main task now is to shoot this black arc wall into a huge sieve. There is no doubt that Ling Yun succeeded. From the time these blood viscounts took off, the distance to the cliff ledge was only 40 meters away. Compared with their flying speed, it was almost instantaneous, and it didn't take even a blink of an eye. But within such a short period of time, Ling Yun shot 4 arrows in total. To be exact, the bowstring was pulled 4 times, and 3 sharp arrows were shot every time the bow was pulled, making a total of 12 arrows. Of course, they were all ordinary arrows, not silver-plated, and the battle had just begun, so Ling Yun certainly wouldn't consume all his silver arrows. Ordinary arrows are infused with icy cold air by Ling Yun. The body of each sharp arrow is horribly cold, and you can completely see it when the sharp arrow is shot. Where the sharp arrow passed, the water vapor in the air around it instantly formed tiny white hailstones. The damage is still against the sky. 12 sharp arrows penetrated into the eyebrows of the 12 blood viscounts almost in no particular order, and the icy cold air carried by the arrows instantly radiated from their heads. Such a horrible low temperature. Directly let the blood in the injured part of their heads freeze instantly and spread rapidly. The distance is too close. Every blood race is covered by Ling Yun's divine consciousness. He doesn't need to look at it deliberately, he just needs to concentrate on drawing the bow. Therefore, 12 sharp arrows instantly killed 12 blood viscounts. Ling Yun only had time to draw the bow 4 times, because the remaining blood viscounts had already arrived around the rocks, and each of the blood viscounts opened their bloody mouths, with fangs more than 10 centimeters thick. In Ling Yun's eyeballs, it magnified sharply. Kill! Ling Yun yelled violently. His body didn't take half a step back. He swung the dark blood demon knife with his left hand wildly, and the melon and vegetable knife skills came out again. Surrounded deeply, where do you need any saber skills? You just need to swing the saber. Running the yin and yang formula, Ling Yin still poured the cold yin and cold air into the blade of the blood demon knife. Taking the right leg as the axis, the figure spun around on the spot, and swung the blood demon knife horizontally in his hand. 6 screams rang out again, and the 6 fastest blood viscounts were directly cut in half by Ling Yin. At the same time, the icy blade also made the teeth of the blood race behind them tremble with cold. The wings are almost unable to flap, and the movements have become extremely slow, and the movements are extremely funny. Just imagine, an action of flapping wings originally only took 1 second to complete, but the blood viscount had to slow down to 5 seconds or more. Isn't this action funny? The blood race wanted to get close to Ling Yin. The result is only one, die. If it wasn't for Ling Yin taking care of Chao Shanshan and Elder Cui behind him, he was worried that they wouldn't be able to bear the cold air released by Ling Yin, and he wouldn't be able to do it with all his strength. Just freezing would have made the blood viscounts within 10 meters around him dumbfounded. Ling Yin's figure was erratic, he moved left and right, and he swung the dark blood demon saber wildly at will. Under his thunderous force, all the blood viscounts turned into tofu delivered to their door. Cut whatever you want. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The screams were endless, and the shrill voice could scare people to death while walking at night, but in fact, the scene here in Ling Yin was indeed better than any horror scene. Ling Yin knew that in order to completely kill these blood viscounts, their heads must be cut off, or their hearts must be completely destroyed. Therefore, his seemingly random slashing is actually not far from the opponent's vital point, and the knife is an instant kill. In less than a minute, Ling Yin swung the saber 17 times, and the black aura of the blood demon saber enveloped his whole body, turning into a pure black saber curtain. The remaining 22 blood viscounts were all instantly killed by Ling Yin on the spot. Boom! Ling Yin raised his foot lightly, kicking away the half-body of a blood viscount hanging on the ledge, then slowly raised his head, pointing the cold black knife point in the air. The target was the Marquis, who was dumbfounded. In the first round, the only loss on Ling Yin's side was the crooked-necked pine tree on the convex rock, which was swept up by the wings of an unknown blood clan, directly uprooted by the sweep, and fell into the rapids of the mountain stream. The dark blood demon knife was handed over to his right hand, and with a thought, a dragon sword appeared in Ling Yin's left hand, and he threw it to Pierce. Will it work? When Pierce saw Ling Yin giving him the weapon, he was immediately very excited, but when he took the sword and swung it, he was immediately dumbfounded. The dragon pattern sword is a soft sword, so soft that you can tie a bow on the blade. Pierce took the sword and swung it in the air. The dragon pattern soft sword almost didn't cut him. Anyone who has ever swung a whip knows that no matter how strong you are, as long as you can't flick it, the one who gets hit by the whip is often yourself. Ling Yin looked amused for a while. He could only take back the dragon sword, and then said to Pierce, "Forget it, you should block the door with peace of mind." In order to prevent the blood race from rushing into the cave in the form of a bat, Ling Yin didn't let Pierce participate in the battle just now, but just let him spread his wings and block the entrance of the cave. The dark blood demon knife is very evil now, except for Ling Yin, no one dares to hold it at all. Therefore, although Ling Yin wanted Pierce to take the knife and slash in the air, he couldn't. At the same time, Ling Yin wondered whether he should teach the 4 blood races Pierce and Jester some combat skills, otherwise, it would be too frustrating to fight only with strength, speed, sharp claws, and fangs. It's just that most of the fighting skills require real energy in the body to be effective. Ling Yin doesn't know if these mutated blood can practice. If there is an Earl coming down, you must tell me in advance. Ling Yin did not forget to ask Pierce. They are all similar humanoid birds. Ling Yin still can't tell the other party, which is the Earl and which is the Viscount. High in the sky, His Excellency the Marquis finally woke up from his dumbfounded state. He was furious, and his blue eyes began to turn red. Oh shit! 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 How did he do it? How the hell did he do it? 40 blood viscounts besieged Ling Yun together, and he beheaded them all within a minute. This made His Excellency the Marquis want to cry. He couldn't believe his eyes. Qin Jiangui looked terrified, but he was sneering in his heart, not to mention Ling Yun. If he had the magic sword Dark Storm in hand, with his current strength, Qin Jiangui could still easily complete Ling Yun's performance just now. Your Excellency the Marquis, as I said, the masked man below is the nemesis of our blood race. You only sent some viscounts down. I think it will be difficult to deal with him. Qin Jiangui stared at the 23 earls not far away, and pointedly said to His Excellency the Marquis. His Excellency the Marquis learned from the painful experience, and once again communicated with the secret language of the Blood Clan, and sent 6 earls, each earl led 10 viscounts, to attack Ling Yun again. I can't let him stay in that place so comfortably. This time, I must find a way to smash that rock to pieces. Your Excellency the Marquis has seen the way, and knows where Ling Yun is. It is really a place where one man is in charge. As long as Ling Yun is safe, then their people will be fine. Therefore, the Marquis decisively ordered this time, shoot people first and shoot horses. The 3 earls, each leading 10 viscounts, flew down from the sky and rushed towards Ling Yunfei. And the other 3 earls, each leading 10 viscounts, rushed over from the left and right sides of the cliff, as well as directly below the convex rock, and they were bound to destroy Ling Yun's standing place. It has to be said that this tactic is very good. First of all, the cliff where Ling Yun is located cannot be as smooth as a mirror. Therefore, it is difficult for Ling Yun to deal with the blood clans rushing towards the cliff from the left and right sides with bows and arrows. After they got close, with their speed, Ling Yun had no time to shoot the arrow. The other one is under the protruding rock. Ling Yun stands on the protruding rock with a radius of 1 zheng. The bottom of the protruding rock naturally becomes a complete dead angle. Unless Ling Yun has wings, otherwise, he can only watch looking at the vampires. They smashed the convex rock with their claws and fists. What's more, Ling Yun had to deal with the more than 30 blood races flying in the sky. Moreover, this time, those blood races also learned to be good. Under the Earl's guidance, they no longer flew in a straight line, but erratic in shape, protecting the Earl and flying down in a roundabout way, making Ling Yun unable to aim for a while. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun could only smile wryly. He wished he could point to the sun and talk about the sun, and thought that the blood marquis in the sky was quite smart. Swipe. Ling Yun was thinking in his heart, but his hands were unambiguous, and he shot the frozen arrow again at the blood race who was close to him, still killing one with 1 arrow. At the same time, Ling Yun asked Cui Lao to throw out a bundle of fire talismans. He grabbed it and put it in the space ring. The convex rock is not Ling Yun's home, and the Blood Clan wants to destroy the convex rock. That's totally fine. But not now. Finally, under the protection of 30 blood clansmen, the 3 earls finally approached the convex rock where Ling Yun was, and the price they paid was that 20 blood clan viscounts were shot to death by Ling Yun. The 3 earls, leading the remaining 10 viscounts, launched a crazy siege on Ling Yun again. Boom! At the same time, the cliff trembled violently like an earthquake, the convex rocks shook, and gravel piled up. The earl under the protruding rock, leading 10 viscounts, began to frantically destroy Ling Yun's standing place. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brush. With the cover of the protruding rocks on the cliff and the growing weeds and trees, the blood clans who sneaked up from the cliffs on the left and right sides of Ling Yun have also come to a place about 30 meters away from Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun was already overwhelmed by the blood race coming down from the air, the blood race coming from the left and right sides were still very careful. They turned into bats and flew over by sticking to the rock, so there were no casualties. So far, where Ling Yun is, there are already 3 blood counts and 10 blood counts in the sky above, and they are launching a crazy attack on Ling Yun, and under the ledge where Ling Yun is standing, an earl and 10 viscounts have already taken their positions. With a complete transformation, using powerful strength and sharp claws, he frantically destroyed the protruding rock. With the strength of an adult viscount, if he exerts all his strength, his arms can burst out with a force of at least 2,000 kilograms. If 10 viscounts work together, that is 20,000 kilograms. Although this convex rock is embedded in the cliff as a whole, it is as the complete monolithic boulder could not withstand the impact of such a force. For a while, the rock was shattered, and the ground trembled. Of course, if there were really 10 viscounts and an earl, this protruding rock with a radius of 1 foot would have been shattered in an instant, but the problem is that the area of this protruding rock is only 10 square meters. Size, that is, an area of 3 meters by 3 meters. Moreover, this protruding rock is suspended in the air, and the Blood Viscount can only completely transform and fully spread his wings to launch a destructive attack on the protruding rock under the protruding rock, which makes their strength a lot. Discount. After the Blood Viscounts have completely transformed, they only have a wingspan of about 6 to 8 meters. They are all big and round, and their bodies take up a lot of space. Right under the convex rock, there can only be 4 viscounts working together at most. Already looked very crowded. So only 4 viscounts are destroying the ledge, they are separated in 4 corners, suspended in the air. Only by flapping its wings can it exert force towards the top, using sharp claws and hard fists to launch a destructive attack on the convex rock. This situation is exactly the same as a person falling into an ice hole, stepping on water and suspended in the water, using his hands to destroy the thick ice cover above his head. The count under the ledge. And the other 6 viscounts, all turned into bats. Attached to the lower center of the convex rock, hanging at the bottom, quietly waiting for the moment when the convex rock is completely destroyed. Lateral impact. The 2 teams of men and horses coming from the left and right sides of the cliff, and their 2 earl leaders, saw that Ling Yun was already in a hard fight, and they were too busy to take care of themselves, so they decisively issued an order. The cliff where Ling Yun is located runs from north to south, and the entrance of the cave he dug faces west. Following the order of the 2 earls, the 2 blood viscounts on the left and right sides of Ling Yun rushed up, respectively. In the lightning-like flight, they completed a complete transformation in the blink of an eye, and slammed into the convex rock fiercely. Come over. It sounds like a long time, but in fact all this is an instant. Also happened at the same time. So far, the 6 earls, leading the remaining 40 viscounts, have surrounded Ling Yun, and the 3 earls and 10 viscounts in the air launched a frantic attack on Ling Yun. Let Ling Yun completely be unable to free his hand, while the blood race on both sides and below the convex rock, they wantonly destroy the convex rock. It has to be said that there are 2 great conveniences in fighting in groups of blood clans, that is, the close cooperation of the group and the absolute execution of orders. There is a marquis in the sky who is in charge, and 6 earls use blood clan secret language. At any time, the servants of the viscount under his hand gave orders one by one, and the blood viscounts completely carried out the orders of their masters. There is no fear and timidity at all, or the saying of retreating and fleeing, let them launch a suicide attack like moths to a flame, and they did not hesitate. Well done. Although he was surrounded by heavy siege, Ling Yun's face remained unchanged. After shooting and killing 20 blood viscounts in one breath, his golden longbow had already been put away again, and he held the knife in his right hand. There was a hint of coldness and chill, but he said hello instead. At this moment, Ling Yun's experience and courage of having survived hundreds of battles and escaped from death countless times was fully demonstrated by Ling Yun. Total annihilation. The pitch-black nether blood demon knife turned into a black blade curtain, carrying a fierce and unparalleled icy knife, and centered on Ling Yun's body, it drew an arc in the air. Chi 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 chi. The vampires around Ling Yun, with their huge bodies and hard wings, were cut apart instantly by the dark blood demon knife. With just one knife, all 5 viscounts were cut in half. Accompanied by 5 shrill screams, the bodies of the 5 blood viscounts whose bodies had been cut into 2 fell quickly and fell into the deep ravine. There were several muffled groans, and several other viscounts were also attacked by the cold knife, and their bodies suffered moderate injuries. Boom! Boom! Ling Yin performed the phantom fish dragon step. His eyes were still looking straight ahead, but his figure floated to the left side of the convex rock like lightning. Tiangang Fumiquan. With 2 punches, the 2 blood viscounts who flew over from the left side of the cliff were directly thrown into the air, causing them to fly more than 20 meters away in the air. After the 2 blood viscounts were knocked into the air, their eyes widened and bulged. They never imagined that Ling Yun's fists had such strength and speed. This is not fatal. The most deadly thing is that Ling Yun clearly looked straight ahead, but at the speed of his teleportation, the 2 punches he seemed to throw at random seemed to have eyes, and they just hit the 2 blood races the viscount's heart. The yin and yang art was running at full strength, and Ling Yun's yin energy erupted, and the fierce and unparalleled cold air quickly penetrated into the hearts of the 2 blood viscounts, freezing their hearts directly. 20 meters away in the air, the 2 blood viscounts let out the last 2 miserable screams, and flapped their wings violently twice, but the flaps became slower and slower. Their huge figures fell like kites with folded wings. Go, fall into a deep ravine, be swept away by the rapids. Hey, Xuanhuan and Mitsui didn't absorb the innate chi in vain, and Lao Tzu's fist strength has become stronger. Ling Yun instantly killed 2 blood viscounts with 2 punches. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and a smug and coquettish smile curled up on the corner of his mouth. Just kidding, Xuanhuan is at the peak of the 5th level of innate cultivation, while Mitsui is at the early stage of the 7th level of innateness. Ling Yun has almost completely absorbed the innate chi of the 2 of them. Ling Yun dared to give it a go, and chose to fight head-on with more than 200 blood races. It was definitely not a blind act of coercion, but because he had a faint feeling last night that he was about to break through to the chi refining stage. Originally, when Ling Yun was in Qingshui City, if he had absorbed the aura released by the 7 obsidian grass when it matured, he could break through to the chi refining stage. His calculation was not wrong. However, when Ling Yun was practicing Ichi Yin Ju and impacting the 4th level of physical training, a miraculous change occurred in his dantian, which was 20 times larger than the normal middle stage of physical training. When he was in the lower level, he suffered a terrifying catastrophe, and his dantian and meridians underwent terrifying expansion again. This made Ling Yun's dantian at least 100 times stronger than when he was in the same realm of cultivation in the big world. There is no doubt that this greatly extended the time for Ling Yun to break through the chi training period. The body training period is the stage of refining and transforming chi. The true chi in your body is not even filled with your own dantian and meridians, so how can you impact the chi training period? Therefore, during this period of time, while Ling Yun was practicing yin-yang art, he had also been absorbing spiritual energy crazily. However, Ling Yun cultivated into a vortex of yin and yang true chi, which can reverse his dantian. After learning the method of absorbing energy, after absorbing the innate true chi of 2 innate masters one after another, he rushed to the threshold of the chi training period, and finally began to really loosen it. In terms of half-step innateness, Ling Yun is actually practicing half-step chi right now. Qin Jiangue, who was in the sky, saw Ling Yun instantly kill 2 blood viscounts with 2 punches. He was so frightened that he couldn't help shrinking his neck. It's only been a short period of time. Why does his strength seem to have increased so much all of a sudden? When Qin Jiangue fought Ling Yun for the first time, he was a viscount at the time, and he was also the peak of the 5th level of innate. Although he was beaten by Ling Yun, he was helpless, but after all, he could still fight Ling Yun a few times, but now, see, after Ling Yan killed a viscount with one punch, Qin Jiangui was dumbfounded again. He didn't think too much about the rise of Ling Yan's killing. Under the violent vibration of the convex rock, Ling Yan's left foot touched the ground, his body exploded, and he flew horizontally to the right, slashed towards the cliff in an incomparably tricky way. The blood demon knife instantly enveloped the two viscounts rushing over from the north, cutting them in two. Go to hell! Ling Yan yelled violently. The saber's momentum was not exhausted. The tip of the saber cut into the cliff with a bang, and walking with the saber, Ling Yan's body rushed out of the protruding rock, and hung on the cliff with the hilt of the saber in hand. Hey! It's not as easy as you think to destroy my main battlefield. Ling Yan was extremely coquettish, and said something to the 11 blood races below the protruding rock, and then with a thought, he raised his left hand violently, and threw a 5th-level fire charm into the blood race pile. Boom! With Ling Yan's violent shout, the fire talisman burst into flames instantly, and a ball of dazzling flames burned blazingly in the black wall surrounded by the wings of the 4 blood viscounts below the protruding rock. Crackling. Squeak. Chee. This time it was a real burning bat, and the 4 blood viscounts at the outermost corner could no longer resist the instinctive fear, and flew away crazily with the severe pain after being burned. The bats transformed by the 6 viscounts in the innermost place were completely ruined. They were all shrouded in the flames, and they had no time to transform, and they were burned into roasted bats in an instant. Except for the Earl, who quickly shook his wings and rushed out of the flames with his scorched wings, the 6 blood viscounts were all burned to death. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Is there anything more deadly than sterling silver to the blood race? There is no doubt that the answer, of course, is fire. Ordinary flames are already enough to make the vampires fearful and annoying, not to mention the light blue fireball transformed by the 5th-level fire talisman. The temperature was so hot that the rain-soaked and cold convex rock almost instantly became as hot as the bottom of a hot pot. Turning into a bat can make the blood race speed at least twice as fast, but at the same time, it also has a fatal weakness. Their stature becomes smaller, their sharp claws and fangs are gone, and their defensibility will also be reduced to a very low level. That is, it is better than a real bat. How could it be able to withstand the enveloping burning of the 5th-level fire talisman? Bang bang! Ling Yan hangs in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he did not forget to kick his 2 feet, kicking the 2 big humanoid birds in front of him who wanted to fly away, the blood viscount, and broke their lumbar vertebrae. With a smart flip, the person has stood firmly back on the convex rock. It was too late, but it was too soon. The whole process was completed in a blink of an eye. When Ling Yan stood on the ledge, the fire talisman he played had just turned into a light blue fireball. Ling Yan let go and let the dark blood demon knife stick on the cliff. With a thought, he took out the golden longbow again and handed it to his right hand. Brush. Ling Yan's coquettish bow-drawing action, which was enough to scare Qin Jiangui to death, appeared again, and a sterling silver arrow appeared on his left hand, full of bows. You can't escape. Ling Yan fully drew his bow, aimed his sharp arrow at the bat that the smoking Earl had turned into, and let go of it abruptly. Buzz. The bowstring trembled violently, and with a swish, the bright silver arrow shot out, so fast that even Ling Yan's eyes couldn't catch the arrow's figure. As soon as he let go, the sterling silver arrow had already pierced through it. The Earl's bat head. The 5th-level fire talisman had already burned the Earl to a half, and now he was pierced through the small head by a sterling silver arrow. There is only one end, death. Zheng. The sterling silver arrow pierced through behind the Earl's bat head. He didn't stop, and directly sank into the rocks of the cliff on the opposite side of the road. Almost all of the 1.5-meter-long arrow shaft sank, leaving only the knock less than 20 centimeters behind. How terrifying is the strength and speed of this arrow? It can be said that even if it does not exceed the speed of sound, it's almost the same, within a distance of 300 meters. It even surpassed Ling Yun's speed of swinging a knife face to face. Slashing the universe with the sword is actually raising the right hand to the left shoulder, and then violently slashing towards the lower right side of one's body. If there is a person standing in front of the person wielding the sword, that person will be hit by this move, from the right shoulder all the way. Cut to the position of the left big crotch, it was split into two obliquely. Of course, switching to the left hand to hold the knife is the same. Ling Yun now. If he uses that move to cut the world, he will use every move. In 1 second, he can swing it 7 times at the fastest. This is Ling Yun's current hand speed. But the sterling silver arrow, when the golden longbow is fully drawn, leaves the string several times faster than Ling Yun's hand speed. It has already surpassed the speed of ordinary bullets. How could he avoid the Blood Earl, whose wings were almost scorched by the fire? Ling Yun hanged an Earl on the spot. The burning time of the 5th level fire talisman is about 1 minute. Under the light of the fire and the radiating heat, other blood races can't. Whether it was the Earl or the Viscount, they all fled in all directions, each flying wildly behind the rocks that could block their bodies. 1 minute is enough for Ling Yun to do many things. In fact, Ling Yun didn't do anything else, he just kept drawing the bow and shooting arrows nonstop. Pierce, come out. Pierce immediately responded, and his tall figure stretched. He jumped into the air, flapped his wings, and kept his body parallel to the ground again. Ling Yun jumped up to Pierce's back, he shouted loudly, and shot a fire talisman above the entrance of the cave again. The fire talisman turned into a dark blue fireball, which immediately burned blazingly. Ling Yun used this fire talisman, naturally, to prevent the high-ranking Earl from using some Blood Clan secret method to capture Chao Shanshan. Shanshan retreats to the innermost part of the cave, Mr. Cui prevents the enemy from attacking, Pierce, fly to the opposite cliff. Ling Yun issued 3 orders in one breath, and at the same time stood firmly on Pierce's back, facing the opening of the cliff, and released the 100-meter spiritual consciousness. Under the powerful and condensed spiritual consciousness, on the side of the cliff where the convex rock is located, all the Viscounts or Earls of the Blood Clan have nowhere to hide. Whoosh whoosh. Lianju arrows infused with Yin and cold energy were sent out, 1 arrow at a time. Ling Yun first shot and killed all the 7 or 8 Viscounts who fled to the sky. The next moment, a sterling silver arrow appeared in Ling Yun's hand again. With Ling Yun's consciousness, he noticed an Earl who had turned into a bat and hid behind a rock the size of a basketball. Zheng. The sterling silver arrow shot out, piercing through the basketball-sized rock in an instant, piercing through the Earl's head, nailing him alive on the cliff. There's another one behind that tree. Whoosh. Another shocking arrow, the sterling silver arrow tore through the space, pierced through a tree trunk with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters, penetrated the Earl's body, and pierced his bat body on the arrow shaft, with a clang, into the cliff. Kindness? Ling Yun continued to use his spiritual sense to investigate, but found that there were no traces of the other 3 Blood Earls. He immediately asked Pierce, didn't 6 Earls come down in total? Where did the other 3 go? Pierce replied respectfully, Boss, the old Earl can use the blood secret method to make himself invisible. Day. Ling Yunquang rolled his eyes, and thought to himself, why didn't he know that he said it earlier? He immediately operated the Yin-Yang art to the limit, cast Yin-Yang Divine Eye, and immediately looked at the opposite hole. Sure enough, an Earl was hidden in the faint black mist, and was moving cautiously in the shadows towards the entrance of the cave where Chao Shanshan was located from the blind spot illuminated by the fire. Invisibility of blood. For the blood race, almost all the secret methods are done through their own blood, such invisibility. obviously consumed a lot of the Earl's blood. Ling Yin could clearly see through the yin and yang eyes that the Earl who touched from the south side of the protruding rock seemed to be enduring the scorching fire. I was trembling and trembling. Since it's so painful, then I'll give you a ride. Ling Yin chuckled, bowed his bow, and set an arrow. This time he poured pure yang energy into the body of the arrow, but he didn't dare to pour it all in. Then he drew the bow and let go. Ling Yin really didn't dare to push the pure yang qi to the limit, because he knew that the melting point of pure silver was about 960 degrees. Ling Yin was now fully exerting the yin-yang ju, and the heat of the pure yang zhen qi was close to 1000 degrees. Afraid to melt the sterling silver arrow. Squeak creak. Vibrate with the bowstring. The wise and painful Earl became even more painful in an instant. He was nailed to death beside the hole, by a pure silver arrow, to die in pain. Can it not be painful, the high-temperature roasting of the blue flame? The sterling silver arrow pierced through his body, and the pure yang qi raged and dissipated in his cold little body. Ling Yin enjoyed most of the terrifying means of restraining the blood clan by himself, and it was considered the glory of death, a heroic death. Hey, there's no way. Who made you the smartest? Ling Yin sneered, and looked again. Sure enough, under Ling Yin's yin and yang eyes, the remaining 2 blood counts also showed their petite bodies from the cliff. Fly away quickly, the blood clan's secret method of invisibility. It is useless to that person at all. At this moment, His Excellency the Marquis, who was terrified in the high-level control, didn't care about being frightened anymore, and directly opened his mouth and shouted loudly, letting the 2 remaining earls fly away. Late. Whizzing. 2 sterling silver arrows were shot together, one left and one right, directly killing the 2 blood counts on the spot. Fly back. Ling Yin ordered in a deep voice, and at the same time began to shoot a rain of arrows all over the sky. He was not in a hurry, and started shooting mercilessly at the black bats flying in panic from the east rock wall. Because the opponent only had more than 20 blood viscounts left, Ling Yin didn't use pure silver arrows at all, and only used those arrows that were pure silver arrows in the early stage, and the arrows never failed. It was still 3 arrows at a time. Every time Ling Yin pulled the bowstring, there were 3 shrill screams, and then the 3 blood viscounts fell down. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the more than 20 blood races stopped running away, but suddenly turned around in the air, and rushed towards Ling Yunfei from all directions. This is the saying in the legend, if you die, you have to pull back. Why? Because at this time, Ling Yin no longer has the dark blood demon knife in his hand, and his dark blood demon knife is still stuck on the cliff next to the convex rock. What? It's interesting. Instead of being surprised, Ling Yin was overjoyed. He simply made Pierce stop, with a calm smile on his face, and when the bats flew within 20 meters of him, he raised his hand violently. Handfuls of silver needles were thrown out one after another by Ling Yin with the technique of raining flowers all over the sky. These silver needles were infused with cold air by Ling Yin. Hitting these little bats was enough for them to suffer. These silver needles were gifts given to Ling Yin by miracle Dr. Xue when Ling Yin opened the clinic. They were originally used to save people, but Ling Yin used them for these blood clans on a whim. Of course Ling Yin would not be distressed. Just 1 arrow made of sterling silver can already make several sets of silver needles like this. The effect against the enemy is the same, so why not do it? Screaming again and again, blood dripping like rain. More than 20 small bats of the blood race were almost turned into hedgehogs by the hundreds of silver needles shot by Ling Yin, and they fell to the ground and died tragically. Shet. 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 God, who can tell me, why isn't that damn blood bastard afraid of fire? Seeing Ling Yin beheading all 6 earls and 60 viscounts in one go, His Excellency the Marquis could no longer maintain his elegance and composure. He roared like crazy. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. His Excellency the Marquis brought a total of 23 earls and 230 viscounts, all of whom were his loyal servants, but after only 2 rounds, Ling Yun killed 6 earls and 100 viscounts. It can be said that as long as they fall down to deal with Ling Yun, they will all die without exception. For Ling Yun, what a tough record, what a heaven-defying performance. It can be called peerless coquettish, incomparably enchanting. However, Ling Yun was far from the only one who made His Excellency the Marquis in the air, terrified and furious. Seeing the unknown pierce in the eyes of His Excellency the Marquis, he was even more shocked, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. When the fireball transformed by the fire talisman started to burn, even the Marquis in the sky felt uncomfortable. He couldn't help flapping his wings, and flew higher. He narrowed his red eyes, and blocked them with his wings. The light emitted by the fireball. VODTW. But Pierce was so close to the 2 balls of fire, not only did he not get hurt, but he also acted calmly, without the reaction that a normal blood race should have, which made His Majesty the Marquis feel very sad. What Your Excellency the Marquis doesn't know is that Pierce and others, Ling Yun's 4 servants, are now not only not afraid of fire, but even the sun's rays have adapted, their eyes are purple, their bodies have already warmed up, and they are not afraid of sterling silver. Pierce and others have truly become the heads of the Blood Clan, and they are the heads of the 1st generation of Blood Clan. If he knew this, I am afraid that he would betray Grand Duke Dracula without hesitation, throw himself into Ling Yun's arms without hesitation, hug Ling Yun's thigh and wailed and begged, "Dear Lord Demon King, please give me a reborn first hug." Of course, His Majesty the Marquis doesn't know this yet, and even if he really knew, he would have to wait for his master, the Grand Duke Dracula, to raise his head. It's just the Earl. Your Excellency the Marquis saw through Pierce's rank at a glance. His eyes were fixed on Pierce below, and he said with envy and hatred, "If the Earl wants to be safe from fire, he must be of the purest royal blood. And you also need to use a powerful secret technique. If His Excellency the Marquis can fly lower than Ling Yun's longbow without fear, and can see that Pierce's eyes are purple, maybe he will understand a lot in his heart." Your Excellency the Marquis, look, I said it. The person below is the nemesis of our blood race. Should we call more people? Qin Jiangue waited for the Marquis to calm down for a while. He flapped his wings and leaned over, and asked the Marquis flatteringly. In the end, all I got was a cold snort from His Excellency the Marquis. If I bring so many servants, I can't even beat a small ancient warrior in Huaxia, how can I still have the right to meet my master? The prince is male, with 5 titles in the blood family. This Marquis is naturally one of the direct servants of the Grand Duke Dracula. Below, on a convex rock, with a radius of 1 zhang. It's all money, money. Ling Yun wiped out the enemy for the 2nd time. At this time, looking at the silver arrows stuck everywhere on the cliff, I finally felt distressed inevitably. Zheng. Ling Yun pulled the sterling silver arrow from the rock on the left side of the cave entrance, stared at the body of the dead Earl Bat on the arrow shaft, and remained silent. You blood race, if you die in bat form, won't you change back to human form after death? Ling Yun asked Pierce. Yes, boss, only those blood races without any level, who can't reach the Baron level, die after transforming, so they can't maintain the transformed state. Gradually transform into human form. How did you manage to turn such a huge behemoth into such a small bat? Ling Yun frowned and pondered. He also couldn't think of Qi Jia, so he simply broke the casserole and asked the bottom line. Dear boss, I don't understand this either. I can only say that this is the instinct of our blood race. It is also a secret method. We Westerners generally call it magic. Just like why people are human, why they eat when they are hungry is the same reason. Apart from instinct, Pierce, as a vampire, can't explain the reason for the ability of vampires. He knows it but doesn't know why. Why do people exist between heaven and earth, Where do they come from? Where do they go? Why do they die? Since ancient times, no one has been able to answer such questions. It's just pretending to justify itself. Instinct, magic. Ling Yun frowned slightly, but he wasn't surprised at all, because he knew that this was just a name for a strange ability of a race, just like the magical powers of a cultivator, and like the magic and illusion of a monster race, they were all strange abilities. The only difference is the name is different. When he was cultivating the great world, Ling Yun once inadvertently broke into a very vast place when he was cultivating in the nascent soul stage, and saw people with several pairs of wings. Those people called themselves angels, and each of them had very powerful. This is also the reason why Ling Yun didn't feel so strange after seeing that the blood race could grow wings, turn into bats, and possess all kinds of strange abilities, and was able to face reality instantly. It's interesting. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and used this sentence as a concluding remark. He didn't ask any more, because now is not the time to talk about these things. Ling Yun's body flickered, he withdrew the blood demon knife, and instantly received the space ring, then turned his head to look into the cave, and showed a bright smile to Chao Shanshan. Shanshan, didn't you scare you just now? This is a thunderstorm. There has been lightning and thunder in the sky. The rain is much smaller than before. The first wave of rain was very urgent and violent, but now there are only rain threads left, which can be called light rain at most. It is the first half of the night, and the sky is extremely dark. For Chao Shanshan's eyesight, this kind of darkness is no less than reaching out and not seeing 5 fingers. Therefore, although Ling Yun played brilliantly just now, it looked dangerous, but Chao Shanshan was hiding in the cave, saw almost nothing. I'm fine, I just feel cold and hot for a while. Ling Yun, you must be careful. Chao Shanshan smiled brightly at Ling Yun in the dark. Apart from worrying about Ling Yun, she was really not frightened. 3 months of nightmare and hellish experience had given Chao Shanshan nerves like steel. Fourth young master, you are really fierce. The old man watching is full of enthusiasm. Chao Shanshan's eyesight is not good, but Cui Lao, as a master of the 2nd floor of the congenital, can see everything clearly in such a dark night. He secretly transmits a voice and praises Ling Yun. It's a pity that the old slave's realm is low, and he can't help the 4th young master at all. I'm really ashamed. Cui Lao finished praising Ling Yun, and then heaved a long sigh. Cui Lao does not have the blood demon sword. He also doesn't have a dragon-marked sword. With his current strength, he can at most be on an equal footing with a blood baron. If he goes against these viscounts, Cui Lao will lose. This is not to say that the ancient warriors of China are not good at innate masters. After all, the blood clan has an immortal body, infinite strength, and speed like electricity. Moreover, the baron can fly, and the ordinary sword is cut on his body, and he will soon recover. This kind of ability, even a congenital master, can do nothing. Different from ordinary ancient warriors, Ling Yun can become the nemesis of the blood clan. This is because he has too many cards. The strength of the body? Ling Yun's great evolution and gathering star treasures. After training to the peak of the 2nd realm, the blood clan earl hit Ling Yun with his claws. It would be better to tickle him. Fight for speed? Ling Yun's phantom fish and dragon steps can now be transformed into 9, and even after absorbing a lot of innate energy last night, he can be transformed into 12. Within a range of 100 meters, it is almost like teleportation, where to hit. As for the strength, there is no need to fight. If Ling Yun exerts all his strength to fight against these blood clans, it is purely bullying. What's more, there is the demon sword of the underworld blood, the dragon sword, and the dark storm. These weapons cooperate with Ling Yun's terrifying moves, and if they hit the blood clan, it is like cutting tofu cubes, which is extremely easy. In addition to the 5th level fire spirit talisman, Yin and Yang infuriating, Yin and Yang divine eyes, and powerful divine sense. And that one, the golden longbow, the sterling silver arrow, that is enough to make any blood clan feel terrified. It's just a pity that Lingyun can't fly in the sky, otherwise, this battle would not be so troublesome at all. Don't worry, Mr. Chui, after a while, it will be fine. Lingyun knew what Chui Lao was thinking. He smiled lightly, and said in his heart that it will be fine when I start alchemy. As long as Lingyun starts alchemy, he can guarantee that everyone around him will be able to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. I dare not say that there is no pressure at all to reach the middle stage of the innate or break through the late stage of the innate. The enemy's reinforcements are about to arrive. I will rush out and kill for a while, and then we will leave here. The Count of the Blood Clan dared to rush within 2 meters around the fireball, which made Lingyun feel a little depressed, and he didn't want to fight from here again. Old Chui guards the entrance of the cave, and fires a fire talisman out every minute. Pierce will kill me. Boom. After Lingyun finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw a fire talisman, hitting the center of the convex rock, and at the same time jumped onto Pierce's back. Fly to the sky. Go and destroy those counts. Take the initiative. Pierce's wings fluttered, and he instantly flew Lingyun to a height of 100 meters, rushing straight towards the 17 earls. Soon, the 2 masters and servants came to an altitude of about 500 meters, with green mountains and green trees under their feet. OM. The bowstring sounded. Whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows fired. Lingyun stood on Pierce's back, bowed his bow unceremoniously, and shot at the 3 earls at the front. Pierce was flying too fast. His Excellency the Marquis was deploying the latest combat plan at this time. He never thought that Lingyun would dare to fight at a high altitude, and all the blood races could not react at all. It was only less than 100 meters away, and it was getting closer and closer. Lingyun shot such an arrow at the bat pile, how could one miss it? From the golden longbow cast, so far, this is the most ruthless arrow Lingyun has shot. Because in the high sky, he no longer has to worry about whether Chao Shanshan or Chui Lao can't stand it anymore. He took the yin-yang art of one qi to the extreme and poured all the cold pure yin qi into the 3 sterling silver arrows. The 3 icy sharp arrows penetrated the bodies of the 3 earls in the blink of an eye, but hardly slowed down, and each penetrated 2 blood race earls, which slowed down the speed of advance, and was panicked by the other blood race earls. Dodge. Kill 9 birds with 1 stone. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. There were several horrified, muffled groans in succession. The 3 coquettish arrows shot by Lingyun are very particular. The purpose of these 3 arrows is not to kill the enemy, but to severely injure the enemy. Therefore, the place he aimed at was not the vital point of any earl. The more the merrier. Therefore, Lingyun only pulled the bowstring once, but shot and wounded 9 blood counts. As we all know, earls are much stronger than viscounts, and they can naturally use more blood clan secrets. Therefore, their vitality, as well as their ability to save and escape, are unusually strong. Although Lingyun's arrow was shocking and enchanting, and the 3 sharp arrows were all made of sterling silver, and Lingyun was infused with the most powerful icy pure yin air, none of the earls were instantly killed by Lingyun on the spot. The blood race is afraid of sterling silver, just because sterling silver can pollute their bodies, causing their wounds to be unable to heal for a long time. In short, pure silver is to vampires what poison is to mortals, and that's probably what it means. It can't hurt the vital points such as the head and heart of the Earl of the Blood family, even if it is a pure silver arrow, it can't kill them instantly. However, although Lingyun failed to instantly kill the 9 blood counts, his goal was successfully achieved. What he wanted was the freezing effect. Not too much, for Lingyun, just a moment is enough. Because now, Lingyun is moving, and the speed is extremely fast. Rush over and kill. Lingyun succeeded in one strike, full of ambition, holding a golden longbow in his right hand, and the dark blood demon knife had already appeared on his left hand. During the process of Ling Yun's archery, Pierce's flying speed did not slow down at all, and he flew faster and faster. Pierce received a voice transmission from Ling Yun. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings quickly, and he arrived 100 meters away, directly crashing into the crowd of 9 blood counts. "Haha, come and take your lives." Ling Yun let out a long cry. Standing heroically on Pierce's back, he swung the jet-black dark blood knife wildly in his hand. The first 2 blood counts. The body has already been shot with 2 big holes by sterling silver arrows, and what frightened them the most was that their bodies, where the sharp arrow penetrated, were all frozen into ice slag by the extreme low temperature, and it was rapidly spreading to the periphery of the wound. Their bodies, with the arrow wound as the center, were densely packed with frozen cracks. Not to mention being frozen and unable to move, as long as they flap their wings desperately, they can feel their own bodies is becoming fragmented. The other 7 injured blood counts were no exception. They were also frightened and dumbfounded. They didn't even realize that they were falling rapidly in the air. This situation made them all feel horrified, the Marquis in the higher sky. Finally, I truly understood Ling Yun's terrifying methods. Puff. 2 huge heads with blue-faced fangs were chopped off by Ling Yun, but not a single drop of blood spattered out. The 2 earls whose bodies were separated could only watch their bodies fall rapidly with their terrified eyes open. "Kill you while you are sick." Pierce flapped his wings rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he shuttled back and forth around the 9 blood counts who were seriously injured. The dark blood demon knife in Ling Yun's hand also turned into a solid black knife screen. 1 knife at a time separated the corpses of the 9 counts and completely died. 8 more. Killing most of the opponent's main force in the blink of an eye, Ling Yun felt secretly refreshed, and his mind moved. The dark blood demon knife was put into the space ring, and at the same time, he bent his bow and set an arrow. Whizzing. 2 more sterling silver arrows were shot out, and the 2 blood counts who were closest to Ling Yun, who were desperately flapping their almost frozen wings to escape, were directly pierced by the arrows, and were killed by Ling Yun on the spot, falling into the sky. "There are 6 more, chase them." Although everyone is an earl, Pierce is already the veritable leader of the blood clan. Whether it is physical strength, or flying speed, he far exceeds these earl servants of His Excellency the Marquis, not to mention the remaining 6 earls on the other side. All of them were more or less attacked by the cold, and the speed was much slower than usual. With one strong and the other weak, Pierce easily caught up with another earl, and Ling Yuming's blood demon knife lightly swiped another person in seconds. The remaining 5 blood counts obviously survived longer and their abilities were stronger. After panicking at the beginning and flying away in all directions, they quickly calmed down and turned into black bats with very small targets. Dashing left and right in high altitude like lightning, not only preventing Ling Yun from catching up, but also preventing him from casting cold arrows suddenly. The direction of their flight is of course the blood viscounts gathered in the sky. They are their servants, who can stop Ling Yun for them and protect their lives. Servants, protect your master. Higher in the sky, His Excellency the Marquis, who had already been frightened out of his wits, immediately changed into the form of a little bat, and got into the bat pile composed of 130 viscounts early on, giving orders frantically. Magic knife. My God, that person's magic knife is really terrifying. It can cut our bodies so easily. It can be said that for the blood race below the Earl, compared with ordinary people, their biggest reliance is their amazing physical defense, infinite strength, lightning-like speed, and amazing resilience. But all of this is useless in front of the sky-defying Ling Yun and the invincible dark blood demon knife in his hands. They are no different from fish on the chopping board. Seeing the 5 earls getting into the crowd of bats, Ling Yun calmly smiled at Pierce and ordered, "Rush over there, and wait for me in the sky below the bat pile." Pierce was stunned for a while. This is more than 500 meters in the sky. Ling Yun is not standing on his back. However, Ling Yun is not afraid of those blood earls and viscounts, which does not mean that Pierce is not afraid. He has just been promoted to earl. With his current ability, as long as the other party comes to deal with him, 2 earls will be very difficult for him. As the saying goes, if an ant kills an elephant, everyone is of the same kind. If a dozen viscounts pounced on it together, Pierce would be beaten to a half mutilation even if he didn't die. "Boss, be careful." Pierce knew that Ling Yun was worried that he would be beaten up by the viscount of the opponent, and he was so moved that he almost raised his hands to wipe his tears. With his wings spread, he rushed to the black pile of bats. Kill. At this time, Ling Yun finally started to really show his power. When he was about 30 meters away from the bat pile, he used the Dian Juxing Ju to the extreme, and at the same time, he ran the Yin Yang Ju all over his body. On the right hand, on top of the left hand, is the magic sword, Dark Storm. With the Dark Storm in his left hand and the Blood Demon sword in his right hand, Ling Yun is wearing a black silkworm night clothes, masked in black. His eyes are like lightning. Lightly tap Pierce's back with his toes, and use the inertia of rushing to cast a phantom ichthyosaur in one step. He rushed into the pile of bats in an instant. "Although there are thousands of people, I will go." Ling Yun's aura exploded completely, like an unrivaled killing god. Pierce followed Ling Yun's instructions, and immediately after Ling Yun left his back, he swooped down quickly and came to a place more than 100 meters below the pile of bats. He was careful to prevent Ling Yun from falling from the sky. Of course Ling Yun will not fall. The current Ling Yun, because his dantian has been cultivated to a great degree, the yin and yang zhenqi in his body is as powerful as the sea, majestic and thick, and continuously flowing, which makes his body as light as a feather. The current Ling Yun, if he stretches it with all his strength, he can jump in a straight line to a height of nearly 100 meters, and if he uses it vertically, he can jump hundreds of meters away, which can be regarded as gliding. Even though he was at an altitude of 500 meters, as long as Ling Yun had some leverage, he could still jump back and forth like lightning, without any possibility of falling. So, is there anything Ling Yun can leverage on? The answer is obvious. The corpses of every blood race he killed are places where Ling Yun can draw on. Tigers join the sheep. Ling Yun broke into the pile of bats alone, as if he had entered a no-man's land. The sword swung wildly, and the magic sword Dark Storm and Dark Blood Demon knife turned into a black sword curtain and a black knife curtain, sweeping a large area. Gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Chi 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 chi. The sound of Ling Yun swinging the sword, the sound of the magic sword and magic knife, cutting off the Blood Clan's body, as well as the muffled groans and screams of the Blood Clan viscounts dying, were endless and rang out one after another. The scariest thing is not only the magic knife and magic sword in Ling Yun's hands, but where Ling Yun passes by, with him as the center and within a spherical range, with a radius of 10 meters, every bat is shrouded in extremely low temperature, freezing. His body was so stiff and his consciousness was blurred that he couldn't even move, let alone run away. As long as they don't fly away immediately, they all become lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and then they become Ling Yun's dead souls. Ling Yun stopped talking and concentrated on killing the enemy. This time he took the initiative to attack, which can be regarded as a surprise, which is equivalent to a sneak attack. Naturally, he killed as many as possible in this battle. However, the consumption of such a style of play is absolutely astonishing, because Ling Yun needs to run the Diyan Gathering Star Treasure at all times to defend himself, and also run a Yin Yang Ju to ensure that the cold pure Yin Qi covers a radius of 10 meters around his body. In addition, he had to find an unlucky stepping stone to step on his body to make sure he didn't fall into the air when he took a breath. Of course, you have to keep waving the magic sword and magic knife in your hand, desperately hurting the enemy. All in one mind. 63. 76. 85. Ling Yun shuttled back and forth among the bats like lightning. The dark storm and the dark blood demon knife in his hand harvested the lives of the blood clans in pieces. It only took 7 or 8 round trips, and more than 80 blood clan bats were killed in xuanhuan. The devil, he's definitely a devil. His Excellency the Marquis saw Ling Yun, the unrivaled killer, harvesting the lives of a large number of his servants so easily in the sky, he was completely stunned. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Directly below the pile of bats. Pierce listened to the shrieking screams from the bat pile above him with a face full of shock, and quickly flapped his wings with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters, quickly dodging the rain of black chunks of meat falling from the sky. Ling Yun's servant, he couldn't help but feel terrified. What a madness, what a horror, what a massacre. If Satan sees this scene, he will definitely be sad. Although Pierce is already a mutated vampire and Ling Yun's absolutely loyal servant, seeing so many vampires being killed, it is inevitable that he will feel a kind of grief called rabbit dead fox. Feel. It's a long story, but it's actually just a moment. From the time Ling Yun jumped off Pierce's back to now, it's only a few tens of seconds, not even a minute. 91. 93. 94. Finally, dozens of blood clans who were far away from Ling Yun, under the mad order of His Excellency the Marquis, fled in all directions and flew 100 meters away from Ling Yun. Every time Ling Yun borrowed strength, it became extremely difficult, because although he was fast, the flying speed of the bat was not slow. Once he concentrated on escaping, with the strength Ling Yun borrowed from stepping on the bat's corpse, it was impossible to catch up. Where the pile of bats was just now, within a radius of 100 meters, there were no more bats. Ling Yun had no way to rely on his strength, and his figure began to plummet. High in the sky, His Excellency the Marquis in the distance finally seized the opportunity. He frantically yelled at the 5 Earl's servants beside him, "Don't worry about that lunatic, you 4, divide into 2 groups, and go to kill that damned Pierce in 1 group. Even if you die, you can't let him pick up that lunatic. I want to watch him fall to death with my own eyes." Demon Sword, Dark Storm, damn it, how could the Demon Sword Dark Storm be in the hands of that devil? His Excellency the Marquis, what a vision. Of course, he recognized the magic weapon of the blood race at a glance. Another group follow me. The brigade brought by His Excellency the Marquis only took 3 rounds, and was killed by Ling Yun. There were 23 earls, and now there are only 230 viscounts left. Now there were only the poor 36 left, and he was completely furious. Finally decided to do it myself. Your Excellency the Marquis is very capable of seizing opportunities. The timing of his shot can be said to be just right. Of course, the 2 earls were also frightened and terrified at this time, and the 7 orifices were full of smoke. They never dreamed that a human being could kill them, the noble blood earls and viscounts, as nothing. They immediately took orders to stop Pierce with 10 viscounts. His eyes were full of determination to die, and he decided to stop Pierce no matter what, let Ling Yun fall to the ground, and fell to his death. And His Excellency the Marquis, with the other 3 earls and the remaining 26 blood viscounts, flew madly towards the cave below. Go catch Chao Shanshan. Low and far away. Pierce saw Ling Yun's figure falling rapidly from a distance, immediately flapped his wings, and flew towards Ling Yun. Catching Ling Yun at all costs is Pierce's biggest task right now. The sound of the wind fills the ears. Ling Yun's figure began to fall. The road is north-south. At this time, Ling Yun's position is on the west side of the road, on the west side of the cliff on the west side of the road. Unfortunately, behind the cliff is a deep valley. Seen from the ground, Ling Yun fell from a height of 500 meters. That cliff was also nearly 400 meters high. If Ling Yun was directly below the top of that cliff, he didn't need Pierce to catch him at all. 300 meters away. It was originally at an altitude of 500 meters, and there is still an unknown deep valley below. Even Ling Yun, who has amazing defensive power, if he really wants to fall, he will have to fall all over the place. Moreover, Ling Yun has already tried his best now, he couldn't fly at all, killing 94 blood clans with all his strength in midair. Even the god of war is exhausted, so now, he can only count on Pierce to come and catch him. Brush. Pierce has already exerted his strength, and the speed of flapping his wings has reached the limit, like an arrow off the string, shooting straight towards Ling Yun. Humph, bold traitor, want to catch your master, dreaming. The two earls roared angrily, leading 10 viscounts, rushed between Ling Yun and Pierce in an instant, blocked Pierce's path, and prevented him from approaching Ling Yun. Pierce in a hurry. Boom bang. During the rapid flight, Pierce swung 2 punches violently, directly smashing the 2 viscounts who were standing in front of him into the air. With a flash of his figure, he bypassed the other blood races and flew towards Ling Yun again. It's not that easy. This time it was the 2 earls who rushed over. Their speed was not much slower than Pierce. Pierce was stopped by the 2 viscounts, and his figure slowed down. Sun was stopped straight. At the same time, His Excellency the Marquis, leading 3 earls and 26 viscounts, was flying towards the cave like a moth to a flame. At the same time, 3 parties were attacked. Chao Shanshan and Chui Lao in the cave are dangerous, Pierce is dangerous, and Ling Yun is even more dangerous. Bad. Ling Yun, who fell rapidly, saw the situation, and immediately became anxious, thinking that this time it was really a big game. How long would it take to free fall from a height of 500 meters? If the air resistance is not calculated, it will land in about 10 seconds. If the air resistance is included, the falling time will be more than 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds. Everything happened in a flash, ordinary people can't even react. Now, Ling Yun is completely passive, but it's useless for him to be anxious, because under such a fast falling speed, Ling Yun can't even perform Void Walk. If you want to perform Void Walk, you must be well prepared when you take off. It is impossible to perform Void Walk in midair without any leverage. If you can do that, it is not light work, but fundamental. Will fly. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Ling Yun heard 3 explosions from the direction of the cave, and Chui Lao felt the danger. He shot 3 fire talismans in one breath. Ling Yun only glanced at it, and felt a little relieved. Chui Lao had experienced several life and death battles, and his combat experience was really good. Ling Yun could only pray that Mr. Chui could hold on for a while longer, and at the same time, his thoughts turned and he tried his best to think of a way. Such a height can only be achieved by falling. It is absolutely impossible for Ling Yun to fall to his death, after all, he has the body protection of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju. It is estimated that with the cover of the trees below, it is difficult to even get injured, but what Ling Yun cares about now is not getting hurt, but what he cares about is time. Who knows that His Majesty the Marquis has some kind of secret magic ability of the Blood Clan. If he can endure the burning and destroy the flames on the ledge, then Chao Shanshan will definitely be arrested, and Chui Lao will definitely be instantly killed by those viscounts. Ling Yun's awesomeness is really awesome, he is so fierce and ferocious. But the awesome sequelae were also terrifying, which made him feel a kind of ballsy sadness. Pierce shouted again and again, roaring angrily, his figure was like lightning, dashing left and right, but he couldn't get out of the encirclement circle of 2 earls and 10 viscounts. Even Pierce turned into a bat. Still unable to break through the opponent's siege, this time the opponent really tried their best to make Ling Yun fall to his death. And in just 2 or 3 seconds, Ling Yun had fallen nearly 100 meters, and had already landed below Pierce. As the Earl of the Blood Clan, Pierce is useless even if he is invisible. Because the two Earls could see him. Pierce's eyes were full of purple, and he no longer maintained the shape of a bat, but suddenly transformed back, let out a stern roar, raised his hands together, and shot blood arrows at the 6 viscounts who blocked him in front of him. Just by virtue of strength. It is very difficult for the Earl to kill or seriously injure the Viscount in a short period of time, and he must use secret methods. However, if the blood race uses the secret method, it must pay the price of blood, and use the blood in their body to perform it. The 6 Viscounts were injured by blood arrows, and their movements became extremely slow, and they could no longer keep up with Pierce's speed. Bang bang. Another overbearing and fierce 2 punches with all his strength. Pierce sent the 2 Viscounts flying away, but at this moment, the other 2 counts also transformed and flew behind him, for huge fists slammed on the ground viciously. Pierce is back. Bang 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 bang. Pierce's tall figure was knocked into the air, almost fell into the air, but he didn't care about himself, transformed into a bat again, and rushed towards Ling Yun below. However, Ling Yun's falling figure kept accelerating, and Pierce flew straight down. He was already injured, and it was difficult to catch up with Ling Yun's falling speed, and the 2 nasty Earls came up close to him like tarsal bones. Maggots. What to do? Ling Yun is in a hurry. At this critical moment, Ling Yun suddenly smiled. Damn, why did you forget such an important magic weapon? It's a life-saving magic weapon. I saw the extremely coquettish brother Yun, in the rapid fall, took a deep breath, trying to make his body lighter, and then lighter. Then, with a thought, a very ordinary thing appeared on his left hand, an umbrella. Without even thinking about it, Ling Yun suddenly opened the umbrella. Clatter. The umbrella was fully opened, and it turned into a cute parachute in an instant, which slowed down the speed of Ling Yun's fall in an instant. Ordinarily, at such a fast falling speed, even if an umbrella is successfully opened, the top of the umbrella will be blown away by the strong wind caused by the speed, and it is difficult to bear the weight of an 80-kilogram person. But Ling Yun is not a mortal, he can do light work, as long as he slows down, it is enough. Umbrella, umbrella, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Holding the handle of the umbrella, Ling Yun hummed a few times in an extremely coquettish manner, and then began to transmit the voice to Pierce. Dear Earl Pierce, I have already seen your loyalty to me. Now, you don't have to worry about me. Hurry up to the entrance of the cave and support those blood clans. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun pulled his left hand down vigorously, and at the same time took a deep breath, let go, and turned his body upside down. Ling Yun landed lightly on the top of the umbrella, stepped on his feet hard, his body was like a shooting star, and shot towards the cliff 200 meters away. P.S. This chapter has been revised. According to the free fall formula, the gravitational acceleration is multiplied by the square of time and then divided by 2. Therefore, Brother Yun fell from a height of 500 meters, and it took more than 10 seconds for him to fall. Overjoyed, Pierce immediately spread his wings and flew away, turned around and shot towards the stone cave on the other side of the road. Ling Yun jumped more than 200 meters in the air, and easily stood on a rock on the cliff. The 12 blood clans originally thought that Ling Yun would fall to his death, but when they saw a life-saving umbrella miraculously appeared in Ling Yun's hand, they were all dumbfounded. Where did Ling Yun's umbrella come from? Of course, Ling Yun couldn't have conjured it out of thin air. He is safe from water and fire now, and he doesn't need to bring an umbrella. This umbrella was brought to Ling Yun by Mr. Cui. When he left Yunming Mountain, Ling Yun put Chao Shanshan into the car. The umbrella was conveniently put into the space ring by him habitually. Copy address access. It has to be said that Ling Yun has a good habit. Hey, life, the ups and downs of life are so sudden. Ling Yun, who was leaning on the rock of the cliff, hooked his hands at the 12 blood races who were completely dumbfounded, and then used his feet hard to perform the phantom fish dragon step, and rushed to the top of the cliff with a few vertical leaps. "I'll rub your uncle." Ling Yun rushed to the top of the mountain on the west side of the road, and the scene on the cliff and ledge on the opposite side immediately made him furious. Ling Yun thought of a way to save his life in the extreme crisis, and when he took out his umbrella, His Excellency the Marquis, with 3 earls and 26 blood viscounts, just flew to the east side of the road and came to the top of the cave. Smash the flames with stones. For any flame to burn, it needs space. Without a burning space, no flame can continue to burn. The same is true for the flame formed by the fire talisman. The first method that His Excellency the Marquis thought of to deal with the flames was very simple and effective, that is to hit them with stones. Your Excellency the Marquis is wise. Qin Jiangui, who is as cunning as a fox, has long known Ling Yun's strength. In his eyes, Ling Yun is synonymous with danger and nemesis, so he is elusive. He kept hiding from Ling Yun, and when he saw that Ling Yun had nowhere to use his strength and fell into the air, he knew that the real opportunity had come. He even flew over earlier than the Marquis and other blood races. The battle just now made Qin Jiangui fully realize that the gap between him and Ling Yun is really too big. With his current strength, he wants to deal with Ling Yun. It's just wishful thinking, daydreaming. Therefore, the biggest extravagant hope of this kid right now is to find a way to snatch Chao Shanshan back while Ling Yun is too busy to take care of himself, and then immediately run away under the protection of these blood clans, and when he successfully sucks Chao Shanshan's blood, his strength will increase again. Let's talk about the big steps. It can be said that Qin Jiangui thought beautifully. And he also saw the hope of success, but, if this plan wants to succeed, he is not the one who has the final say. Qin Jiangui accepted the first embrace and became a blood clan. While he obtained all the powerful abilities of the blood clan, he also possessed all the weaknesses of the blood clan. Afraid of the sun. Fear of fire, fear of pure silver, these are the most fatal weaknesses of the current Qin Jiangui, so when he flew to the east side of the road, he was also completely dumbfounded when he saw that the entire convex rock was completely enveloped by a large group of flames. Now, Mr. Cui has at least 20 fire talismans on the convex rock outside the cave at one time, turning the entire convex rock into a wall of fire. 1 minute, as long as you can hold on for 1 minute. Cui Lao firmly believed. The fourth young master Ling Yun will definitely not be thrown to death as the blood clan wished. The only thing he has to do is to persevere and wait for the fourth young master to come to rescue. However, this persistence is also a kind of torment. All the talismans made by Ling Yun will not cause any harm or influence to the person who uses the talismans. When Mr. Cui plays the fire talisman will naturally not harm Mr. Cui. But Mr. Cui is not the only one in the cave. There is also an ordinary person who does not know any exercises, Chao Shanshan. The flames of the 5th level fire talismans are thousands of degrees high, and a dozen of them are fired together, turning the outside of the cave into a wall of fire. The heat released by these flames is absolutely astonishing. The stone cave that Ling Yun dug hastily was only 2 meters deep. That is to say, even if Chao Shanshan hid in the innermost part of the cave, she would still have to endure the scorching heat of the fire. More than a dozen fire talismans were fired at the same time, and they all turned into flames. In just an instant, Chao Shanshan couldn't bear it anymore. Too hot. This situation is like a worker not wearing any protective clothing, standing next to the steel melting boiler in a steel factory, only 1 step away from the molten iron in the full boiler. Originally, Mr. Cui only played 16 fire talismans, and used his palm to hit the outer edge of the convex rock. He wanted Chao Shanshan to play a few more fire talismans to block the entrance of the cave where they were. In this case, the closest to the cave, the heat released by the flames would not affect Chao Shanshan. If it were Cui Lao who could bear it, he would naturally be able to bear it with his innate cultivation at the peak of the second floor. But when the 16 flames were burning at the same time, Chao Shanshan even had difficulty breathing, let alone throwing the fire talisman at the entrance of the cave. A piece of talisman is actually a palm-sized piece of yellow paper, so soft that ordinary people can't even throw it half a meter away. However, the enemy was close at hand, and Ling Yun fell behind the opposite cliff. Because he was blocked by the cliff, he had no idea what Ling Yun was facing, but the enemy had already killed him, so he could only defend desperately. Cui Lao knew that as long as one of these blood races could rush into the cave, he would surely die, and Chao Shanshan would also be captured. Miss Shanshan, you need to be patient for a while. Elder Cui had no choice but to play 5 fire talismans, letting the flames seal the entire hole, preventing the blood race from rushing in. Then, Mr. Cui silently blocked the entrance of the cave, forming a second defensive barrier, and at the same time, tried his best to resist the terrifying high temperature for Chao Shanshan. In this way, this protruding rock and stone cave on the cliff seemed to become a flame hole. The raging fire frightened all the vampires who wanted to rush in, and also scorched Elder Cui and Chao Shanshan. Such a terrifying wall of fire and the resulting high temperature are absolutely fatal to the vampires. Even the Earl dare not approach within 50 meters of the cave. Bang 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 bang. Stone chips flew, sparks flew, and the entire convex rock and cave were violently shaken again. The Earl and Viscount of the Blood Clan, under the order of His Excellency the Marquis, finally started throwing stones on the ledge. Each boulder is about half a meter square, and the smallest and lightest one weighs more than 100 caddies. Under the throwing of dozens of blood races, it fell like a torrential rain. It worked. Because the distance was too far, most of the stones did not hit the convex rock. After all, this is a throw, which requires a very precise aim, but there are too many enemies. Nearly 30 powerful vampires. Throwing stones down from the air together, no matter how far away. There are always a few people who can hit the convex rock. In a short period of time, the blood race completed 2 waves of throwing. At least a dozen boulders fell on the convex rock, and the flames were instantly extinguished, leaving only a few sporadic flames. Hard to stop Earl. Swipe. In the violent shock, Mr. Cui remained calm and calmly dealt with it, and decisively played 7 or 8 more fire talismans. The flame immediately burned again. Naturally, the Blood Clan kept throwing boulders non-stop, and the 2 sides started a tug-of-war. The convex rock was soon filled with rocks, and it was thickening at a frightening speed, and it was thickening again, and it was about to bury the entire entrance of the cave. Rush! His Excellency the Marquis saw that the time was almost up, and immediately ordered. Let 10 blood viscounts rush over, to serve as cannon fodder. At the same time, he told the 3 earls to get ready to go into the cave to catch people. Ling Yun rushed up to the top of the cliff, and what he saw was exactly this critical scene. Humph! Courting death. Ling Yun yelled violently, holding the golden longbow in his hand, and 3 sterling silver arrows were placed on the bowstring, and they were drawn to the full bow at once. He unceremoniously aimed at the Marquis His Excellency. Whoosh whoosh. Letting go, the bowstring vibrated, and 3 arrows were fired, all aimed at the Marquis. Shoot people first, shoot horses, catch thieves first, and capture kings first. If Ling Yun wanted to rush over now, it must be too late, he could only kill the leader of the opponent first. At the very least, they must disrupt their positions, and the Marquis cannot be allowed to command anymore. The Marquis's ability to command and fight is really formidable, and his ability to grasp the opportunity of battle is really too strong. Although Your Excellency the Marquis, in order to prevent Ling Yun from attacking him, he has always turned into a bat, but now Ling Yun can easily find him. All blood races have red eyes, only Lord Marquis. Marquis is definitely not a vegetarian. When he saw Ling Yun appearing on the top of the cliff, he immediately knew that his plan to make Ling Yun fall alive had failed. When he saw the golden longbow appearing in Ling Yun's hand again, he instinctively sensed the danger. With a sound of puff, His Excellency the Marquis burst out a cloud of blood mist, became invisible in the crisis, and at the same time flew away desperately, trying to escape from the original place. But even so, he still couldn't match the speed of Ling Yun's sharp arrows. He only dodged 2 of Ling Yun's arrows, and was shot in the bats but by 1 of Ling Yun's arrows. Ah! Your Excellency the Marquis was hit by the silver arrow, and immediately escaped from the invisible state, turning into a humanoid bird. There is a pure silver arrow sticking out of his ass. The chrysanthemum is incomplete, and the buttocks are full of injuries. Laugh. His Excellency the Marquis didn't stop. While flying without any trajectory to prevent Ling Yun from attacking him again, he desperately pulled out the sterling silver arrow on his buttocks. Time was running out just now. Ling Yun had just narrowly escaped death, and he didn't have time to infuse the cold air into the arrow, otherwise, the arrow just now, His Excellency the Marquis would definitely not only be full of bruises, but a burst of chrysanthemums plus 9 layers of fire and ice. God! A huge black shadow pierced the night sky and shot towards the surrounding area, and Pierce just happened to rush back. Although he mutated, he didn't dare to jump into the flames, so he could only try his best to stop the 10 Viscount cannon fodder. Do it. Go into the hole and catch people. The Marquis was flying, still not forgetting to command the 3 earls crazily. The victory or defeat is at this moment. Seeing that their master was injured, the 3 counts wanted to protect him first, but after hearing the order, they immediately shot towards the entrance of the cave recklessly. An extremely critical moment. Ling Yun took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and shouted violently, "Hey!" The sound was like a tiger roaring and a dragon chant, extremely loud and deafening, like a heavy hammer, hitting the eardrums of every blood race. Shenlong Xiao. To be continued. P.S. If you think this chapter is exciting enough, please vote for the monthly recommendation ticket and various votes for support. All the chapters today are wonderful. Ben from Reading Net. Shenlong Xiao is a sonic attack. Sonic attack is also a very powerful attack force. How powerful is the power of sound? Workers who have been working in rumbling workshops for a long time and people who live near airports can answer the question, and they have the most say. Ling Yun's Shenlong roar is a sonic technique that is more powerful than the Buddhist lion's roar. It can not only attack people's eardrums, but with the improvement of Ling Yun's realm, it can also attack the enemy's spiritual consciousness in the future. The state is not as good as Ling Yun's, and it is very common to be stunned by Ling Yun's Shenlong Xiao. Therefore, when Ling Yun, who was at the peak of the 9th level of physical training, roared with all his strength, the opponent's more than 40 blood clans, including Qin Jiangui, were all stunned, and their respective figures and movements froze at the same time. What Ling Yun wants is this effect. Hum. Whoosh whoosh. That loud shout was still echoing repeatedly in the valley. Ling Yun had already pulled the bowstring and shot 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows were aimed at the 3 earls who were stuck in the air, all aimed at their vital points. 3 sterling silver arrows passed through a distance of almost 500 meters, penetrated the wings of the 3 blood counts, and shot at the vital parts of the 3 counts' bodies. A cold arrow pierced through the blood earl's shoulder, piercing obliquely into his heart. An arrow pierced through the ear of a blood count, piercing the earl's neck obliquely, and one of them directly sank into the head of the blood count. This time, Ling Yun poured icy cold air into the body of the arrow. Although he was standing on the top of the 400-meter-high mountain, too far away from the cave below the opposite cliff, he was condescending this time. The horizontal distance between the 2 cliffs, even at the top of the 400-meter mountain, is only 100 meters away. The effective range of the golden longbow is originally within 1,000 meters, and Ling Yun is condescending. Taking up all the terrain, the speed of the arrow will only get faster and faster, not to mention that he used Shenlongxiu first. Therefore, before the 3 blood counts recovered from Shenlongjiao's attack, they were instantly killed by Ling Yun on the spot, and their cold, stiff and huge bodies were tilted. Fell into the deep ravine below. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun's divine dragon howls. Needless to say, the impact and damage on the enemy. But under his exquisite control, he didn't hurt Chao Shanshan and Cui Lao and the others at all, let alone Pierce. Although he was slightly injured, he was extremely brave and rushed directly into the 10 viscounts. In the pile, the beatings started against them. This is a life-saving roar, this is a life-saving arrow. With Ling Yun playing all his cards, Sherdong's crisis finally eased slightly. Brush. Ling Yun tapped his toes to the ground. Exercising the phantom fish dragon step, he leaped over the road in a flash, and came to the cliff on the east side, stretched his figure again, and drifted obliquely towards the convex rock. Boom. When he was more than 20 meters away from the convex rock, Ling Yun stretched out both palms, and the fierce wind was blown out from his palms. All the stones that the Blood clan dropped on the convex rock were swept off the cliff, and then fell steadily on the convex rock. Shanshan, Mr. Cui, are you all right? Ling Yun stood still, and immediately swept his consciousness, and found that Chao Shanshan and Cui Lao were all fine. My heart suddenly settled. I'm fine. Although it was only less than a minute, Chao Shanshan's lips were already chapped by the fire. Fourth young master, you were really too bold just now, you scared this old slave to death. Cui Lao said with lingering fear. Ling Yun is too tough, flying to an altitude of more than 500 meters to kill flying blood clans. This kind of coquettishness is so arrogant that it is absolutely unprecedented. No one came after. Mr. Cui is worried. Ling Yun smiled slightly, holding a golden longbow, and raised his eyes to sweep slightly. There are 39 more, plus 1 Qinjiangui. Now that the battle has been fought on Qinjiangui's side, there are still His Excellency the Marquis with a chrysanthemum, 2 blood earls, and 36 blood viscounts. On Ling Yan's side, although the extremely thrilling scene was just now, except for Pierce's slight injuries, he was almost unscathed. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yun stood proudly on the protruding rock, and he started to do whatever he wanted. In a short 10 seconds, he pulled the bowstring 4 times. Every time the bowstring is pulled, 3 icy sharp arrows will be shot out, and at the same time, 3 viscounts will be instantly killed by Ling Yun. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the dozen or so blood viscounts that Pierce wounded successively. After being hit by Pierce's blood arrows and fists, their movements became extremely slow, which allowed Ling Yun to shoot them to death effortlessly. Ling Yun let go of his powerful divine sense, and at the same time casting Yang divine eyes, any blood race could not hide under his eyes, and he ejaculated very happily. 1 arrow at a time, constantly harvesting the lives of the blood race. At this time, His Excellency the Marquis had already flown to the top of the cliff on the east side, clutching his buttocks that could not recover, and furious. Satan, why does that devil have so many pure silver arrows? Where did he get them from? How did that devil break the invisibility of our blood race? His golden longbow, his black magic knife, and his magic sword Dark Storm, why can they appear out of thin air and disappear in an instant? Why can they shoot such terrifying and high-temperature flames? Why can his arrows be so accurate? This is the night is the world of our blood race. No one can answer the poor Lord Marquis, only the rumbling thunder and the torrential rain pouring down again. The thunderstorm is coming again. Click. A silver lightning in the shape of a dragon tore through the dark night sky, and a thunderclap exploded in the sky. In an instant, the entire night was as bright as day. His Excellency the Marquis shrank his neck instinctively, and tightly closed his red eyes. The answer to whether the blood race is afraid of thunder and lightning is obvious. Of course they are afraid, more afraid than flames. This is the most masculine and powerful force of thunder and lightning in the world. Within 2 minutes, Ling Yin shot and killed a total of 23 blood viscounts. Among them, the 10 viscounts who had blocked Pierce and the 10 viscounts who wanted to clear the way for the 3 counts were all killed in a flash. None escaped. Now, as long as the arrows can reach, there will be no blood race again. Ling Yin finally stopped, and put away the golden longbow gracefully. In this battle, Ling Yin achieved a strong record, which can only be described as brilliant and against the sky. He is very satisfied with the absolute strength he has shown. Hey, it's a pity I can't fly. This is the only fly in the ointment. If Ling Yin could fly, it wouldn't take so long, he would have killed all these blood races long ago. Fortunately, I absorbed the innate qi of 2 innate masters last night. Otherwise, the yin and yang qi in my body would have been exhausted long ago. Up to now, the yin and yang qi in Ling Yin's body is still flowing endlessly. The battle just now only cost him a small half of the qi. As for the spirit energy, he can't use it at all. The feeling of being an upstart is really not ordinary. Call. Ling Yin exhaled a long breath, flew into the cave, and immediately hugged Chao Shanshan. We must leave here quickly. Since Ling Yin can't fly, and he still needs to protect the safety of Chao Shanshan and Cui Lao, it is impossible to kill all the blood clans under such circumstances. There were so many people in the first wave of people Chen Jiangui recruited, with such strength, Ling Yin would never think that the matter would end so easily. Fourth young master, where are we going? It's impossible to go back the same way, we go straight up the cliff from here, and then head east all the way to the direction of Miyun Reservoir. On the east side of the highway, there are continuous mountains and mountains, which is the way of Ling Yin. Among the mountains, there are dense jungles covering them, and there are caves, streams, valleys, and cliffs everywhere. As long as Ling Yin gets into the mountains, Ling Yin can easily deal with the enemy, no matter how powerful he is against any enemy. Walk. Ling Yin held Chao Shanshan's soft waist with his right hand, and held the dark blood demon knife in his left hand, flying up Pierce's back. Pierce flapped his wings suddenly, and his figure immediately soared into the sky, shooting high into the sky like an arrow. Elder Cui held the knife in one hand, performed lightness kung fu, leaped rapidly on the cliff, and followed Ling Yin closely. Heavy rain. When Ling Yin stood on Pierce's back and suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain, His Excellency the Marquis and his remaining 15 followers were all stunned. Oh, shit, why is he here again? His Excellency the Marquis was really terrified of being killed by Ling Yin this time. It is absolutely impossible to complete the task assigned to him by the Grand Duke Dracula. His priority now is to save his own life. Haha, rush into the crowd. Ling Yin laughed wildly, and directly ordered Pierce. Pierce was also unequivocal, and rushed straight to His Excellency the Marquis. Woo! In Ling Yin's left hand, the dark blood demon knife swung wildly, and the knife gang turned into a black knife curtain all over the sky, and swept towards the dozen or so blood viscounts in front of him. Chi 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 chi. The dark blood demon knife cut off the bodies of 3 blood viscounts in an instant, and killed 3 more in a flash. Run away. His Excellency the Marquis ordered decisively, turned into a bat and shot directly into the sky, and disappeared in the rain in the blink of an eye. Chen Jiangui, take your life. Ling Yin was bluffing, and he slashed at the distraught Chen Jiangui. It was just a movement. Chen Jiangui was terrified, and flew away with a voice of awe, not daring to meet Ling Yin face to face. Hey hey! Scare the enemy. Seeing that Elder Cui had rushed up the cliff, Ling Yin stopped chasing the enemy, and directly called Elder Cui to climb onto Pierce's back. Fly to the east, don't fly too high, fly close to the treetops. Pierce thought Elder Cui would be heavy, but when Elder Cui jumped up, he found that both Ling Yun and Elder Cui were as light as a feather, and he was only bearing the weight of Chao Shanshan alone. Yes, boss. Pierce spread his wings and shot towards the east, to be continued. Little blood race, that's all. Ling Yun's arrogant and provocative voice reached His Excellency the Marquis far away, causing His Majesty the Marquis, whose chrysanthemum was already disabled, to tighten and tighten his chrysanthemum, and his face suddenly turned pale. Seeing the figures of Ling Yun and others shooting towards the east quickly, a very difficult choice was placed in front of His Excellency the Marquis. Copy address access. To chase, or not to chase? Your Excellency the Marquis brought 23 earls and 230 viscounts over this trip, but now, only 2 earls and 10 viscounts were left to be killed by Ling Yun. Counting all the fighting time, it was only half an hour. This made His Excellency the Marquis feel like a dream. He couldn't believe it at all. Ling Yun is really too fierce and too ruthless. Your Excellency the Marquis fully understands that even if he goes out to fight in person and fights Ling Yun in close quarters, even if he uses all the secret techniques of the Marquis of the Blood Race, he will still die. There is no way. Ling Yun's dark blood demon saber is too domineering, not to mention the body of the Marquis. Even the Grand Duke Dracula himself can't resist Ling Yun's knife. What's more, Ling Yun still has the nightmare of the blood race in his hands, the magic sword Darkstorm. At this time, Qin Jiangui was quietly floating not far from His Excellency the Marquis, with a pair of dark and narrow eyes flickering with coldness, and he was thinking rapidly. Whether it's the 29 bastard blood races he fooled back from the United States, or these blood races sent by the Grand Duke Dracula, these blood races, no matter how much they die, Qin Jiangui will not feel sorry for them. He can't wait for Ling Yun and these blood races. His hatred is getting deeper and deeper. In this case, it will only be more beneficial to him and the entire Qin family. Qin Jiangui was thinking about another question. Fourth young master? Which family in the capital has such an awesome fourth young master? When Ling Yun fell back to the convex rock, Mr. Cui was so excited that he once called out the fourth young master, forgetting to use sound transmission to enter secrets. Although the voice was not very loud, Qin Jiangui, who was on the 6th floor of Xiantian, heard it seriously. Qin Jiangui knew that this powerful and mysterious enemy was obviously not from the Long family, because no matter how powerful the Long family was, they seldom acted masked. They don't like to hide their identities. They don't have to. Could it be the mysterious fourth young master of the Yi family? But this is even more impossible. The fourth young master of the Yi family, a heavenly genius, has always had his eyes above the top, only obsessed with cultivation and fighting, and doesn't bother to care about China's secular power struggles, so he doesn't care which family is in power, or which family is destroyed. Get rid of such boring things. However, apart from the Long family and the Yi family, which family's descendants are there in the capital? Possess such heaven-defying strength? How could one person single out hundreds of blood races and leave so gracefully and calmly in the end? And this is not the most critical question. The most crucial question is, why did this mysterious master help the Chao family and save Chao Shanshan? He also saved the second master of the Ling family, Ling Yu. It was as if a thunderbolt sounded in Qin Jiangui's mind. This made him terrified, and he felt a sudden flash of light in his mind, but he was full of clues, and he couldn't figure out exactly who Ling Yun was, and which party he was helping. You too. Take them and chase after me. His Excellency the Marquis clutched the injured part of his butt in great pain, and finally made a decision through gritted teeth. He asked the 2 earls and all the viscounts to follow Ling Yun from high altitude. Although he was terrified of being killed by Ling Yun, he couldn't beat him. Ling Yun cannot be allowed to escape so easily, otherwise, His Excellency the Marquis suffered such heavy casualties that he would not be able to explain to Grand Duke Dracula at all. The 2 earls and 10 viscounts silently led away, all transformed into bats, and flew into the eastern rain. Respected Your Excellency the Marquis, in my opinion, why don't we send reinforcements? Although the masked man killed many of us, he must have exhausted his strength now, otherwise, he would not have escaped. Qin Jiangui was respectful and flattering, but he was not without malice in his heart, and offered advice to His Excellency the Marquis extremely viciously. Humph! His Excellency the Marquis was extremely annoyed. When he met Qin Jiangui just now, he said that he would let Qin Jiangui wait to watch a good show, but in the end, Qin Jiangui watched the good show in which he was killed by the other party. He was so ashamed. For the vampires who can perform the first embrace, their servants can indeed be described as infinite, but the value of the vampires does not lie in the number, but in the age. Generally speaking, the older and higher the rank of the blood servant, the greater the power, ability, strength, and territory of the blood servant. Therefore, whether a vampire is strong or not depends on himself on the one hand, and on his servants on the other. However, the level of servants also takes time to grow. Unless it is a great lord who is more noble than the prince, it is possible to create a lot of earls at once. It is the Arabian Nights. As long as the blood clan lower than the great lord is first embraced by humans, it is already very remarkable that people can directly become a flying baron. The difference is only in the blood of the blood, because the blood determines the growth rate of the servants of the blood. Your Excellency the Marquis only had these 23 earl servants, and Ling Yun killed 21 of them in less than half an hour. If he wanted to train so many earls, it would take at least 100 years. How could he not be angry? Qin Jiangui knew that His Excellency the Marquis was very angry and hurt, so he deliberately pretended to be terrified and said, "Respected Your Excellency the Marquis, I reminded you that the masked man is the nemesis of our blood clan." Qin Jiangui did remind the Marquis, but he didn't say that Ling Yun would be so terrifying, but this reason made the Marquis dumb to eat Coptis chinensis, and he couldn't tell the pain. Suddenly, Qin Jiangui's eyes shot out with ecstasy, he turned around in the air, and turned his head to look towards the south. The direction due south is naturally the direction of the capital. 2 kilometers away directly below Qin Jiangui, a tall and mighty figure was performing extremely light kung fu, stepping on the treetops of the dense forest and flying towards him. Lighter, it is a few hundred meters away, just like lightning. My second brother is here. There is no doubt that the person who came was Qin Jiangui's second elder brother, Qin Jianjia, the peak of the Chen family's 8th-level congenital. Qin Jianjia didn't walk the right path, he relied on his lightness and unparalleled skills. It came all the way from the Chen family's ancestor's house in the south of the capital. The distance of more than 100 kilometers, and after passing the Huairou district of the capital, there are continuous mountains with undulating mountains, but Qin Jianjia has arrived here in less than half an hour since he received Qin Jiangui's summons. It shows how powerful his qigong is. This is the strength of an innate 8th-level peak master. Second brother. Qin Jiangui was immediately overjoyed, and quickly waved his wings. He swooped down, and when he was more than 30 meters away from the top of the mountain, he obediently folded his wings, and became no different from an ordinary person. He honestly called Qin Jianjia his second brother. Humph, where's the other person? Qin Jianjia is 1.9 meters tall and burly, with thick bones and unusually long arms. Wearing black and purple nocturnal clothes, although his eyes are restrained, they are still piercing, not angry, and majestic. It seems that he has the demeanor of a master. On Qin Jianjia's right hand, he held a 2-meter-long iron gun. The barrel of the gun is extremely thick, and the tip of the gun is extremely sharp. It looks majestic and brave. It's just that his 2 eyes are the same as that of everyone in the Chen family. With an unconcealable look of prey, this is almost the hallmark of the Chen family. Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia, from the bottom of their hearts, completely hate the Western blood race. The way they look at these blood races is no different from looking at monsters or bats. This is the Grand Duke Dracula arriving at the Chen family. Chen Jianhao and Chen Jianjia were still in the secret room. There was no reason to come out to greet him. It's just that Chen Jiangui is Chen Jianjia's younger brother, so he has nothing to do. Chen Jiangui naturally understood this, and he replied honestly, "Second brother, that kid has too many tricks," he escaped. Chen Jianjia snorted again, glanced at His Excellency the Marquis unkindly, and then said sarcastically, "Idiot, didn't anyone snatch it back?" Chen Jiangui timidly replied, "Yes." Boom. The barrel of the gun in Chen Jianjia's right hand was pushed down heavily, and the 2-meter square hard mountain rock under his feet was torn apart. He cursed in a low voice, "You said you too, with the elder brother, and I hear, our Chen family is as solid as gold. If you listened to us and hid Chao Shanshan in the dungeon of the Chen family, how could such a thing happen?" Chen Jiangui was speechless, blushing, and lowered his head. Chen Jianhao and Chen Jianjia didn't know what he was thinking. "Don't you all know how to fly? Why can't you snatch someone back from him?" Huh. Chen Jianjia's eyes suddenly swept away, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He saw countless arrows on the cliff on the west side of the road. What a powerful arrow, what a powerful force! Chen Jianjia was extremely shocked, and at the same time, his face showed excitement. The night clothes fluttered and danced in the heavy rain, and his body exploded with a shocking aura. Fearing that he didn't know the goods, Chen Jianjia reached the peak of the 8th innate level at the age of 33. Although there were accumulated factors in which the Chen family spent countless large sums of money to buy various spiritual medicines for cultivation from the ancient martial arts sect, he himself did. He is also a person of high qualifications. He has practiced in the ancient martial arts school for more than 20 years, so he is naturally well informed. Just looking at the arrows that Ling Yun shoots into the cliff, he knows that the opponent is a top master. Third, tell me, that kid? Could it be that the other party is very young? Didn't you say he is an old man? Second brother, I heard a masked old man call him the 4th young master. I think he shouldn't be too old. As for the fact that we always thought he was an old man, I think it's because he deliberately changed his voice. Chen Jiangui muttered and replied. At this point, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Oh my God, he walked away with Chao Shanshan in his arms. He couldn't be. Chen Jiangui knew better than anyone else that, except for Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan would rather die than let anyone touch her body. Chen Jiangui was shocked for a moment. Chen Jiangui was an extremely smart person who knew everything, and he instantly remembered Chao Shanshan's sweet, happy, satisfied, and proud intoxicated expression when she was held in the arms of that masked man. Could it be that he is the boyfriend Chao Shanshan mentioned, Ling Yun? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net.